Suyu, who failed to awaken his beast-taming talent, unexpectedly signed a contract with the legendary vampire queen on the same day his girlfriend broke up with him. In this world dominated by beast tamers and filled with demonic lairs, everyone dreams of awakening their beast-taming abilities. However, Suyu's awakening ceremony ended in failure, sealing his fate as an ordinary person. To add insult to injury, his girlfriend Jiang Ying not only awakened an A-level talent, but also broke up with him because of it. I'm destined to become a beast tamer. How could I marry someone as ordinary as you? Facing such a blow, Suyu kindly suggested she get surgery, only to be met with a barrage of insults. This is an era ruled by beast tamers. The once thriving Daxia nation now struggles to survive amidst the threats of 9 demonic lairs. Suyu's family had been relocated to Binhai district, just 30 kilometers from the Modu demonic lair, living in constant fear. One evening, as Suyu walked through a dark alley, a stunning figure suddenly appeared from the shadows. She wore a Gothic-style short dress, thigh-high stockings, a black cloak, and arm sleeves, with long winded hair cascading down her back. Yet her bloodied and battered appearance made her look like a jasmine flower stained in red, on the verge of wilting. Help me. As Suyu reached out to support her, he became mesmerized by her deep purple eyes. Before he could react, the woman sank her teeth into his neck. At that critical moment, a system notification sounded. The vampire queen's first sip of blood will forge a beast-taming contract. Immediately, Suyu gained 2 level talents, Fatal Allure and Crown of Blood. What shocked Suyu even more was that the person before him was none other than Alia, the genius beauty of Modu Beast Taming University. This legendary figure, who had risen to a 4-star beast tamer within a year, turned out to be a vampire queen. When Suyu awoke from his bloodless-induced fainting, the once-gold campus goddess seemed like a completely different person. Master, I'm hungry and need blood. What's wrong? Can't I? I could even become your woman. Alia gently tilted Suyu's chin, her voice soft and alluring. The queen is gravely injured, and only blood can heal me. Will you give it to me? Is that all you've got? Alia said arrogantly. Suyu frowned as he looked at the vampire girl in front of him. Wait, this isn't right. Alia, can you retract your fangs a little? It really hurts. The wounds on Alia's body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her gaze towards Suyu was filled with deep affection, a tenderness that seemed to soothe the sting of his breakup earlier that day. However, what frustrated Suyu was how passive he had been throughout the entire ordeal. He studied Alia carefully, feeling puzzled. Could this really be the campus belle of Modu Yuling University? The girl in those videos he remembered had sleek black hair tied in a high ponytail, exuding the aura of an untouchable goddess. Yet the Alia in front of him now brimmed with fiery passion, a stark contrast that was hard to reconcile. Alia gracefully stood up, crossing her long legs as she resumed her typical proud demeanor. What are you thinking about, little one? You were just calling me master moments ago, and now it's little one? Who's the real master here? Suyu muttered with a face full of exasperation, then suddenly noticed that Alia seemed taller than before. Seeing his puzzled expression, Alia explained, Don't be surprised. My body undergoes changes when I'm severely lacking blood. Her words instantly lit up Suyu's eyes. Did this mean she could switch between a mature and a petite form? From barely 1.6 meters to now a striking 1.75 meters. Are you really Alia Teeps from Modu Yuling University?
Yes.
Then how did you end up like this? Alia's expression darkened. I was attacked. Little one, you are quite fortunate. Although I am immortal, when my life force is critically depleted, I fall into a deathly slumber. As a descendant of the 3rd true ancestor of the bloodline, my slumber would last 70 years, unlike ordinary vampires who only need a month. I cannot afford to wait that long. She fell silent after speaking. Suyu didn't press her further. Instead, he silently sat beside her and held her hand. Feeling the warmth of his palm, Alia's icy demeanor melted into a soft smile. But the one who attacked me has already been dealt with. It's just a pity I lost my 4 blood attendants, Lan, Zhu, and Drutherwise. They could have been your concubines. Ahem, no. Having Alia is more than enough. Suyu quickly waved his hands in protest. Alia's lips curved upward slightly. Master, the king's contract is a one-time deal. From now on, I will follow you in life and death. However, Master, you must also take responsibility for me. Take responsibility for what? The next day, with dark circles under his eyes, Suyu arrived at the registration office of Modu Yuling University with Alia by his side. Though he initially lacked the qualifications to enroll, his successful activation of a Beastmaster talent the previous day and his contract with Alia had granted him the opportunity to become one. The registration area was bustling with activity. Staff members were busy checking the new students' documents. Please present your talent report. Sorry, we don't accept Beastmaster talents below crank. This student here, an rank talent alone isn't enough. You also need to have a contracted beast. The nearby Pet Beast Association sells beast eggs, starting at 1 million each. Wong Hongxi, here is your admission pass, the staff member said, handing over a document. Tomorrow, there will be an entrance test at Yuling University. Pass it, and you'll be officially admitted. Suyu stood to the side, his eyes narrowing slightly. The profession of a beast tamer was indeed a money pit. Just one pet beast egg, entirely dependent on luck, cost 1 million. Ordinary families would have to sell everything they owned just to afford one child's admission. As he prepared to step forward and register, a familiar voice suddenly called out, Suyu, what are you doing here? Turning around, he saw Jiang Ying. She was wearing a light gray two-piece dress that revealed her waist, standing next to a man. Noticing the dark circles under Suyu's eyes, she felt a smug sense of satisfaction. So, his calm demeanor yesterday was just a facade, must have been sleepless all night. His appearance here today could only mean one thing. He came for her. Before Suyu could respond, the man beside Jiang Ying, Wong Hongxi, strode over with a sneer. What else could it be for? Suyu, you have no beast taming talent. This isn't the place for you. Xiaoying has an A-level beast taming talent. You, a penniless nobody, are not worthy of her. You'll only drag her down. Suyu frowned. This must be the young master Wang Jiangying had mentioned yesterday, a wealthy heir whose uncle was a dean at Yuling University's Magic City campus. I'm here to register for admission. It has nothing to do with you, Suyu replied indifferently, unwilling to waste words. Jiangying sighed dramatically. Suyu, stop pretending. Without beast taming talent, how can you even register? I know you're just trying to prove yourself to me, but this only makes me look down on you more. A decent ex-boyfriend should know when to walk away. Do you two always think so highly of yourselves? Suyu retorted with a cold laugh. Wang Hongxi stepped in front of Jiang Ying protectively. Suyu, leave at once. With your family's resources, can you even afford a talent serum? Or a pet beast egg? The commotion drew an increasing number of onlookers, even catching the attention of the admissions staff. Though scenes like this were common every year, the current wartime atmosphere against the Abyss made Yuling University students who were essentially reserve soldiers far from ordinary bystanders. Get lost. Wang Hongxi raised his hand. If you keep pestering Xiaoying, don't blame me for being harsh. Before he finished speaking, a massive lion over 2 meters long, its claws wreathed in flames, materialized beside him, glaring fiercely at Suyu. The crowd gasped and stepped back. Oh my god, is that a number 392 ranked blazing gold lion? A beast ranked in the top 500. Such a rare creature would fetch at least tens of millions at an association auction. The Wong family is really loaded. Just as Wang Hongxi basked in his arrogance, a cold scoff echoed from behind Suyu. A stunning woman stepped forward, each stride exuding a chilling aura. She unfurled a pair of jet-black wings, her deep violet eyes radiating an unsettling intensity. Silence, you mongrel, she said with a casual wave of her hand. Blood Queen. In an instant, Wang Hongxi's legs were drenched in blood, and he collapsed to his knees with a heavy thud. The blazing gold lion, poised to protect its master, froze as the woman effortlessly extracted half its blood, condensing it into a crimson throne that crashed onto its back. Roar! The lion wailed in agony, pinned to the ground. The woman elegantly seated herself on the blood-red throne, crushing the lion's skull beneath her heel with a faint smirk. Your blood is filthy, mongrel, she said, her gaze shifting to the writhing Wang Hongxi. And you an ignorant fool daring to shout at my master. Are you courting death? Aku, who are you? Do you even know who my uncle is? Wang Hongxi stammered, clutching his bleeding legs. Ignoring him, the woman gently took Suyu's hand, her lips curving into a seductive smile. Me? Of course, my master's pet beast. And also his lover. Her words left the crowd utterly stunned, and the scene erupted into chaos. A shape-shifting beast? A wave of astonished exclamations erupted from the crowd. Isn't that a privilege reserved for the top 100 ranks of the high-tier sequence? All eyes were fixed on the stunningly beautiful beast in front of them. High-tier sequences were valued at no less than 1 billion at the Beast Association, so it was no wonder the fiery golden lion had no chance to resist. No wonder they mocked others for lacking beast taming talent before, someone sneered. They've clearly run into someone formidable this time. Alia's new form was unrecognizable from before, and even the teacher at the registration desk only found her vaguely familiar but couldn't place her. Jiang Ying stood amidst the crowd, her face pale. Just yesterday, she had dumped Suyu, and today she had deliberately dressed in a revealing, sultry outfit to get closer to young Master Wong. Now, she stood there awkwardly, looking like a fool. Wang Hongxi, suppressing his pain, let a glint of greed flash through his eyes. Young lady, come with me. Suyu is just a broke nobody who can't provide for you. My family's beast-taming resources are endless. Alia frowned slightly, her voice icy. Disgusting. I have only one beloved. Your filthy blood is revolting. With a clench of her hands, Wang Hongxi suddenly felt as though all the blood in his body was being drained. The excruciating pain forced a horrifying scream from his lips. As the crowd realized what was happening, they collectively gasped in shock. He's finished, someone muttered under their breath. He might need to be amputated. Teacher Dingley from the registration desk finally stepped forward. This is the university entrance, not a battleground. Please stop. At Su Yu's signal, Alia released the bloodbinding spell. Wang Hongxi collapsed to the ground, and as his bodyguards helped him away, he still managed to spit out a threat. Su Yu, just you wait. Before he could finish, he passed out. Dingley sighed. You've gotten yourselves into trouble. It was self-defense, Su Yu said calmly. May I register for enrollment? Dingley nodded hurriedly. Yes. Although your talent report is blank, earning the favor of a high-tier sequence is enough to grant you special admission. Here's your enrollment certificate. There's an entrance test tomorrow, which will determine your placement in the colleges and allocation of resources. This is a handbook containing related beast taming knowledge. All right. Su Yu took the certificate and handbook, his expression composed. Su Yu was about to leave with the manual in hand when he turned around and saw Alia scrutinizing Jiang Ying with a piercing gaze. You don't look that great, do you? Aside from having a slightly bigger face, I can't figure out why the master was ever interested in you, Alia said bluntly. Jiang Ying's face turned crimson in an instant. She was undeniably an 810 beauty, but standing next to Alia, all her advantages paled in comparison. Whether it was height, figure, appearance, or aura, she was completely outclassed. Su Yu, is this your revenge? Jiang Ying asked, biting her lip. You two really have the strangest logic. Su Yu scratched his head helplessly. I didn't expect to run into either of you. We ended things a long time ago, didn't we? So, could you stop clinging to me already? His words hit Jiang Ying like a slap in the face, leaving her speechless. Then, anger flared up in her eyes. You acted so indifferent yesterday, but you've clearly been cozying up to her for a while now, haven't you? What a jerk. Don't get cocky. With your lousy background, it's a miracle she even noticed you. Do you think you can afford to keep her? She'll leave you sooner or later. Su Yu frowned, but before he could respond, Alia interrupted nonchalantly. Oh, money? I've got plenty of that. Of course, I can afford to take care of my master. She waved the gold ring on her hand, engraved with the Beast Taming Association's emblem. Jiang Ying froze completely. The surrounding onlookers immediately recognized the ring and began murmuring. Isn't that the mark of a Beast Taming Association member who's spent over $1 billion? Turns out she's loaded. She must be a high-level humanoid beast with exceptional abilities. Sister, I want to be spoiled too. Alia shot the crowd a cold glance. Scram, you lowly creatures. Even the smell of your blood is repulsive. With that, she grabbed Su Yu and walked away from the crowd. Strangely, the insulted men didn't seem upset. Instead, they grew even more excited. Even her insults sound so amazing. One of them gushed. In the crowd, someone whispered, Damn that freshman Su Yu. I'm so jealous. But the Wong family is notoriously petty. They'll definitely retaliate during tomorrow's entrance test. Maybe we'll get to see the pride of Modu Royal Spirit University, Senior Alia Kaipisi. Wait, doesn't that high-ranking sequence beast look a bit like her? On the way, Su Yu softly said, Thanks. The wynard strand of hair atop Alia's head swayed gently. Thanks for what? She tilted her head, thinking for a moment. You humans are so hard to understand. Listening to them talk about you made me upset, so I acted on instinct. I figured it might make you happy. Su Yu felt a warmth in his heart. Perhaps this was the unique love of a vampire queen devoid of human pretense and deceit, yet utterly sincere. She was cold to everyone else but gentle with him. I read in a book that humans usually give gifts to express gratitude, Alia suddenly said with a playful smile. All right, Alia, what kind of gift do you want? I'll do my best to get it for you. I'm hungry. Su Yu instinctively adjusted his waistband. While last night had been one of the most enjoyable experiences of his life, it had left him utterly drained. He quickly straightened his expression. Miss Alia, I must correct your flawed values. As a young lady, you should show some restraint. Alia looked at him, puzzled. I don't understand. Don't you want to feel good with me? Faced with such blatant temptation, Su Yu, as a man with a sound moral compass, remained steadfast. Yes. A satisfied Arya gracefully stood up and changed into a well-fitted dress. Su Yu, sitting nearby with slightly trembling legs, felt overwhelmed. Meta had indeed experienced far too much since meeting Arya yesterday. However, he was relieved to notice that Arya seemed much better than when they first met. The wounds on her body had completely healed, and her internal injuries had mostly recovered. Glancing around the room filled with a classical ambience, Su Yu couldn't help but admire the exquisite rosewood furnishings, the ivory-carved artwork, and the cozy fireplace burning warmly. It made him curious about Arya's true age, though he refrained from asking such a potentially rude question. What are you thinking about, little one? Arya asked with a gentle smile. Arya, come home with me for a bit. I haven't told my family about my enrollment yet, and I haven't been back since last night. All right, but starting today, you'll be staying here with me. Not a problem, Suyu replied, secretly relieved. His family's thin-walled, three-bedroom apartment would have been a disaster if Arya had moved, and he could already imagine the neighbors complaining. Meanwhile, back at Suyu's home, Su Qifan and Ning Shooting were chatting in the kitchen. Our son's been out with Jiang Ying for a whole day and night, Ning Shooting remarked with a hopeful tone. Do you think we'll be having grandchildren soon? Su Qifan shook his head. Jiang Ying is a great girl, and she could become a beast tamer, but unfortunately, our son might not be so lucky. Then how about this? Ning Shooting frowned deeply. We sell the house and buy a few beast eggs for him. As long as he can form a contract with one, he can become a beast tamer too. With trembling hands, Su Qifan pulled a cigarette from his pocket. This decision was incredibly difficult. It wasn't just their home. It was their life savings. And Su Ye's younger sister was still in school. Can we really do this? Ning Shooting asked, gripping a spatula tightly. We can't hold our son back. Listen to Mezel the house, and with the millions we've saved, as long as our son and Jiang Ying can. Before she could finish, Suyu walked through the door. Wait, Mom, Dad, the housing market is so low right now, why sell the house? And wait, we have that much money saved up? Ning Shooting was so startled that the spatula clattered onto the table. Su Qifan stepped up to his son and patted him on the shoulder. Son, your mom and I think it's more important to sell the house and buy you some beast eggs. We don't want to hold you and Jiang Ying back. Suyu suddenly recalled that when he left yesterday, he had indeed mentioned meeting Jiang Ying. He chuckled bitterly. Mom, Dad, don't worry about it. Jiang Ying and I already broke up. The news left Su Qifan and Ning Shooting staring at each other, their faces filled with bitterness. Had they failed their son? Ning Shooting wanted to comfort Suyu but didn't know where to begin. Breaking the heavy silence, Suyu cleared his throat. But something happened after Jiang Ying and I broke up yesterday. Long story short, I'm a beast tamer now. Arya, come here. What? Su Qifan and Ning Shooting stared at Suyu in astonishment. The news of Suyu suddenly becoming a beast tamer shocked everyone. What surprised them even more was the presence of a stunning beauty following behind him. She was tall, standing at 175 centimeters, with an impeccable figure. She had deliberately changed her hairstyle, tying her long black hair up high, and paired it with a cool-tone dress and black stockings, presenting a flawless appearance. Hello everyone. I am Suyu's contracted beast, and also his lover, Alia Zipisi. She introduced herself gracefully. Suyu's parents stood frozen in place. They didn't even have time to feel regret over their son's breakup with Jiang Ying before they were utterly captivated by this perfect prospective daughter-in-law. I've always felt Jiang Ying wasn't right for you. Su Qifan nodded repeatedly. You rascal, bringing your girlfriend home without giving us a heads up? Men can be so fickle. Ning Shooting rolled her eyes at her husband, then warmly asked, Hello, I'm Su Ye's mother. Did you say you are a contracted beast? Suyu explained. Mom, haven't you read the Beast Tamer website? High-ranking contracted beasts can take human form. Alia is even more special. She has lived among humans all along. Just the other day, weren't you watching a video saying how amazing it would be to have a talented daughter-in-law like Alia? Now that she's here, you don't even recognize her? Only then did Ning Shooting recall the headline news she had seen days ago, and her face lit up with joy. Welcome, welcome. Old man, stop standing there like a fool. Go get your prize to Hong Pao tea. In sharp contrast to the cheerful atmosphere at Suyu's home was the tense hospital room at the first hospital of Modu. I recommend surgery, the attending doctor told Wong Feng. This section of tissue is necrotic. Without removal, it could be life-threatening. The patient lying on the bed was none other than Wang Hongxi. His father, Wong Feng, and Jiang Ying had rushed over upon hearing the news. Jiang Ying covered her mouth, struggling to accept this harsh reality. She had just agreed to start dating Wang Hongxi, only to be humiliated by Alia in front of Suyu earlier today. Now, her new boyfriend was facing such a tragic fate. After the doctor left, all eyes of the Wong family turned to Jiang Ying. Under their questioning, Jiang Ying had no choice but to recount the events, subtly exaggerating and smearing Suyu in the process. Fine, very well. Wang Feng gritted his teeth. Suyu. A wail erupted from Wang Hongxi on the hospital bed. No, don't cut it off. Dad, I'm begging you. Wang Feng tried to comfort him. It has to be done. Otherwise, your life could be in danger. Once you advance to a level 6 beast tamer and master the ability of limb regeneration, you'll be able to grow it back? Really? Wang Hongxi asked through sobs. Of course, Wang Feng replied darkly. Don't worry, we'll make sure he pays for this. At the mention of Suyu, Wang Hongxi was instantly enraged. I want him dead. No, leave him barely alive. I want his humanoid contracted beast. Once I recover, it'll make him watch his eye. His words were cut off by another cry of pain. The butler standing nearby reminded him, Sir, the young master initiated the fight first. We don't have the moral high ground. This is a society governed by law. We can't just kill someone. Humph. Wong Feng sneered. Isn't he taking the entrance test tomorrow? Set the difficulty to SSS level. Brilliant. The butler immediately understood. A level 1 beast tamer won't stand a chance. If he can't pass the test, there will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him. Later that evening, after a brief stay at Suyu's home, Alia excused herself, saying she needed to prepare for tomorrow's entrance test. After they left, Alia's expression grew serious. Little one, we need to make some preparations for tomorrow's entrance test. Are there freshmen stronger than us? Suyu asked excitedly, gesturing animatedly. Even Wang Hongxi and his blazing golden lion were no match for you. Who else could possibly threaten us? Alia smiled faintly. No, but this is a death test with a pass rate of less than 30%. What? Suyu was dumbfounded. Alia's words made Suyu suddenly tense. The smooth progress of the day had almost made him forget that this was a dangerous world, where his life could be threatened by the demonic abyss at any moment. Once they returned to Alia's villa, Suyu couldn't wait to ask, so, what exactly is the entrance test? Alia lounged lazily on a recliner, casually flipping through a book in her hands. I was a special recruit, so I never went through the test. But I've heard they use a simulated field modeled after the demonic abyss for the assessment. That thing is almost identical to the real deal. She paused for a moment. Of course, those old folks probably wouldn't let students actually die. There should be some protective measures in place. Suyu frowned deeply. A real demonic abyss? No wonder it's called the death test. He turned to Alia. What should I do to prepare? How would I know? Alia continued flipping through her book. If it weren't for you, little guy, I wouldn't even care how someone ranked number 999 among humans grows stronger. Wait, humans are ranked 999? Suyu's eyes widened. That's dead last. Wow, humans are really something. Then a thought struck him. By the way, didn't you study at Yuling University for a year? Alia chuckled softly. The book says the best way to avoid exposing your identity is to stay silent. Suyu suddenly understood. So that's where the aloof demeanor of the campus queen came from. Shaking his head, he remembered the knowledge handbook distributed by the school and took it out to study carefully. The handbook provided detailed information about the world of the demonic abyss. There were 999 species with sequence numbers. The lower the number, the stronger the magical circuit and the greater the power of the species. Sequences 501 to 999 were considered lower tier, 101 to 500 were mid-tier, and the top 100 were upper-tier species capable of shape-shifting. The most unique were the top 10, known as the Divine Era sequences, inherited from mythological times. Only they possessed level or higher innate abilities. The realms of beast tamers and their companion beasts were divided into 4 stages: awakening, transcendence, transformation, and nirvana. As sequence 999, humans lacked magical circuits and had to rely on their companion beasts to break through the stages before reaching higher realms. It was only then that Suyu understood why the profession of beast tamer existed. It was humanity's only path forward. Companion beasts advanced primarily by consuming the meat, blood, and cores of other beasts. The higher the quality, the better the effects, though the cost was also much greater. Ugh, I refuse to eat such filthy blood food, Alia, who was perched on Suyu's back and reading the handbook with him, said with disdain. Suyu recalled the information panel of the Vampire Queen. Rank, First Stage Awakening Realm, Progress 101000. Being close to her could heal injuries and restore lost blood, but it couldn't help her break through stages, and her progress hadn't improved. It seemed that those 10 points of progress had come from drinking his blood. Alia spoke gently. Of course, it's through blood. Other people's blood smells disgusting. I only want to drink my master's sweet, fragrant blood. As a descendant of the third true ancestor, I need 1,000 liters of blood to break through to the transcendence realm. However, she was unwilling to harm Suyu, so her progress had remained stagnant. Suyu stood up and looked at Alia, his gaze sharp. Alia, your blood queen can control all blood cells, right? He reached out, gently lifting her delicate face and pulling it close to his neck. Alia Sepisi, listen to your master's command. Use the blood queen to control all my hematopoietic stem cells for unlimited regeneration, and then, drink to your heart's content. Alia's violet pupils gleamed with a trace of brightness, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. At that moment, she finally acknowledged Suyu from the depths of her heart as a worthy master. Although their initial encounter had stirred her emotions, it was tinged with reluctance. But now, Suyu's audacious display stirred an unusual light in her eyes. We are not just compatible, little one, she murmured softly. It seems our meeting was no coincidence but fate itself. Don't worry, it won't hurt. Suyu closed his eyes with a calm smile. In this perilous world, he knew he could only rely on his own strength and the unwavering bond with Alia, who shared his fate. Blood Queen. Activate regeneration. A series of system notifications echoed. The Vampire Queen has consumed your blood. Rank progression 10. Your blood has triggered the Vampire Queen's atavistic phenomenon. Blood Queen's control has strengthened. Concepts like plant cells and necromancer souls, anything considered part of blood, are now included. Alia Sepisi has reached max progress and successfully advanced. With the notifications, Alia ascended to the second-tier transcendent realm, gaining significantly enhanced abilities. Her physical and spiritual strength increased dramatically, the Blood Queen's range of influence expanded to 200 meters, and the number of thralls commanded by the Death Apostles him rose to 5. At the same time, Suyu also advanced to the second-tier transcendent realm, with a substantial boost in his physical capabilities. His punch now carried the force of 1,000 pounds. Alia's process of drinking blood was as gentle as a caress. She skillfully wielded the Blood Queen's power, guiding the blood to flow slowly. "Thank you for the treat, master," she said gracefully. The next day, Suyu and Alia, both brimming with energy, arrived at the magic capital Royal Spirit University. Over 3,000 applicants crowded the campus, including the fully recovered Wong Hongxi and Jiang Ying standing beside him. Suddenly, a woman descended from the clouds on a lawn bird, landing in the center of Rose Square. "Students," her voice echoed in everyone's ears, "welcome to the registration for Magic Capital Royal Spirit University. I am Shangguan Ling, the Dean of the Exotic Beast Department." She succinctly explained the school's mission to guard the Second Devil's Abyss, the Calamity Abyss, and the upcoming entrance examination. The war of races is brutal. It knows no rules and can erupt at any moment. Are you prepared to fight for humanity? Before her words fully settled, beams of light descended from the sky, transporting all the examinees into the simulated abyss. The blinding light obscured Suyu's vision. As the shimmering screen faded away, Suyu slowly opened his eyes. The scene before him left him momentarily dazed. It was no longer the familiar clear skies of Modu, but a dim, yellowish horizon. Dead leaves drifted in the air, the roadside was riddled with deep craters and broken trees, painting a desolate, post-apocalyptic landscape. Is this the demon abyss? Suyu was still pondering when a faint blue text screen suddenly appeared before him. Location: Greenstone Gorge. Mission name: The Last Informant. Difficulty: S-level. Background and mission brief. A traitor among the human defenders of Redstone City has sold intelligence to the bloodthirsty ants and the Vine Tree Men. They are planning a beast tide to annihilate humanity. You are the sole survivor of the reconnaissance team and must return the intel to Redstone City while uncovering the traitor. Redstone City, a frontline fortress built by humans within the Demon Abyss. Mission items: 1 map, 1 list of names, and 1 racial profile document. Accept this mission? Yes, Suyu responded without hesitation. Alia furrowed her delicate brows. Greenstone Gorge, huh? What terrible luck. Why? He asked. Typically, a first-tier beastmaster can only operate outside the Demon Abyss or around Redstone City. Greenstone Gorge requires at least a third-tier beastmaster or an exceptional second-tier one to even enter, Alia said, a trace of doubt flickering in her eyes. And this mission is absurdly unreasonable. Fresh recruits usually get F or A-level tasks, but in S-level mission? That's ridiculously difficult. I have no idea what those old men are thinking. Outside the simulation field of the Demon Abyss, the audience erupted in shock. My God, how could someone get assigned in S-level mission during the entrance test? That's just setting them up for failure. Dean, this doesn't make sense. Isn't the simulation supposed to match the participants' abilities? Shangguan Ling was about to ask when Wang Yu, the head of the combat division, stepped in to explain. Quiet, everyone. There's nothing wrong with the Demon Abyss simulation field. This student possesses a humanoid pet beast, which is part of the higher tier. Clearly, he has the capability to undertake this mission. This is so unfair. A senior student couldn't hold back her complaint. Wong Hongxi has a team of 100 people helping him, while Suyu has to face the mission alone, not to mention being hunted by the bloodthirsty ants and the Vine Tree Men. Whispers spread like wildfire in private. I heard Wong Hongxi is Dean Wong's nephew and had a conflict with Suyu just yesterday. Yeah, I saw it myself. They fought at the school gate, apparently over some love triangle. Isn't it obvious? This is blatant revenge. The rumors quickly spiraled out of control, and Wang Yu's expression grew darker by the moment. Damn it, Wang Feng. Favoring your son is one thing, but couldn't you be more subtle about it? He cursed inwardly. Then, straightening his face, he sternly declared, Nonsense. I've overseen the Demon Abyss simulation field for over a decade, and it has never malfunctioned. Do you think I would let personal grudges affect my duty? If you shrink away from challenges and cry about fairness, how do you think our predecessors managed to fend off the Demon Abyss invasions and protect humanity's territories? The students felt something was off, but they couldn't pinpoint or argue against it. The task Suyu faced was indeed nearly impossible, caught between formidable enemies ahead and relentless pursuers behind. It was a veritable deadlock. Shangguanling frowned and said, Dean Wong, it's understandable if a freshman can't complete an strength mission. If his performance is decent, why not just let him enroll? Absolutely not. Wong Yu shook his head firmly. The rule states that completing the mission is mandatory for admission. Why should we make an exception for him? He has the option to quit, we're not forcing him to his death. Shangguanling was momentarily speechless. This was blatant personal revenge. Giving up enrollment would mean destroying his future. Even if Suyu chose to apply to another beast-taming university, he would have to wait until next year. But if he persisted with the exam, death seemed almost inevitable. Silently, she sent a message via her beast, instructing Qinghuan to carry a feather with the information to the principal's office. The students could do nothing to change Wang Yu's decision and could only fix their eyes on the screen in the sky. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Wait a minute, that humanoid figure next to the junior. Why does it look so familiar?" Inside the mimicry field of the demon lair, Suyu read through the mission details and the race manual, rubbing his temples lightly. Upon seeing Wang Hongshi's name on the traitor list, Alia instantly grasped the Wang family's malicious intent. This wasn't a mission, it was an outright death trap. The mission's requirements were straightforward. Wang Hongshi would lead 100 individuals to block Suyu's path. Meanwhile, sequence number 182, the bloodthirsty ants, and number 355, the green vine tray ants, would pursue him from behind, with a massive beast tide ready to engulf them at any moment. To succeed, Suyu would have to single-handedly defeat all 100 beast tamers. Alia held Suyu's hand tightly. "Shall I wait another year with you?" Suyu gently kissed the back of her hand. "That won't be necessary, my queen. Let their schemes come. With you by my side, I fear nothing." The moment Suyu called out Alia, the students in row square froze in shock, and even the proctors were left utterly dumbfounded. Wait, did he just call her Alia? Why isn't the campus bell here today? Could it be? No way. After a moment of dead silence, the square erupted into an uproar. What the hell? That's Alia, the junior? No wonder she looked so familiar. Look at those iconic, deep purple eyes. You bastard. How dare you kiss Alia's hand? You're asking for it. Dean, principal, this needs an explanation. Even Shangguanling was completely stunned. Alia Sepasith, dazzling genius who had risen to 4th-tier beast tamer within a year, the campus goddess admired by all, had actually become Suyu's contracted beast? What was supposed to be an ordinary entrance exam had spiraled completely out of control in Rose Square. The boys looked pale and heartbroken, while the girls stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Alia Capesith, pride of the Magic City Spirit University, renowned for her unparalleled talent and extraordinary beauty, had actually become the spirit companion of a freshman. Why do you get to bond with the campus goddess? Furious voices rose one after another. Shangguanling was at a loss, unable to manage the chaos, until a sudden gust of wind swept across the square. A transparent, floating corridor materialized in the air as Ning Hanwan, the university's principal, descended gracefully with his wind wings. As the wielder of the rare origin spirit of wind, his presence instantly silenced the uproar. "Principal, Alia," Shangguanling began, only to be stopped by a simple gesture from Ning Hanwan. "Students," Ning Hanwan addressed the crowd, his gaze sweeping over them. "Alia is, in fact, a vampire. I recognized her potential and admitted her through a special recruitment process. However, she went missing a few days ago during a mission in the demon lair, clearly encountering some unforeseen circumstances." He deliberately omitted details about her identity as the vampire queen and a true ancestor, only mentioning that vampires ranked as a powerful upper-tier existence, listed as number 99 in the sequence. This explanation caused a wave of realization to ripple through the students. Murmurs broke out again. So she's a vampire. No wonder her strength suddenly dropped. It must be from blood loss. Why doesn't something like this ever happen to me? Freshmen, come out and fight me if you dare. Suyu, not even officially enrolled yet, had already become the mortal enemy of every male student on campus. Shangguanling was about to ask the principal about Dean Wong when he interrupted her again. "Last night, I restored the demon lair's simulation field to its original settings." This revelation stunned Shangguanling. It meant that even without any interference, the simulation field still deemed Suyu qualified for its class mission, despite his talent report reading as none. Meanwhile, inside the simulation field, Suyu and Alia were making their way back to Redstone City, following the map. They were reviewing information on the bloodthirsty ants. These vicious, human-sized creatures relentlessly pursued blood until they drained their prey completely dry. Suyu gave a knowing smile, as if he had already devised a plan. Alia silently wondered how her master would handle this crisis. Perhaps he truly could help the Blood Clan achieve their long-held aspirations. With this thought in mind, She leaned in and lightly pecked Suyu on the cheek. It's nothing, just a little pre-battle reward. I can sense they're nearby. This small gesture, seemingly insignificant, ignited a fiery rage among the boys outside. Damn it, I've been chasing her for a whole year and couldn't even get her WeChat, and now he dares. Angry murmurs erupted from the crowd. Take him down, Wong Hongxi. Take out Suyu, someone shouted loudly. Standing nearby, Shangwan Ling sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose in exasperation. This batch of students is beyond saving. She hadn't expected the usually aloof Alia to show such warmth. The sight of the two holding hands so intimately was enough to drive the boys wild. Under the watchful eyes of Minnie, Wang Hongxi led a group to ambush Suyu on the narrow stone path of Qingshe Gorge, the only route back to Hongshe City. Autumn leaves blanketed the stone road, and Wang Hongxi, with a sinister expression, positioned dozens of students in a straight line on the hillside. Each one stood poised, ready to summon their battle beasts at a moment's notice. As Suyu strolled leisurely into view, Wang Hongxi gritted his teeth. Suyu, your luck ends here. Oh, and why is that? Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Why? Wang Hongxi sneered coldly. Do you really not understand your situation? You think you, alone with just one pet beast, can take on all 100 of us? I won't rest until you're beaten down like a stray dog, begging for mercy. Suyu scanned the crowd calmly. Are you all helping him? Wang Hongxi's lackey, Song Qi, immediately chimed in. Suyu, Wang just advised you to stay away from his girlfriend, and you resorted to violence. Worse, when he kindly offered to buy your pet beast, you maliciously injured him, landing him in the hospital. Someone like you doesn't deserve to attend Magic Spirit University. Another lackey, Liang Chan added. So either quit and leave on your own, or prepare to meet your end here. Suyu shook his head slightly, thinking to himself how this was a classic case of the pot calling the kettle black. But he had no intention of explaining further. Instead, he glanced at the others. What about the rest of you? A few girls murmured softly. We were forced into this. It's for the chance to get admitted. Another admitted. They offered too much to refuse. Jiang clenched her fists tightly. Suyu, regardless of what happened before, it's wrong to attack someone first. Apologize to Wang Hongxi now. Enough talk, attack. Wang Hongxi barked out the order. In an instant, about 70 students summoned their pet beasts, while the remaining 30 hesitated, choosing to observe. The hillside was soon swarming with bizarre and extraordinary creatures. Towering sunflowers over 7 meters tall, flame-coated lions, and skeletal beasts enshrouded in dirt. Wang Hongxi grew even more furious seeing Suyu remain calm and composed. Suyu, still acting tough at a time like this? Fine. Here's the deal, hand over your pet beast, and I'll spare your life. Who's really at death's door here? Suyu retorted coldly. A bunch of arrogant fools thinking sheer numbers will overwhelm me? Wang Hongxi, you're not even man enough to stand on your own. Your mind is as filthy as your actions. Alia, let's go. The crowd was stunned. Was he really planning to take on 100 opponents by himself? Arrogant fool. Get him. Wang Hongxi ordered. Be careful, his pet beast is an upper tier vampire. Don't get too close. Plant and undead squads, take the lead. Beast squad, stay on standby. Following the plan, over a dozen plant-based beasts moved forward. A massive golden sunflower unleashed a blinding light, aiming to suppress Alia with its scorching rays. But Alia was no ordinary vampire. She was the progenitor of the bloodline, the queen of vampires. How could sunlight possibly faze her? To everyone's shock, Alia stood bathed in the sunlight, unscathed. Behind her, a massive harp formed from blood and bone materialized. As she began to play a haunting requiem from the depths of hell, the eerie melody instantly eroded the mental defenses of every summoned beast present. Activate. Requiem of the Damned. The deafening notes tore through the air, causing eardrums to throb and invading the minds of all present. The sound waves instantly took control of 5 beast companions, including Wang Hongxi's prized flame golden lion. Roar. The furious roar of the lion echoed as Wang Hongxi, in terror, realized his mental connection with his beast companion had been completely severed. The lion's blood-red eyes gleamed with savage fury as it turned its aggression toward its master without hesitation. The lion's heavy strike sent Wang Hongxi flying, blood foaming from his mouth as his body flailed like a kite with a broken string, hurtling towards Suyu. Suyu's eyes sharpened, his right arm tensing as he delivered a precise blow to Wang Hongxi's face. A dull crunch of shattering bone was followed by 7 bloodied teeth flying into the air, while a spray of crimson erupted like a fountain. Arg! Kill him for me! Wang Hongxi screamed in agony, his voice shrill and desperate. He's extraordinary! Song Qi shouted in shock. Old Wang, don't go at it alone. Are you alright? Nearby, Jiang desperately commanded her sunflower beast, only to discover that her proud sunlight-type beast had no effect on Alia. On the contrary, Alia seemed to grow even stronger under the sunlight, resembling an untouchable embodiment of radiance. The students watching from Rose Square quickly changed their tune. Is Wong Hongxi asking for death? How dare he covet Alia? That elbow strike was satisfying to watch. So he's secretly advanced to the extraordinary level. Although Su Yu's strength had earned the crowd's admiration, they were acutely aware of the dire odds he faced. Alia, like a battlefield valkyrie, wielded her blood-colored blade with precision, summoning a blood shield to withstand fiery and icy assaults while simultaneously shielding Su Yu. Despite repelling the dead apostles hymn, the sheer number of foes was overwhelming. The relentless attacks of dual-element beasts of wind and fire strained her blood reserves, while the lurking undead beneath the ground compounded their predicament. As her controllable blood diminished, the scales of victory seemed to tip in Wong Hongxi's favor. Alia glanced worriedly at Su Yu, who appeared on the verge of collapse, but was met with a confident and determined look. It's time. Su Yu suddenly drew a small blade, slitting his palm and scattering his blood into the air. As puzzled gazes fell upon him, he called out to Alia, "Inject my blood into their bodies." Though uncertain of his intentions, Alia swiftly condensed Su Yu's blood into hundreds of fine needles, which shot into each beast with unerring precision. The blood needles seemed to inflict no visible damage, yet a mysterious smile curved Su Yu's lips. After receiving treatment, Wong Hongxi let out a sneer. Huh, is that all you've got? Look, there's no damage at all. Liang Chan joined in with a hearty laugh. Su Yu? So what if you've broken into the transcendent realm? Do you really think you alone can defeat all of us? Though Lida wore a worried expression, he still voiced his concern. He and that vampire are indeed strong. It took all of us attacking for a full 15 minutes just to tire them out. Wong Hongxi, covering his injured mouth, shouted loudly, "Attack! Take him down!" At his command, the crowd's spirit beasts surged forward, with Jiang Ying's sunflower beast leading the charge. Meanwhile, lying weakly on Su Yu's back, Alia murmured, "I'm running out of blah." Su Yu gently patted her arm. "You've done enough. Leave the rest to me." Under countless watchful eyes, Su Yu stood alone, carrying Alia on his back, facing a horde of over 70 spirit beasts. The spectators in Rose Plaza whispered among themselves, "This is the end for him. If Alia hadn't fallen from her peak, there's no way they'd lose." This just proves Su Yu is too reliant on Alia, has no real talent of his own. It seemed everyone had already decided Su Yu's defeat was inevitable, everyone except Ning Hanwan, who stared intently at the scene. In his heart, Ning thought, the master of a divine sequence spirit cannot be ordinary. Su Yu stood atop a hill, surrounded by exotic beasts, demonic plants, and undead creatures on all sides. He turned slightly sideways, slowly raised his right arm, spread his fingers wide, and let the blood drip from his palm. "Beasts," he said in a low, commanding voice that carried immense authority. "Your king commands you. All of you end yourselves." The crowd was about to burst into laughter when something bizarre happened. All the exotic beasts, undead, and demonic plants froze, standing upright as they turned to face Su Yu. Each in its own way, they let out a resonant response. "Yes, all glory to our king." It was the power of the Shrank ability, Blood Crown. Any creature infused with Su Yu's blood would temporarily become his blood servant, bound by absolute loyalty, unable to resist or disobey. With a synchronized motion, over 70 spirit beasts decapitated themselves. Blood mist filled the air, staining the ground red. Severed branches from demonic plants, the heads of exotic beasts, and the remnants of undead littered the battlefield. Wang Hongxi and his group were dumbfounded, their faces pale with terror as if their very willpower had been obliterated. The spectators in Rose Plaza were equally stunned, their murmurs rising in a wave of disbelief. How is this possible? It's his innate ability. Alia must have injected his blood into the spirit beasts earlier. What a terrifying power. Carrying Alia on his back, Su Yu walked step by step toward Wang Hongxi, who had collapsed to his knees, trembling uncontrollably. "No, this isn't real, it can't be real." Wang stammered. "This is the command of a king," Su Yu said coldly, looking down at him. "And a king's command cannot be defied. You, however, are not even worthy of being killed by me." With that, he raised his foot and stomped Wang Hongxi's head into the ground. After a few moments of futile struggle, Wang fell unconscious. Seeing this, Song Qi, Liang Qian, and the others immediately fell to their knees, begging for mercy. Considering that this was, after all, an entrance exam and unnecessary bloodshed would be inappropriate, Su Yu simply uttered one word, "Leave." The group, as if granted a pardon, tore up their admission tokens and fled the examination field without hesitation. Finally, Su Yu's gaze landed on Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying held the broken sunflower branch in her arms, her eyes brimming with tears. She stubbornly raised her head to look at Suyu. Her voice choked with emotion. Come on, do it. Hit me. Her voice was filled with hysteria as she questioned him. Did you already meet her a long time ago? Is that why you hid your gifted abilities and wanted to dump me on purpose? Suddenly, her tone softened, turning into sobs. You scumbag, bastard, heartless jerk. Wah. I was wrong, Suyu. Please forgive me. Can we still be together? Suyu looked at the scene before him, his anger barely contained. Zhang Ying's shamelessness left him stunned. If it wasn't for the fact that you were so eager to kill me to curry favor with Wong Hongxi, I might have believed you. Unfortunately, your tears aren't from regret there because your ugly heart has been exposed. Get lost. I don't hit women. As Suyu turned to leave, a sharp slap suddenly interrupted Zhang Ying's sobs. Alia Sepisi stood coldly, glaring at Zhang Ying, whose cheek now bore a red mark. My master is a gentleman. I am not. Stay away from my man, you bitch. Zhang Ying collapsed to the ground in despair, her eyes blank. Meanwhile, Shangguan Ling transmitted a message to Principal Ning Hanwen. Principal, this has to be in strength ability, right? Why does his talent report show none? Ning Hanwen, having received the answer he sought, responded with satisfaction. No need to dig further. Shangguan, take Suyu into your academy and oversee him personally. With that, he drifted away gracefully. Nearby, Wang Yu clenched his teeth in fury as he watched his nephew being humiliated. His heart burned with rage, and he silently vowed, Suyu, the Wong family always avenges its grievances. In the simulated battleground of the demonic abyss, Alia lay on Suyu's back, whispering softly in his ear, Master, I think I love you even more than before. Suyu wagged his finger in warning. Don't even think about replenishing your energy here. There are definitely people watching us outside. Alia pinched his waist. That's not what I meant. If Master wants, I can make an exception and allow you to take that woman as a little slave. Suyu made a gagging gesture. No thanks. Someone used to driving supercars won't downgrade to a domestic sedan. Smart choice, Alia said with a threatening edge. If you dare agree, I'll bite you to death. Suddenly, she realized something. Oh no, those spectators have escaped in the chaos. At that moment, Suyu also remembered his mission to return to Redstone City and stop the beast tide. The delay had allowed over 30 onlookers to flee. If they managed to avoid capture before the beast tide arrived, Suyu's mission would fail. The people in Rose Square had also started to grasp the gravity of the situation. What the heck? How are we supposed to catch them now? Someone shouted anxiously as over 30 people scattered in different directions. The scene descended into chaos. The freshmen, who had just tasted victory, now faced the awkward possibility of failing their mission. Give Alia back to us, the boys yelled angrily. You guys are so lame. I'm rooting for you, Junior. Some girls immediately spoke up for Suyu. They're a perfect match, made for each other. Who are you to object? Amid the turmoil, Suyu merely chuckled softly. Let them run. Who says we have to catch every single traitor to complete the mission? Alia watched him with growing interest, a smile tugging at the corner of her lips. Oh, little one. Tell me, what exactly is your talent? Her curiosity deepened. I thought your blood just smelled delicious. Suyu leaned in close to her ear and whispered his secret ability. A peculiar glint flickered in Alia's eyes as she asked, if one day, enemies far stronger than these people come to claim me, would you still stand by me like today? Suyu gently pinched her cheek. What are you talking about? Losing my life doesn't scare me as much as losing you. Come on, let's deal with this beast tide once and for all. The boys in Rose Square watched the affectionate interaction between the two with mixed emotions. However, when Suyu declared he would handle the beast tide, everyone thought he was boasting. A tide of over 10,000 bloodthirsty ants and vine tray ants, potentially including terrifying creatures in the reincarnation realm. How could anyone stop that alone? But what happened next completely overturned everyone's perception. Suyu positioned himself along the vine tray ant's path and had Alia use her blood queen abilities to spread his blood across the stone ground. Once done, the two quickly retreated to a safe distance. When the overwhelming beast tide arrived, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The bloodthirsty ants went berserk and launched a frenzied assault on the vine tray ants. Completely entranced by the scent of Suyu's blood, they lost all sense of reason. This was the innate nature of the bloodthirsty ants and the manifestation of Suyu's unique talent. And just like that, the mighty beast tide annihilated itself in brutal chaos. What the heck? Is that even possible? The square erupted in astonishment. He's like a walking disaster. This video is definitely going to dominate the trending list on Pili tonight. Amid the crowd's exclamations, a glowing screen appeared before Suyu. Mission complete. Congratulations on single-handedly crushing the beast tide. Mission completion rating. SSS. Special reward unlocked. Magic lair simulation field. The special rewards from the mimicry field of the demon lair appeared before Suyu. One was a mental power infusion, and the other was a choice of talent reagent. He had to make his decision within a day. Suyu was no stranger to talent reagents. These were precious items worth billions, capable of granting ordinary individuals who had not awakened any talent a postnatal ability. While not as potent as innate talents, they were enough to set someone on the path of becoming a beast master. Before Suyu could ponder his choice, the mental power infusion automatically activated. A surge of pure, ethereal energy poured into his mind, instantly illuminating his once chaotic consciousness like a beacon. In his mental space, thin streams of spiritual energy coalesced into flowing currents, accompanied by the faint hum of electric pulses echoing in his mind. The system promptly sent a notification. Congratulations, host. Your mental power level has advanced to the spirit stream realm. You can now accommodate a second beast companion. This sudden breakthrough in mental power left Suyu momentarily stunned. Although he had yet to systematically study beastmaster knowledge, he could sense that he had surpassed the limits of ordinary people. He could now subtly perceive the breeze, the earth, the blood, the falling leaves, everything around him, though his range of perception was still limited. A flash of light later, Suyu and Alia were transported back to Rose Square. Waiting for them was a group of furious upperclassmen, who raised their middle fingers and shouted, "You jerk! Fight me unknown! Alia, how could you do this? Give us back Alia!" Faced with the swarm of suitors, Suyu could only smile wryly to himself. He had anticipated that Alia's beauty and fame would attract admirers, but the sheer size of the crowd exceeded his expectations. Alia, however, was visibly displeased by the scene. She unfurled her dark bat wings and shielded Suyu behind her, her voice icy as she commanded, "Get lost, you mongrels! What do you think you are trying to do to my master?" The word master struck like a thunderclap, and the air was instantly filled with the sound of countless hearts shattering. "Sister, how could you say something so cold? Master? No, this can't be happening." As the situation teetered on the brink of chaos, Shangguanling appeared just in time, riding a majestic Qinghuan. Her stern voice cut through the commotion. "Enough! The freshman entrance test is over. Instead of preparing for the 9 Schools Alliance exchange competition, you're causing trouble here? Have you completed your demon lair task quotas? Do you want your beast master qualifications revoked?" Her words had an immediate effect. Though their eyes still brimmed with unwillingness and jealousy, the crowd dispersed begrudgingly. After all, at Modu Royal Beast University, the abundant resources and professional guidance came with ruthless elimination rates and the ever-present risk of death in battle. Suyu sighed helplessly and said, "Teacher, is the atmosphere at Magic Spirit University always like this?" Hearing this, Shangguanling paused slightly before explaining, "You turned the goddess in everyone's hearts into your contracted beast. How could they not be furious? Among Alia's admirers, there are some very powerful individuals. It's just that they're currently in the demon lair and haven't returned yet. Your campus life is unlikely to be peaceful in the future." Suyu shrugged, showing he didn't mind. Shangguanling sighed. "All right, as long as you're mentally prepared. But still, congratulations on passing the entrance test, especially the hardest rank mission. According to the rules, students who complete an rank mission are granted rank student status. Come to my office, and I'll explain your benefits and requirements in detail." Suyu hadn't intended to reveal his talent, but with Alia being like a walking spotlight and the Wong family's targeting, things had escalated to this point. However, the outcome turned out to be favorable, what could be considered a blessing in disguise. In the office, Shangguanling smiled and invited Suyu to sit down before introducing, "Our Magic Spirit University has 5 branches: the Exotic Beast Division, Combat Division, Demon Plant Division, Special Division, and Support Division. Students are assigned based on their talents and contracted beasts. With your abilities, you're well suited for the Combat Division, Exotic Beast Division, or Special Division. However, the Special Division focuses on elements and necromancy, and the Combat Division's dean, Wong Yu, is Wong Hongshi's uncle. So, before she could finish, Suyu immediately responded, "I'm willing to join Teacher Shangguan's Exotic Beast Division." Shangguanling smiled warmly. "Good. Your talent report shows none, so I assume you might not want to disclose it. Could you at least share your talent level with me?" After a brief moment of thought, Suyu decided to reveal some information in exchange for better treatment. "Shrank. My blood is rather unique, possessing the ability to lure enemies and control certain beast souls." This response aligned closely with Shangguanling's expectations. She handed Suyu a specially made student ID and detailed the benefits of being a Shrank student: a monthly allowance of 100 credits equivalent to billions in resources, priority in selecting contracted beasts, priority access to rare talent serums, and the authority to form a beast taming squad. She also highlighted the responsibilities of a Shrank student: participating in the 9 Schools Alliance exchange competition in half a month to secure good results for the university, which impacts resource distribution. Beyond the 2 annual exchange competitions, strength students must also take on the most challenging demon lair suppression missions. Suyu readily accepted these terms. After all, Magic Spirit University, as part of the nation's true defense force, required significant investment, which was entirely reasonable. For instance, the recent volcanic demon lair disaster in Hua Ingwa had caused the destruction of several cities, resulting in immeasurable losses. Regarding accommodation, Alia proactively suggested that Suyu continue living in her previous residence. Although it was located in the girls' dormitory area, with the principal, Elder Ning's approval, Shang Wanling had no choice but to agree. However, she specifically reminded, while the school encourages freedom in relationships, try to keep the noise down at night. Suyu looked puzzled. Why specifically remind me? Clearly, I'm the passive one here. After leaving the school, Suyu immediately took out his phone and shared the good news with his parents. At home, Ning Shooting and Su Chi-fan were overjoyed, eagerly spreading the news to everyone they encountered, wanting all their friends and relatives to know about this joyous event. Suyu, however, was not skilled at handling the pleasantries of relatives. Taking advantage of the moment before everyone fully reacted, he quickly grabbed Alia and their luggage and slipped away. A full day of moving left Suyu gasping for breath. Even though he had advanced to the transcendent realm and gained a physique far superior to ordinary people, the sheer amount of luggage still wore him out. Alia, can't you help carry some of this? These 100 boxes are all your stuff, Suyu said, wiping the sweat off his forehead. But I'm so hungry, Alia replied, blinking her innocent big eyes. Ah, like ID let you do such a small task, Suyu gritted through his teeth, muttering inwardly, damn it, when I get to choose a talent serum, I must pick one that enhances physical strength. Then I'll make sure to teach this little troublemaker a lesson. Alia's face lit up with a radiant smile. I mean it though. I'm really hungry. Huh. While Suyu was busy with the move, news and videos about him were already spreading like wildfire online. Various sensational headlines quickly dominated the popular discussions on the Beastmaster forums, sparking a nationwide frenzy. Now, any family with decent means wanted to buy a beast egg. Even if they lacked the talent to become a Beastmaster, having an extra helper was still a great advantage. Major platforms were plastered with headlines about Suyu. Genius School Belle turns out to be a vampire. How this guy won her over with 3 move. Freshman but an S-class genius. Magic Spirit University entrance exam footage leak. Power of a king? Beastmaster experts. This is the most unbelievable talent I've ever seen. Milika's Kaipisi family condemns and questions the origins of the freshman's pet beast. Strategic value. Suyu's talent could change the battlefield dynamics. These exaggerated headlines provided endless entertainment for the onlookers, but for some, the news brought a much darker reaction. In a secret underground chamber of the Wong family, a tense conversation was unfolding. Wong Feng, who gave you permission to act on your own? Father, there are so many vampires out there. How was I supposed to know it was that one? It's all because that bastard Suyu went too far on sheer. Shut up. Mr. Ishikawa from Hanakura Country funded us with 10 bottles of S-class talent serums to capture that vampire. And what happened? Everyone we sent, along with Hanakura's people, was wiped out. Since then, I've repeatedly warned you not to act recklessly. If Ning Hanwen finds out, the Wong family is finished. Wong Yu chimed in. Exactly, brother. You were too impulsive. Ning Hanwen has clearly sensed something and has been subtly interrogating me. Wang Feng, his face filled with frustration, eventually fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chonglin said, Wang Yu, use the special recruitment quota to bring them into the fold. Though reluctant, Wang Yu nodded in agreement for his brother's sake. Wang Chonglin sneered, let him enjoy his moment of glory for now. According to the intelligence from Redstone City, the demon cavern is about to erupt in a full-scale battle. As an S-class student, he will undoubtedly be drafted. When the time comes, the demon cavern will be his grave. Wang Ping, Wang Qing, go inform Mr. Ishikawa to remain patient. Yes. At the Imperial Capital's Yuling University, in the meeting room. Inside the conference room at Dilling University, several faculty members were engaged in a heated debate over a single topic. This student's talent is undoubtedly level. Didn't the admissions office go to the Awakening Hall to intercept him? How could you let him freely apply to Moling University? One teacher exclaimed angrily, slamming the table. Exactly. What on earth does the admissions office even do? We had a solid chance to win the first-year competition in the 9 Schools Alliance tournament, and now what? Another chimed in. If we lose this year and funding gets cut, the admissions office will bear full responsibility. Principal Jiang Huiran lightly tapped the table with his fingers, speaking calmly. All right, let's not be so pessimistic. Didn't we also recruit a few exceptionally gifted students this year? Especially Kong Huan Yuanxi might not lose to Suyu. Besides, Moling University lost Alia in their second year, so their competitiveness has significantly decreased. In the grand scheme of things, we're still ahead. The half-human, half-demon spirit witch? When you put it that way, Principal, it doesn't seem like much of a loss after all. The Nine Schools Alliance tournament is just around the corner, and yet the Eternal Abyss Cavern near the capital is acting up again. All right, everyone, prepare accordingly. Understood. Meanwhile, at a secret liaison point in the coastal district of Modu, a tense negotiation was underway with representatives from Hanazakura. Ishikawa Hitajiro was seething with rage. Bach, you people from Shiagwa took our deposit, and now you're trying to brush it off, saying the capture failed? Wong Qing quickly tried to pacify him. Mr. Ishikawa, please don't be angry. We didn't anticipate that Alia Sapisi would possess such hidden power. However, she's now extremely weakened. Her strength has regressed to the transcendent level, and we're confident the next attempt will be successful. After reviewing the detailed plan Wong Qing presented, Ishikawa's anger subsided slightly. Sao-tsun, as long as you capture her, Hanazakura is willing to offer an additional 5 billion. Deal. Elsewhere, after a day of intense cultivation, Suyu finally found some time to cook. Alia relaxed on a lounge chair, reading a book at her leisure. Dinner's ready. Alia? Suyu called out. Alia stretched lazily and made her way to the table to taste the tomato and scrambled eggs. Suddenly, her expression changed dramatically. Her teeth trembled as she asked, "Did you put salt in this? Isn't salt supposed to be added?" Suyu replied, puzzled. Covering her mouth in distress, Alia muttered, "You were supposed to use sugar." Suyu teased, "It's supposed to have salt. How can you eat it with sugar?" "Wow, I can't believe you're such a sneaky sweet tooth. From now on, as my contracted beast, you'll have to adapt to your master's tastes." Before he could finish, tears welled up in Alia's deep violet eyes. She furiously hurled the book she was holding at Suyu and ran into her room. Rubbing his head where the book had struck, Suyu picked up the fallen copy of the Vampire Diaries. As he flipped to the first page, his heart suddenly clenched. Bitter. I asked my mother why everything I ate tasted so bitter. She told me that as descendants of the true ancestors, we could only perceive sweetness. All other flavors sour, spicy, salty are the bitterest of all to us. 100 times more bitter than humans eating raw herbs. Perhaps this is our destiny, filled with bitterness and betrayal alike. Biting his lip lightly, Suyu picked up his phone and made a call. "Hello? Teacher Shangguan? I've decided which talent serum I want. Could you please have it delivered immediately?" Suyu was about to redeem the talent serum when Teacher Shangguan reminded him, "Suyu, you need to think this through. The talent serum rewarded by the mimicry field in the demon cavern can go up to grade A. I've thought about it. I need it now," Suyu replied firmly. "All right, I'll have someone deliver it to you." While waiting, Suyu continued flipping through Alia's diary. Although the entries were sparse and fragmented, the last page made his heart skip a beat. It was a record about him. "Today, I met an adorable man. His blood smells so sweet." The words carried a sense of girlish anticipation and nervousness. As Suyu read, his vision blurred slightly. Perhaps the emotions of a vampire were far purer than those of humans. The doorbell rang just in time. "Ding. Your item has arrived." Suyu immediately got up and retrieved the grade D talent serum, Taste Synchronization. Without hesitation, he used the serum. Taste, synchronize. In an instant, an indescribable bitterness overwhelmed his mouth. The taste was 100 times more intense than eating raw bitter herbs, causing him to retch uncontrollably. At the same time, Alia, curled up on her bed, was still brooding over earlier events. Why does the little guy never ask what I like to eat? She tossed and turned, mulling it over until the bitterness gradually faded. Then she sat up. Just as she was about to go find Suyu to talk, the door was pushed open. Suyu walked in, carrying a tray, and apologized sincerely. "Alia, I'm sorry. I was too careless. I'm such a lousy boyfriend. Please forgive me this time." Alia's expression softened like melting snow in spring. She replied gently, "I wasn't angry with you. It was just so bitter. I made something new. You must be hungry. Please try it," Suyu said. Alia smiled, picked up her chopsticks, and took a bite, only to look puzzled. "This tastes salty." Suyu explained that he had specifically sought out Teacher Shangguan to exchange his entrance test reward for the Taste Synchronization talent serum. "From now on, whatever flavors I can taste, you can too. I want to experience the world's sweetness, bitterness, and everything else together with you." Tears welled up in Alia's eyes as she playfully scolded. "What a waste. Using your reward on such a useless talent serum. How could it be a waste? Alia, you're my salvation. As long as it makes you happy, it's worth it." Hearing these words, Alia's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. She could clearly feel the rapid beating of her heart. Alia tossed the gold ring issued by the Beast Tamer Association to Suyu. "I got you some things inside," she said casually before lowering her head to focus on the meal in front of her. The table was filled with the aroma of delicious dishes. tomato scrambled eggs, mapo tofu, braised pork, and steamed fish. Alia ate heartily, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Oh my, this is so good. I've never tasted anything like this before. It's so moving, she exclaimed, already planning ahead. Tomorrow morning, I want savory tofu pudding. Sure, Suyu replied. And I want savory rice dumplings too, she added enthusiastically. Wait, rice dumplings are better sweet, Suyu countered. Alia protested unhappily. You just said you'd try all kinds of flavors with me. Fine, fine, whatever you want, Suyu relented with a helpless smile. He opened the ring to check its contents. Let's see what you got me, dear antler. Lamb kidney? What's the meaning of this? Because this queen needs to eat deliciously, Alia replied with a sly grin. At that moment, Suyu felt her affection for him deepen from unwavering loyalty to undying devotion. As the saying goes, vampires are easily betrayed because they're too easily satisfied. The next day, Suyu walked through the campus with obvious dark circles under his eyes and weak legs. It wasn't just from providing Alia with blood, but also from the exhaustion of moving into their new home. As students ranked a grade and above, they were assigned a standalone villa. Alia's house, however, was exceptionally grand, spanning over 2,000 square meters. No wonder grade students were allowed to form their own beast tamer teams. Managing such a huge property alone required staff. Additionally, with his breakthrough in spiritual power, Suyu was now eligible to contract a second beast. However, after having a powerful partner like Alia, he found himself uninterested in ordinary beasts. He decided to seek advice from the school's teachers, as his knowledge of beast taming was almost entirely self-taught through practical experience. At Magic City Beast Taming University, a credit-based system was implemented alongside a dual-class mentor system. Each morning, there was a public lecture, while the rest of the time was reserved for private mentoring. Mentors were categorized into 3 levels: Silver Badge, Gold Badge, and Star Badge. The dean, Shangguanling, was a top-tier Star Badge mentor and also Suyu's advisor. On Monday morning, when Suyu and Alia entered the classroom, the entire room fell silent. All eyes turned to the figure who had caused a sensation during the entrance exam. Students whispered among themselves, "Is that Suyu?" "Yeah, that's him, and the one next to him is Senior Alia." Suyu found a seat and casually browsed the internet before class started, but his expression quickly darkened. The internet was flooded with topics about him. The beast tamer prodigy of the millennium, beast taming, hasn't even been around for 100 years. Seriously, the secret to winning over a genius beauty, and even a video of him teaching Wong Hongxi a lesson had been leaked. To make matters worse, his father had somehow agreed to a media interview and became a spokesperson for a culinary school. Shangguanling's arrival restored order to the noisy classroom. The beast taming division had admitted 800 freshmen this year, with Suyu's class 1 being the honors class, consisting of 76 students. Apart from Suyu, there was another grade student, Lu Xian, while the rest were grade students. "Welcome, everyone," Shangguanling began. "As your dean, I'm always available to discuss any questions you may have. Now, let's dive into the topic you're all most curious about: the path of cultivation for beast tamers and their beasts, as well as the significance of spiritual power and realms. Lu Xian, as the heir of the Lu family, you must be well versed in these topics. Would you like to share your insights with the class?" Lu Xian, an grade prodigy who had been directly admitted without taking the entrance exam, had a clean and elegant high ponytail. She wore a chiffon polka-dot dress, exuding the refined demeanor of someone from a prestigious family. Even Suyu couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. It was clear Shangguanling intended for Lu Xian to display her abilities, as the future of the first-year beast taming division rested on the shoulders of these 2 prodigies. Lu Xian nodded gracefully. "Certainly. 4 beast tamers, in the first 4 stages." Lu Xian nodded slightly and began to explain the beast tamer's hierarchy system in detail to everyone. In the first 4 tiers: awakening, transcendence, metamorphosis, and nirvana. Beast tamer's strength mainly relies on their beast breakthroughs. It's only after reaching nirvana that humans develop their own magical circuits and gain independent power. She continued, "The tiers represent physical energy, while spiritual power corresponds to mental energy. The 2 complement each other. To form contracts with more beasts, the key lies in enhancing spiritual power. However, training spiritual power is extremely challenging. Currently, there are only 2 known methods. One is to hunt special voidling creatures in the abyss to obtain voidling hearts, and the other is to force a breakthrough in one's spiritual power during life-and-death situations. Additionally, the simulated abyss fields in major beast taming universities can help students advance from the spirit origin stage to the spirit stream stage. This is a unique technique learned from the demon race." The students in the audience listened attentively, occasionally nodding. Lu Xian's clear explanations and approachable demeanor earned her their admiration. Shangguanling smiled approvingly. "Well done. Let me add something. Aside from increasing their strength through blood meals and battles, beasts can also enhance themselves using special innate abilities. For beast tamers, contracting a powerful beast early on is crucial. For every advancement in spiritual power, you can contract one additional beast. The known stages of spiritual power, from lowest to highest, are spirit origin, spirit stream, spirit lake, spirit sea, spirit abyss, and spirit domain. In the early stages, you can rely on the simulated abyss fields for progress, but after that, you'll need to depend on your own opportunities in the abyss. These words piqued Suyu's interest. He immediately raised his hand to ask, "Teacher, if I want to contract a second beast, do you have any advice?" As soon as he spoke, a collective gasp echoed through the classroom. Everyone was reminded of the fact that Suyu had already broken through to the spirit stream stage in the simulated abyss field just yesterday. Although class missions are not the only way to gain spiritual power and fusion, his speed was undeniably enviable. Shangguanling answered seriously, "Good question. A beast tamer's combat strength primarily comes from their beasts. When choosing a beast, there are several principles to follow, and the most important is the sequence number. This is an iron rule in the abyss. While a lower sequence number doesn't guarantee it will overpower a higher one, the smaller the number, the stronger the magical circuit and the more likely it is to possess formidable innate abilities. If you encounter a beast within the top 100 high-ranking sequences, seize the opportunity. And if you come across one of the legendary top 10 Divine Era sequences, you must do whatever it takes to form a contract. Divine Era sequences are incredibly rare. There are only a handful across the entire Xia Kingdom, and our university's principal is the sole possessor of one." Suyu deeply understood this. Every night spent with Alia allowed him to witness the power of the Divine Era sequence. Alia's most remarkable innate ability was immortality. No matter how severe her injuries, as long as there was enough blood, she could fully recover. She could never truly be killed. Even if her blood was completely drained, she would only enter a death-like slumber. This ability far surpassed what ordinary beasts could achieve. Shangguanling continued her explanation. The second point of compatibility is the Beastmaster's own innate talent. This is easy to understand. For example, classmate Li Su's A-level talent, Agile Blessing, greatly enhances the speed of his contracted beasts. Naturally, he is more suited to choosing flying or speed-type beasts. She paused briefly before continuing. The third point is a choice made by a minority system resonance. According to research from the overseas country of Milica, beasts of the same system often produce excellent synergy. For instance, classmate Su Yu's Vampire, sequence number 62 Moonlight Apostle, and number 377 Death Disciple all belong to the same system. Shangguanling's expression grew stern. "However, I must remind everyone that because improving spiritual power is extremely difficult, for us in the elite class, it is better to go without a second contracted beast than to choose recklessly. Of course, for ordinary beastmasters, finding a second contracted beast as early as possible is more advantageous." Listening to the teacher's explanation, Suyu fell into deep thought. Alia was indeed very powerful. If he rashly contracted a second beast, it might not only fail to help but also become a burden. He needed to consult Alia about this. What if she got jealous? Almost as if she had read his mind, Alia elegantly extended a finger, lifting Suyu's chin. She whispered softly into his ear, "I don't object to you finding a second contracted beast. However, a being too weak is unworthy of sharing a man with me. At the very least, it must be from the top 10 in the sequence." Suyu was taken aback. "A divine sequence? Sister, meeting you alone is already the luckiest thing that's ever happened to me." "Don't make that face, little one," Alia said with a smile. "I know of a place in the demon abyss where descendants of the divine sequence are hidden. When the time comes, I'll help you capture one. I've heard that their transformed forms are quite..." Suyu's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but embrace Alia and plant several kisses on her. "You truly are my treasure. I've always had a weak stomach, and I was born to rely on you." Shangguanling, witnessing the scene, froze for a moment before clearing her throat loudly. "Ahem. While building a bond with your contracted beast is important, this is still a classroom. Please show some restraint." Only then did Suyu realize the envious and jealous gazes from his classmates around him. He quickly apologized, but the classroom was already abuzz with chatter and discussions. After class, Shangguanling called out 7 students, including Suyu and Lu Xian. "From today onward, I will be your mentor. As my students, all of you are required to participate in the preliminary rounds of the 9-School Alliance Exchange Tournament in half a month." Li Su asked in confusion, "Teacher, why is the exchange tournament being held right at the start of the semester? Didn't it take place 2 months after the start of school last year?" Shangguanling frowned deeply. "The timing of the exchange tournament is not fixed. As a school bearing the responsibility of suppressing the demon abyss, we must adjust according to the situation on the front lines. This tournament not only determines funding allocations from the Xia Federation, but also decides the order in which the 9 major schools assemble elite teams to suppress the abyss." Her voice suddenly dropped to a somber tone. We humans are not strong in the demon abyss. Last year, because the Imperial Spirit University won the championship, the disaster tier abyss under our charge was suppressed a day later than it should have been. This delay led to the deaths of 1,462 beastmasters and the disappearance of 391 others in Redstone City. One of them was my daughter. The group of 7 fell into silence. Li Su lowered his voice and said, "I'm sorry, teacher." With a slight tremble in her voice, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, Shangguan Ling gently wiped them away. Nan Nan and I have already prepared ourselves mentally. Besides, it's just a disappearance. There's still hope of finding them. Yet deep down, she knew that hope was as slim as finding a needle in a haystack. Quickly regaining her composure, Shangguan Ling looked at everyone with determined eyes. We are beast tamers. If not us, then who else can step up? You must have all heard about the recent events in the Huang Kingdom, right? Seeing the group nod in acknowledgement, she continued. The Huang Kingdom failed to suppress the volcanic demon lair. The flame demons broke into the mortal realm, destroying 5 cities in their wake and causing immeasurable losses. Her tone grew heavier. We in Xia must eliminate this threat within the demon lair itself. But who doesn't have selfish concerns? Shangguan Ling sighed. People naturally prioritize those close to them. Of course, we all hope to first suppress the beast tide in the Calamity Demon Lair. Other schools feel the same way. However, the reality is that no single school has the strength to suppress a demon lair on its own. Even resisting is a challenge, which is why this method was devised to compete in nurturing students and warriors to determine the outcome. At this point, the group finally understood the deeper meaning behind the 9-school alliance exchange competition. Even Suyu had to admit that this was indeed closely tied to the people and places dearest to everyone. No wonder the school took this so seriously. This so-called exchange competition was, in truth, a tragic song filled with blood and terse desperate compromise by beast tamers to protect their homeland. Sorry for bringing up such heavy topics, Shangguan Ling said, offering an apologetic smile. How about we start by introducing ourselves? From now on, you'll be comrades fighting side by side. The 7 of them introduced themselves in turn. Suyu, Lu Xian, Li Su, Wei Gang, Qin Mingming, and Jishui, and Jiang Xinyue. Shangguan Ling continued. It's a failure on our part that someone as young as you has to step onto the battlefield. But I hope that one day, the threat of the demon lairs will end with your generation. She mentioned that Xia allocates over 10 of its total budget annually to beast tamers. The 7 of them understood the gravity of T-Sit meant the nation was already giving its all. Shangguan Ling then explained the rules of the preliminary rounds in detail. 5 academies would hold selections. The combat division and the exotic beast division each had 10 spots, while the other 3 divisions shared 12 spots. Including 16 open selection spots, there would be a total of 48 participants. The competition followed a single elimination format, with classmates avoiding direct matchups. Ultimately, 8 individuals would be chosen to participate in the 9-school alliance's individual battles. Whilst class students would receive a bye in the first round, they still needed to win 2 matches. There would also be a 7 versus 7 team battle, with the winning team representing the school in the alliance's team competition. Time is tight, Shangguan Ling said, scanning the group. I will do my best to guide each of you. You should also communicate and collaborate more with one another. Now, let's choose a team captain. The 7 of them exchanged glances before their eyes eventually settled on Suyu and Lu Xian. And Jishui voiced what everyone was thinking. The 2 of you are the only class students in the team, so the captain should be one of you. The others nodded in agreement, recalling the awe-inspiring performance of Suyu and Alia in the video. They knew they couldn't compare. Lu Xian was admitted to the academy through a special recruitment process, thanks to her family's influential position. In the classroom, Shangguan Ling's gaze shifted between the 2 of them. Suyu, Lu Xian, what do you think? She asked. Lu Xian shook her head slightly. I just arrived today, so I don't know much about classmate Su. Suyu quickly added, teacher, you can decide. A glimmer of interest flashed in Shangguan Ling's eyes. Then let the capable take the lead. You 2's class trainees can have a match to decide. Besides, there are plenty of benefits to being the team leader. Aren't you at least a little tempted to compete? The suggestion immediately received enthusiastic support from the other 5 students. Agreed. That's spot on. Yes, they should definitely have a match. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Suyu and Lu Xian exchanged a glance before nodding in unison. All right. Shangguan Ling led the group to the combat arena. The arena was incredibly spacious, 300 meters long and 150 meters wide, providing ample room for lower-tier beast tamers to demonstrate their skills. The rules were straightforward. The match would end when one participant's beast was too injured to continue or was knocked out of the ring. The other 6 sat in the spectator seats, their eyes fixed intently on the arena. Standing at a distance, Lu Xian raised her voice. I hear Su is at the transcendent level? Coincidentally, so am I. This should be a fair fight. Suyu, Holding Alia's hand, replied calmly, please go easy on me. Don't worry, Lu, I'll hold back. Lu Xian's expression turned serious. Although she hadn't witnessed Su Yu's battles firsthand, the rumors of him fighting 100 enemies alone and forcing dozens of beasts to commit suicide simultaneously made her uneasy. She speculated that this was likely related to Su Yu's blood, and combined with Alia vampire capable of manipulating blood, their synergy was intimidatingly perfect. However, as the direct descendant of the Lu family, with class talent and a top-tier sequence beast, she was not afraid. Please. Before her words had fully settled, Lu Xian leapt into the air. A pure white, two-headed griffin caught her midair, lifting her high to maintain distance and guard against Su Yu's blood-based attacks. This sequence creature, number 63, the two-headed griffin from the eternal catacombs of the imperial capital, had one head governing light and the other controlling holy flames, making it an exceptionally powerful species. Combined with Lu Xian's class talent void compression, which allowed her to compress elemental energy into a tiny sphere smaller than a fingernail that could explode instantly, she was practically a walking bomber. As the battle began, the two-headed griffin unleashed a barrage of light roar and holy flame fury from above. Against this overwhelming display, Su Yu and Alia appeared almost insignificant. However, Alia instantly conjured a blood shield, effortlessly blocking the light and holy flames meant to counteract dark forces. Not only that, but the holy flames seemed to be subtly absorbed by the blood shield. Lu Xian's pupils contracted, and she immediately activated her talent. Void compression. The massive energy of light and holy flames compressed into a dense energy sphere, poised to explode at any moment. What will you use to counter this? Lu Xian thought to herself. As the Lu family's direct descendant, she was well aware of the advantages brought by her family's resources and background. Su Yu, still composed, remarked, interesting. Your talent is quite unique. Alia, let's end this. Just when Lu Xian thought he might concede, an unprecedented sense of mortal danger swept over her. In that brief instant when Su Yu got serious, she was overwhelmed by an insurmountable despair. How is this possible? Su Yu extended his right hand slightly. A king's command cannot be defied, not even by inanimate objects. Your void compression. Heed the king's command, detonate. The compressed energy sphere suddenly hurtled toward Lu Xian. Beneath her, the two-headed griffin seemed to be controlled by an unseen force, colliding uncontrollably with the lethal energy sphere. A suffocating wave of terror engulfed her as death loomed imminently. A platinum energy sphere burst into dazzling light before Lu Xian's eyes, radiating an overwhelming wave of power that left her breathless. She couldn't believe it. Despite pulling away by 100 meters to avoid the blood needles, her opponent still managed to control her effortlessly. Lu Xian was forced to shut her eyes tightly, her mind blank. Everything happened so fast that she had no time to react. Just moments ago, she had been confident in her status as the heiress of the Lu family, convinced that no other class student was worthy of being compared to her. But now, standing before Su Yu, she found herself utterly powerless. Alia. With a soft call, the suspended energy sphere in front of Lu Xian suddenly froze. It seems the outcome has been decided, Lu, Shangguanling remarked, her gaze fixed on the pair in the arena, a trace of astonishment flickering in her eyes. She had anticipated Su Yu's victory, but hadn't expected the disparity in their abilities to be so vast. What puzzled her more was whether this was truly Su Yu's own talent. As far as she knew, Su Yu's abilities should only affect certain pet beasts through blood. Suddenly, Shangguanling came to a realization this was Alia's power. Su Yu had merely used his words and actions to mislead his opponent, while Alia was the one actually wielding the abilities. But even so, one question still troubled her. Could a vampire's powers truly exert such a potent effect over a distance of 100 meters? Although Alia was somewhat renowned at the academy, her true identity as part of the divine generation sequence was tightly guarded. Aside from a select few, including Principal Ning Hanwen, no one knew the full extent of her background. Lu Xian and her two-headed griffin landed slowly, their expressions somber. Around them, the onlookers exchanged baffled glances, completely at a loss as to what had just transpired. Li Su, did you see what happened? Not at all. What exactly is Su Yu's ability? And Ji Shui pondered aloud. Sister Lu Xian is considered a top genius within the Lu family and even ranked in the top 50 of the Great Xia potential list during a secret test. How could she lose so decisively? It's not that Lu Xian is weak, Chen Mingming analyzed. It's that Su Yu is insanely strong. If you don't understand his abilities, you'll end up being completely at his mercy. Su Yu approached Lu Xian and asked softly, are you okay? Still in a daze, Lu Xian took a moment to gather herself before asking, what exactly is your ability? Su Yu pressed a finger to his lips and replied mysteriously, that's a secret, Lu Xian. If my ability is exposed, its effectiveness would be greatly diminished. In truth, Suyu had already realized during his tactical discussions with Alia that his fatal allure and blood crown abilities had an exceptionally powerful first strike advantage. Combined with Alia's blood queen power, it became remarkably easy to confuse opponents about his actual abilities. During the fight, when Lu Xian unleashed her energy construct, Alia had seamlessly infused her blood into the energy sphere, achieving perfect control. Even the two-headed griffin, 100 meters away, had fallen within the range of the Blood Queen's influence. Watching this unfold, Shangguanling's mind raced with a bold idea, and she was stunned by her own hypothesis. If everything just now had truly been Alia's doing, the capabilities she displayed far exceeded those of an ordinary vampire. After all, sequence rankings were absolute. A lower-ranked number 99 vampire shouldn't be able to dominate a higher-ranked number 63 two-headed griffin. Temporary control is achievable, but Aria's ability to manipulate blood has clearly reached a level of dominance. This is the suppression from a higher sequence. Shangguanling shook her head, dismissing her own hypothesis. She then clapped her hands and praised, "A well-fought duel. Lu, your strength is impressive, but remember, when facing an opponent like Suyu, whose talents are unknown yet highly threatening, you should prioritize gathering intelligence rather than rushing into battle." Shangguanling turned her gaze to Suyu. "As for you, you don't seem like a freshman at all. Your combat instincts are remarkable." Suyu raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking to himself, "Has she seen through me?" Outwardly, however, he responded modestly, "You're too kind, teacher." "In that case, Suyu will take the role of team captain," Shangguanling announced. The other team members expressed their agreement and immediately asked curiously, "Captain, you're so strong. Can't you share even a little hint about your talent?" Suyu smiled and shook his head. "If I told you my secret, wouldn't you figure out how to counter me?" Recovering from the shock of her defeat, Lu Xian sincerely said, "The teacher is right. Suyu, thank you for holding back." Though she was reluctant to admit it, she truly couldn't fathom the extent of Suyu's strength. Shangguanling went on to explain the benefits of being the team captain. An additional 20 academic credits per month, along with rewards for victories in both preliminary and main team battles. This left the other team members instantly regretful, lamenting that they hadn't competed for the captain position earlier. Afterward, Shangguanling cryptically mentioned the existence of the abyssal armament and revealed that Lu Xian could have used it to withstand Suyu's attack. This revelation raised Suyu's estimation of Lu Xian by a few notches. When the class concluded, Shangguanling headed straight to the principal's office to verify her suspicions about Alia. Meanwhile, the team members split into two groups. Suyu and Lu Xian went to the logistics department, while the others opted for the cafeteria. On the way, Lu Xian grabbed Suyu's hand and earnestly asked, "Suyu, can you tell me? Where exactly did I lose? I'm willing to trade academic credits, or even sign a confidentiality contract." Lu Xian could accept failure, but at this moment, her eyes sparkled with unwillingness. As an class student with considerable talent and a prestigious family background, being defeated by Suyu in a single move made her feel like a joke. She was about to reach out to grab Suyu and question him when Alia swiftly stepped forward, gently brushing Lu Xian's hand aside. "If you have questions, just ask directly. Don't use it as an excuse to touch my person," Alia said with a hint of warning in her voice. Lu Xian froze, her cheeks flushing. I didn't mean it like that." Suyu smiled, trying to ease the tension. "Actually, you performed very well. The combination of your griffin's attack and your innate abilities was impressive. However, you overlooked one crucial point: your griffin's roar first struck Alia's blood shield. While your void bind technique has a strong gravitational pull, almost like a miniature black hole, it also has weaknesses. Alia exploited this by breaking her blood into an invisible state and integrating it into the technique. That's what happened." Lu Xian suddenly understood. Suyu wasn't controlling inanimate objects, it was all a clever illusion. No wonder her void bind had been countered. To thank Suyu for his guidance, Lu Xian offered, as compensation, "They'll give you a ghost-grade demon armament." "Ghost grade?" Suyu looked puzzled. Lu Xian chuckled and explained, "It seems you're not familiar with demon armaments yet. Let's go talk to the logistics teacher." The three of them headed to the logistics department, where Lu Xian called out cheerfully, "Uncle Bai, I've come to see you." The logistics director, Bai Ruhui, was a small, elderly man with white hair. He frowned and said, "When does your father plan to repay what he owes me? Did he send you here to shirk the debt?" After a few soft words from Lu Xian, Bai Ruhui's expression finally softened. But when his gaze fell on Suyu and Alia, his eyes grew profound. "So, the little vampire has chosen you in the end." Suyu bowed respectfully. "Student Suyu greets teacher Bai." Bai Ruhui scrutinized Suyu carefully and nodded slowly. "For her, you even gave up a grade talent serum worth billions, settling for just a grade 1. I can see you're a decent master." Hearing this, Alia quietly hid behind Suyu, her face turning red. Suyu suddenly realized the truth. The talent serum was distributed by the logistics department, and given by Ruhui's knowledge of vampires, what happened yesterday was nothing out of the ordinary. So, tell me, why are you two here today? Bai Ruhui asked. Lu Xian tugged on Bai Ruhui's sleeve and said sweetly, Uncle Bai, I promised to give Su a ghost-level abyssal armament. Bai Ruhui was sipping tea and nearly choked upon hearing this. Cough, cough, cough. You little troublemaker. You're spending resources like they're nothing. A ghost-level armament costs 50 credits. 50 credits equated to at least 50 million outside the academy. Moreover, such armaments were not available on the market, making them priceless treasures. Their actual value was likely to far exceed this number. Lu Xian pulled out a purple gold card from her pocket. Uncle Bai, there's 1 billion on this card. He bought school credits with it. Bai Ruhui sighed and explained helplessly, at Yuling University, funding is always tight. So we allow wealthy students to purchase credits. On average, it takes 2 million to buy 1 credit, with a monthly cap of 100 credits. This price difference is how the school manages to stay afloat. All right then, Bai Ruhui said, turning to Suyu. Young man, how much do you know about abyssal armaments? Suyu shook his head, indicating he had no knowledge. Bai Ruhui began to explain in detail. Abyssal armaments are special weapons crafted from the body parts of various species beasts, demonic plants, undead, and other entities killed by humans in the abyss. These armaments are immensely powerful, rivaling battle pets, but they come with side effects. The stronger the armament, the greater the side effects. He continued, abyssal armaments are ranked from lowest to highest as beast level, ghost level, dragon level, demon level, and god level. Low-level beast tamers, below the nirvana realm, can only use beast level and ghost level armaments. Mid-level beast tamers can handle dragon level and demon level armaments, while only high-level beast tamers who've surpassed reincarnation can wield god level armaments. Of course, you can also hunt for materials yourself, and bring them back for crafting. Processing fees are just 10 credits. And if you're willing to sell to the logistics department, you'll receive credit subsidies. Don't think it's overpriced. Ghost-level armaments are durable enough to withstand missile strikes. As Suyu prepared to carefully select an armament, heavy footsteps echoed from outside. A man nearly 2 meters tall strode in, his body covered in blood. On his left shoulder, he carried a fiery red spear, and on his right, a pair of massive triangular pterosaur wings. Mr. Bai, don't clock out just yet, the man said with a bloodied grin. Help me figure out what kind of armament I can make from these screeching pterosaur wings. He then noticed Suyu. Oh, a new face. Freshman this year? Bai Ruhui's expression turned amused, as if watching a show. Suyu, bad timing. Your first rival has just returned. Rival? Who is he? Suyu asked. Mu Changwei, a second-year beast tamer at the Metamorphosis realm. He was a member of Little Vampire's Blood Spirit Squad, and one of the Shrank students pursuing her. The two locked eyes, curiosity gleaming in both their gazes. Suddenly, Mu Changwei lunged forward, his right fist whistling through the air. Suyu quickly dodged, the punch narrowly grazing his cheek. At that moment, Alia's expression turned icy. She manipulated the dragon blood on Mu Changwei's body, binding his shoulders tightly. Huh, you actually dodged that? Have you already reached the transcendent realm? Mu Changwei remarked in surprise. Alia spoke coldly. What are you trying to do to my man? Mu Changwei's face showed pain as he addressed her. Captain, don't say such hurtful things. But honestly, I don't think I'd lose to you now. Fresh from his hunt of the screeching pterosaur, Mu Changwei exuded arrogance, clearly not taking Suyu seriously. Brushing off the blood splattered on him, Suyu chuckled lightly. I thought someone formidable had returned, but it turns out you were just a pathetic fool gloating over others' misfortunes. Mu Changwei's expression darkened. What did you just say? Suyu glanced sideways and said, What? Did I say something wrong? Mu Changwei let out a cold laugh, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Ha, I've seen plenty of arrogant newcomers like you. Most of them end up trembling in fear when they enter the demon lair, only to meet their end there. What makes you think you have the right to talk big here? Because Alia has never mentioned you in my presence, Suyu said with a hint of smugness, holding Alia close to him. It shows that, in her eyes, you're nothing more than an insignificant figure. And judging by your words just now, you've proven that point yourself. I bet when Alia was still at her peak, you wouldn't have dared to speak to her like this. These words seemed to hit a sore spot for Mu Changwei. His lips twitched slightly, and a shadow of darkness flickered in his eyes. Nearby, Lu Xian watched the tense atmosphere between the two and quietly tugged on Bai Ruhui's sleeve. Uncle Bai, is he really one of the Blood Spirit Squad's Blood Spirit 7? Bai Ruhui nodded lightly and explained in a low voice. The Blood Spirit Squad is a team of all-strength students, a group of prodigies. The other 6 were personally mentored by the little vampire, but none of them ever won her favor. Alia has always been indifferent to others, even toward the Blood Spirit Squad. Only Suyu has received special treatment from her. He paused before continuing, but Alia's extraordinary beauty and talent have led many to pursue her, even knowing there was no hope. At least before, things were balanced since no one stood a chance. But then Su Yu appeared, and when Mu Changwei heard in the demon lair that Alia had become Su Yu's contracted beast, he rushed back in fury. Uncle Bai, this is just bullying, Lu Xian said anxiously. Su Yu is new here. How can he possibly compete with the Blood Spirit 7, who have been training for a year? You have to stop this. Bai Ruhui raised a hand, signaling her to stay quiet. Kid, let me see what a divine sequence beast tamer is capable of, Mu Changwei said coldly. Su Yu, step away from Alia. If you're a real man, stop hiding behind a woman. The captain is out of your league. Instead of getting angry, Su Yu pulled Alia closer with a more affectionate gesture. And who are you to tell me what to do? Seeing the usually aloof captain being so intimate with Su Yu, Mu Changwei's face twisted with rage, veins bulging as if the sound of his breaking heart could be heard. Fine, very well. Mu Changwei gritted his teeth. Kid, let's have a match. If you win, I'll give you the wings of the screeching wyvern I took down. But if you lose, you leave. Weaklings aren't welcome here. Before Su Yu could respond, Alia spoke with a playful tone. Are you serious? I'm not trying to discourage you, but even if you have a higher rank in two beasts, you'll still lose to this little guy. You don't even come close to matching him. I don't come close to him? This statement completely shattered Mu Changwei's pride. He roared in anger. Impossible. Captain, I will prove to you that he is the one unworthy of you. He turned to Su Yu. Do you dare accept the challenge? I won't even use my demon lair gear. With the captain helping you, you're already at an advantage. Su Yu nodded lightly. All right, but if I win, let's add one more condition: stay away from Alia from now on. Deal. Lu Xian was deeply worried. How could Su Yu, a freshman, possibly contend with an upperclassman who had been at the academy for a year? The gap in levels would greatly weaken the effectiveness of his pet beast's abilities. She turned to Bai Ruhui for help, only to see the elderly man wave it off casually. Let them fight, let them fight. With this old man here, don't worry about damaging the nearby buildings. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a blue light curtain spread out like water, gently covering the surrounding structures. The battle was about to begin, and the two opponents distanced themselves in preparation. Alia warned in a low voice, be careful. His talent is S-class, innate divine strength, which allows him and his pet beast to unleash triple their power. He's a pure strength-based beast master. Mu Changwei quickly summoned his partner, a one-eyed giant ape with black fur, accompanied by a towering vine that shot into the sky. It was a combination of a beast and a plant-type creature. The moment their gazes met, Mu Changwei made his move. The vine wove itself into a dense net in the air, while the one-eyed giant ape used it to leap upward, descending like a meteor from the sky. Colossal ape. Earth-shattering smash. The giant ape's arms glowed with a golden light as it charged at Su Yu with devastating force. This was Mu Changwei's well-practiced strategy. The plant-type creature provided mobility while his talent amplified the beast's attack power. Behind Alia, a harp forged from blood and bone began to play a requiem of death. Dirge of the Fallen. It's useless, Captain. Mu Changwei laughed maniacally. Your Dirge of the Fallen can only affect those whose level is below yours. It can't control me. This level suppression was precisely why he dared to challenge Alia. In the past, Alia's Dirge of the Fallen, combined with her Blood Queen abilities, could have easily obliterated him. Though the necrotic notes caused the giant ape to falter briefly, they failed to convert it into a fallen servant. As the giant ape's unstoppable strike descended, Alia conjured hundreds of blood spears in retaliation. However, the spears were all destroyed by the giant ape, and the vine sealed off all of Su Yu's escape routes. In this critical moment, Alia and Su Yu's eyes met. Fury ignited in her deep purple irises. She would not allow anyone to harm Su Yu. Without hesitation, Alia charged toward the giant ape. Alia! Both Su Yu and Mu Changwei shouted in unison. Boom! Blood mist scattered as the ground was smashed into a crater 10 meters deep. Alia's right arm was shattered under the blow, but in an instant, a crimson light flared, and her injuries were completely healed. This was her SS-class talent, Undying Power, which granted an unbreakable quality to all it touched. The shattered blood spears reformed, piercing toward the giant ape from every direction. Mu Changwei's expression changed drastically as he commanded the vine to intervene. At that moment, Su Yu made his move without hesitation, slicing his palm to offer his blood to Alia. The blood merged with the spears, breaking through the vine's defenses, and over a dozen blood spears pierced into the giant ape's body. The giant ape let out a pained howl but was unable to break a single blood spear. This was a power that transcended level suppression, a force only accessible to those of the divine era sequence. Mu Changwei stared at Alia in disbelief. What kind of ability is this? Besides the Blood Queen and Dirge of the Fallen, how do you have a third power? In the split second he was distracted, Suyu stepped forward to shield Alia, a faint smile on his lips. I'm afraid the battle is already decided. Huh. Hiding behind Alia like a coward. And you think you've won? Mu Changwei sneered coldly. Suyu tilted his head, raised his hand, and snapped his fingers. Because your pet beast has a new master now. The king's command cannot be defied. Beasts, finish him. Mu Changwei's mocking smile froze. In horror, he realized that the mental link between him and both the one-eyed giant ape and the vine had been severed. In Mu Changwei's mind, the connection to his contracted beasts suddenly became shrouded in a misty haze. The presence of the one-eyed giant ape and the azure vine seemed distant and unfamiliar in an instant. He widened his eyes in disbelief at the scene before him. How could his beasts, at the molting stage, possibly fall under the control of someone like Suyu, a low-level cultivator? The one-eyed giant ape's massive arm roared through the air, smashing toward Mu Changwei. Gritting his teeth, he quickly activated his innate abilities to counterattack. Bang! The crisp sound of bones cracking echoed as dust filled the air. The azure vine's tendrils, like venomous serpents, lashed out and wrapped around him, leaving deep, bleeding gashes on his body. What's wrong? You look like you don't understand what's happening. Suyu stood on higher ground, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Your beasts are quite useful. He commanded the azure vine to launch the one-eyed giant ape into the air. The ape descended like a meteor, crashing into the ground with a devastating Vajra earth split. Boom! Blood spurted from Mu Changwei's mouth. Despite his body having been tempered to near perfection, facing the combined assault of two beasts left him struggling to hold his ground. Impossible! One-Eye, Shaoqing, can't you hear me? Mu Changwei roared hoarsely, desperately calling out to his beasts. They only respond to the call of the king. Suyu sneered coldly. This is my ability, the Sequence King. Every existence within the sequence will bow before me. Mu Changwei howled in rage, denying the possibility of such an ability, yet the reality before him left no room for self-deception. Suyu's blood crown was not like the Blood Queen's. It was not simple domination but a seductive loyalty that compelled obedience even if this control only lasted for a fleeting minute. You think him bluffing? Suyu looked down at him with disdain. If I wanted, your beasts could end themselves right now. He slowly raised his hand, as if ready to issue a fatal command at any moment. Mu Changwei's hands trembled, anger and helplessness intertwining within him. By sheer strength alone, he could easily defeat Suyu. Even someone as powerful as Alia would need to use her trump cards to deal with these two beasts. Yet Suyu's bizarre ability left him trapped, forced to prioritize the safety of his beasts over his pride. Gritting his teeth, he finally uttered, I concede. You win. In truth, Suyu's blood crown was already nearing its limit. If Mu Changwei had held out for just a few more seconds, the outcome might have been reversed. However, without resorting to his demonic armory, Mu Changwei fell victim to Suyu's cunning ability and psychological tactics, allowing Suyu to emerge victorious in this cross-level confrontation. It all came to an end with Mu Changwei's concession. Suyu released his control, and Mu Changwei immediately withdrew his one-eyed giant ape and the Qingxian vine, a trace of heaviness flashing in his eyes. He let out a long sigh and handed the sharp-winged dragon's wing to Suyu as a sign of surrender. Then, carrying his crimson spear, he turned and walked away, his silhouette tinged with desolation. Uncle Bai, we won. Lu Xian, who had been watching the battle, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suyu actually defeated one of the Blood Spirit 7? It was only now that she realized just how much Suyu had held back during their previous sparring sessions. Suyu and Alia, having revealed all their cards, managed to overcome the Blood Spirit 7, surpassing their level. Bai Ruhui nodded slowly. Impressive. This young man has displayed a truly exceptional talent. Sensing that Bai Ruhui seemed to have discerned something deeper, Suyu humbly replied, it's just a minor trick, nothing extraordinary. Strictly speaking, it was his decision to surrender. Bai Ruhui chuckled. No need to act so mature. You exploited his weak point. Mu Changwei realized that even if he continued and won, his beasts would suffer severe injuries, so he chose to concede. Don't worry, he's not the petty type. Today's events won't spread. He cast a meaningful glance at Alia. However, this little vampire's charm is something else. For a young man, who wouldn't be captivated? But be prepared, there will likely be no shortage of troublemakers coming your way in the future. Suyu tightened his grip on Alia's hand. I'm not afraid. I'll face whatever comes my way. Teacher Bai, let's get back to the matter of the Demon Cave arsenal. What kind of equipment should I choose? And what level can this sharp-winged dragon's wing be forged into? Bai Ruhui led the two of them to the underground demon armory in the logistics department. Dragon wings are typically used to craft flight-related equipment, which is perfect for a beast tamer like you who lacks mobility. The sharp-winged dragon, serial number 255, can be forged into a ghost-grade weapon. Considering your blood-based combat style, it's best to choose a weapon from the same system. He retrieved a box from the armory. Try this. Suyu opened the box, and a strong scent of blood wafted out. Inside was a blood-red longbow engraved with mysterious runes. The moment he grasped the bow, information flooded into his mind. Demon cave weapon, dusk longbow, grade, ghost. Note: forged from the dusk bloodhawk's horn, its arrow speed exceeds 10 Mach. While its damage is not high, it can apply a dusk mark, turning the target into a moving blood nest to supply its wielder. Side effect: bloodthirst. If blood is insufficient, it will demand it from the user. This side effect is actually an advantage for me. This is the one. Suyu thought to himself. Teacher Bai, Alia's previous demon cave weapons were all destroyed. Could you help her pick one as well? It'll be fine with just this longbow and the dragon wing equipment. Bai Ruhui stroked his beard. I can, but I wouldn't recommend it. Why not? Suyu asked, puzzled. Bai Ruhui patiently explained. The reason is simple. The abyssal armament was specifically developed for humans. Although we are sequence number 999 and born without magic circuits, this actually gives us the greatest adaptability and potential. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table and continued. It's different for pets. Their magic circuits are deeply ingrained, like genes. Using the abyssal armament on them would be like forcibly injecting foreign genes, leading to side effects far more severe than those experienced by humans. Do you remember the set of abyssal armament the little vampire used? That was a unique, side effect-free set treasured by the principalates, the only one in the entire school. Suyu suddenly understood, recalling that he had indeed never seen any beastmasters equip their pets with armaments. This realization gave him a new appreciation for the advantages of the human race. Lacking magic circuits actually meant immense potential for growth. Bai Ruhui personally crafted the abyssal armament from the wings of a screeching wyvern, using his expertise as a top-tier magic artisan. The result was a pair of pitch-black triangular wings with a 3-meter wingspan when fully extended, their surface shimmering with strange wind element energy that faintly emitted the sound of dragon roars. When Suyu picked up the armament, its information immediately flooded into his mind. Abyssal armament, screeching dragon wings, grade, ghost level, description. Crafted from the wings of a screeching wyvern, this specialized flying armament is imbued with the blessing of wind. Ability Screech. The dragon wings can generate tornadoes infused with dragon sound waves, capable of piercing auditory perception within a specific range. Side effect: the longer the flight duration, the stronger the screeching sound in the ears. This is the resentment of the slain wyvern. Suyu attempted to connect with the armament, and the pitch-black dragon wings unfolded behind him. Paired with the dusk longbow in his hands, he finally felt like a true beastmaster. He was no longer the man who could only hide behind Alia, but a warrior who could fight alongside her. After experiencing the armament, Suyu put it away and sincerely thanked Bai Ruhui. Thank you, Teacher Bai, for your guidance. Bai Ruhui stroked his beard and said, go back and practice well. The abyssal armament is humanity's second most effective weapon against the abyss after beast companions. While you can contend with Mu Changwei as a beast master, if he were to use an abyssal armament, you might not stand a chance. After bidding farewell to Bai Ruhui, Suyu and Lu Xian returned to the dormitory area. Lu Xian smiled and said gratefully, Su, compared to you, I still have a long way to go. She knew that Suyu had held back significantly during their duel, and his true strength only became evident in his battle with Mu Changwei. Suyu shrugged humbly. I just got lucky. Your abilities, Lu, are better suited for large-scale battles. After all, spending just 10 academic credits to get a ghost-level armament was indeed a stroke of fortune. Lu Xian smiled. Then in the future, I'll be counting on your guidance, Captain. Suddenly noticing something, she exclaimed, wait, Captain. This is the girls' dormitory. Suyu, holding Alia's hand, looked slightly embarrassed. Sorry, but this is actually where I live. Lu Xian's cheeks flushed. Although it was a single-person villa, Suyu's residence was right next to hers. Thinking about Alia's stunning beauty, she couldn't help but let her imagination wander about their nights together. Ugh, I'm a bit curious. Covering her burning face, she quickly retreated to her dormitory. Suyu watched Lu Xian's retreating figure in confusion, unable to figure out what she was thinking. Back in his villa, he and Alia enjoyed a sumptuous dinner. Now, they were seated by the warm fireplace. Alia remained lazily sprawled on the armchair, flipping through a book. Alia noticed Suyu's heavy thoughts and asked softly, Little one, what are you thinking about? Suyu, sitting beside her, looked downcast. Today, to win against that person, you had to use undying to endure. I've been thinking, am I relying on you too much? Without you, Alia, it feels like my talent alone wouldn't qualify me to become. Before he could finish, Alia placed her slender finger gently on his lips. Her gem-like eyes sparkled. I won't allow you to doubt yourself. Suyu shook his head and held her hand. No, that's not what I meant. I'm worried was your arm in pain back then? If I can't become stronger, you'll have to keep taking injuries like that for me. I'm your man, so from now on, you're not allowed to use that move so recklessly. Aria's heartbeat quickened slightly, and the corner of her lips curved into a gentle smile. Oh, so my little one is worried about me? It didn't hurt that much, really. Vampires feel pain much less intensely than humans do. She keenly sensed there was more on his mind. But that's not all you're thinking about, is it? Well, Suyu admitted, I know it's wrong to think this way, and you're clearly cold to everyone else but so kind to me. Still, the thought of people even stronger than Mu Changwei pursuing Yut frustrates me. Aria moved closer with a playful smile. They're just mongrels. Little one, you're my knight. It's your duty to chase those mongrels away. Besides, instead of worrying about me getting hurt, why not give me some of your blood to help me recover? Suddenly, Suyu noticed the book in her hand, and his face turned dark. Wait a second, what are you reading? He snatched it away. You've got to be kidding me, Aria. The book is wrong. I do not like that. Aria nestled beside him and asked softly, then what kind of wife do you like? You can just tell me. Anything is fine? Of course, she said warmly. Whatever kind of wife you want me to be, I'm willing to listen. After all, men deserve to be doted on too. Suyu's throat tightened as he realized that everything he desired had always been within his reach. Meanwhile, in the combat department's conference room, Wang Yu was strategizing for the preliminary matches. The screen displayed analysis reports on Suyu and Aria. As the strongest division at the Shanghai Spirit Taming University, the combat department had recruited 3 strength students this year. The head of the Wong family had issued orders to suppress Suyu's growth, ensuring that an incident like Aria's capture in the abyss would never happen again. Coupled with the grudge over Wang Hongxi being severely injured by Suyu, Wang Yu was determined to crush him in the preliminaries. Strength student Li Mu voiced his concerns. Teacher, team battles are manageable, but in individual matches, even the 3 of us might not have a guaranteed win against Suyu. Wang Yu shook his head, displaying battle footage. No, in spirit taming battles, it's not just about strength, intelligence, and compatibility are key. Once we understand the essence of Suyu's abilities, we can find a way to counter them. He analyzed Aria's unique capabilities and began devising strategies to neutralize Suyu in both individual and team matches during the preliminaries. Every battle leaves behind a record. The combat division's team replayed Suyu's 2 battle recordings over and over, watching them a total of 7 times in an attempt to unravel their mysteries. It's strange, Li Mu analyzed with a frown. In the first battle, any pet beast hit by Suyu's blood lost its sanity and turned into his death soldier. But in the second recording, he directly controlled inanimate objects without using his blood at all. Professor Wang Yu fell into deep thought. Since he wasn't present at the scene, and the recordings couldn't be analyzed with spiritual power, it was impossible to expect Shangguan Ling to voluntarily disclose any information. This had become his most perplexing puzzle. Teacher, Leihe suddenly spoke up. Could it be that Suyu possesses 2 distinct talents? One specifically for controlling pet beasts and another for inanimate energy forms. That's a possibility. Wang Yu nodded in agreement, then added, however, according to Hong Shi, Suyu comes from an ordinary family and could hardly afford high-level talent serums. Besides, beastmasters are usually born with only 1 talent. He paused. Let's assume this is some sort of mutation. With that in mind, you might still have a chance in individual battles. Li Mu, Lei He, and Yuan Lang all lifted their heads, their expressions filled with curiosity. Wang Yu smiled. Aren't there specific anti-blood magic and anti-psychic gear designed for the abyss? Moreover, the attributes of you 3 aren't a bad match against Suyu's abilities. As long as you maintain a distance of over 100 meters and avoid being hit by his blood, your chances of winning are significant. With this intelligence advantage and the resources from your families, you shouldn't lose to him, right? You're absolutely right, teacher. The 3 responded in unison. As for the lottery draw, I'll find a way to handle it, Wang Yu said seriously. Consider this a personal request from me. I'm counting on you all. Understood. Meanwhile, on the other side, Alia had just taken a sip of liquid. Despite the taste link, she couldn't help but grimace. Tastes weird, but as long as you're happy, that's what matters. Now it's my turn. Wait. Suyu quickly stopped her. The abyss battle is imminent. We need to focus on training. How much of my blood do you need to advance to the transformation realm? 3,000 liters, Alia frowned slightly. Last time, hyperactivating your hematopoietic stem cells was just a temporary solution, and it wasn't good for your body. Maybe we need to find another method. What kind of method? In every magic city of the abyss, there's a mythic realm city lord and a demon plant. These demon plants secrete life essence, and just 1 drop can significantly enhance your physique, allowing your blood to regenerate continuously. Where can we buy it? The Pet Beast Association sells it, but each drop costs $1 billion, and there's a limit of 10 drops per purchase. Alia took out a golden ring. Hey, erase my savings certificate. It's just enough to buy 10 drops. If we need more in the future, we'll have to find another way. Seeing Alia hand over all her savings without hesitation, Suyu felt a warmth in his heart and silently vowed to protect her no matter what. Alia, yes? It's not just you who can fight for me. I can do the same for you. I've thought of a finishing move that belongs to both of us. Suyu purchased 10 drops of life essence from the Beast Association. Though the cost made his heart ache, he didn't hesitate to drink the starry liquid in the jade bottle in one gulp. The warm liquid spread through his body instantly, expelling impurities and filling him with an unprecedented surge of energy. This improvement brought a breakthrough in Alia's blood cultivation. After careful calculation, with the support of the life essence, Alia could safely extract 30 liters of blood daily without harming Suyu's health. To reach the transformation stage, it would take approximately 100 days. Even so, Alia insisted on not overburdening Suyu unless more life essence could be obtained to strengthen his vitality. Over the next 3 days, Suyu and his teammates focused on team coordination training, particularly familiarizing themselves with the properties of the two ghost weapons. Soon, the 9 Schools Alliance preliminaries arrived as scheduled, with the competition being publicly broadcast for the first time. According to the rules, Suyu and Lu Xian had a bye in the first round and would compete in the afternoon. Before the match, Suyu received a call from his parents. Son, can we come to watch your match this afternoon? Sure. But Mom, make Dad cancel the endorsement with Xingdong Feng immediately. That's not something he should be endorsing. Suyu said urgently. He couldn't let the reputation he had worked so hard to build be ruined by Xingdong Feng Culinary Academy. On the other end of the line, Ning Shooting chuckled. Oh, don't be like that. Your dad is thrilled about Ithier offering an 8-figure deal. Absolutely not. Suyu hesitated for a moment, but remained firm. If you're short on money, just tell me. I'm getting 100 million in subsidies every month now. Plus, this match is being broadcast publicly. I need to protect my and Alia's image. Bringing up Alia, his ace card, finally convinced his parents to cancel the endorsement. In the morning, Suyu and Lu Xian observed the matches of other contestants in their group. Even though they weren't class students, these competitors demonstrated remarkable strength, with all 5 advancing smoothly. In the afternoon, Shangguan Ling returned with the draw results, her expression serious. Teacher, what's wrong? Li Su asked. Shangguan Ling handed over the results. Not great luck. And Ji Shui will be facing Li Mu, an class student from the combat division, while Su Ye's opponent is Lei He, also an class beastmaster specializing in lightning from the combat division. Lightning abilities are known for their speed and destructive power. If the opponent could evade the blood-based attacks, Su Yu's talent advantage would be nullified. His previous success against Mu Changwei was largely due to compatibility. Don't worry, teacher. I've got a plan, Suyu reassured her, then turned to Ji Shui. And if you find yourself at a disadvantage, don't push yourself too hard. He knew this could be a deliberate arrangement by the combat division's dean, given their past conflicts. Ji Shui clenched her fists. I'll do my best. Soon, the arena's large screen lit up. Match 1. Li Mu vs. Ji Shui. Contestants, please enter the stage. Shangguan Ling reminded the group, pay close attention. The combat division is our biggest rival. Li Mu is ranked 3rd on the Daxia potential list, and may need to be dealt with by Suyu in the team battles. From the spectator stands, Suyu watched intently as the class talents began to take the stage, his expression growing serious. The preliminaries were held in the most prestigious arena of the Magic Spirit University, featuring luxurious decor and spacious seating that could still accommodate over 10,000 spectators. At each corner of the massive 500,800-meter field stood a unique guardian beast, forming an absolute defense barrier to ensure the battles wouldn't affect the audience outside the arena. Although the crowd wasn't as large as during the 9 Schools Alliance, the venue was still packed, and the atmosphere was electric. Meanwhile, the live broadcast popularity across major online platforms quickly soared past the billion mark. And Ji Shui took a deep breath, striving to calm her nerves. Over the past 3 days, she had spent all her academic credits to purchase high-grade exotic beast meat, barely breaking through to the transcendent realm just in time for the preliminaries. Do your best, Shui Shui, she silently encouraged herself. A Nirvana Realm referee stood in the center of the field and announced, the preliminaries have no restrictions on abyssal armaments. Please keep the fights within reason. Well then, I look forward to learning from you, Li Mu said with a warm smile on his face. Li, same here. And Ji Shui replied cautiously. The battle commenced in an instant. Heeding Shangguan Ling's advice, and Ji Shui decided to first create some distance and probe her opponent. Her rank talent, Spirit Eye, was perfect for this strategy, allowing her to detect even the subtlest emotional changes, magical fluctuations, and constructs in her opponent. Chase Wind Pegasus, take me to the skies. At her command, the exotic beast from sequence number 177 appeared, a creature with pristine white fur, broad wings, and exceptional agility and impact prowess, traits its species was renowned for. Li Mu gazed at the soaring Pegasus, slowly raising his left hand. And Ji Shui immediately focused on his movement, activating her spirit eye to its fullest. In that brief moment, Li Mu's talent was completely exposed to her, but by the time she realized the danger, it was already too late. Strength talent, dimensional crosscut, countless nearly invisible, razor-sharp threads extended from Li Mu's fingertips, weaving an inescapable web that sealed off all possible routes for Ji Shui's actions. Simultaneously, a humanoid creature with crimson skin and twin horns materialized beside him. Shui, surrender now? Shangguan Ling cried out in alarm. That's the Crimson Flame Demon from the Volcanic Abyss, sequence number 39. It's a perfect counter to you. The threads of dimensional crosscut had already restricted the chase wind Pegasus's movement. Any attempt to break free would result in it being shredded by the sharp threads. The blazing demonic flames spewed by the Crimson Flame Demon surged along the threads, heading straight for Ji Shui. Flames of oblivion. Boom. The crimson black flames engulfed Ji Shui in an instant. I concede before she could finish her surrender. Li Mu gently flicked his fingers, tightening the threads abruptly and triggering an explosion of flames. Shui. Shangguan Ling leaped forward in an attempt to intervene. Meanwhile, the audience on site and in the live streams were in a frenzy, oblivious to the danger and malice behind Li Mu's attack. Now this is the power of a strength student. He's even stronger than the ones from this morning. Third on the Great Xia potential rankings, truly living up to his reputation. With Su Yu and Li Mu, Magic Spirit University might just turn the tables in this year's 9 Schools Alliance battle. However, a few spectators began to notice something amiss. Hey, isn't that girl in serious trouble? Serves them right. We pay such high taxes to train powerful beast tamers, not to let a bunch of useless good-for-nothings play house. A sharp, mocking voice rang out from the audience. In the battle arena, flames raged wildly. Shangguan Ling and the referee rushed into the inferno to pull the severely injured Ji Shui out. Despite the best efforts of her chasing wind Pegasus to shield her, it was ultimately ill-suited for defense. Ji Shui's body was severely burned, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Shaolin, go find a healing-type beast tamer immediately. Shangguan Ling suppressed her fury, knowing it was inappropriate to lose her temper in front of so many onlookers. As Ji Shui was being carried off the field, Su Yu and his group pushed their way forward. Shui, are you all right? Lu Xian called out anxiously. Damn it, was it really necessary to go that far? I've got this, teacher, Su Yu said in a low voice. Alia. With a subtle nod from Alia, crimson light rippled through the air, and the burns on Ji Shui's body began to heal at a visible speed. Shangguan Ling's eyes narrowed, recalling the principal's words of caution from a few days ago. Li Mu descended the stage amid applause, his cold eyes scanning Su Yu's group. Lu Xian was livid. Li Mu, we're all classmates here. She had already surrendered. Why did you still have to go so hard on her? Li Mu smirked, a grin designed to provoke. I didn't hear her. Besides, I was already holding back. I just didn't expect your exotic beast division to be so weak, unable to withstand even a single move. Honestly, you should be thanking me. If I'd used just a bit more strength, that little girl's pet beast might not even be alive right now. You. Lu Xian was about to lash out, but was stopped by Su Yu. Their eyes locked with Li Mu's, and in that instant, Li Mu became acutely aware of danger, as if he were being targeted by a top predator. What? Does the exotic beast division intend to gang up on me? Li Mu sneered. Su Yu glanced at Ji Shui. This kind-hearted girl had not only helped gather intelligence, but had also shown great care during the team's training sessions over the past few days. As the team leader, he knew he had to seek justice for her. Tomorrow, Su Yu said coldly, I'll make you regret this by taking out your kneecaps. Students from the combat division arrived at the scene, and the two factions faced off. Leahy clapped a hand on Li Mu's shoulder. Well done, old Li. So this is the so-called Su Yu? Doesn't seem like much. Hey kid, you're up against me next. Bring it on. The referee announced, first match. Combat Division's Li Mu wins. Up next, the only strength battle of this round. Combat Division's Leahy versus Exotic Beast Division's Su Yu. The audience erupted into thunderous cheers, and the live stream's comment section was flooded with excitement. Everyone was eagerly anticipating Su Yu's performance. Then you can lie in a hospital bed and regret ever facing me, you mutt, Su Yu muttered under his breath. The insult made Leahy, towering at nearly 2 meters tall, visibly bristle with rage. Don't worry, he said to Li Mu. Remember what the dean said. I'll win this. No one can keep up with my lightning. I'm the perfect opponent for Su Yu. The referee sighed, reminding them, magical armaments from the demon cavern are permitted, but remember to keep it to a controlled level. Yet the killing intent in their eyes remained undiminished. Such was the brutal reality of Demon Spirit University. They would rather see their students crippled during training than let them die easily on the battlefield. You think I'm like those losers from the entrance exam? Leahy taunted arrogantly. Too bad for you, you drew me as your opponent. Suyu, you're the challenger here. The live streaming platform was flooded with an endless stream of comments as the audience's excitement surged with the imminent start of the match. Here we go. Alia is about to make her appearance. Go Leahy. Take down Chef Su. Tough call, but the betting odds actually favor Leahy to win. On the sidelines of the arena, several Star Emblem mentors from renowned institutions, including Wong Jing from the Imperial Spirit University and Linley from Jianghe Beast Taming University, had gathered. Their focused expressions made it evident they were here to study this highly anticipated battle. It's a matter of compatibility, Linley analyzed. Suyu might not necessarily win against Leahy. Wang Jing, gazing intently at the field, added, Leahy is ranked 43rd on the Daxiao potential list, while Suyu's peculiar talent might place him in the top 10. However, for beast tamers with low mental strength, speed often becomes the decisive factor. No matter how strong the power is, it's useless if it doesn't land a hit. With the referee's signal, the battle erupted instantly. Leahy wasted no time summoning number 105 Thunderbird. As electric sparks crackled and surged, cracks spread across the ground. His strength talent, Lightning Flash, not only rendered him immune to thunder damage, but also allowed him to accelerate using electricity, enabling him to break the sound barrier even at the transcendent realm. Boom! Leahy and the Thunderbird transformed into two intertwining arcs of lightning, striking directly at Suyu's vital points. Suyu, however, remained calm, summoning Alia. A harp formed of blood and bone materialized behind her, and notes from the death hymn began to reverberate, targeting the Thunderbird's mind. Prepared for this, Leahy activated his ghost-grade weapon, the echoing drum. The rapid drumbeats attempted to neutralize the death hymn, but to his dismay, the weapon's power couldn't fully dispel the eerie melody. While the Thunderbird wasn't completely controlled, it teetered on the edge of mental disarray, as expected of the previous year's Genius Senior. Without this ghost-grade weapon, she'd be nearly impossible to counter. Suyu observed his opponent with composure. Even with his Lingxi realm mental strength, he could only capture Leahy's afterimages. Just as Leahy was about to strike Suyu's face, Alia activated her Blood Queen ability. Leahy's blood seemed to rebel against him, forcing his knees to buckle involuntarily. Fortunately, he had a second contingency: prepare the ghost weapon Eerie Marionette, which allowed him to transfer injuries to the puppet. The Blood Queen's control was instantly redirected to the puppet, temporarily freeing Leahy from the bind. However, this choice came at a steep cost. The damage endured by the puppet would eventually rebound onto Leahy with multiplied intensity. To defeat Suyu, Leahy disregarded everything else. He charged forward at full speed, almost within reach of Suyu, when suddenly a pair of jet-black dragon wings unfurled from Suyu's back. Together with Alia, Suyu soared into the air, effortlessly evading the deadly strike. Alia immediately counterattacked, conjuring dozens of blood spears that formed and rained down on Leahy like a storm. Leahy relied on his speed to dodge, but as he looked up at the two in the sky, his expression grew grim. Flight-type demonic armament? You underestimate me, Suyu. My lightning is not something you can escape. Leahy sneered coldly. The drumbeats of the echoing drum rang out, finally awakening the Thunderbird, which had been under the influence of the Song of the Dead. The Thunderbird's feathers stood on end like blades, and with a flash of lightning, it launched a frenzied assault. Thousands of lightning feathers shot out, denser than a barrage of bullets, shaking the battlefield. However, Suyu's black wings swept through the air, stirring up a howling tornado that deflected all the lightning feathers. The invisible shockwaves transformed into sound waves that blasted toward Leahy. Though he narrowly dodged, his eardrums were still injured by the impact. Damn it! Leahy cursed under his breath, realizing that if this continued, he wouldn't last long before succumbing to the backlash of the strange puppet. As a direct descendant of the Lei family, he could not afford to lose to a commoner. Leahy and the Thunderbird transformed into pure lightning, intertwining into a blinding white streak that pierced the sky, shattering the sound barrier in an instant. The speed was so overwhelming that it surpassed the reaction time of nearly everyone present. It's over, the Star Emblem mentors concluded simultaneously. With Suyu's abilities, it seemed impossible for him to evade this fatal strike. Boom! The white light exploded, and blood mist scattered through the air. Leahy was just about to declare victory when he looked up and froze. Suyu and Alia were still standing unharmed in the sky. It turned out that Alia had long since used her blood to create a decoy of Suyu. Leahy, manipulated by the controlled blood flow, suffered from visual distortion and had been attacking this bait all along. By the time he realized he'd been deceived, the effects of the strange puppet had already ended, and the anticipated backlash never came. The audience erupted into laughter. I thought it was going to be an epic showdown. Turns out it's just a comedy skit. Leahy gritted his teeth and launched another lightning flash. Suyu, on the other hand, gracefully drew a crimson longbow and said with disdain, "How unfortunate for you speed isn't your exclusive strength." Lightning arcs flickered in the sky, but throughout the battle, Suyu maintained absolute control. Spreading his jet-black wings and wielding a blood-red longbow, he loomed above the thunder crane like a harbinger of night, shrouding all light. "Impossible!" the thunder crane roared inwardly. "With my speed, with my lightning, there's no way Suyu can catch me. As long as he can't hit me, I can't lose." The lightning clashed again, and in Suyu's hands, the dust-colored longbow formed a crimson arrow, brimming with bloodlust. The arrow's feathered shaft radiated a black and red glow, locking onto the thunder crane and its companion, the thunderbird, amidst the interplay of blood and darkness. A sharp sense of crisis flooded the thunder crane's mind. "I can't block this arrow, Hedon." Instinct drove it and the thunderbird to twist and turn in evasive maneuvers. Suyu's lips curved into a faint smile. "It's useless." Whoosh! The blood-red arrow tore through the sky like a rift in space, piercing the thunderbird's spine at a speed exceeding 10 Mach. The thunderbird let out a pained wail as pale blue blood dripped from its body. It was only then that the thunder crane realized speed was no longer its exclusive domain. Suyu's arrows were faster. After checking the thunderbird's injuries, the thunder crane breathed a sigh of relief. "Damn you, Suyu. This ghostly weapon of yours enhances speed but sacrifices attack power? Huh. That bow of yours looks intimidating, but it's too weak. If this is all you've got, you might as well surrender." The audience buzzed with chatter. "That bow and arrow have no damage? Is he just scratching the surface? Master Su, stop playing around." However, the star emblem mentors from other schools wore grave expressions. "A genius, truly. He's actually turned the side effects of the ghost weapon to his advantage," Wong Jing remarked with admiration. "Just as we suspected," Linley analyzed. "He uses his own blood as a medium to channel power." As the thunder crane prepared to launch a new round of attacks, a sudden, wet sound pierced the air. Its chest was impaled by a sharp claw from behind. Turning its head in shock, it saw its own thunderbird. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Both the audience and livestream viewers were bombarding the screen with question marks. Hovering in the air, Suyu snapped his fingers. "Obey the command of your king. Betray your master, beast." The thunderbird's 10 talons plunged deep into the thunder crane's chest, the sound of cracking bones mingling with the gush of blood. "How does it feel, Thunder Crane? Being impaled by the very beast you were so proud of?" The Thunder Crane was utterly confused when had Suyu's blood struck? Could that blood arrow have? His realization came too late. The match was already decided. The referee immediately shouted, "Healers, get in here now. The student is critically injured." The combat division's dean, Wong Yu, stormed into the arena, furious. "Suyu, this is against the rules. Why would you go for a lethal move in a sparring match?" Suyu shrugged nonchalantly. "Professor Wong, you've got it all wrong." After the referee's thorough inspection, Suyu nonchalantly said, "I deliberately avoided the vital areas. I just wanted Lei to learn a lesson. On the contrary, you should thank me. I've always been very measured in my actions." Wong Yu was momentarily speechless. The referee nodded and confirmed, "Dean Wong, rest assured, Su did avoid the vital areas, but you need to get him a blood transfusion immediately. There's no time to waste." Before Wong Yu could react, murmurs erupted from the audience. "Wow, is the combat department really this sore about losing? When that girl from the beast taming department got injured earlier, her dean didn't even step in?" "Exactly. Suyu has already shown so much restraint. If it were me, I'd have hit back even harder if my buddy got attacked." Standing at the sidelines, Wong Yu's face darkened as countless eyes turned toward him. The commentator quickly stepped in to smooth things over. That was truly an impressive match. Everyone saw it. Suyu once again demonstrated his extraordinary control. He used a blood arrow to inject his own blood into the Thunderbird, thereby achieving control over it. Oh, so that's how it works. That kind of innate ability is definitely hard to defend against. No wonder Alia didn't have to exert much effort to win it, completely flipped the pre-match odds. While the commentator diverted attention, Wang Yu quietly left the scene. However, with the match being broadcast live online, this moment quickly went viral. Hashtags like Wang Yu loses it, and this is serious Wong began trending instantly. Speculation about Su Ye's innate ability spread like wildfire online. The most widely accepted theory was that his blood possessed a unique power capable of invading a beast's Minda terrifying strength ability. However, the exact range and strength of this control remained unknown. As the discussions intensified, the Daxia potential rankings were updated just in time. Su Yu now ranked 9th. As he stepped off the battlefield, Lu Xian, Li Su, and others rushed over with excitement. "Captain, that was amazing. Shui, did you see? The captain avenged you. The combat department is so shameless it's no wonder their students follow bad examples. And Jishui, already healed by Elias' undying trait, had just recovered from her earlier unconsciousness and could now walk normally. In a soft voice she said, Suyu, thank you. Suyu smiled warmly. That's what a captain should do. Nearby, the combat department students were in chaos, scrambling like ants on a hot pan. The scene felt like déjà vu, except the roles were reversed. Limu glared at Suyu, who remained calm and said, Don't look at me like that. By your logic, you should be thanking me for not crippling Lei He. Just wait until tomorrow, we'll be taking your kneecap next. Limu clenched his fists. Suyu, just you wait. Let's see who takes whose kneecap. Tomorrow, I'll show you with my strength that all your pride means nothing in front of the Li family. Although the match pairings hadn't been drawn yet, everyone knew what was coming. The combat department, never one to back down, wouldn't let this go easily. The inevitable showdown between Limu, the most outstanding strength recruit of the year, and Suyu, the rising star who had formed a contract with the renowned Alia, was already set in stone. Limu turned and walked away. As he passed by Wong Yu, he slowed his pace and whispered, Teacher, don't worry. My family has already prepared a second pet beast for me. This remark made Wong Yu's eyes light up, instantly dispelling his earlier anger. Although both Limu and Suyu had reached the spirit stream level of mental power and were qualified to form a contract with a second pet beast, their circumstances were vastly different. Suyu, with no prominent background, would find it challenging to locate a suitable pet beast. On the other hand, Limu had the powerful Li family, a pillar of Xia, supporting him, making the search for a suitable pet beast merely a matter of time. The outcome seemed clear. 2 against 1. The advantage was ours. Shangguanling walked through the crowd and approached the group of 7. Lucian, it's your turn soon. Go get ready. Suyu, come with me. The other 6 returned to the resting area, while Suyu followed Shangguanling out of the combat arena into an office building. Standing in front of an office door, Shangguanling lowered her voice and said, Congratulations, Suyu. After defeating the Thunder Crane, you've officially been listed on Xia's potential rankings. This means you'll be a key focus for cultivation by the officials of Xia. Inside are members of the Xia 9 Guards. Thief come specifically to meet you. The Xia 9 Guards were an elite force stationed at the 9 major abyssal caves, with each cave guarded by a corresponding unit. The Calamity Abyss beneath the Magic City was protected by the Dragonhawk Guard, whose base was in Redstone City, a frontline force against the myriad races. To meet me? Suyu asked, slightly puzzled. Don't worry, it's just a routine procedure and a good opportunity for you. Just say whatever comes to mind. There's no need to be overly formal, Shangguanling reassured him. Pushing the door open, Suyu saw a man and a woman standing inside. The man had a resolute face, a burly build, and a prominent scar across his cheek. The woman, about 1.7 meters tall, had a delicate oval-shaped face and striking features. The sharp gazes of these two reminded Suyu of Mu Changwei's kind of eyes that had witnessed countless battles and bloodshed. The square-faced man stood up to greet him. Hello, Suyu. I'm Qinze, a major of the Dragonhawk Guard. We watched your impressive battle and have a few things to discuss with you. Please, have a seat. Qinze pulled out a document, while the female secretary beside him prepared to take notes. Suyu, 20 years old, only recently became a beastmaster. During your awakening ceremony, no innate talent was detected, but you are suspected to have awakened and shrank talent later. Your pet beast, Alia, is suspected to be sequence number 99, a vampire who once served as the captain of the Blood Spirit Squad. However, your report contains many details that are unclear. According to protocol, all newcomers on Xia's potential rankings undergo focus cultivation. But first, we need a detailed account of your abilities. Of course, this is entirely up to your discretion. Suyu shook his head. Sorry, but I'm not ready to disclose my abilities at the moment. Qinze smiled. Understood. Most beastmasters are like this. This is merely a routine inquiry. For those who choose to trust us, we directly invite them to join the Xia 9 Guards and offer dual cultivation opportunities through the Beastmaster University and the military. Would you consider it? Suyu shook his head again. To outsiders, Alia was merely a high-level vampire from the sequence, not a being from the Divine Era sequence. This secret was far too critical to reveal, even in the slightest. Qinze showed a hint of disappointment. I understand. Then let's leave that topic for now. Qinze leaned forward slightly, sincerity evident in his gaze. As a member of the Dragonhawk Guard, I'm officially inviting you to join us. You know that Beastmaster University is essentially a reserve force. Participating in the war is an obligation, but choosing the battlefield is your right. We're all from the Magic City, and the Dragonhawk Guard needs talents like you. If you have any conditions, feel free to state them. Suyu fell into deep thought. Shangguanling had mentioned before that the order of participation in the Demon Abyss would be decided after the 9 School Alliance Exchange Tournament. At that point, as a Beastmaster enjoying exceptional benefits, No one could avoid this responsibility. When choosing battlefields, most people would opt to defend the demon abyss in their hometown. Major Qin, am willing to join the Dragonhawk Guard's combat ranks, but I have two conditions, Suyu said, looking up. Qin Ze's eyes lit up. Let's hear them. The first is about the benefits. Suyu explained with a wry smile. Beastmasters are like bottomless pits when it comes to resources. I don't have a prominent Beastmaster family backing me, so resources are extremely tight. After the 9-School Alliance exchange tournament, other guards will likely make offers to recruit me. I hope the Dragonhawk Guard's terms won't be inferior. Qin Ze's lips twitched slightly. He thought to himself, this kid really is the type to prioritize self-interest. But he understood after all, which of the powerful Beastmasters didn't rely on a mountain of resources to reach their level. I agree. All right, the second condition is simple. Suyu continued. I hope my family can be well protected. Of course, Qin Ze responded immediately. As long as you join the Dragonhawk Guard, your family will be relocated to our affiliated residential compound, with round-the-clock security. Then I agree to join. Suyu nodded, then added, additionally, I'd like to request an advance on some life essence. Based on current progress, ITLL take another 97 days for Alia to advance to the metamorphosis stage. Qin Ze hesitated, looking troubled. Life essence is incredibly scarce. Even the Dragonhawk Guard's reserves are limited. Typically, only the top 10 Beastmasters on the Daxia potential rankings receive 1 drop per month. Others have to exchange battle merits for it. I need at least 10 drops, preferably 40, Suyu said bluntly. What? Qin Ze exclaimed in shock. 40 drops equated to a staggering 40 billion, even at the regulated price under the Daxia Beastmaster Resource Subsidy Act. Suyu was well aware that only the front lines had an ample supply of life essence. If he could secure 40 drops, Alia could reach the metamorphosis stage in just 20 days, far faster than the original 100-day plan. In the upcoming Demon Abyss War, strength was the key to survival. Qin Ze rubbed his temples. That's a steep request. I'll need to consult my superiors. He didn't dare to outright refuse, fearing that other guards might offer more enticing terms. Major Qin, I truly need this life essence, Suyu pressed. How about this? Tomorrow, they'll likely face Li Mu, your potential rankings 3rd place, in the preliminary round. If I win, will you help me secure those 40 drops? With them, I'm confident I can claim the freshman championship in the 9-School Alliance exchange tournament. Qin Ze's pupils contracted. Winning 1st place in the 9-School Alliance was no small matter. All right, I agree. He stood up and extended his hand. I'll do my best, Suyu said, shaking it firmly. After the Dragonhawk Guard members left, Shangguanling smiled. You've certainly made some bold claims. The freshmen this year are no pushovers. Even with Alia, it won't be easy. Suyu shrugged helplessly. Teacher, without a Beastmaster family backing me, I have no choice but to fight with everything I've got. Shangguanling nodded. You're right. That's also why I called you here for a second matter. This preliminary round is being overseen by the combat division, and tomorrow's draw has already been decided. Your opponent is indeed Li Mu. What I want to share with you is intelligence on Li Mu and the Li family behind him. Suyu took the documents handed over by Shangguanling and began to carefully go through them. The Xia clan has a century-long history of beast taming, Shangguanling explained in detail. Throughout this time, many powerful beast tamer families have emerged. These families are ranked as 1st tier, 2nd tier, and 3rd tier based on their strength. Even the lowest-ranking 3rd tier family must have a family head with strength at the Samsara realm. She paused for a moment before adding, mid-level beast tamers are divided into 3 realms: Nirvana, Transcendence, and Samsara. Only families with beast tamers at the Samsara realm qualify as distinguished families. Among these families, there are 9 particularly prominent pillar families, Shangguanling continued. Together with the Beast Taming University and the 9 guards of Great Xia, they form the primary force against the Abyss. The Li family is one of these 9 pillar families, and Li Mu is the most outstanding strength recruit this year, second only to Kong Huan Yuan of Imperial Spirit University and Shi Xiaolong of Zhangha University. Shangguanling's gaze shifted to Alia. Based on my deduction, the Li family will undoubtedly prepare a second beast for him, as well as abyssal weaponry specifically designed to counter your abilities. This year, more than half of the top 10 contestants on the Great Xia potential list come from pillar families, and their strength may surpass that of the previous generation. Alia seemed indifferent to these remarks, casually playing with Suyu's fingers. Shangguanling added, if there's anything you have that can definitively surpass Li Mu, besides your unique innate ability, it's Alia. As Suyu carefully analyzed the information on Li Mu, combined with what Njishui had observed through her spiritual vision, he gradually grasped the essence of Li Mu's innate ability, interwoven boundaries. It was a dual-purpose ability for both offense and control, using sharp threads to restrict opponents' movements and launch attacks. Close combat fighters like Mu Changwei would struggle against me, but they might find it easier to deal with Li Mu since brute force can break through the restrictions of those threads, Su Yu thought to himself. From an outsider's perspective, Li Mu's ability seems to counter mine quite well. What do you think? Confident in handling him? Shang Guanling asked. Su Yu nodded slightly. I'm more concerned about whether Major Qin can bring back my 40 drops of life essence. Shang Guanling was momentarily stunned by his response, but then laughed. Recruiting Su Yu into the exotic beast division might have been her smartest decision this year. After leaving the office building, Su Yu headed toward the combat arena, both to check on the results of his team members' matches and to pick up his parents and younger sister, who had come to watch the competition. On the way, Alia noticed Su Yu's silence and asked, "What's on your mind, little one? Are you worried about tomorrow's match?" Su Yu shook his head. As he delved deeper into understanding Alia's abilities, he became increasingly aware of the immense power of the divine epic sequence and grew more certain of one thing. Alia, the people who attacked you back then, they wanted to capture you alive, didn't they? Alia nodded gently. Yes. Why? Do you have any clues, little one? Su Yu pondered for a moment. What the mentor said earlier gave me an idea. I have some theories, but they still need to be verified. A hint of emotion flickered in Alia's eyes as she pressed her lips together. Su Yu had never forgotten the time she was attacked and nearly fell into a death-like slumber. That event marked the beginning of their acquaintance, but also cast a lingering shadow over her heart. Now, she no longer had to face everything alone. She had a partner to fight alongside her. Warmth welled up in her heart as she leaned in and planted a light kiss on Su Yu's cheek. I'll leave the things this queen can't figure out to you. Suddenly, a cough interrupted the moment. Su Yu looked up and saw a familiar figure with his back turned to them. His brows furrowed immediately. Didn't we agree that if you lost, you wouldn't appear in front of Alia again? The person was none other than Mu Changwei from their second year. With his back still turned, his voice carried a trace of bitterness. That's why I'm standing with my back to you. Technically, I'm not facing you, so I'm not breaking my promise. What? Are you serious? Come on, can you guys at least have some dignity? Mu Changwei's face turned slightly red with embarrassment, and he quickly changed the subject. I'm not here to banter with you. I have something important to report. He tossed a small round emblem over his shoulder. 3 days ago, I encountered some suspicious individuals at a bar. They were trying to gather information about the captain. Using our retrocognition ability, we found this at the site of the captain's attack. Su Yu caught the emblem. It bore the crest of a demonic blade, slicing through bird feathers, a clear symbol of Huaing Nation. Some vague suspicions began to take shape in his mind. Got it, Su Yu replied. Then he added, by the way, your bonded beast was only temporarily influenced by the allure of my blood. It hasn't betrayed you. Hearing this, Mu Changwei let out a sigh of relief. Don't lose tomorrow in the 9 Academies League. The captain's never lost before. With those words, he strode away, his steps noticeably lighter. Alia watched his retreating figure, a slight smile playing on her lips. Are all men this stubborn? Su Yu chuckled softly. He came seeking confirmation, didn't he? The bond between a beastmaster and their bonded beast is stronger than anything. If there's a rift in their trust, how can one even begin to be a true beastmaster? The two made their way to the resting area of the arena, where Lu Xian and the others had already finished their matches. After some conversation, they learned that out of the 6 team members, only 4 had advanced to the top 16. What was even more concerning was that Su Yu's opponent for tomorrow was the formidable Li Mua clear move orchestrated behind the scenes by Wong Yu. Noticing the group's unease, Su Yu spoke firmly, don't worry. Tomorrow, I'll crush their confidence completely. By the time the team battle comes, they'll be too afraid to even look us in the eye. Mu Changwei's visit had taught Su Yu an important lesson. His abilities could create cracks in the trust between beastmasters, and their bonded beasts a fatal flaw for any beastmaster. Li Su clutched his injured leg and stood up, saying, I trust you, Captain. But could you at least heal my leg? Su Yu waved him off impatiently. Shoo. My Alia doesn't heal other men. Go find a healing-type beast tamer instead. Wow, so much for team spirit. Li Su complained with a look of exaggerated misery. Su Yu straightened his face and said, Li, I have to criticize you here. It's just a small injury, and you're whining about it? You're embarrassing us men. Look at Wei Gonghe hasn't said a word. Li Su turned to look at Wei Gang, who patted him on the shoulder and said helplessly, Li, that's because I never had any hope to begin with. This exchange made Lu Xian, and Jishui, and the others burst out laughing. Despite Su Yu's tough attitude, it lightened the mood of the group, boosting everyone's confidence. After all, the freshman individual tournament spots were usually dominated by rank students, and the school often avoided internal matchups during the draw. At that moment, the final match in the arena had just concluded, and the draw segment began. Su Yu leaned back in the chair in the lounge, staring intently at the screen. Although he already knew who his opponent would be, he was curious to hear the public's reaction. On the screen, the host announced, The first 2 rounds of the preliminaries are over. Tomorrow, we will determine the 8 students representing Modu Beast Taming University in the freshman division of the 9 Schools Alliance Exchange Tournament. Now, let's reveal the draw results. Tomorrow's first match, Suyu versus Li Mu. The announcement immediately caused a stir in the audience, and the online chat exploded with comments. No way. Modu University isn't avoiding internal matchups. Rank 3 versus rank 9 on the potential list. This is going to be intense. Good thing I managed to get tickets for tomorrow. Can someone analyze who's more likely to win? In the broadcast studio, the organizers had invited Lu Yun, a Nirvana-level beast tamer and expert from the Beast Tamer Association, as a guest commentator. Lu Yun confidently analyzed, "Many might see this as a clash of titans, but I believe Li Mu will easily defeat Suyu tomorrow." The comments section erupted. "That's nonsense. There's no way Suyu is getting eliminated this early. Li Mu is strong, but Alia was the strongest last year. Even if Suyu has a personal grudge, Alia won't lose." Glancing at the comments, Lu Yun continued, "Don't make judgments without knowledge of beast taming. Matchups are about level, sequence, and compatibility. Both are at a similar level and possess high-tier sequence beasts, but compatibility is the key. Suyu relies on blood as a medium and spatial manipulation, whereas Li Mu excels at controlling the field. Moreover, coming from a prestigious family, Li Mu might even have a second beast. As for Alia, that was last year. She's already regressed in rank, and past glory doesn't equate to current strength." Lu Yun's analysis was compelling. While Alia was well known, her combat footage was scarce, and most people only remembered her as the brilliant campus beauty. Lu Yun's points seemed logical and hit the mark. The odds are out: Li Mu at 1.4 and Suyu at 4.7. This stark contrast immediately sparked heated discussions among the audience. The showdown between 2 prodigies from the potential rankings, coupled with expert commentary, pushed the event's atmosphere to a fever pitch. In the broadcasting room, the host, who had just finished the live coverage, lowered his voice and asked, "Lao Lu, does Li Mu really have such a big advantage? I'm thinking of placing a bet." Lu Yun waved his hand dismissively, looking unimpressed. "You're jumping on the bandwagon too? Let me tell you, the true theory evenly matched. I deliberately skewed the narrative to manipulate the odds. If you're betting, go for Suyu. And don't forget to place a bet for me too, strictly off the books. The association is cracking down hard." The host was left speechless, marveling at the expert's cunning. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the rest area was heavy. He lay curled up on the hospital bed, trembling uncontrollably despite receiving treatment from a beast master healer. Li Mu and the others stood by his bedside, their hearts heavy as they looked at their once proud comrade reduced to such a state. "Lazy, I'll avenge you tomorrow," Li Mu promised in a low voice. Lei's eyes were filled with terror, fear of Suyu, and fear of the path ahead as a beast master. The betrayal by his most trusted partner, the Thunderbird, which had pierced through his body, had nearly shattered his faith in being a beast master. "Li, you must win," Leahy stammered, trembling. "Be careful of Alia. She can control the blood in a person's body. The phantom puppet won't be able to stop her." Li Mu grasped his hand firmly. "Trust me, I will win." To prepare for the vampire threat, he planned to contract a second high-ranking beast tonight, and a ghost weapon specifically designed to counter vampires was on its way. In an underground room somewhere in Modu, Ishikawa Hideji was fuming at Wong Yu. "Baka, can't you deliver on your promises? Alia and Suyu's influence is growing. What if they really gain protection?" Wong Yu was visibly anxious. His original plan to weaken Suyu's reputation before he entered the abyss was disrupted by Leihy's failure. He reassured Ishikawa with determination, "Trust in our commitment. Li Mu will stop Suyu from participating in the 9 Schools Alliance exchange tomorrow. Besides, in Disya, the bravest always go to the battlefield." Elsewhere, Suyu, having just reviewed the draw results, was waiting for his family. Half an hour later, Su Qifan, Ning Shooting, and his younger sister Su Wanrong finally emerged from the crowd. As soon as she saw her brother, Su Wanrong dashed over and threw herself at him. "Brother, you're amazing." Standing nearby, Alia, wearing a baseball cap, frowned slightly. She knew this was Suyu's sister, but she couldn't help feeling a twinge of jealousy. Ever since she started experiencing the human world with Suyu, her sensitivity to such emotions had only deepened. All right, you're 18 now. Stop acting like a child," Suyu said, gently pushing his sister away. Su Qifan and Ning Shooting looked at their son with a mix of pride and worry. His achievements were impressive, but mastering lethal skills at such a young age meant the battlefield was not far off. "Brother, I want to be a beast master too." Su Wanrong pouted. "Don't even think about it." "No way." Suyu rejected her firmly. "Why? One professional beast master in our family is enough," Suyu said firmly, his brows slightly furrowed. "If you like pet beasts, I can buy one for you later, but you are absolutely not allowed to become a beast master." Standing still, Su Wanrong tugged at her ponytail with both hands, pouting in dissatisfaction. As one of the only two children in the Su family, she was clearly unhappy with her brother's decision. Rong, your brother is right, Ning Shooting gently persuaded. Now that the family's financial situation has improved, even if next year's contract ceremony doesn't go well, we can still buy you a talent serum and a pet beast. She knew deep down that if it weren't for Alia, a rare divine era sequence, Suyu would have had to prepare for the worst when heading to the battlefield. The thought of it often left her waking up from nightmares. Su Qihong also nodded in agreement. In his view, having one beastmaster in the family was already enough to bring honor to their name. Brother. Su Wanrong was about to speak, but was interrupted by Su Yu. Don't worry, I won't lose. I mean, don't get hurt. Su Wanrong threw out the words, turned around, and left. Ning Shooting and Su Qihong gave a few brief reminders before following her. Watching his family walk away, Su Yu fell into a moment of confusion. Alia's voice chimed in at the right time. This isn't a wise choice. The entrances to the abyss leading to Blue Star increase every few years. It's a disaster humanity cannot escape. Instead of avoiding it, you should prepare for it. Su Yu nodded lightly. I'll think about it carefully. Don't dwell on it for now, Alia said, wrapping her arms around Su Yu's neck. The competition is tomorrow. It's time to replenish my energy. Dealing with someone like Li Mu shouldn't require full power, right? The Blood Queen and Death Apostles him don't consume much, but the immortal skill does need a lot of blood, Su Yu replied. Alia lightly bit his earlobe. Who knows? What's the matter? You don't want to? Then you have to wear JK today in an eye patch. Su Yu gritted his teeth and said. After an entire night of replenishment, even after consuming the life elixir, Su Yu remained full of energy. He told Alia, go all out today. Don't hold back. Alia's words from the previous night had made him reflect deeply. While concealing his strength could provide an edge in battle, facing the threat of the abyss required him to demonstrate greater value to secure resources. A light rain drizzled over the arena, but it did nothing to dampen the crowd's enthusiasm. A showdown between two of the top 10 on the Daxia potential rankings was a rare event, drawing even some students to skip classes and gather in front of live streams to witness the battle. Quiet, quiet, it's starting. The murmurs in the audience gradually subsided after this exclamation. Wow, Li Mu's odds are so high. Many experts predicted yesterday that Li Mu would win. I heard from the combat department that Li Mu has already formed a contract with his second beast. That spells trouble for Su Yu and Alia. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the audience. The governor of the Grand Xia Magic Capital is here. Gasps of surprise spread through the crowd. In the VIP section, Principal Ning Hanwen personally welcomed the distinguished Xia Tinjin, both the commander of the Dragon Eagle Guard and widely regarded as the protector of the disaster abyss. Governor Xia, is a student competition really worth your personal visit? Ning Hanwen inquired. Xia Tinjin smiled and replied, I couldn't resist coming to see the prodigy you've been keeping under wraps, Principal Ning. It seems something unexpected has happened. Hasn't it? Man proposes, but heaven disposes, Ning Hanwen said calmly. Fortunately, this student also has considerable talent. Oh, then I'll have to keep my eyes wide open, Xia Tinjin said, intrigued. Please, Principal Ning. Who do you think will win? Ning Hanwen's white beard swayed slightly, but he did not answer. Xia Tinjin chuckled. It seems you're quite confident. I've met this young man from the Li family before. He's certainly an extraordinary talent and not one to be easily trifled with. Indeed, Li Mu is a promising young man, Ning Hanwen agreed. Down on the battlefield, Lin Tang, the dean of the Beast Plant Department, had taken his position. Due to the commotion the previous day, he was temporarily stepping in as the referee. The final round of the Magic Capital Beast Tamer University Preliminary Competition, Match 1. Li Mu vs. Su Yu. Lin Tang's voice, amplified by his spiritual energy, echoed across the arena. Amid the cheers, Su Yu and Li Mu emerged from opposite tunnels. The crowd's support rang out from all directions. Go, boldly. Don't let the combat department down. Alia will always support you. The two competitors seemed oblivious to the noise, their gazes locked on each other. Standing between them, Lin Tang softly explained the rules. If I determine that a contestant is on the brink of death, I will intervene, which will result in their loss. After both acknowledged the rules, Lin Tang raised his voice. Let the first match begin. You crippled Lei He, Li Mu said coldly. He's now afraid of his own beast. Your methods are truly despicable. Right back at you, Su Yu retorted. If you want to target me, just come at me directly. Dragging others into it? I fail to see any honor in that. Honor? Li Mu spread his arms. That's just an excuse for the defeated. I will take back everything my friend lost. Behind Su Yu, a wyvern flapped its wings and loomed menacingly. Too bad your efforts will be in vain. The crisp sound of a raindrop hitting the ground marked the start of the battle. Roar, Crimson Flame Demon. Appear, Shadow Dance Nether Crow. The crimson flame demon erupted from the ground like molten lava, forming a towering six-meter giant of blazing fire. At the same time, Limu's second contracted beast revealed itself, a tide of shadows, surged and coalesced into a humanoid figure wielding a spectral staff and cloaked in black and purple. Its face bore the unmistakable shape of a crow's beak. The Li family really spared no expense. Xia Tingjin immediately recognized the beast. That's a member of the Shadow Wraith clan from the Millikan Nether Abyss, ranked number 16. It was responsible for slaughtering tens of thousands of beast tamers during the war with the Lika Kingdom, ultimately causing the collapse of the Shadow Abyss frontlines. Su Yu is in serious trouble now. As the heir of his family, Li Mu had received the finest training. His gaze was heavy as he stared at his opponent, Su Yu, and without hesitation, he unleashed his ultimate move, boundary cross severance. In an instant, countless threads as thin as cicada wings intertwined in the air, filling the entire combat arena. These threads were exceedingly sharp and incredibly resilient, with their sole weakness being their inability to withstand the brute force of strength-based beasts. At that moment, Alia snapped her fingers softly. Blood rained down like a crimson storm, staining the nearly invisible threads. In the blink of an eye, the entire area transformed into a blood-red tide. Li Mu frowned deeply. He had intended to use boundary cross severance to restrict Su Yu's movements, but Alia's counterattack was swift. Her right hand clenched tightly, and the blood immediately twisted into spirals, slicing through the delicate threads. SHHHK, the threads of boundary cross severance began to collapse under the relentless cutting of the blood. Li Mu's pupils contracted as he stared in disbelief. This far exceeded the abilities of an ordinary vampire. All that talk, and this is all you've got? Su Yu sneered from above, his voice dripping with mockery. Li Mu's lips barely moved, choosing to remain silent. He knew Su Yu excelled at psychological warfare, and it was wiser not to take the bait. Despite the setback of his initial attack, boundary cross severance had another feature: it could channel magic. The crimson flame demon beside Li Mu began to glow with a dark red light in its chest. Moments later, it opened its massive jaws, infernal blaze. Guided by the threads, dark red magma transformed into serpentine fire streams, twisting unpredictably as they surrounded Su Yu from all directions. Li Mu shouted sharply, "It's not over yet." The Shadow Dance Raven raised its staff and unleashed Dark Tide. The ground instantly turned into a black-purple underworld river, bubbles rising and bursting. Over a dozen black water columns shot into the sky, transforming into shadowy nights. Together with the infernal flames, they formed a deadly encirclement. Yet, Su Yu and Alia remained unmoved in the face of this onslaught. "No need to hold back, Alia. Go all out," Su Yu commanded in a calm, deep voice. Alia clasped her hands together and began chanting. Her low, resonant voice echoed through the arena. "Awaken, you who slumber in the frenzy of blood and death. Heed the sacred hymn of the true ancestor." Behind her, blood coalesced into an entire symphony orchestra, long strings, flutes, all crafted from blood. Empowered by an unyielding force, the true sacred hymn was about to begin. Holy yet deathly notes froze every attack midair. What was even more shocking was that the blood, resonating with the hymn, seeped into the infernal flames and shadowy nights, converting them into Alia's loyal thralls. Under Li Mu's incredulous gaze, the shadowy knights that had been advancing on Su Yu now turned and marched across the magma to attack him instead. Even the Crimson Flame Demon and Shadow Dance Raven fell into disarray under the influence of the unyielding hymn. The Li family's Moonbone Necklace Divine artifact crafted from the skull of a moonlight apostle was unable to dispel the effects of the eternal hymn. On the spectator platform, Xia Tingjin took a deep breath, a flicker of shock in his eyes. Eternal? Could it really be? "Ha, Principal Ning. You've kept this hidden well, haven't you?" Ning Hanwen sipped his tea lightly, his tone carrying a hint of mystery. "Is Su Yu truly the lucky one? What do you mean by that?" "Some secrets cannot be revealed," Ning Hanwen replied with a cryptic smile. Xia Tingjin rolled his eyes. When it came to this sort of thing, the principals of Moling and Dilling universities were the people he despised the most, cunning schemers who rarely spoke more than a word. He recalled when Qin Zhe had reported Su Yu's request to advance 40 drops of life essence, he had thought the kid was overestimating himself. But now, it seemed like it might have been a gamble worth taking. In the arena, the battle had reached a fever pitch. The power displayed by Alia far exceeded everyone's expectations. This was the true strength of last year's brilliant campus bell. If not for the protective barriers, the ferocity of their attacks might have already reduced the entire arena to rubble. Li Mu was well aware of the dire situation. He made a decisive choice, driving the threads in his hand into the Shadow Dancer Nether Raven's body. This was his trump card, forcing his pet beast into an uncontrollable berserk state. Before losing its reason, the Nether Raven received its final command: destroy them. Though the berserk Shadow Dancer Nether Raven lost its immense magical power, its physical destructive force skyrocketed. It unleashed a surge of dark netherwater, effortlessly scattering the flames that threatened Li Mu. Alia's dazzling gemstone-like eyes sparkled with intrigue. Oh, able to shake off the Eternal's effects? Impressive, but still not quite enough. Otherwise, I might have snatched this little guy as a pet. Having replenished her blood last night, she was now in peak condition. With a sudden surge, the dark tide on the ground was pierced by gushing blood, transforming the black nether river into a crimson blood river. Countless swords, shields, and fully armed blood iron knights materialized around her. As her wings flapped, the blood-armored army charged forward with a deafening roar. Bang! The nether raven was pierced by a blood sword, but its berserk-enhanced vitality allowed it to resist momentarily. At that instant, Li Mu seized the critical opportunity. He manipulated the crimson flame demon, which had been incapacitated by the eternal hymn, to strike at Suyu while Alia was too preoccupied to intervene. Simultaneously, the intersecting threads of the severing barrier sealed off all of Suyu's escape routes. Suyu flapped his wings to evade. Amid the chaos of shrieking whirlwinds, he narrowly avoided the crimson flame demon's assault, but the intersecting severing threads still grazed his arm, drawing blood that dripped to the ground. Li Mu had finally found a weakness. Gasps erupted from the spectator stands. Wasn't Alia ranked number 99? How could she be overpowering the number 16 ranked opponent? This unexpected turn of events led the audience to speculate that Alia must have undergone some kind of transformation. Li Mu seized an opportunity to counterattack. Although Shadow Dance Raven was being suppressed like a punching bag under Alia's berserk onslaught, its brief engagement created a chance for him to take down Suyu. He commanded the Crimson Flame Demon to shrink into a humanoid form and unleashed a barrage of molten lava roars from the air. Suddenly, the unexpected happened. Alia, who had been entangled with Shadow Dance Raven, appeared right in front of the Crimson Flame Demon in an instant. Li Mu was stunned to realize that Shadow Dance Raven had been lured by the blood dripping from Suyu's arm. In its berserk state, it lost all reason and abandoned its task of intercepting Alia. At that moment, the situation completely reversed. Alia gained close control over the Crimson Flame Demon, while Suyu pursued the trajectory of his Dusk Longbow's arrows, heading straight for Li Mu. Although Li Mu had prepared himself to counter the Dusk Longbow's assault, the Crimson Flame Demon's capture and Shadow Dance Raven's sudden betrayal left him momentarily shaken. However, as Suyu charged directly at him, Li Mu glimpsed a sliver of hope for victory. In an instant, countless fine threads wove themselves into a net, completely enveloping Suyu as he advanced with his wings. But then, an even stranger phenomenon occurred. Dazzling crimson light points suddenly erupted from Suyu's body. Alia's immortal power had fused with him, transforming him into a piercing, unstoppable arrow that tore through the intricate web of threads. Under Li Mu's stunned gaze, Alia condensed a thin blood needle from the blood on Suyu's arm and drove it into Li Mu's body. Instantly, a blood-red spiritual crown manifested within his mindscape, and the overwhelming aura of a king plunged his consciousness into disarray. Looking at the dazed Li Mu, Suyu spoke softly, delivering the final command. It's over. Fulfill my promise. The promise he had made before the match to carve out his opponent's kneecap. Li Mu placed his right hand over his heart, his expression devout and devoid of any displeasure. Yes, all glory belongs to my king. Lin Tang suddenly realized something was wrong and moved to intervene, but it was already too late. A cold gleam flashed as Li Mu's Jedwan cross precisely severed his own kneecap. Blood instantly burst into a fine mist, and with his kneecaps destroyed, his legs could no longer support him. Li Mu collapsed heavily to the ground, his entire body trembling violently. The figures of the Crimson Flame Demon and the Shadow Dance Raven gradually faded, retreating into their beast spaces. The battle came to an abrupt end, catching everyone off guard. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence as most of the spectators failed to comprehend what had just happened. Merely 3 seconds earlier, Suyu had seemed like a fragile boat in a storm, on the verge of being consumed by the Crimson Flame Demon's molten lava. Yet in the blink of an eye, the situation had completely reversed. Shadow Dance Raven suddenly abandoned its pursuit of Alia, and the Jedwan cross failed to harm Suyu in the slightest. Lin Tang quickly rushed to Li Mu's side and summoned a crystalline, magical plant that dripped life-imbued dewdrops. I held back. He's not in any mortal danger, Suyu said softly. In this world, losing an arm or a leg is just a minor injury. Lin Tang exhaled deeply in relief. It was true Li Mu's injuries weren't severe and would heal completely in about half a month. However, being injured by his own power was likely as devastating a blow to his spirit as Lei He's earlier encounter. Li Mu is confirmed defeated. The first contestant advancing in the preliminaries is Suyu, Lin Tang announced loudly. The arena erupted into fervent cheers, though some hung their heads in disappointment. The spectators buzzed with discussion. He won? How did he win? As long as there's blood, it's within his control. He's practically the master of blood. Suyu has overtaken Li Mu and is now ranked third on the potential list. In the viewing area, Xia Tingjin stood and turned to Ning Hanwen. An interesting match. It seems it's time to fulfill the promise. Suyu said before the match that if he won, he'd need to advance 40 drops of life essence. He's confident he can claim the championship in the exchange tournament. Meanwhile, in the meeting room of the Imperial Capital Spirit Beast University, Principal Jiang Huiran and several instructors were closely following the competition. In the corner, a stunning woman with long silver-white hair was intently watching the screen. This was Kong Huan Yuan, the university's campus queen who had inherited the bloodline of the ethereal witch. Under the gaze of the others, Kong Huan Yuan spoke calmly, "He will win." Suyu returned to the lounge and was immediately surrounded by Lu Xian and the others, who were brimming with excitement. "You're amazing, Captain!" they exclaimed, showering him with praises. "Well done. The combat division is completely finished now. With injuries like Li Mu's, he probably won't even be able to participate in the team battle," someone analyzed. "Even if he recovers, would he dare to act arrogant in front of the captain again?" The captain said a long time ago that the team battle issue would be resolved in one go. Looks like it came true. 2 of the combat division's class students are out. This year's team battle is in the bag. Standing to the side, and Ji Shui's eyes glistened with tears of gratitude. "Suyu, thank you. You got dragged into this because of me. I just did what I had to do," Suyu said with a dismissive wave of his hand. Seeing the shy smile on Ji Shui's face, he could tell she felt guilty for causing trouble with the combat division. "That match was exhausting," Suyu said, stretching as his face looked slightly pale. "I won't stick around to watch your matches." Lu Xian, Chun Mingming, Jiang Xinyue, do your best. The 3 girls nodded in agreement, watching as Suyu and Alia left. They couldn't help but notice that Alia's figure seemed to have shrunk significantly, now barely over 1.5 meters tall, likely a side effect of overusing her blood abilities. Alia lay on Suyu's back, recalling the irresistible aura of blood during the battle. If she hadn't already tasted that exquisite flavor many times before, she might have ended up fighting Shadow Dance Raven for it on the spot. "Meeting you has been my greatest fortune," Suyu said, gently stroking her chin. "Same here, master," she replied with a playful tone. As they exited the lounge, they encountered Major Qin Zhe of the Longying Guard, who had been waiting for them with a black briefcase in hand. "Congratulations, Suyu," Qin Zhe said with admiration. "To be honest, I had some doubts about whether you could defeat Li Mu, but you proved me wrong. As promised, here are all 40 drops of life essence in advance." He leaned in and added in a low voice, "This was a direct order from the commander." Suyu glanced thoughtfully toward the spectator seats. Today, he and Alia had given it their all. That influential figure, Xia Tingjin, who was on the verge of reaching the sanctuary level, had likely discerned something. While most people couldn't recognize the divine generation sequence, the straightforward delivery of the 40 drops of life essence suggested there were hidden secrets within that sequence. Accepting the briefcase, Suyu expressed his gratitude simply, "Thank you. I'll do my best to secure the championship for the 9-school alliance. Then I won't keep you any longer. See you at the exchange competition in 10 days, Qin Zhe said tactfully as he took his leave. After informing his family that he was safe, Suyu returned to the dormitory with Alia. Opening the briefcase, they were greeted by the dazzling starlight emanating from 4 jade-like bottles each containing drops of life essence, a strategic resource valued at 1 billion per drop. Every drop of the life elixir was transforming Suyu's previously frail body. As a human ranked number 999 in the sequence, he was not only born without magical circuits but also possessed a physical strength far inferior to the myriad races of the abyss. The 10 drops of life elixir he had consumed earlier had already given his skin an unusual luster, showcasing traits beyond ordinary humans. Without hesitation, Suyu raised the jade-like bottle and downed 40 drops of the life elixir in one go. The cool, silky liquid slid down his throat. It cost him 4 billion, but it was worth it for the sensation. This time, the effect was far more potent than before. The radiant energy of life surged through his body instantly, transforming every inch of his skin, flesh, and bones. His skin began to shed piece by piece, revealing fresh, glowing skin underneath smooth, supple, and brimming with strength. This transformation made Suyu acutely aware of his evolution. Behind him, Alia stood, her bright eyes shimmering with an unusual light. She took a gentle sniff of the air and sweetly remarked, "You smell even better now, master." Suyu smiled and said, "Go ahead, you've worked hard today." Beaming with joy, Alia leaned in and gently bit down. The cumulative transformation from 50 drops of life elixir had elevated Suyu's blood regeneration capacity far beyond that of ordinary people. He could now provide Alia with 150 liters of fresh blood daily without any discomfort. This made him marvel at the fact that he had essentially become a walking, living super blood reservoir. Fortunately, The life elixir's effects were potent enough to make his vitality dozens of times stronger than that of an average person. A system notification promptly sounded. Ding. The Vampire Queen has consumed your blood. Rank progress 150. Rank. Tier 2 Supernatural Realm 300. 3000. The battle with Li Mu had made Suyu realize the disadvantage of lacking a second contracted beast. However, both he and Alia agreed to prioritize quality over quantity. Unless it was a being from the godly sequence or one approaching it, it wouldn't be worth expending his precious mental energy. After resting for a while, Shangguan Ling summoned him to her office. Congratulations on defeating Li Mu and successfully advancing to the main competition of the 9-School Alliance Exchange Tournament, Shangguan Ling said with a smile. You look great. Seems like the Dragonhawk Guard kept their promise? Yes, I feel amazing, Suyu replied. It's like you've undergone a complete metamorphosis, right? Shangguan Ling interjected. Suyu nodded vigorously. Exactly. That's the feeling. Shangguan Ling explained. This is actually something we usually cover later on. Typically, first-year students rarely have access to life elixirs before venturing into the abyss. But since you've already undergone the transformation, I can share this with you a bit earlier. However, there's something else I need to discuss first. She handed Suyu a document. Advancement rewards, 50 academic credits. These are profiles of the main opponents you might face in the main tournament. Whether we secure a priority spot in the competition this year will largely depend on the performance of your first-year cohort. Seeing Suyu's puzzled expression, Shangguan Ling elaborated. The results of other grades are relatively stable. We dominate in the second year, Zhanghe University excels in the third year, and Emperor Spirit University shines in the fourth year. So, this year's key lies in the performance of the freshmen. Suyu suddenly understood. No wonder the school placed such importance on this tournament. Just participating earned 50 credits while excelling in regular classes typically only awarded 1 or 2 credits. As he opened the first page of the document, a photograph immediately caught his attention. The woman in the picture had platinum blonde curls and aquamarine eyes, exuding an allure that was impossible to ignore. If Alia was the beguiling abyss, then she was the serene ice lake of a snowbound kingdom. Shangguan Ling smiled and said, Suyu, she will be your strongest opponent in the exchange tournament. Suyu glanced at the information on Kong Huanyuan, and the details of this girl, known as the strongest opponent, caught his attention. She was a 19-year-old half-human, half-witch. Her father was human, while her mother was a void witch, born once every 100 years from the ethereal clan in the eternal abyss. This Divinera bloodline granted her immense mental power and an exceptional ability to adapt to the abyss's weapons and treasures. What was even more astonishing was that she not only retained the powers of her witch bloodline, but also had the ability to become a beast tamer like an ordinary human. Currently, she had reached the second tier of the extraordinary realm. Her contracted beast was number 36, the Snowheart Rose. This magical plant, originating from the Snowfield Abyss in the Bear Kingdom, possessed dual abilities, endless proliferation and ice creation. The information sent a ripple of shock through Suyu's heart. Besides Alia, this was the first descendant of the Divinera bloodline he had seen in publicly available data. It was no wonder she ranked first on the Dacia potential list. She had both the combat prowess of a Divinera bloodline and the ability to command a powerful contracted beast. Alia glanced at the information with interest and exchanged a knowing look with Suyu, as if they both had the same thought. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Shangguan Ling noticed their unusual reaction. Suyu shook his head and changed the topic. No, it's just that this information feels too vague. Are there any detailed combat records? None, Shangguan Ling replied helplessly. The imperial capital's Royal Beast University keeps her closely guarded. All we know is that she defeated 14 first-year class students from the university in a single day and remained undefeated. That's why she's called the Unbeatable Witch. She's the pride and treasure of the Imperial Beast University. Looking at the photo of the girl, Suyu raised an eyebrow. Such an impressive record was indeed intimidating. Her strength was likely far beyond Li Mu's, and defeating her would undoubtedly be a monumental challenge. Shangguan Ling continued. As for the second-ranked individual on the Dacia potential list, Shi Xiaolong from Zhanghe University, your chances of winning against him are about 50-50. Here are some of his combat recordings. You can take them back to study. After briefing him on the opponents, Shangguan Ling rolled up her sleeve, revealing a section of her pale, flawless arm. As she moved, her fair skin began to shimmer faintly with a star-like glow. Suyu, after the extraordinary realm, beast tamers advanced to the transcendence realm, and beyond that, the nirvana realm. Although our human race lacks magic circuits and cannot directly absorb the magic from the abyss, our predecessors created the path of beast tamers. Through the breakthroughs of our contracted beasts, we achieve our own evolution. The transcendence and nirvana realms reshape the Bodhi's strength and magic circuits. The physical body is divided into 3 stages: gold, silver, and jade, each marked by a unique luster on the skin. Take a look. Do you see any silver light on your arm? Suyu lowered his head to examine his arm and found faint silver threads of light flowing across his skin. Shangguanling continued her explanation. By using the secret treasures found in the demon abyss, one can enhance their physical body. Once you reach the mithril stage, a beast tamer meets the minimum requirement to advance to nirvana. After breaking through, not only will you form corresponding magic circuits, but you will also awaken your innate talent again. Her tone carried a sense of gravity. The levels of the abyssal treasures are classified the same way as weaponry. In fact, the weapon levels are based on the treasures themselves. The life essence you consumed is a dragon-level treasure. Just 50 drops, barely more than a mouthful, can elevate a human's physical body directly to the mithril stage. That's why it's so valuable. This stage is especially critical, as it determines the quality of your magic circuits after nirvana. If your physical body reaches the white jade stage before nirvana, you can, like me, receive the blessing of the power of the stars, laying a foundation for the path to becoming a demigod. Suyu suddenly understood. This explained why he had been able to withstand the attacks of Mu Changwei's pet beast in their earlier battle, not just because of his strength-based talent, but also due to the transformation of his physical body. I understand, teacher, Suyu said seriously, nodding. Shangguanling nodded in satisfaction. Your progress is much faster than others. It's time to prepare for your transformation and nirvana. With just over 10 days until the exchange competition, take this time to familiarize yourself with the strength of your mithril stage body. It might just be the key to victory. Back at the dormitory villa, Alia leaned close to Suyu's ear, teasing, "So, little guy, it seems like you've got your eyes on a second pet beast? Be honest, are you smitten by her beauty?" Suyu's cheeks flushed. Ahem. Alia, I just think she's a good fit. The divine generation sequence is rare and hard to encounter. Didn't you say anything could happen in the demon abyss? That descendant of the divine generation is just one possibility. Alia suddenly reached out and grabbed downward, making Suyu wince and his legs tremble. I wasn't asking about that. Just admit it, do you want her or not? Looks like your body gave you away. Typical man. Ouch, ouch. Okay, I admit it. Of course, I want her. She's stunning and part of the divine generation. Sequence. What beast tamer wouldn't want that? But Imperial Spirit University will definitely keep her under tight watch. The chances are slim. The only possible opportunity is the exchange competition. The two spoke in unison. Alia smirked. SK. Is it true that all men love turning cold beauties into their personal playthings? Suyu wiped his sweat and retorted. What kind of ridiculous books have you been reading lately? Despite his words, the thought did cross his mind. However, he quickly regained his composure. This won't be easy. Alia affectionately nuzzled against Suyu. Well, you are my man after all. With our talent, we might just pull it off, snatching her in plain sight of everyone. Then, she leaned in and whispered her plan into Suyu's ear. After hearing the plan, Suyu's heartbeat quickened. It might actually work. Though doing so would thoroughly offend Imperial Spirit University, he figured they were already at odds with the senior from Demon Spirit University. What's one more enemy? Let's do it. In the days that followed, Suyu focused on adapting to the newfound strength of his transformed body. During the team competition, the combat departments Lei He and Li Mu, both heavily injured, forfeited when faced with Suyu's Beast Tamer team. Suyu's team then easily defeated the Demon Plant Department squad under the overwhelming power of Alia's death song. Their opponents stood no chance. Thus, Suyu's team was officially selected as Demon Spirit University's representative for the 9-School Alliance Exchange competition. 10 days later, under the leadership of Shangguanling and Vice Principal Gu Yi, the group set off for the imperial capital. On the express train heading to Dillon, Suyu gazed out the window with great interest, admiring the scenery. Beyond the usual rice and wheat fields, there was a curious crop called pearl rice, a type of enchanted plant. Although it hadn't reached the threshold of sequence classification, each stalk could yield over 10 pounds of grain. Its most remarkable trait was that it didn't deplete the soil's fertility, but instead absorbed magical energy directly from the air. With a few hundred plants per acre, the yield could easily reach thousands of pounds. This was one of the many transformative changes brought about by the emergence of the magic abyss over a century ago. These derivative industries were what enabled Xia to sustain its significant expenditures on the magic abyss. Inside the train carriage, however, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. While the first-year students, aside from Suyu's squad, seemed to get along well, the second and third-year seniors frequently cast hostile glances at Suyu. The reason was simple. Alia was lounging leisurely on Suyu's lap, enjoying grapes and occasionally feeding him one. A scene that was enough to break hearts. Mu Changwei quickly averted his gaze after meeting Suyu's eyes. Around him, the members of his blood spirit squad secondier elites who had all returned from the magic abyss were curiously observing the interaction between the two. Away? Is it true that you actually fought him? Yeah, and I lost, Mu Changwei replied with a helpless sigh. What? The other 6 members turned to him in unison, incredulous. Although Mu Changwei ranked 7th in their squad, losing to a first-year student? Even if the captain favored Suyu, it didn't seem justified. Mu Changwei shot them a glance. If you want to challenge the captain, go ahead. Just leave me out of it. Wu Xinghao, the 5th squad member, seemed to recall some horrifying memory and quickly waved his hands. Forget it. Forget it. If even you lost, it means the captain's strength hasn't diminished much. I don't want to suffer. The others nodded in agreement. They had originally thought that Alia's power had dropped after her recent ordeal, giving them a chance to escape her oppressive dominance and rekindle their admiration for her. But judging by Mu Changwei's reaction, it was evident that Alia still had them completely under her thumb. Resigned, they could only glare enviously at Suyu. Suyu found their reactions amusing. Were they jealous or simply afraid? He turned his attention back to Alia and called out softly, Alia. This thing, Suyu said, pulling out the small round token Mu Changwei had given him earlier. I had a friend look into it, and I just got the results. This is the family crest of the Ishikawa clan from Hua Ying country. Alia's expression immediately turned serious. Through Suyu's contact at customs, it had been verified that a significant number of Ishikawa clan members had entered Xia in the past month. This was likely connected to the attack she had endured. That incident had been suspicious from the start. It occurred in a supposedly safe zone near Redstone City, yet involved an ambush by over 100 beastmasters. 4 of her maids had died in the battle, which had shaken the heavens. Yet Redstone City's Dragonhawk guards failed to respond. Even more bizarrely, when she fled toward the passages leading to the Magic Abyss and the Magic Capital, ambushers were waiting there as well. In the end, she had barely escaped at the cost of nearly falling into a death-like slumber, only to encounter Suyu afterward. This was one of the reasons Suyu had joined the Dragonhawk Guard. She wanted to uncover the truth about that day. Alia furrowed her delicate brows slightly, her expression grave as she listened intently to Suyu's analysis. What do you think? Suyu lowered his voice. I have a theory. If their goal was to kill you, they wouldn't need to make a move near Redstone City. Wouldn't the depths of the demon abyss be a better choice? 10 days ago, it suddenly clicked for me. Just as I desire the Shindai, others do too. So their real goal must be to capture you alive. To swiftly take you out of Xia, they chose to act near Redstone City. Alia nodded lightly and added, if it was the work of the Huang people, they have 2 possible routes to return. One is to go back to Xia, through the demon abyss and then to Huang Nation. The other is to cross that dangerous forbidden zone. All demon abysses are interconnected. This information was obtained at a great cost to humanity. But the abysses connect to an extremely perilous forbidden zone, a place described in myth as a land of no return. If this theory holds, so you continue to analyze, it means they have planted spies in multiple places. First, there's an insider within the Dragonhawk guards. While it might not necessarily be one of them, it must be someone with a high rank and significant influence. Otherwise, how could they plan an ambush and even replace guards right under the Dragonhawk guards' noses? Second, there's an insider familiar with the school, someone who could gather information about you. However, this insider likely doesn't know you are Shindai. Otherwise, they might have tried to claim you for themselves. It's likely the Huang people confirmed the information through other channels. And think about what Mu Changwei said, there's also a mole in your blood spirit squad. Otherwise, how could they track your movements so precisely? Alia's deep violet eyes darkened abruptly as she cast her gaze toward the blood spirit squad. In this team, which she had spent so much time with yet built no genuine bonds, a venomous snake was lurking, plotting her downfall. Suyu fell into deep thought as well. To go to such lengths for the Shindai sequence, what secrets could it possibly hold? Alia was about to stand when Suyu stopped her. Hold on, little one. Mei Lan, Zhu, and Zhu died protecting me. I promised to avenge them. Don't alert the enemy. Suyu shook his head. Alia, you are everything to me. Your enemies are my enemies. But now is not the time to act. We need to uproot them completely, leaving no chance for anyone to escape. Alia calmed herself. Then what should we do? Tell old Ning? That's an option, but not yet, Suyu explained. The identities of these 3 types of insiders are highly sensitive. How would you explain to the principal that there are traitors among the students and teachers? And how would you tell the Xia governor that there's a problem among the warriors who defend the nation? Moreover, the Beastmaster clans are involved as well. The issue with the Dragonhawk guards might stem from the influence of these clans on their members. Then what do we do? A faint smile played on Suyu's lips. We probe, starting with the smallest target. The Blood Spirit Squad will return to the Demon Abyss after the exchange competition. This is the perfect opportunity. He gave Alia a meaningful look. Just make sure you don't give yourself away. Alia tactfully pressed her lips together, signaling she had no more to say. For matters that required careful consideration, being a vampire was indeed a bit of a disadvantage. Suyu, satisfied, gently ruffled her hair as he pondered over the situation. realizing another person's assistance was necessary. Shaon, Suyu called softly, and Jishui, who had been chatting with her close friends, heard him and walked over. What's up, Captain? Suyu gestured for her to come closer and spoke in a low voice. I need your help. And Jishui possessed a great ability called Spirit Eye, which allowed her to observe magical energy fluctuations and emotional changes, making her the ideal person for the task. Of course, Captain. Just tell me what you need. And Jishui responded cheerfully. She had always been grateful to Suyu for helping her take revenge in the past and, in private conversations with her friends like Lu Xian, had expressed a favorable impression of him. Suyu asked cautiously, Shaon, if I wanted to tell whether someone is lying or telling the truth, can your spirit eye help with that? If it's too intrusive, don't worry about it. And Jishui smiled faintly and explained, my ability isn't as unique as yours, Captain, so I can talk about it. Determining truth from lies is possible, but not absolute after all. Some people can even deceive themselves. Suyu nodded in understanding, and in Jishui continued, however, Captain, before judging truth or lies, my spirit I can reveal a person's essence. What do you mean? Suyu asked. By analyzing their innate abilities, and Jishui replied seriously. A person's abilities reflect their inner self. For instance, those with power-based abilities tend to have straightforward personalities, while those with psychic control abilities, like you, tend to have more complex thoughts. That's not what I meant, Suyu quickly clarified. It's okay, let me finish, and Jishui said with a hint of shyness. By observing abilities, I can get a glimpse of someone's character. If their emotional fluctuations are intense, I might even be able to see their soul. Suyu was inwardly amazed by the strength of her observational ability. He hadn't considered this aspect before, abilities as reflections of the soul. By this logic, Mu Changwai's pure power-based abilities suggested he was straightforward in nature. Coupled with his willingness to share the clan emblem, it seemed unlikely he was a traitor. I understand now. Alia, help Shaon confirm their abilities. They'll handle the probing. Shaon, I'm counting on you. Got it. And Jishui replied with a nod. Suyu stood up and walked toward the Blood Spirit Squad. The 6 members, excluding Mu Changwei, were momentarily taken aback by his approach. One of them sneered, well, we haven't caused you any trouble, but you've come to us instead? Suyu didn't back down, taking a seat directly across from them. Let's get acquainted. I'm Suyu. At the center of the group, a burly man with 2 knife scars across his face extended his hand. Du Ming, current captain of the Blood Spirit Squad. Suyu shook his hand and immediately felt a crushing force strong enough to shatter an ordinary person's bones. Activating his magic, silver light flowed across his hand, allowing him to counter the test of strength with ease. Du Ming raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. Mithril realm? The group was visibly taken aback upon hearing this. This newcomer, just stepping onto the path of a beast tamer, was supposed to be taught a lesson. However, Du Ming released his grip and sighed. No wonder the captain would. You've met Lao Qi, Mu Changwei. Du Ming began the introductions. This is Lao Er, Nielyang, Lao San, Su Ping, Lao Si, Ho Sheng, Lao Wu, Wu Xinghao, and Lao Lu Jing. Suyu nodded politely to each of them in turn. Du Ming locked eyes with Suyu. Let's not beat around the bush. Just because Lao Qi acknowledges you doesn't mean we do. You may have some skills, but whether you can survive the demonic abyss is another matter. The world of beast tamers is a world of war. There's no place here for the weak, especially those who steal away the one we revere like a goddess. Suyu remained unfazed. I'm sorry, but I don't need your acknowledgement. Having Elias is enough. His words seemed to strike a nerve, and the expressions of the 6 turned sour. Elias' closeness with Suyu only fueled their jealousy further. Meanwhile, Alia, standing nearby, asked, how about it? And Jishui activated her spirit eyes, and a kaleidoscope of misty colors appeared in her gaze. 3 strength types, 2 control types, 1 psychic type, and 1 special type. Alia nodded slightly, but Jishui suddenly exclaimed in surprise, wait, that person has 2 colors, 2 innate abilities? Following in Zishui's gaze, Alia looked towards Wu Xinghao, her brows furrowing. I recall he's a beast tamer specializing in demonic plants and spirit beasts. His innate ability should be the Cliff Lock, and Jishui shook her head. In addition to the control type aura, there's a hint of psychic type energy. Based on the principle that innate abilities reflect the human psyche, control types tend to be more greedy and ambitious, while psychic types are more contemplative. This hidden talent, even unknown to you, clearly harbors deeper secrets. When Suyu brought up the small round token, Du Ming and the others grew visibly serious. Suyu probed, regarding Elias' ambush, I assume our goals align? Du Ming nodded. We don't want to see the captain fall victim to a scheme either. Do you have any ideas? Suyu's eyes gleamed. I suspect there's a mole. He scanned the group quickly to gauge their reactions. Some were confused, others puzzled, a few shocked, and some seemed to be deep in thought. This subtle probing highlighted the issue while leaving room for follow-up. Du Guming frowned and pressed on, but Suyu skillfully sidestepped any direct accusations about a traitor within the Blood Spirit Squad, instead sharing other relevant information. Du Guming took a deep breath. You make a good point. The Dragonhawk Guard is indeed a mixed bag. While it's meant to unite forces to combat the demonic abyss, we'll investigate further. Finally, Du Guming returned to the initial topic. If you lose in the exchange competition, you'd better leave the captain. I don't want to see her carrying dead weight into the demonic abyss to die. Suyu stood and walked away. You don't need to worry about that. Watching his retreating figure, Du Guming seemed lost in thought. Back at his seat, Suyu asked quietly, what do you think, Shaoan? Well, Shaoan, did you notice anything? Suyu asked in a low, concerned voice. And Jishui cautiously leaned closer and replied softly, Wu Xinghao is suspicious. His energy fluctuations are quite unusual. On the surface, he appears to be a beast control master, but he's actually hiding psychic abilities. Also, during the conversation earlier, someone else's emotional fluctuations were very peculiar. Suyu recalled the scene when he glanced over the 6 people earlier and pondered, was it Su Ping? I noticed something off about old Three's gaze. Exactly. And Jishui looked at Suyu in surprise. Captain, do you have observational abilities too? Suyu shook his head. No, it was just a gut feeling. I noticed his gaze wasn't quite right. That's true. Although the anomaly lasted only a moment, he quickly returned to normal, and Jishui added. Suyu nodded to himself. Narrowing their focus from 7 people down to 2 was undoubtedly good news. It was much easier than sifting through the massive organizations of Longying Guard and Moling. Thank you. For now, let's keep this between us. And Jishui smiled and agreed before returning to her group of sisters. When Lu Xian inquired, she brushed it off vaguely. Although Lu Xian had her doubts, she didn't press further, her eyes darting around as if she were deep in thought. Should we capture and interrogate them? Suggested Alia, who was lying on Suyu's lap. Suyu chuckled. Don't rush. Let them act first. We might be able to trace this back to the mastermind and catch them all at once. Then what's the plan? After the exchange competition, he'll find an opportunity to discuss this with the dean and the principal. Suyu's gaze fell on Lu Xian. Noticing his look, Lu Xian shyly turned away. As the eldest daughter of a prominent beast control family, the Lu family, one of the 9-pillar families, she might be able to lend her influence. Of course, this would require Suyu to demonstrate enough value in the upcoming 9-school alliance exchange competition. To Suyu, this wasn't just a competition. It was directly tied to his and Alia's survival during their next venture into the abyssal cavern. Closing her eyes, Alia murmured softly, It's all on you now, my knight. When the train arrived in the imperial capital, the group boarded a private vehicle that took them to the Imperial Spirit University. Located at the entrance of the Eternal Abyss Cavern, this institution stood as the most brutal battleground of the Great Xia. Unlike the Disaster Cavern, which had only one frontline fortress, Redstone City, the Eternal Abyss housed 3 interlinked fortresses that faced off against the 7 cities of the myriad races. In recent years, Imperial Spirit University had consistently claimed the top spot in the 9-school alliance. The site of the university was a stark contrast to the modernized Moling University. The ancient palace-style architecture stood solemnly, with only one tall structure piercing the Skylinia clock tower facing all directions. The bell atop the tower wasn't used to tell time, but served as a warning of incoming attacks from the abyss. This militaristic design made one thing clear. When the bell tolled, the entire capital would enter a wartime state, and everyone would take up arms. Led by staff members, the group stepped into the campus of Imperial Spirit University. Vaguely, Suyu felt a pair of eyes watching him. Alia handed him a telescope, signaling him to look toward the tower. Through the telescope, Suyu saw a distinctive young girl. She had long platinum blonde curls, wore a light blue short dress, and sat barefoot on the edge of the tower. The girl resembled an embodiment of ice and snow, pure and untouched, her calm gaze fixed straight into the distance. This girl was none other than Kong Yuan. She sat on the tower with keen interest, observing the procession of magical spirits approaching from outside the school gates. When her gaze fell on the rising star who had recently garnered much attention, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. So, you two are a descendant of the Divine Era? There indeed existed a unique resonance among the descendants of the Divine Era, which was why Alia was so certain that there were other descendants within the magic lair. At this moment, though separated by distance, Kong Yuan and Alia simultaneously murmured, The prey has arrived. Upon arrival, Shangguanling immediately gathered the first-year magic spirit students for a meeting. Take a seat, she said concisely. The exchange competition is on a tight schedule, so let's keep this brief. The students sat in a circle, carefully flipping through the exchange competition handbook in their hands. Shangguanling continued, The main competition starts tomorrow. First is the individual competition, open to the public. The first round is a challenge round. The specific rules will be announced then, but out of the 72 participants, only 8 will advance to the elimination round. She paused briefly. You should already be familiar with the profiles of the top contenders on the Dasha potential rankings. If you have questions, come to me anytime. The team competition will follow the individual rounds, with the rules determined by a draw. They include defense and attack matches and team battles. The first-year division draws the most attention because the results for second to fourth years are relatively stable. For the school, for Modu, I'm counting on you all. Shangguan Ling's expression turned serious. The battle for the magic lair is imminent, and the exchange competition results will determine the order of combat power deployment by the 9 major beast-taming universities. Everyone wants to protect their loved ones first, which is understandable. But ultimately, a battle must be fought. This is not a world for the humble. The strong will fight, and the fighters will prevail. At the same time, Zhanghe University also arrived in Dilling. In their camp, Instructor Lin Li was in conversation with Shi Xiaolong, ranked second on the Daxia potential rankings. Xiaolong, how are things looking? Lin Li asked. Shi Xiaolong nodded in response. Pretty good luck. The principal captured that legendary species from the Thousand Lakes magic lair. Excellent. Lin Li took a deep breath. With this, you stand a decent chance against Konghuan Yuan and Su Yu. Standing beside Shi Xiaolong, a twin-tailed girl, Yen Linger, said sweetly, Brother Long is undoubtedly the champion of the exchange competition in my heart. Shi Xiaolong responded gently. Don't worry, Yen. I will claim the crown and then propose to your family. Until then, wait for me, okay? Yen Linger nodded with affection. Ma'am. As night fell, Su Yu, in his dreams, vaguely saw. In the dream under the shroud of night, Su Yu was more lucid than ever before. He was fully aware that this was a dream. Before him stretched a desolate wilderness, lifeless and vast, with an ancient castle forged from blood standing tall in the midst of it. At the castle's summit, a Valkyrie clad in armor unfurled her jet-black wings, fiercely battling countless invading foes. Her figure swayed amidst the chaos of war, yet she stood unwavering like a sovereign ruler. Her wynard hair danced in the wind, and with a mere flick of her fingers, blood solidified into hundreds of knights who fought by her side. An ancient hymn echoed through the air, causing the enemy forces to turn on one another. Even though she stood alone, she continued to hold her ground. The enemies were of various forms beasts, monstrous plants like a living encyclopedia of all species. In this fragment of memory, these creatures passed through Su Yu's body like spectral apparitions. As Su Yu approached, the woman's face became clearer. She bore a striking resemblance to Alia, though her features carried a more mature grace and the marks of time. Recalling the scattered notes in Alia's diary, Su Yu suddenly realized this was Alia's mother. She cradled a small vampire in her arms, speaking softly, Alia, Mama won't be able to stay by your side anymore. The future of the bloodline is too heavy a burden for you to bear. All I wish is for you to live happily. Run, as far as you can. Go to the place of beginnings, it holds everything you need. Before her words could fully settle, the dream began to collapse. A blood-red moon hung in the sky, the roar of dragons shook the heavens, and the cries of strange beasts pierced through the crimson night. In the final moments, Alia's mother seemed to pierce through time and space, gazing directly at Su Yu with a serene smile. She gently pushed Alia in his direction, nodding slightly. I'm entrusting her to you. Su Yu woke with a start, turning to look at Alia, who was sleeping soundly beside him. She was sucking on her finger, murmuring softly in her dreams. Watching her, Su Yu fell into deep thought. Is this her past? The progenitor of the bloodline may be immortal, but they fall into a death-like slumber when gravely injured. Alia's mother had vanished without a trace. The identities of those enemies remained a mystery, and the place of beginnings was an enigma. How could she have seen him? It seemed this world harbored far too many secrets. Gently brushing Alia's wynard hair, Su Yu silently vowed, Please don't worry, I will take good care of her. One day we will find you. Alia's diary was filled with longing for her mother, and as her partner, he felt it was his duty to carry forward this sentiment. Morning light streamed through the window, falling on Alia's face as she slowly opened her eyes and stretched. Little one. I think I had a dream. Funny, so did I. And in mine, I made a promise. Alia tilted her head, looking puzzled. I made a promise to a woman. She seemed to have crossed through a nightmare and glimpsed the other side of the dream. Alia's deep violet eyes widened abruptly, tears gathering at their corners. Su Yu pulled her into his arms. Alia, let's search for her together. Let's grow stronger. Uncover the ones behind all of this, and one day, we'll find her. Yes, let's go, little one. Today, this queen is at her peak. Su Yu glanced at the ancient contract in his mind with a sense of exhilaration. Alia Kaipisi's contracted beast had reached the second extraordinary rank at 29993,000 experience points, a result of Su Yu's consistent nurturing efforts, just in time for the upcoming exchange competition. Although the atavistic phenomenon of the blood crown had yet to activate, Su Yu speculated that this ancestral awakening might occur during the rank advancement. If he could maintain control of the situation, he intended to avoid advancing in front of a large audience. Early in the morning, Su Yu and Alia arrived at the conference room, where Shangguanling was already waiting to announce the specifics of the first phase of the exchange competition. 8 participants in the freshman individual battle sat in a circle, attentively listening. Students, Shangguanling began directly. As one of the co-hosts, Imperial Spirit University has just released the details of the first stage's breakthrough battle. The competition will take place in Imperial Spirit University's Mimicry Dungeon. 72 individual battle participants will fight independently, using a point-space system. Points can be earned through progressing through challenges and eliminating opponents. The top 8 contestants in the final points ranking will advance to the elimination rounds. This rule immediately sparked contemplation among the group. Clearly, it encouraged direct confrontation between schools. Su Yu thoughtfully analyzed the possibilities if one could eliminate all the competitors. Shangguanling seemed to sense everyone's thoughts and gently reminded them, although this is an individual battle, I trust you all understand the importance of this exchange competition. Chen Fei, an strength student from the Demon Plant Department, promptly suggested, Teacher, we understand. I propose that Su Yu act as our temporary leader so we can cooperate until the elimination rounds. What do you think? Shangguanling nodded in approval, and the others quickly expressed their agreement. Only Yuan Lang from the combat department appeared slightly uncomfortable, but under the collective decision, he reluctantly agreed. Very well, Shangguanling said. Let's head to the teleportation array now. Today, Imperial Spirit University was bustling with activity. In addition to the participants from the 9-School Alliance, numerous renowned overseas beast-taming universities had sent their beast tamers to observe the event. The Moonrose Plaza was packed, accommodating over 70,000 spectators, while the live broadcast viewership had exceeded 10 million. The audience eagerly discussed the prospects of the competition. Who has the best chance of winning in the freshman group? Imperial Spirit University's Kong Huan Yuan is incredibly strong. Don't forget Su Yu and Alia's flawless teamwork. But this is a chaotic battle. The Imperial Spirit team will definitely focus their attacks on Su Yu. Jiangha University's Shi Xiaolong shouldn't be underestimated. Their unique abilities might shake things up. The voices of discussion rose and fell, and a palpable sense of anticipation filled the audience. Outside, the crowd roared like a tidal wave, and the live stream chat was flooded with comments. But in front of the teleportation array in the mimicry field of the demon lair, the atmosphere was unusually calm. Linley, the star implementer from Emperor Spirit University, stood before the teleportation array, distributing a crystal-clear jade bottle to each student. He scanned the contestants from the 9 participating schools and began. I am Linley, a mentor from Emperor Spirit University and the referee for this trial. You are about to enter the mimicry field of the demon lair Eternal Abyss. Eternal Abyss is a demon lair suppressed beneath the Imperial capital, and it is the only lair in our Disya that we have proactively attacked, Linley emphasized. In addition to us, Disya, there are 5 high-ranking races entrenched here. The Ethereal Clan, the Crimson Python Clan, the Twin-Headed Griffins, the Three-Eyed Golden Luans, and the Ghost Onis. He continued explaining the competition rules. It is late autumn now, and you will face the trial of blizzards. Once inside, you must survive the bone-chilling winds, traverse the snowstorm path, and eliminate the scenario-generated beasts of the 5 races. Completing the snowstorm path earns 100 points, and you gain 10 points for each beast you kill or competitor you eliminate. After 3 hours, the top 8 scorers will advance to the elimination round. Raising the jade bottle in his hand, Linley added, if you encounter a threat you cannot handle, crush this, and you will be teleported out immediately. I must remind you all, death here is real, so do not act recklessly. Everyone's expressions turned serious. Linley sighed inwardly. These talented freshmen, who had only enrolled half a month ago, were already being subjected to a life-and-death trial. It was undeniably harsh. But war waits for no one. Just yesterday, news came from the Forbidden Zone. A high-ranking race, ranked among the top 20, was plotting to breach Disya's 9 Guardians' defense line and invade Blue Star. As Su Yu was lost in thought, a voice beside him broke the silence. I thought Su Yu from Demon Spirit University would be as dazzling as during the competition, but you seem so ordinary. Su Yu looked up to see Shi Xiaolong from Jiangha University, another strong contender for the championship. Known for his combat prowess, Shi Xiaolong's destructive power, when paired with his defensive pet beast, rivaled that of the high-ranking races. Li Mu is my friend, Shi Xiaolong said, his gaze shifting to the distance. So, you're here to avenge him? Su Yu asked, frowning. No, Sure Xiaolong's eyes landed on a radiant girl with platinum blonde curls among the Emperor's spirit team. I was actually thinking, how about we team up to deal with her first? Not interested. Suyu rejected flatly. You must be joking, that's my prey. Honestly, the rules for this first round are a big help. In the simulation field, Suyu and Alia's plan would be easier to execute. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Suyu's lips. After all, I am a gentleman, and as such, I firmly oppose ganging up on a girl. What's the matter? If you're not confident, I'll allow you to try and snatch victory from me after I defeat her. Sure Xiaolong's expression froze instantly. He had initially thought Suyu might be a bit arrogant, but he hadn't expected such condescending remarks, as though Sure wasn't even worth considering. Fine. Let's rely on our own abilities then, Sure Xiaolong said coldly. If you and that vampire are still at the same level as when you fought Li Mu, then I regret to inform you that you have no chance of winning. With that, he turned and left. Back with his group, Yinlinger approached him and asked, Brother Long, what did you say to him? Sure Xiaolong's tone softened slightly. Nothing much. Just as the rumors say, he's utterly arrogant. They'll show him what it means to face the barrier of true talent. And he'll also take revenge for your cousin, Li Mu. Yinlinger smiled and nodded. All right. After Sure Xiaolong left, Alia leaned closer to Suyu and whispered in his ear, Little one. I caught the scent of another delightful fragrance. Huh. Suyu was momentarily puzzled, but then realized she was referring to the scent of blood. Who? Alia's gaze locked onto her target. The woman standing next to that half-breed who just spoke to you. Suyu recalled the information provided by Shangwanling. Wait, isn't that Sure Xiaolong's fiancée? Yes. Alia nodded slightly. Though her scent isn't as appealing as yours, I feel a bit guilty for always drinking your blood. Someone else should share the burden. Suyu pressed his hand to his forehead. It was a troublesome matter, but considering Alia's increasing need for blood in the future, finding a suitable blood bag was indeed something to prioritize. In this world of war, where the strong prey on the weak, survival rules outweigh all moral considerations. Only by becoming stronger can one endure. All right, he replied succinctly. The aftermath could be dealt with later. Taking Alia's hand, Suyu stepped forward. Under the flickering light screen, 72 students from the 9-School Alliance were transported into the Eternal Abyss simulation field. They were immediately greeted by a flurry of snow and a biting wind sharp enough to cut skin if one wasn't careful. Fortunately, Suyu had prepared in advance. He had spent 50 school credits at the logistics department with Bai Ruhui to acquire a ghost-tier magic cave weapon called Candle Shadow. This weapon, powered by the heart of a crimson flame demon, could melt magically infused snow and ice within a 10-meter radius. However, it occasionally turned into molten lava due to the heart's violent nature, requiring cautious handling. Taking out the Candle Shadow, Suyu addressed Lucian and the others. Let's go, classmates. It's time to fight for our magic city. The group followed closely behind him, stepping into the snowy path as the battle officially began. Every student transported into the Eternal Abyss was provided with a map of the snowstorm path. This treacherous mountain trail winds through towering peaks, where the unique geographical conditions render any attempt to fly over it futile. At a mere 100 meters above the ground, the thin air and depleted magical energy are enough to strip beastmasters below the Nirvana realm and their beasts of their combat capabilities. Reaching the summit guarantees a base score of 100 points, and combined with the points collected along the way, it almost ensures advancement to the elimination stage. As soon as they set foot on the snowstorm path, a fierce gale swept through, and the swirling snow completely obscured their vision. It's a snowstorm vortex. Lucian immediately identified the dangerous phenomenon. This powerful force of nature would scatter everyone randomly to different locations. Suyu furrowed his brow, quickly analyzing the situation. Imperial Spirit University clearly anticipated this. It seems we'll have to act independently. They won't let us form teams. The other 6 nodded gravely in agreement, understanding that they would have to rely on their individual skills from here on out. Outside the simulation field, in Moonflower Plaza, the director of Imperial Spirit University, Yu Cheng, was providing live commentary. The snowstorm vortex within the Eternal Abyss is an unpredictable natural phenomenon. All participants are randomly teleported to different locations. In the Abyss, sudden crises and even desperate situations can arise at any moment. Adaptability and luck are as much a part of strength as skill. Just as he finished speaking, an intriguing situation caught his attention. Oh, it seems someone's luck isn't quite favorable. On the screen, Suyu and Alia had been swept by the vortex to the pine forest at the base of the snowy mountain. Nearby, 5 other students from different schools had also been transported to the same location. Among them, 2 stood out in particular: Zhu Luan from the Desert Beastmaster University, ranked 7th on the Great Xia potential list, and Luo Hong from the Snowfield Beastmaster University, ranked 9th. The remaining 3, based on their uniforms, were also from these 2 schools. Zhu Luan and Luo Hong quickly spotted each other, as well as Suyu. Luo Hong, How about we team up? Zhu Luan proposed without hesitation. Luo Hong swiftly assessed the situation. His side had 3 people, and Zhu Lun's side had 2, but Su Yu alone posed a significant threat. Even with all 5 of them joining forces, the odds of victory were uncertain. None of them had effective countermeasures against the mental-type abyssal armament. All right, Luo Hong locked eyes with Su Yu. I must admit, if I encountered you alone, I wouldn't dare challenge you lightly. But today, luck seems to be on our side. The 5 quickly formed a battle formation, preparing to take on Su Yu. This scene immediately sparked heated discussions among the spectators in Moonflower Plaza. That's it, he's doomed. 5 against 1, what terrible luck. At least in other areas, people have allies. Su Yu's the only one getting surrounded. I thought he could win it all, but now it looks like it's over for him. Zhu Luan and Luo Hong remained cautious, vividly recalling the astonishing power Su Yu had displayed in his match against Li Mu. Be careful not to let that vampire's abilities affect you. Analysis shows her singing only influences those on the same level, but can outright control weaker beasts. Fortunately, this is a snowy mountain. Luo Hong, from Snowfield Beastmaster University, felt a surge of confidence. His Snow Fox's combat strength was greatly enhanced in this terrain, potentially countering Alia's death hymn. The 5 simultaneously summoned their respective beasts, positioning themselves for battle. Zhu Luan and another student from the Desert Beast Taming University controlled their desert blood scorpions, which swiftly burrowed into the snow, stealthily advancing underground toward Alia. Meanwhile, Luo Hong's Snow Fox had seamlessly blended into the blizzard, becoming a nearly invisible white shadow. Following closely behind were 2 5-meter snow monsters, each wielding pine trees as weapons, sweeping them powerfully toward their target. Watching this unfold, Su Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. They had deliberately concealed Alia's true strength until this moment. Did you really think Li Mu and Lei He's petty tricks could hold back a divine era sequence? Alia. At Su Yu's command, Alia's dark wings suddenly unfurled, dispersing the surrounding snowstorm. A harp formed of blood and bone shimmered under the glow of crimson light, and the eternal hymn began once more. This time, Alia's song was no longer about simple influence or control, it was absolute domination. The enchanting melody reverberated, bolstered by undying power, effortlessly piercing through the raging blizzard. Sound waves rippled outward, pushing back the storm. Before the enemies could approach within 30 meters, the snow monsters, Snow Fox, and desert blood scorpions had all fallen under Alia's control. Luo Hong was horrified to discover that her connection with the Snow Fox had been completely severed no matter how she called out. There was no response. Zhu Luan was even more incredulous. This is impossible. Isn't that song only supposed to charm weak beasts? Sorry to disappoint, Su Yu chuckled, but luck's on my side. You foolishly stood before me completely unguarded and blame me for taking advantage. The death hymn can command 5 undead familiars. You just happen to have 5 beasts. They'll be taking them now. The Snow Fox, Snow Monsters, and Desert Blood Scorpions all turned, glaring menacingly at their former masters. Without their beasts, the Tamer's combat capabilities were drastically weakened. Luo Hong and Zhu Luan instinctively stepped back. Alia sneered disdainfully. You mongrels, I'll be borrowing these little creatures for now. If you don't want to die, get lost. Behind her, hundreds of blood spears materialized, aimed directly at the 5 opponents. Zhu Luan and Luo Hong exchanged a glance, then reluctantly crushed the surrender talismans in their hands. A broadcast announcement immediately echoed through the sky. Su Yu from Demon Spirit University has eliminated Zhu Luan. 10 points. Su Yu from Demon Spirit University has eliminated Luo Hong. 10 points. In the opening round of the individual competition, Su Yu had single-handedly defeated 5 opponents, earning an impressive 50 points in an instant. In the Moonflower Plaza, Yucheng exclaimed in astonishment, "Unbelievable! Isn't that vampire only supposed to control lower-tier beasts?" Whether it was last year or earlier this year, Alia had only ever demonstrated the ability to dominate low-tier familiars. This time, she's finally dropped the act. In truth, Su Yu had been carefully concealing his and Alia's true strength to mislead their opponents. However, the rewards for this tournament far surpassed the value of the championship title itself. Facing the first Divine Era sequence opponent, they dared not hold back and unleash their full power from the start. The audience finally realized the truth. So they were hiding this much all along. No wonder tactical players always have something up their sleeves. The massive real-time scoreboard in the sky clearly displayed the competition rankings. Su Yu was far ahead with 50 points, followed by Kong Huan Yuan and Shi Xiaolong, each with 20 points. The early celebrations of the Snowfield Beast Taming University seemed ironic. This snowfield was far from being the home field advantage they had imagined. From the very beginning, the gap in strength became brutally apparent. The chasm between ordinary geniuses and top-tier prodigies was insurmountable, and a large number of contestants were quickly eliminated. The raging snowstorm might deter ordinary people, but it couldn't slow down the steps of true talent. Suyu sat steadily on the broad shoulders of a snow beast, while Alia leaned against his leg. They had just defeated a sky spirit beast, earning 10 points. Unfortunately, the simulated Sky Spirit clan in this mimicry arena did not drop the legendary Sky Spirit core that could enhance mental power. What are you doing? Alia asked as she watched Suyu bite his finger and let drops of blood fall onto the snowy path. The summit will likely turn into a chaotic battle. I'm making some preparations, Suyu replied calmly. Though reluctant to part with her meal, Alia understood that this was necessary to deal with the rumored Sky Spirit Witch. Let's go to the summit. All right. For powerful beast tamers, the 3,000-meter snow mountain posed little challenge. In just an hour and a half, Suyu and Alia successfully reached the summit. However, on the other side of the peak, a few familiar faces were already waiting. It was Xiaolong, along with Yin Linger from Jianghe University and another top 30 rank contender from the potential list. The scoreboard immediately updated. Magic Spirit University's Suyu successfully reached the summit, 100 points. Jianghe University's Xiaolong successfully reached the summit, 100 points. Both sides showed a hint of surprise, but quickly shifted into a guarded stance. Alia, can you sense her? Suyu asked softly. Yes, she's nearby but hasn't revealed herself, Alia confirmed with a nod. Although there was a faint special resonance among divine sequence individuals, pinpointing Kong Huan Yuan's exact location remained challenging. On the other side, Yin Linger whispered, Brother Long, he's alone. Should we make a move? If we can eliminate him here, Jianghe University is guaranteed at least the top 2 spots this year. Xiaolong shook his head and signaled for restraint. No, reinforcements are still behind us. Besides, look over there. Following his gaze, Yin Linger noticed an irregular flow of magical energy within the snowstorm, clearly indicating some form of concealment. Why would the renowned genius of the Imperial Spirit need to hide in the shadows? Yin Linger called out, directly exposing the situation. As soon as the words left her mouth, the swirling snow dissipated in an instant. Kong Huan Yuan appeared gracefully, her long hair fluttering in the wind and her feet hovering above the ground. Every gesture she made radiated an ethereal ripple. Her delicate makeup accentuated her youthful beauty, enough to captivate any man. I thought you might fight each other first, Kong Huan Yuan said softly, her gaze lingering thoughtfully on Suyu. If you're willing to wait here for the end of the checkpoint battle, I wouldn't mind watching. After all, both Suyu and Xiaolong had already secured enough points to advance to the elimination round. However, no one was willing to stop there. The 3 contestants locked eyes in midair, each fully aware that eliminating their opponents early was the best strategy. They represented their respective cities and battle zones, carrying the hopes of countless supporters. The bustling noise at Moon Rose Plaza abruptly ceased as the audience instinctively hushed. This is an unexpected showdown, someone murmured. I thought we'd have to wait until the elimination rounds to see these 3 face off. Looks like we'll get a winner sooner than expected. At the commentary booth, Star Emblem mentor Wong from Jincheng Beast University analyzed the situation. His surprising encounter between 3 top contenders. What's your take, Yu? Yu Qing answered cautiously. In terms of strength, it's hard to say who has the edge. I originally thought Kong Huan Yuan and Xiaolong were slightly stronger, but Su Ye's earlier display of power was impressive. That said, Kong Huan Yuan still holds an advantage. She not only possesses a powerful high-ranking sequence beast plant, but also matches her pet beast in personal combat prowess. The tense standoff didn't last long. Suyu noticed that the beasts who had consumed his blood were gathering at the mountain's summit. Though he wasn't sure of his opponent's trump cards, he knew he had to seize the opportunity. Suddenly, a man beside Xiaolong whispered something in his ear. Xiaolong nodded slightly, then, without warning, snapped a branch from a nearby tree. Using his steer talent, Piercing Hero, the ordinary branch transformed into a lethal blade, hurtling through the air towards Suyu and Kong Huanyuan. The battle erupted in an instant. Alia swiftly formed a blood shield in front of Suyu, and the piercing blade broke through 3 layers of defense before dissolving in blood. Kong Huanyuan, on the other hand, used her immense magical power to distort space, shredding the blade into pieces. All 3 charged toward the summit center at the same time. Kong Huanyuan's sequence number 36, Snowheart Rose, rapidly spread, its icy roses and resilient thorns covering the snowy mountain. Alia summoned her Bloodbone Harp, playing a haunting melody to distract her opponents. Xiaolong's sequence number 14, Fate Mystic Tortoise, unleashed a shield that blocked all forces, including psychic attacks. The air resonated with eerie music, roses bloomed in every direction, and the luminous shield of the mystic tortoise glimmered. The chaotic 3-way clash had begun. The thorny vines of the Snowheart Rose lashed against the shell of the Destiny Mystic Turtle, but not even a scratch was left behind. This extraordinary level of defense made Kong Huanyuan frown. Paired with Xiaolong's Spear of Penetration, This duo was the ultimate combination of spear and shield. Alia attempted to affect the mystic turtle with her divine hymn, but it had no effect. As a race ranked 14th in the sequence, even closer to the divine era than the Shadow Abyss clan, the mystic turtle was naturally immune to the hymn's power without an eternal blessing. But this was merely the beginning of her probing. Alia spread her wings and pointed both hands at her opponents. Blood Queen. Despite their magical armaments specifically designed to counter her abilities, the blood within their bodies was still partially manipulated, causing their movements to visibly slow. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Suyu swiftly drew his bow and notched an arrow. The blood arrow shot from his twilight longbow streaked through the air like lightning, but ricocheted off the mystic turtle's impenetrable shell. Meanwhile, the arrow aimed at Konghuan Yuan slowed dramatically 10 centimeters away from her, then disintegrated and dissolved amidst a ripple of spatial distortion. This round of probing gave Alia critical insights. Sure, Xiaolong's tactics were straightforward and direct, but the mystic turtle likely concealed some unknown special abilities. Konghuan Yuan, on the other hand, relied on the infinitely proliferating thorns of the Snowheart Rose as her primary means of attack. As an arcane witch, she possessed the SS-grade talent, Knight of the Witch, though the specifics of the two abilities granted to each generation of arcane witches varied. A faint smile played on Konghuan Yuan's lips. Her S-grade ability, Phantom of the Void, allowed her to distort 3/10 centimeter radius spaces. The potential of this ability was immense, but once its mechanics were understood, it became vulnerable to concentrated attacks. This was precisely why she had chosen the Snowheart Rose as her partner. Though the three-way battle was intense, all parties exercised significant restraint. Outside the simulated battlefield, in the moonlit plaza, Star Emblem Mentor Zhuang Chu marveled. Suyu was holding his own against those two without faltering at all. Yu Cheng, however, smiled meaningfully and replied, "Oh, not necessarily. Don't forget, aside from Suyu and Konghuan Yuan, Sure Xiaolong still has two more people on his side." It was at this moment that the audience finally understood. While the three geniuses were fiercely clashing, Yinlinger and another teammate had quietly set up a spiritual formation. Sure Xiaolong's sudden move had been premeditated all along. "I get it now," someone exclaimed in realization. Jiangha University deliberately included a teammate with level talent, just to set up a teleportation array. This was a meticulously planned ambush, another person chimed in. Yinlinger's spiritual splitsoul talent allows her to track others' locations. On the surface, it looks like a three-way battle, but it's about to turn into an all-out brawl. Inside the simulation field, so you noticed Yinlinger's unusual actions. He still needed 15 minutes to escape from the pack of bloodthirsty beasts from the 5 tribes that were on his trail. Alia, attack over there first, Suyu commanded. His dragon wings unfurled with a sharp screech, and blood-red arrows pierced through the air. Phantom Kite also sensed the impending danger. Her Snowheart Rose burst from the ground, attempting to disrupt the spiritual formation beneath the surface. However, Sure Xiaolong wore a confident smile, as if victory was already in his grasp. It's too late. Shin Turtle, Destiny Mystic Shield. Golden light radiated as the shell of the Destiny Mystic Turtle rose into the air, forming an impenetrable energy barrier. Neither Suyu's blood arrows nor Phantom Kite's Snowheart Rose could break through this absolute defense. It worked. Yinlinger clasped her hands together. A pale blue pillar of light shot into the sky. Her spiritual splitsouls had already set up teleportation arrays near the other 8 Jiangha University contestants. Though this type of teleportation formation required time to prepare, was prone to interruption, and could only perform one-way transfers, when combined with Yinlinger's splitsoul ability, it became the perfect tactical tool. In an instant, radiance erupted in all directions. The Jiangha University contestants, who had been scattered across the snowy mountains battling beasts or dueling opponents, simultaneously stepped into the teleportation arrays, transforming into streaks of light that converged at the mountaintop. Sure Xiaolong then retrieved a peculiar-looking bowl from his robes, his expression filled with pride. This is the Thousand Lakes Chalice, a dragon-grade artifact our university president obtained from the Thousand Lakes Demon Cavern. As a relic of the divine era, it requires no modification to be weaponized and can be used by beast masters of any level. In the extreme conditions of this blizzard, the water that the Thousand Lakes Chalice was about to unleash would resonate with the wind and snow, triggering a massive avalanche. Positioned upwind, the Jiangha University team would remain unharmed, while Suyu and Phantom Kite would be completely buried by this devastating blow, leaving Jiangha University to claim all the advancement slots for themselves. The situation took a dramatic turn. The once balanced three-way standoff instantly became a crisis for Suyu and Konghuan Yuan. The deafening cheers erupted across Rose Plaza as the odds of Sure Xiaolong winning the championship skyrocketed from 1 minute and 4.5 seconds to 1 minute and 1.5 seconds. Jiangha University had clearly come well prepared with a direct, soul-splitting spirit transfer and the overwhelming power of the dragon-class treasure, the Thousand Lakes Chalice. The odds were heavily stacked against Su Yu and his team. Standing at the advantageous position, Shi Xiaolong gripped the Thousand Lakes chalice tightly, his tone filled with arrogant confidence. Surrender. I was waiting for reinforcements earlier. What are you waiting for? Behind him, Yinlinger and 6 others stood in a neat formation, their respective companion beasts ready for battle. Positioned behind the celestial destiny turtle, they showed no fear in the face of Elias Death Chanter. To Shi Xiaolong, victory was within grasp, only needed to pour out the power of the Thousand Lakes chalice. However, as Alia raised her hand, crimson light flickered on the turtle's defensive shield. Kong Huanyuan immediately caught on, realizing the urgent need to assist Su Yu in preventing the activation of the Thousand Lakes chalice. Phantom Mirage. Undying Blood Queen. Su Yu's blood arrow was blocked by the turtle shell, but the blood spread across its surface. Simultaneously, Kong Huanyuan's Phantom Mirage tore through part of the shell. With a resounding crack, Shi Xiaolong stared in disbelief at the breach in the celestial turtle's defense. The undying crimson light had transformed Su Yu's blood arrow into the undying blood spear. Bang! The blood spear pierced through Shi Xiaolong's right arm in an instant. Overconfident in the turtle's impenetrable defense, he had not anticipated the shell being shattered, let alone a force capable of bypassing it entirely. The Thousand Lakes chalice slipped from his grasp. Alia extended her blood claws toward the chalice. Ignoring the searing pain in his arm and unable to destroy the blood spear, Shi Xiaolong instead used its momentum to embed the spear into the blood claws. His left hand reached for the chalice once more. In this brief moment, the 5 Death Chanter-controlled creatures, 2 desert blood scorpions, 2 snow monsters, and a snow fox charged toward Yinlinger and her team. Su Yu, unhesitant to sacrifice these creatures that were not his own, commanded them to fight recklessly, exchanging injury for opportunity to carve a bloody path forward. The desert blood scorpions, unsuited for the environment, were the first to fall, dissolving into pools of blood. However, the snow monsters and snow fox thrived in the icy winds, successfully holding off the other strength students of Sheikh University. Shi Xiaolong acted decisively, activating the Thousand Lakes chalice. The chalice, shaped like a lake, unleashed a torrent of water blessed by lake spirits, capable of purging all evil. In the extreme cold, the cascading water instantly transformed into snow and ice, threatening to engulf Su Yu and Alia. Alia clasped her hands together, unleashing her full power. Boom! Explosions erupted across the ground as she summoned all the blood within her control, forming a blood wall to counter the oncoming ice and snow. As the blood seeped into the lifeless ice and snow, Alia claimed dominion over them. Just as with virtual constructs, the water of the Thousand Lakes was no exception. The crowd at Rose Plaza gasped in astonishment. The Thousand Lakes water surged upward from the ground, reversing its flow and hurtling toward Shi Xiaolong. He stared, dumbfounded, as the water completely slipped from his control, while Alia responded with a mocking smile. The remnants of the divine era, how could they ever rival the true gods? The waters of the Thousand Lakes roared upward, surging into the heavens. Shi Xiaolong, caught off guard, was swept into the vortex by the very torrent he had summoned. Though the Destiny Mystic Turtle swiftly enveloped him within its protective shell, he still suffered severe injuries. Fortunately, Yinlinger managed to catch him just in time. The 2 Starshine mentors at the Yueji Plaza stood stunned as they witnessed the scene. She actually reversed control of the Thousand Lakes waters? That's supposed to be a relic of the divine era. No, she merged her blood into the waters of the Thousand Lakes. For a moment, I thought Shi Xiaolong had it in the bag. The power Alia displayed far exceeded the capabilities of a number 99 ranked vampire, even surpassing those of a Moonlight Apostle. Could she be a Moonlight Divine Envoy? Shi Xiaolong coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood as his chest heaved in pain. Kong Huanyuan's beautiful eyes widened slightly, her gaze toward Alia brimming with newfound fervor. Meanwhile, Yinlinger held Shi Xiaolong close, her heart aching. For the first time, she realized that even someone hailed as a genius could have moments of helplessness. Cover me, Shi Xiaolong said through gritted teeth, suppressing the pain. I still have a second battle pet. His words reignited hope among the group. The school's ace had yet to reveal his full strength, and they still had the advantage in numbers. Moreover, Alia's all-out attack earlier had consumed a significant amount of blood, visibly diminishing her form. Just then, piercing howls cut through the blizzard, making the biting winds seem less harsh. Everyone turned warily toward Su Yu, only to see countless beasts emerging from the shadows. Ethereal humanoid creatures of the Voidling clan, fire-spewing crimson pythons, soaring 2-headed griffins, galloping 3-eyed golden cheilants, and wing-flapping oni nightshades. The sheer number of beasts was overwhelming, easily numbering in the thousands. Surprisingly, these lower-tier beasts coexisted in harmony, neither attacking one another nor descending into chaos. This played perfectly into Su Yu's hands. While his blood crown couldn't fully control high-level beasts, it allowed him to command these lesser creatures with ease. I was waiting for reinforcements, Su Yu sneered at Shi Xiaolong. What are you waiting for? Those few weaklings, are they what you call reinforcements? Open your eyes and see what real reinforcements look like. Under the command of the blood crown, thousands of beasts became Su Yu's loyal blood thralls. Even Kong Huan Yuan's eyes widened in shock as she recalled the record-breaking feat Su Yu had achieved during the Academy's entrance exam. Although Emperor Spirit University initially believed he could only control 100 or so low-tier beasts, reality proved he was more like a walking calamity. At that moment, the broadcast voice echoed across the sky at just the right time. Su Yu of Demon Spirit University has successfully controlled 3,277 beasts. Points awarded, 32,770. The students who had yet to reach the summit stared at the sky in disbelief, as if the world itself had encountered some kind of glitch. On the massive screen in the sky, the rankings left everyone stunned. First place, Su Yu, 32,990 points. Second place, Kong Huan Yuan, 260 points. Third place, Shi Xiaolong, 230 points. This simulation field must be malfunctioning. 30,000 points? A wave of exclamations erupted from the audience. You don't understand. Su Yu's talent allows him to control low-level beasts. With that kind of power, all the beasts in the snowy mountains have become his allies. Does that mean we can make it to the summit too? Let's go, quickly. Outside the field, while some students inside remained oblivious to the unfolding events, all eyes were fixed on the battle at the mountain's peak. Shi Xiaolong and his team faced the overwhelming horde of beasts behind Su Yu, their expressions grim. Yin Linger, in particular, looked pale as a sheet. They had been brimming with confidence, relying on the divine relic, the Thousand Lakes Chalice, only to see it shattered in an instant by Alia. Now, they were utterly defenseless against the beast army. The beasts lifted Su Yu and Alia into the air, allowing them to look down on their opponents from above. Su Yu spoke with arrogance. My ability, king of the sequence. Bowing before the king is the instinct of all living creatures. Come at me, all of you, together. The group looked up at Su Yu, who loomed over them like a dark storm cloud. Anger burned in their hearts, but they couldn't deny the oppressive aura he exuded in this moment. Outside the simulation field, Star Emblem mentor Wong Chu sighed. It seems Su Yu is going to win. He's like a walking natural disaster. Countless spectators shared the same sentiment. Shi Xiaolong is done for. Who else could possibly stop this beast horde? Yu Cheng, however, shook his head. No, it's not over yet. A natural disaster isn't limited to Su Yu alone. The Knight of the Witch Kong Huan Yuan also holds the power to summon calamities. At his words, every gaze turned to Kong Huan Yuan on the field. Facing thousands of beasts, she slowly rose into the air, forming intricate hand seals as she began to chant. Speak of eternal night, and dawn shall come. Though the black of night veils the heavens, still, the hopeful spirits sing of paradise. Awaken, Knight of the Witch. In an instant, black ribbons unfurled from Kong Huan Yuan, enveloping the entire sky and earth. The ribbons bore cryptic, indecipherable patterns, sketching the dreamscape of a witch in the eternal night. Alia leapt to Su Yu's side, her voice tense. It's here. This is the power of the ethereal witch lineage. Knight of the Witch. The witch's power unleashed an inherent barrier, pulling all living beings within a kilometer radius into an alternate dimension. In this space, the full extent of the God Dynasty sequence power of the ethereal witch was revealed. Only the endless black of eternal night remained, along with abstract, smiling figures etched into the darkness, as though whispering long-buried stories. The ethereal clan's unseen a century ethereal which had perfectly fused spatial and mental powers, blurring the line between fantasy and reality. Everything painted on the canvas of the Black Knight became her weapon. Faced with such a display, Su Yu felt no fear. On the contrary, he grew even more exhilarated. Now this is worthy of the name of the God Dynasty. Now this makes risking everything to capture you worthwhile. Kong Huan Yuan's power had fully awakened. Meanwhile, the Thunderfire Bamboo and Snowheart Rose erupted simultaneously. The vines of these two powerful demonic plants lashed out like frenzied whips, tearing apart the low-level beasts behind Su Yu. Harrowing cries echoed one after another, and the ground was soon soaked in blood. The scene on the canvas suddenly came to life. Death wielded a scythe. Elves drew their bows, and a dragon roared, unleashing its fiery breath. These forces that should have existed only in fantasy were now manifesting, wave after wave, releasing devastating power as if heralding the end of days. Shi Xiaolong gazed up at the sky, regret surging in his chest. He had once believed that mastering the relics of the divine era would make him invincible, but now he realized how naive he had been. What baffled him even more was Su Yu's behavior. Could even a being as powerful as a vampire truly stand against the barriers of the divine era? The mind space was completely isolated from the outside world. Though the mountaintops seemed deserted, an undercurrent of tension churned within the barrier. Konghuan Yuan floated lightly into the air, a confident smile playing on her lips. Here, those little bottles from the academy are useless. I've already reached the Linghu stage. Why not hand her over to me willingly? After all, you have no way out. Su Yu raised his head, locking eyes with her delicate features. So, we're after the same thing, he said, shaking his head lightly. The ethereal which lives up to her reputation. But, did you really think I came unprepared? Alia. Alia appeared gracefully behind Su Yu. Little one, shall we capture the witch together? She said with a smirk, her sharp fangs sinking into Su Yu's neck. Konghuan Yuan's expression changed instantly, but it was too late. Alia had drawn the last critical drop of blood needed to surpass her limits, breaking through to the transformation stage. Her pitch-black wings cast a shadow that solidified into a foundation, upon which a throne forged of blood stood tall. Alia Teeps has reached full progress, advancing to Tier 3 transformation stage. With this breakthrough, her abilities surged. Her spellcasting range expanded to 500 meters, and the number of thralls she could command increased to 10. This unexpected dual breakthrough also propelled Su Yu into the transformation stage. Though still human and lacking magical circuits, his physical abilities were now sufficient to rival low-level beasts. Additionally, his shrank ability, Fatal Allure, gained a new effect. His blood now exerted a lethal attraction on all beasts. Should any beast consume a significant amount of his blood, it would be transformed into a deadly toxin. This unforeseen turn of events disrupted Konghuan Yuan's plans. Even with the home field advantage, her chances against Alia, who had broken through despite earlier exhaustion, were now uncertain. Su Yu saw through her hesitation and curled his lips into a cold smile. Did you think this was over? Bringing these low-level beasts wasn't for dealing with you. He soared into the air, extending his right hand. Beasts, for your queen, end yourselves. Let your blood become the source of the Blood Queen's power. Konghuan Yuan suddenly looked down. The scene before her left her utterly stunned. Thousands of monstrous beasts, without hesitation, chanted in unison in strange voices, "All glory to our king." Before the echoes of their cries faded, they simultaneously crushed their own magic circuits and hearts. Splat! Endless streams of blood gushed out like fountains, instantly staining the entire land crimson and casting a blood-red glow over the pitch-black witch's night. Su Yu slowly walked up behind Alia, gently touching the wobbling strand of hair on her head before plucking it out. With a deafening roar, the blood on the ground began to flow upward, reversing its course and forming a massive blood moon in the dark night sky. The beast's white bones assembled into a framework, while their flesh and blood coalesced into solid walls. Crows, bats, eagles, and other dark creatures were born one after another, merging into the blood and collectively constructing a magnificent temple, the SS-class Eternal Sanctuary. The blood-red temple roared with power as blood knights trampled the ground and blood eagles soared through the skies. Alia, now fully unsealed, floated in midair, facing Konghuan Yuan from a distance. She chanted in a commanding voice, "The heavens hold the endless seas. The earth harbors the underworld. The land shall bind the sea to the sky. Slumbering souls of the underworld, heed the true ancestors' hymn and shatter the witch's night." As the chant concluded, the overwhelming power of the Eternal Sanctuary tore countless rifts through the witch's night. Bloodbound creatures charged fearlessly toward Konghuan Yuan. Despite having the home field advantage of the snowy mountain of wind and frost, Konghuan Yuan was horrified to realize that Alia, now transformed after sacrificing all the monstrous beasts, had become her equal. Even more shocking was that the Eternal Sanctuary itself was vying for control over the mountain's magic with her. The clash between these two formidable forces showed no mercy. The witch's night blades and blood-red spears crisscrossed, shattering the sky, cracking the earth, and collapsing mountains. The entire barrier trembled on the verge of collapse. Konghuan Yuan wielded countless fantastical weapons, but could not breach the Blood Army's defenses. Inside the sanctuary, Su Yu observed the divine battle with calm detachment. He recalled Alia once mentioning that the strand of hair on her head served as a limiter, and once touched, it would unleash her full power and awaken her primal blood-hunting instincts. This battle, far exceeding his expectations, made him ponder deeply. To break the stalemate, a decisive breakthrough would be needed. Su Yu understood that the key to the breakthrough still lay with him. As long as he could inject his blood into the Void Swallow's body, even if a contract couldn't be established immediately, the power of the Crown of Blood would be enough to grant Alia an overwhelming advantage in battle. Would Alia, after breaking her restraints, still be able to hear his call? In this life-and-death clash of blood and night, Su Yu caught a reassuring glance over her shoulder. Though Alia's deep violet eyes were now stained crimson with blood, they remained clear, and she even cast him a smile full of affection and confidence. Suyu gave a slight nod. Although unexpected complications had arisen in their plan, the capture of the target was still feasible according to their strategy. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind, seemed to possess a seemingly useless talent that might prove valuable in this moment. He leapt swiftly into the air and placed an object into Elia's hand. At first, Alia looked puzzled, then came to a realization. Though a flicker of embarrassment and hesitation appeared on her face, she ultimately gave a slight nod, agreeing to this plan that could lead to a breakthrough. The battle intensified. Elia's eternal sanctuary continued to spawn bloodborne creatures, advancing inch by inch against the relentless assault of the Void Swallow's Witch of the Night. The Void Swallow frowned deeply, realizing that prolonging the stalemate would be disastrous for her. The magic of Snowstorm Mountain had already been eroded by the Eternal Sanctuary by 20%. If Alia gained control of half, all hope of victory would be lost. Memories surged in her mind. Her mother calling her a sinner of the ethereal clan, her father sacrificing his life for her birth, her mother waiting for her return in the Forbidden Zone. A flash of determination appeared in the Void Swallow's eyes. For the sake of her deepest wish, she absolutely could not lose this battle. Clasping her hands together, she summoned several towering night terrors, each over 100 meters tall and wielding scythes of death. This move drained the last of Snowstorm Mountain's magicite. Was her final strike. At that moment, Suyu, concealed within Elias Blood Eagle, made his move. The Blood Eagle, imbued with an immortal essence, blended among other bloodborne creatures, breaking through layers of resistance to approach the Void Swallow. As the Night Terrors swung their scythes at the Blood Eagle, a sharp metallic collision rang out. By the time the Void Swallow sensed something was amiss, it was already too late. She immediately activated her ethereal mirage, tearing through the Blood Eagle's exterior with triple spatial distortions, revealing Suyu inside. In her moment of shock, Suyu had already closed the distance to less than 50 meters, a position that perfectly fulfilled the conditions for his seemingly useless talent. Meanwhile, Alia had taken out the object Suyu had entrusted to her. Alarms of danger blared wildly in Kong Huan Yuan's mind. She immediately realized that Suyu was about to make his move. Without hesitation, she activated her Shrank ability, Phantasmal Soul Painting, a powerful psychic skill that the Kongling clan prided themselves on. It allowed her to invade the mental sea of any living being within a 100-meter radius, creating nightmare-like illusions. However, Alia had already anticipated this move. As the Blood Queen, she effortlessly manipulated the blood within Suyu's brain, shattering the illusion conjured by Kong Huan Yuan in an instant. Since the distorted space of Linkong Phantom had not yet fully dissipated, Kong Huan Yuan was temporarily unable to use the skill again. At that precise moment, Suyu extended his hand and activated Taste Link. Simultaneously, Alia quickly placed a single grain of ordinary salt into her mouth. For vampires who hadn't established a taste link with Suyu, any flavor other than sweetness would transform into an unbearable bitterness. Suyu cleverly synchronized Alia's taste with the unsuspecting Kong Huan Yuan, while Alia, having endured this torment multiple times, could barely tolerate it. For Kong Huan Yuan, it was an unprecedented agony. In an instant, an overwhelming bitterness engulfed her entire being from the tip of her tongue to her throat and down to her stomach. Every part of her body violently rejected the sensation, trembling uncontrollably. She had never imagined that Suyu would resort to such an unexpected tactic. In theory, Kong Huan Yuan could use Phantasmal Soul Painting to override her sensory perception and nullify the pain. But on the battlefield, even the briefest hesitation could spell defeat. In the moment her focus was completely disrupted, Suyu swiftly severed the taste link with her and instead synchronized with Alia, freeing the latter from the pain. With Kong Huan Yuan's control of Witch's Night disrupted, her grip on the magic of Snowstorm Mountain faltered, creating a critical gap in the barrier's defenses. In this clash of divine era sequences, no one had anticipated that it would be Suyu's so-called useless ability that would turn the tide of the battle. Seizing the opportunity, Alia channeled the full power of her blood magic, causing the immortal temple to surge to several hundred meters high and annihilate the barrier space of Witch's Night. By the time Kong Huan Yuan regained her composure, the eternal night barrier lay shattered before her eyes, with fragments of space drifting everywhere. Lost? The thought crossed Kong Huan Yuan's mind for the first time. But she quickly dismissed it. Half the barrier was severely damaged. It hadn't completely collapsed. There was still one last chance. More importantly, Suyu was right in front of her, less than 30 meters away. At this distance, even Alia wouldn't have time to intervene. Grasping her final opportunity, Kong Huan Yuan unleashed all her magic power and reactivated Linkong Phantom. The triple-layered space tore apart in an instant, pulling her directly in front of Suyu, leaving only half a meter between them. At that moment, Suyu finally saw her face clearly. The platinum blonde hair no longer cascaded gracefully down her back. The chaos of battle had left her locks disheveled, floating haphazardly in the air. Her once pristine face was smeared with soot, and the overuse of magic had caused blood to trickle from the corner of her lips. Her oval-shaped face, paired with a slightly aquiline nose, was framed by naturally alluring eyes that still held their charm even in this dire moment. Yet, her gaze was filled with unwavering determination and resolve. "Apologies, stranger, but for the sake of my wish," Kong Huan Yuan's eyes glinted coldly as she steeled herself for what was to come. If Su Yu dared to resist, she was ready to use her Ling Kong Phantom to snap his limbs without hesitation. But Su Yu didn't retreat. Instead, his entire body began to radiate a silvery glow, assuming a battle-ready stance. Kong Huan Yuan immediately recognized the sign. This was the hallmark of a physical body advancing to the mithril realm. However, even a mithril-level physique would be no match against the spatial distortion of her Ling Kong Phantom. "If you refuse to surrender, then prepare to suffer." Gritting her teeth, Kong Huan Yuan unleashed the triple-layered spatial force, twisting towards Su Yu's arms and left leg. Bang! A mist of blood exploded in the air, and Su Yu's blood splattered onto her, washing away the soot on her exquisite face. Yet, this sight lasted less than a second. Before Su Yu could even register the pain, crimson light erupted, illuminating the shattered remnants of the witch's night. The severed limbs rapidly regenerated, and the blood that had splashed onto Kong Huan Yuan suddenly dispersed, transforming into countless blood needles aimed at her from every direction. Whoosh! Kong Huan Yuan's expression turned pale with shock. At that moment, Shuixin Xiangwei and Tianlei Mingzhu were still locked in combat with the creatures from the Undying Sanctuary, and the Ling Kong Phantom she had just used had yet to dissipate, leaving her with no means of defense. To make matters worse, these blood needles were entirely composed of Su Yu's own blood. SSSS. As the blood needles pierced through, a low voice rang out, "Blood Crown activate." Within Kong Huan Yuan's spiritual sea, a crimson crown exuded an oppressive aura, overwhelming any soul that dared to resist. It was then that she realized the truth. Her supposed ability to subdue her opponent had been nothing more than a carefully laid trap. Blood stained everything around them. As her delicate body trembled uncontrollably, Su Yu gently placed his hand on her cold face, declaring his victory. "Ethereal witch, you are mine now." Suspended in midair, Kong Huan Yuan could no longer muster any resistance. The warmth of the man's palm lingered on her icy complexion, while her soul transformed into a translucent contract, merging into Su Yu's spiritual sea and intertwining with the blood-red pact already present, signifying that Su Yu had successfully captured his second beast companion. A system notification promptly echoed. "Congratulations to the host for capturing the second beast companion. Unlocking a brand new steer talent, Arcane Forgery." This talent allowed Su Yu to recreate any mystical artifact or weapon he was familiar with. Although the recreated version would be downgraded by one level and slightly weakened in effect, its other functionalities would remain identical to the original. The system further informed him that all steer talents would undergo a qualitative transformation upon reaching the Nirvana realm, encouraging him to continue enhancing his mental strength and capturing more beast companions to unlock additional abilities. At this moment, with the second beast companion and the newly granted system abilities in hand, Su Yu's gains were substantial. Yet, the greatest prize was undoubtedly the ethereal witch herself, a half-human, half-demon being from the Divine Era sequence. Su Yu gazed at the ethereal contract, where her name was inscribed clearly, Kong Huan Yuan. Kong Huan Yuan's eyes were misty, her expression dazed. Defeat in the final battle had reduced her to the spoils of her opponent, leaving her at the mercy of the unfamiliar Su Yu. She had no idea what fate awaited her. What crushed her even more was the promise she had made to her mother, now shattered like a sandcastle in the wind. Her gaze towards Su Yu was filled with confusion and despair, with a trace of resentment hidden within. Su Yu gently cupped her face, his voice soft. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of you." The control of the blood crown had been lifted, and Alia now stood beside Su Yu. Kong Huan Yuan clenched her fists, biting her lower lip. Su Yu smiled and said, "I refuse. You're far too overdrawn. Even your contract is flickering weakly. But you must have felt it, right? My blood, isn't it?" Before he could finish, Kong Huan Yuan was already overwhelmed by the fatal allure. Su Yu's blood exuded an irresistible fragrance, one that grew stronger the higher one's sequence. As a member of the God Era sequence, an uncontrollable craving surged within her. Su Yu wiped a blood stain off her face with his finger, pausing it at her lips. "So, do you want it?" Kong Huan Yuan's breathing quickened. This gesture and tone were clearly meant to make her surrender completely, body and soul. "No, I can't. I'm a witch of the ethereal clan." Yet the enticing scent was too overwhelming, and her severely depleted body desperately needed energy. Finally, she closed her eyes, allowing her instincts to take over as she opened her mouth and bit down on Su Yu's finger. Alia, slightly jealous, gave Suyu a playful pinch. Got your way, didn't you? Suyu chuckled and planted a light kiss on her lips. Don't be impatient. After this is over, I'll make sure you're satisfied. Oh, and there's still one more target. Alia understood immediately, quickly replenishing herself with some stored blood from Suyu before darting toward the weakened Shi Xiaolong and Yenlinger. The barrier of the Witch's Night was on the verge of collapse. If the scene were to be witnessed by the world, Suyu would undoubtedly face immense pressure. But alas, the deed was already done. Elsewhere, Shi Xiaolong and the other students from Jianghe University had been subdued by the creatures of the Eternal Temple, unable to fight back. Seeing Alia approach Yenlinger, Shi Xiaolong shouted anxiously, "What are you doing?" Yenlinger trembled all over, as if trapped in a nightmare ever since being caught in the Witch's Night. Alia smirked playfully. Relax. Becoming this king's handmaiden might not be such a bad thing for you. Just one drop of my blood, and you'll become a moonlight envoy. They had no choice but to yield to reality. Meanwhile, in an office at Emperorling University outside the simulated field, Principal Jiang Huiran sipped his tea calmly as he addressed his visitor. Old man, it's been years since you last came to Emperorling. What brings you here today? The visitor was none other than Ning Hanwen, the principal of Magic City Yuling University. Ning Hanwen narrowed his eyes and said, "If I didn't come, I was afraid there might be something you'd have trouble dealing with later." Jiang Huiran stood by the window, his deep gaze fixed on the distance. His mind quickly ran through various possibilities. After ruling out the demon lair, his thoughts turned to the 9 Schools Alliance exchange competition. You mean? He was about to speak, but quickly regained his composure, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Huan Yuan won't lose. After all, she is. Before he could finish, alias information suddenly flashed through his mind. Looking at the old man who had traveled from far away, an ominous feeling surged within him. Could it be that she's neither a vampire nor a moonlight envoy, but a bloodline progenitor? Jiang Huiran gasped sharply and hurriedly denied it. No, that's impossible. Huan Yuan has never mentioned her. Then, shifting his tone, he added, but even if that's the case, aren't you afraid that in the end, Huan Yuan will still win? Ning Hanwen calmly took out a flask of wine. Then let's wait and see the final result. Here, have a taste of this fine brew I came across by chance at the Drunken Demon Spring in the Demon Lair. Seeing Ning Hanwen's composed demeanor, Jiang Huiran's heart filled with doubt. His spiritual senses extended across the campus, focusing on the Rose Plaza. Meanwhile, outside the Witch's Night barrier in the mimicry field, the situation had undergone a dramatic change. With Suyu drawing away all the beasts, the students had successfully reached the mountain summit. Strangely, the blizzard and gale that had raged on Wind and Snow Mountain had ceased, leaving behind only a serene, snow-covered landscape. Around 30 students from Magic Spirit University and Imperial Spirit University stood in 2 opposing groups at the summit. Lu Xian asked in confusion, "What just happened? Where's Suyu? And what's with this scoreboard?" Chun Fei, from the Demon Plant Department, shook his head. Not sure, but there was definitely an intense battle here. Maybe Suyu has already won and advanced? With his score. Lu Xian nodded slightly, considering that possibility plausible. On the other side, Yang Shijia from the Combat Department of Imperial Spirit University sneered. Ha, how naive. They were clearly pulled into Kong Huan Yuan's barrier. No matter how strong your Suyu is, winning in Kong's barrier is nothing but a pipe dream. This time, Imperial Spirit is destined for another clean sweep in the exchange competition. The students from Imperial Spirit brimmed with confidence. After all, Kong Huan Yuan was widely recognized as an unrivaled prodigy of the Divine Era sequence. They couldn't imagine her losing. Lu Xian's expression darkened. While she now had the strength to defeat the 22 and drank Yang Shijia with the Lu family's support, if Suyu were to lose to Kong Huan Yuan, suddenly, a crisp, shattering sound echoed. Everyone realized that the barrier was collapsing, and Kong Huan Yuan and her group were about to appear. Outside the simulation field, everyone held their breath, anxiously awaiting the results. The air seemed to freeze as speculation filled the room. Who was the victor? Was it Kong Huan Yuan? You? Who do you think won? Asked Zhuang Chu, the star implementer responsible for commentary, his voice laced with tension. Yu Cheng took a deep breath and cautiously analyzed. It should be Kong Huan Yuan. If her barrier had been forcibly broken, it would have shattered instantly, not gradually unfolded like this. This indicates she voluntarily deactivated it. His words immediately sparked a wave of cheers from the Imperial Spirit University audience. Nice. Shi Xiaolong and Suyu are both down. Who else could stop our Imperial Spirit University? The students shouted excitedly. Captain, I strongly suggest we recruit Junior Kong into our team. Her strength isn't inferior even to third-year students. One student proposed. Huh. Dream on. Another immediately retorted. I think you just want to get close to the campus belle. As long as I, Wong, am here, don't even think about approaching her. The students of Imperial Spirit began taunting the spectators from Devil Spirit and Jiangha universities. Just give up already. You've been losing for 6 years straight, always second and third place. The audience from Devil Spirit and Jiangha universities looked grim. The members of the Blood Spirit team wore varied expressions, while Shang Wanling was so nervous her palms were sweating. Though she didn't know all the details, she had a strong suspicion that Alia was a member of the Vampire's Divine Generation, a special existence ranked between sequence 91 and 100, the royalty of their kind. As the barrier layers continued to unfold, waves of powerful magical energy radiated out. The outcome of this battle would significantly influence not only the freshman division of the 9 University Alliance Exchange, but the overall trajectory of the competition. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the barrier's exit. It was Shi Xiaolong. His face was pale, his expression dazed, as if he had been thrown out by some dark creature. The moment he emerged, he collapsed heavily to the ground, unconscious. Following him, all the other Jiangha University participants, except for Yin Linger, were also ejected. The audiences from Imperial Spirit and Devil Spirit universities breathed a sigh of relief, while the supporters of Jiangha University were ashen-faced. Shi Xiaolong's defeat meant their chances of ultimate victory had slipped away. Finally, the barrier shattered completely, revealing the scene within. As the final figure emerged, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to process the sight before them. Alia sat on a throne forged from bones and blood, while Suyu stood before her, his right index finger stained with crimson. Kneeling in front of him was Kong Huan Yuan, the campus belle of Emperor Spirit University known as the treasure-like fallen angel. She was intoxicated, gently sucking the blood from his fingertip. Suyu's left hand lightly caressed her cheek, his fingers teasingly pinching her ear. His actions carried a hint of provocation. To everyone's shock, the usually proud Kong Huan Yuan neither resisted nor rejected him. Instead, she surrendered completely to his touch. Her ears turned red, her gaze dazed, filled with embarrassment, yet helpless against the allure of the blood. This scene stunned everyone in attendance. Lu Xian and Yang Shijia stared in disbelief, while outside the simulated field, Zhuang Chu, Yu Cheng, and Shang Wanling were equally speechless with shock. Although the official live broadcast quickly cut the signal, countless viewers had already taken screenshots, spreading them wildly across the internet, propelling the incident to the top of trending topics instantly. Filthy demon spawn. Let go of our campus belle. Yang Shijia was the first to react, shouting through gritted teeth. Others chimed in furiously. Suyu, take your dirty hands off her. What kind of spell did you use on Huan Yuan? Shameless. You must have cheated. Even those who had always supported Suyu, like Lu Xian and his group, exchanged uneasy glances. They had believed in Suyu's victory, but the outcome was far too bizarre. On Moonlight Square, everyone awaited Suyu's explanation, especially the students of Emperor Spirit University, who glared at the man they believed had desecrated their goddess. Suyu turned around, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Cheating? No, no. This is my ability, king of sequences. She lost to me, so naturally, she becomes my pet. Before his words fully settled, a translucent pet contract materialized atop the snowy peak, clearly demonstrating the master-servant bond between Suyu and Kong Huan Yuan. The truth struck like a thunderclap. Kong Huan Yuan, the #1 on the Great Xia potential rankings, the semi-public holder of a divine sequence, the chosen ethereal witch, had not only been defeated by Suyu but had also become his pet. This signified that, from now on, the untouchable flower on the high cliff, Kong Huan Yuan, would wholly belong to Suyu. The entire venue fell into a dead silence, so quiet that even the sound of breathing was audible. After several heartbeats, an uproar erupted like a thunderous wave. Beep, a piercing alarm shattered the silence. What the heck? The campus queen actually? No way, absolutely no way. A wave of gasps erupted from the audience. Countless men widened their eyes, staring at the screen as if they could dive into the simulation field themselves. Yu Cheng, the dean of Imperial Spirit University, stood frozen, his face dark with fury. Their top student had somehow become the contracted pet of the demon spirit Suyu? It was utterly absurd. Zhuang Chu was initially stunned, but upon seeing Yu Cheng's grim expression, a flicker of satisfaction rose in his heart. Imperial Spirit University, always boasting about being the top academy in the Xia Empire, had finally shot itself in the foot. Starlight mentor Lin Li had never anticipated such a twist in the demon cavern simulation field. In a panic, he opened the access path and rushed inside. Meanwhile, the students of Demon Spirit University wore conflicted expressions. Watching Imperial Spirit University falter was undeniably satisfying. But why did Suyu always seem to reap the rewards? Suyu again. How come our contracted beasts are so ordinary, but he can bond with a goddess? This is unfair. We're all taming beasts, and he's out there taming a goddess. The audience erupted with complaints. In a corner, Wong Yu, the dean of the Demon Spirit Combat Division, sat with an increasingly grim look. Suyu's sudden rise to prominence would undoubtedly catch the attention of the Xia Empire's upper echelons, and trouble from the Huang Kingdom was bound to follow, with the Wong family in their crosshairs. Beside him, Wang Hongxi and Jiang Ying were pale as ghosts. Wang Hongxi clenched his teeth so hard it seemed he might draw blood. Jiang Ying was a storm of emotions, jealousy, mixed with resentment. In the principal's office of Imperial Spirit University, Jiang Huairan's hand slipped, and his wine glass shattered on the floor with a sharp crack. Damn it, you've gone too far. He finally understood Suyu possessed the ability to forcibly establish contracts. Ning Hanwen stifled a laugh. Old Jiang, calm down. How about another drink? Drink your damn drink. Jiang Huairan snapped, abandoning all pretense of composure. Back in the simulation field, Yang Shijia and the others were seething with rage, summoning their contracted beasts one by one. Yang Shijia leapt onto his twin-headed griffin and soared into the sky, determined to reclaim the goddess. Suyu sneered. How foolish. This is a perfect chance to test Kong Huan Yuan's abilities. Though there was no emotional bond between them, the beast-taming contract made his commands absolute. Kong Huan Yuan, take him down. Reluctantly, Kong Huan Yuan obeyed. No matter her feelings, the beast master's orders were paramount. She raised her hand and called out softly, Linkong Meiying. In an instant, the space twisted, and a spiraling force brutally snapped one of the heads off Yang Shijia's double-head griffin. Yang Shijia was dumbfounded, never expecting the one to strike would be the goddess they had been trying to reclaim. Suyu spread his arms, confidence gleaming in his eyes. There's still time before the exam ends. Why not all come at once? With Alia and Kong Huan Yuan, two divine generation beast companions, at my side, what do I have to fear? The crowd froze in unease. Witnessing the beast tamer ranked 22nd on the potential list being instantly defeated by Kong Huan Yuan, coupled with Suyu's strength and Alia's power, it was clear this was destined to be a massacre. Just as the tension reached its peak, Star Emblem mentor Lin Li arrived in time. A powerful reincarnation realm expert, he glanced at Kong Huan Yuan with visible pain and immediately declared, Stop, the first exam is over. The top 8 will advance to the elimination round. Suyu, come with me. The situation is urgent. The news spread quickly, prompting Principal Jiang Huairan, the upper echelon of Daxia, and the 9 guards to jointly order an immediate halt to the exchange competition. Public opinion was already in an uproar. For the first time, Lin Li found himself facing such a tricky situation. His top priority was to contain news about Suyu to calm the storm. Suyu readily agreed. Lu Xian and the others, though still shaken, dared not approach him. Meanwhile, the Magic Spirit Academy unexpectedly reaped the benefits, Kong Huan Yuan becoming Suyu's companion beast, Shi Xiaolong's defeat, and Jiangha University suffering complete elimination. With over half of the top 10 on the potential list gone, 5 of the remaining top 8, besides Suyu, were from Magic Spirit. We made it to the next round, Qin Fei whispered excitedly. And the opponents are weak. This is in the bag. Championship is ours for sure. The students of Magic, Capital Royal Beast University shouted, provocatively toward the Imperial Spirit delegation. Keep popping champagne, huh? Enjoy celebrating halfway through a match, don't you? What a disgrace. By the way, I heard your top beauty will soon be one of ours. How's that feel? The spectators from Imperial Spirit sat in stunned silence, their faces pale, as if they had swallowed bitter bile. Online, a storm was brewing, with several related topics surpassing hundreds of millions of searches within minutes. Inside the simulated battlefield, Suyu, Alia, and Kong Huan Yuan followed an enraged Lin Li, with Yinlinger present as well. Lin Li glared at Suyu. You idiot. Do you even realize she's one of us at Imperial Spirit? If we were in the demon caverns, I'd have snapped your neck by now. Suyu suppressed a smirk. No matter how much Lin Li cursed him, he'd already gained the upper hand. This move had completely outmaneuvered Imperial Spirit. No punishment could outweigh the satisfaction of his success. The angrier Lin Li got, the more triumphant Suyu felt. Kong Huan Yuan, don't worry. The school will stand up for you. Lin Li shouted. Kong Huan Yuan's face was pale. She knew all too well that once a divine generation contract was signed, it couldn't be undone. Lin Li's promise was ultimately futile. After leaving the mimicry field of the demon cavern, a thunderous uproar erupted from the nearby Rose Plaza. The plaza had devolved into chaos, with black fans, white fans, and casual onlookers clashing in a chaotic standoff. The situation spiraled out of control, forcing Emperor Ling University to urgently dispatch over a dozen Star Emblem instructors to the scene to restore order and disperse the crowd. Lin Li's expression was dark as he led Suyu and the group briskly through the back door toward the clock tower. Seizing the moment, Suyu glanced at his phone, unsurprised to see that his performance in the demon cavern had already gone viral across the internet. However, under Lin Li's stern gaze, he reluctantly put his phone away. Once they arrived at the office, Lin Li issued a stern warning, stay here. The principal will be here shortly. Don't wander around or make any noise. Suyu nodded lightly. Despite having formed a pact with the ethereal kite, he was acutely aware that once the news spread, the fury of thousands of students and tens of thousands of their spirit beasts at Emperor Ling University could easily overwhelm him. After Linley left, the office fell into an oppressive silence. The ethereal kite sat motionless, as if its soul had been drained. Linger appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend why Alia had ultimately turned against her. She vaguely sensed the emergence of a magic circuit within her body, as though she was no longer an ordinary human. Alia casually retrieved a bunch of grapes from her magical storage weapon and gestured for Suyu to activate the taste-sharing link. This battle had irrevocably altered the fate of everyone present. Taking advantage of the moment, Suyu reopened his phone to check the online reaction. The #1 trending topic was the hashtag Suyu the Campus Bell Hunter, with over 300 million searches. The video of his final moment with the ethereal kite had ignited the comments section. Some were speculating about his bloodbinding contract ability, others were urging schools to protect their campus bells, and Emperor Ling students were even vowing to avenge their stolen brides. When Suyu saw a post revealing that he had been taken to Zone A, his heart sank. He quickly confirmed that the clock tower was in Zone C and finally breathed a sigh of relief. The uproar had even caught international attention, with the topic climbing into the top 3 on certain platforms. Netizens from Huaying and Hanming countries speculated that this might be a fabricated stunt by Xia to secure strategic support related to the demon cavern. As Suyu was contemplating how to navigate his current predicament, the office door swung open, and Shangguan Ling stepped in first. Shangguan Ling walked up to Suyu, both exasperated and amused. Her face was filled with helplessness as she said, "You sigh, Suyu. Do you even realize you almost caused the sky to collapse?" She urgently explained the gravity of the situation. "I have no idea how to clean up this mess." The principal himself rushed over. Just now, in the sanctuary's barrier, Principal Jiang Huiran from Emperor Spirit Academy even had a fight with our principal. And that's not all. 3 governors of the Great Xiaonan have arrived together, and Commander Liu from the military is also on the way. Suyu blinked in shock and exclaimed, "What the heck? It's that serious?" He hadn't expected a student's actions to draw the attention of so many high-ranking officials. What unsettled him even more was that the once viral buzz online had been abruptly wiped clearly. Someone was working behind the scenes to suppress the news. Would it help if I let Emperor Spirit's principal scold me harshly? Suyu rubbed his forehead lightly. If so, I don't mind letting you all berate me for 3 days and nights. Shangguan Ling couldn't help but laugh. You wish. Do you think you can get off that easily after gaining so much? A scolding won't resolve this. Her heart was heavy with worry. The situation was truly tricky. Suyu was already unpopular at Demon Spirit Academy, and now his reputation at Emperor Spirit was utterly ruined. More importantly, he had seized their divine generation sequence. Among the 9-school alliance responsible for maintaining the defense of the 9 abysses, no school would take such a loss lying down. At that moment, Linley pushed the door open, his face still carrying traces of anger. "Everyone's here. Follow me." They were led to a spacious hall. Despite the room's size, there were only a handful of people present. At the center stood a light gray round table emitting a cold aura, seemingly crafted from some kind of crystal mined from the eternal abyss. Seated around the table were representatives from various factions. On the right sat Demon Spirit Academy's Principal Ning Hanwen and Vice Principal Gu Yi. On the left, the 3 governors of the Great Xiaonan and Commander Liu. In the center were Emperor Spirit Academy's Principal and Dean. And off to the side were representatives from Jianghe Beast Taming University. Even from a distance, Suyu could feel an invisible pressure emanating from the room. However, ever since he had formed a contract with the illusory kite, his mental sea had been shrouded in a faint mist, causing the powerful figures present to exchange puzzled glances. This was Suyu's first time facing so many top-tier beast tamers. In this hall, there were likely several tamers at the Saint Domain level. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, but with the situation at hand, he had no choice but to brace himself and face it head-on. Linley spoke up, "Principal, governors, commander, I've brought him." Jiang Huiran frowned deeply, his hand trembling slightly as he said in a cold voice, "Take a seat." Commander Liu, who looked much younger than the others, gave Suyu an encouraging smile. Suyu suddenly remembered this must be Liu Xian's father, an influential figure in the Liu family, one of the 9 pillar clans. Ning Hanwen maintained a detached demeanor, neither looking at Suyu nor saying a word. Jiang Huiran spoke softly, "Illusory kite you?" Jiang Huiran looked at Kong Huanyuan with concern, his voice tinged with worry. "Huanyuan, are you hurt?" Kong Huanyuan's eyes were vacant, only regaining focus when she heard his voice. She shook her head gently. Although no one had witnessed what transpired within the barrier, everyone present understood that a fierce battle had undoubtedly taken place. Lin Li's report on the mimicry field of the demon lair revealed that the magical energy of the entire Fengshui mountain had been drained by Kong Huanyuan. Even so, she was unable to defeat Su Yu. The intensity of the battle likely reached the level of a mid-tier beastmaster duel. Jiang Huairan turned to Su Yu, his gaze sharp. Speak up, young man. What exactly happened? Don't think about hiding anything. We old folks are still sharp. There's no one here who isn't trustworthy, and nothing will leave this room. Faced with such a group of high-ranking, experienced individuals, Su Yu showed no hesitation. Moreover, he suspected they were already aware of Alia's true identity. What reassured him most was Ning Hanwen's composed demeanor. His principal's calmness suggested the situation wasn't as dire as it seemed. Elders, I believe you already know the truth, Su Yu said frankly. Alia is the true ancestor of the Blood Clan, ranked number 007 in the Divine Era sequence. Members of the Divine Era sequence share a unique connection, so from the start, both Kong and I were aware of each other's identities. Coincidentally, we both entered this competition with the same goal. The difference is that Alia and I emerged as the victors. The crowd nodded slowly. This aligned with their assessments. Huanyuan, is what he said true? Jiang Huairan asked. Kong Huanyuan lowered her head and replied softly, yes, principal, I did want to take his vampire, but I lost. Hearing this, Jiang Huairan nearly lost his composure. Foolish, Huanyuan, he exclaimed, coughing in frustration. I know you want to grow stronger and cross the forbidden sea to reach the restricted zone, but you're being too hasty. Ning Hanwen quickly channeled magical energy to calm him down. Old Jiang, don't get worked up. At your age, you need to stay composed. Jiang Huairan glared at Ning Hanwen, and if not for the juniors present, he might have slapped him on the spot. Instead, he turned his fiery gaze to Su Yu. I don't care how you do it, kid, but you must sever Huanyuan's contract. She's one of us at Dylan Academy. That's a bit unreasonable, Ning Hanwen said with displeasure. Commander Liu, Governor Xia, you both know that contracts with the Divine Era sequence cannot be undone. Even the method Huanyuan attempted relied on illusionary control over Su Yu to dominate Alia. What's your point, old man? Jiang Huairan fumed. Are you suggesting we just let this go? Huanyuan is part of the Xia Empire too. What you're doing is tantamount to theft. Even as a beastmaster, you're still bound by the laws of Xia. At this moment, Commander Liu Shengyuan interjected. Enough, calm down, old Jiang. Even if you want him to undo it, he simply can't. A hint of sarcasm flashed in Jiang Huairan's eyes. Your daughter is in the same squad as him, of course you're siding with him. Liu Shengyuan gave an awkward smile, reluctantly admitting that it was true. Xia Tingjin, however, remained remarkably composed. In his view, regardless of the final outcome, Su Yu had already fulfilled the promise he made when he joined the Longying Guard to defeat Kong Huanyuan and claim the well-deserved championship of the freshman competition. Let's put that aside for now, Xia Tingjin said seriously. What I'm more curious about is, Su Yu, what exactly is your talent? The divine sequence contracts cannot be formed without consent. Clearly, Kong wasn't willing to become your contracted beast, was she? As his words fell, all eyes turned to Su Yu, Commander Liu, the other governors, the two principals, and several Star Emblem mentors. Even now, they couldn't fully grasp the essence of Su Yu's talent. Su Yu pondered for a moment. Since contracting Kong Huanyuan had unlocked his new level talent, Strange Replica, it wouldn't hurt to reveal a bit of his original talent. Taking a deep breath, he slowly explained. Crown of Blood. By consuming a small amount of a student's blood, I can temporarily control them. Consuming a large amount allows me to forcibly establish a contract. However, he chose to keep silent about the ancestral regression effects and fatal allure. Everyone's expressions shifted upon hearing this, their hearts stirred. While the explanation was clearly incomplete, it was sufficient to dispel their suspicions. These high-ranking figures were concerned not only about personal and group interests, but also about the safety of the entire daxia. They needed to ensure that Su Yu wasn't aligned with any shady paths or foreign covert forces. Xia Tingjin nodded in satisfaction. Very well, thank you for your honesty. As I mentioned before, the Longying Guard is always ready to welcome your joining. Don't change the subject, Jiang Huairan suddenly interrupted. The main issue now is how you're going to handle this. Everyone exchanged glances. At this point, what else could be done? Liu Shengyuan tentatively suggested. How about this, Principal Ning? You compensate old Jiang with 5 level talent serums? Let's count it on Su Yu's behalf. How does that sound? 5. Jiang Huairan sneered. Commander Liu, if I offer you 50 in exchange, would you accept? Liu Shengyuan immediately fell silent. While the daxia military had to witness the rightful ownership of the divine sequence, from a strategic perspective, Su Yu joining Daxia's 9 guards was inevitable. They all understood that this arrangement was a win-win, and the focus now was persuading Jiang Huairan not to resort to drastic measures. Governor Wu Maming of the Zhima Guard spoke up. Old Jiang, just say it. What do you want to do? After all, Kong Huanyuan's departure was a tangible loss for the Zhenma Guard, which he guarded in the capital. Jiang Huairan sighed. Fine, I'll take a step back. Erase my condition. Suyu transfers to Empyrean Spirit Academy, and this matter ends here. That way, even if Huanyuan doesn't want to be under his command, I can personally keep an eye on her. It's a solution that benefits both sides. Otherwise, I will never let you take Huanyuan. This declaration shocked everyone present. Lin Li, in particular, didn't dare look Kong Huanyuan in the eye. It was a stark contrast to his earlier stance of standing up for her. Ning Hanwen's typically calm and collected face turned bright red. What? Zhang Huairan, what nonsense are you spouting? What's the matter, old Ning? Do you want to test whether my sword is still sharp? And who's to say my blade has dulled? Suyu, watching the sudden escalation of tension, couldn't help but be dumbfounded. What on earth was going on? Lu Shengyuan cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Ahem, you two, don't let the youngsters laugh at us. Is this how someone who's lived countless years should behave? That childishness is no less than that of young people. Zhang Huairan sat back down with a sullen face, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. Meanwhile, Ning Hanwen looked delighted, clearly enjoying the sight of his old rival being put in his place. At its core, this is just a clash of youthful pride, Ning Hanwen said leisurely. It just so happens to involve the divine generation. If we put aside their identities, would any of you still make such a big deal out of it? The governors exchanged glances, unable to deny the truth in his words. The situation had escalated to this point largely because both Alia and Kong Huanyuan were rare descendants of the divine generation on Blue Star. Jiang Huairan understood that he couldn't do anything to Suyu today after all. Kong Huanyuan had acted with the same intent, but the thought left a bitter taste in his mouth. Besides, this might not be a bad thing. Ning Hanwen continued. A good thing? Good my foot. Jiang Huairan's eye twitched as he couldn't help but retort angrily. Seeing that Ning Hanwen, for once, wasn't being cryptic, Lu Shengyuan pressed him. What good thing? Ning Hanwen gave a mysterious smile. In the past, Xia had seen beast tamers from the divine sequence, but this is the first time we've encountered someone with a natural dual divine lineage. At these words, Lu Shengyuan, Jiang Huairan, and the others suddenly looked grave, as if they had thought of something significant. Meanwhile, Suyu was completely baffled. Gentlemen, what exactly is the secret of the divine sequence? Can someone explain it plainly? It was clear the leaders were reluctant to speak about it. None of them answered. Jiang Huairan let out a sigh and turned to Kong Huanyuan. Huanyuan, tell me, are you willing to go with him? Kong Huanyuan stood there in a daze, her dream of going to the forbidden zone dissolving like a bubble. She felt like a ship adrift without a compass, lost and uncertain about the future. Suyu wanted to comfort her, but it didn't seem appropriate to speak up in front of the elders. At that moment, Alia, who had just finished showing off her grapes, approached Kong Huanyuan and gently lifted her soft, delicate chin. Trust me, little one. This guy is unlike any human you've ever met. Then, in a voice only Kong Huanyuan could hear within her mental sea, she added, the sorrowful wish we've been waiting for will be realized through him. I've always believed that. These words seemed to strike a chord in Kong Huanyuan's heart. The way she looked at Suyu and Alia softened, no longer filled with hostility. In Suyu's mental sea, the bond between them quietly shifted. Affinity, hostile curious. A newfound light sparkled in Kong Huanyuan's eyes. She spoke softly, yes, I will go with him. Jiang Huairan looked astonished. He had intended to make one last effort to persuade her. What on earth had that vampire said to Kong Huanyuan that not only changed her mind, but also restored her confidence? The others were equally surprised. Suyu smiled and gently held Kong Huanyuan's hand. I know there's something you want to tell me. Don't worry, your wish is my wish. Kong Huanyuan instinctively tried to pull her hand back, but the warmth of his palm made her pause. As a member of the ethereal clan, she could sense the sincerity in his heart. She was certain he wasn't lying. And then there were Alia's words, our sorrowful wish? Huh? Then ill. Try to trust you. Ning Hanwen squinted and remarked, well, isn't this the best of both worlds? Jiang Huairan snorted coldly. You? Never mind. I can't even be bothered to insult you. Since this is Huan Yuan's own decision, there's not much more I can say about it, Ning Hanwen said after exchanging a glance with the other academy leaders. However, Suyu, you must immediately withdraw from the Nine Schools Alliance exchange tournament and are permanently banned from participating in it again. The others present nodded slightly. This decision seemed fair given Suyu's current strength with 2 divine beast companions. No one in his grade could rival him. Considering the tournament determines the priority order for entering the abyss of demons, such an arrangement was deemed reasonable. Ning Hanwen gave a faint smile and added, of course, this doesn't apply to exchange tournaments with other countries. Anything that brings glory to Xia is a different matter, Zhang Huairan said, glancing at Suyu. Young man, do you accept this? A glimmer of light flashed in Suyu's eyes, and he almost laughed out loud. Was that all? This was supposed to be a punishment? He had already reaped the tournament's richest rewards, gained fame, and showcased his value to the higher-ups of Xia. He had even prepared himself for the possibility of being expelled from school. This was a complete win for him. Zhang Huairan then added in a serious tone. And one more thing, Huan Yuan has been under my care since she was a child. If I ever hear that you've treated her poorly in the slightest, you can be sure I'll deal with you personally. Rest assured. Su Yu immediately raised his hand in a vow. I promise she won't suffer even a hint of grievance. At this moment, Wu Ma Ming, the commander of the Demon Suppression Guard, chimed in. I have one more thing to add, Su Yu. Huan Yuan was originally intended to be a key force in suppressing the abyss of eternity. This responsibility now falls to you. In addition to the duties of the Dragonhawk Guard, you must also participate in the operations of the Demon Suppression Guard. Of course, you'll be fairly compensated. Although Xia Tingjin appeared displeased, he said nothing further. After all, Wu Ma Ming's request was not unreasonable. Defending the homeland is the duty of every citizen of Xia, Su Yu solemnly pledged. Even if you hadn't said so, I'm always ready to fight whenever Xia needs me. Lu Shengyuan nodded with a smile. Such ambition. However, Su Yu, when you face the reporters later, Su Yu caught on instantly and smiled knowingly. Don't worry, I understand. The rumors outside are all false. Alia is just a vampire, and Huan Yuan has merely a trace of divine bloodlineage, not truly a divine descendant. Just as everyone thought the discussion had concluded, Zhanghe University's vice principal, Huang Wenba, suddenly spoke up. Su Yu, there's one more matter you need to address. How do you plan to handle the situation with Yin Linger from our school? According to Xiaolong, she was harmed by your vampire while she was completely defenseless. The others remained silent, clearly showing little interest in this issue. Compared to the secrets surrounding Huan Yuan's divine lineage, Yin Linger's ordeal seemed far less significant. Hearing this, Alia frowned and retorted arrogantly, watch your words. Harm? That was no harm, it was a gift from me. A gift? Yin Linger and Huang Wenba looked at her in confusion. Alia smiled gracefully. She drank a single drop of my blood and has become my kin. From any perspective, she's gained far more than she's lost. Perhaps she should even be thanking me, the little one. Yin Linger stood frozen in place. Her mind as chaotic as the earlier turmoil of Konghuan Yuan. The implications in Alia's words sent a shiver through her. She was no longer human. Instinctively, she turned to Huang Wenba, her eyes filled with a plea for help. Huang Wenba's expression was slightly awkward, but his tone softened noticeably. Then, may I ask, what has her constitution become? Sequence number 19, Moonlight Envoy. Alia replied without hesitation. A collective gasp echoed through the room, and everyone present showed varying degrees of shock on their faces. Seeing Su Yu's puzzled expression, Shang Guanling quickly explained through voice transmission. Su Yu, this is one of the key conditions for advancing to the Nirvana realm. When breaking through from the lower 3 realms to the middle 3 realms, it can't just rely on the beast companion to lead the master. The master themselves also needs to undergo Nirvana. Since humans lack magic circuits, there are currently 2 mainstream methods for breakthrough. One is the physical ascension path, like how you tempered your body to the scarlet gold realm to nourish magic circuits. The other is the fusion ascension path, which involves merging with the magic circuits of various races. The latter is less dangerous, but has an extremely low success rate. However, once successful, it grants access to the magic circuits of multiple races. Alia directly fused her with the Moonlight Envoy, a high-ranking sequence. This is an extraordinary opportunity. You should know that ordinary people attempting the fusion path would need dozens of high-ranking sequences to have even a chance of success. Huang Wenba was momentarily speechless. This kind of opportunity was unparalleled, and sure Xiaolong's accusations were utterly baseless. Since this was a misunderstanding, let's leave it at that, Huang Wenba said with a smile. Yin Linger, shall we head back? Wait, Alia interrupted. I have more to say. The Moonlight Envoy must drink a drop of my blood every month, or they will die on the night of the full moon. So, do you want to watch her die, or let her become my maidservant? I won't be handing out my blood for free to outsiders. Huang Wenba stared at Alia in shock, and the other elders began communicating discreetly. This move was a masterstroke. Even if the Yin family head were here, they would likely be grateful to Alia for cultivating such a gifted beast tamer for their family. Yin Linger was terrified, her large eyes brimming with tears. I don't want to be the Moonlight Envoy. Can I go back to how I was? Alia shook her head, then gave a bewitching smile as she lifted Yin Linger's chin. Your spirit is fragrant, though not as much as the little one's. It's still valuable. Stick with me and the little one, and you won't regret it. Huang Wenba sent a message to Yin Linger's father and quickly received a reply. Yin Linger, this is your father's response. Yin Linger took the phone, and her face turned pale as she read the message. Huang Wenba sighed. Since this is your father's decision, the school has no grounds to intervene. You, Xiaolong, Principal Ning, Vice Principal Gu, and Teacher Shangwen later. The Yin family head will personally discuss this with you. Ning Hanwen had already guessed it. Stroking his white beard lightly, he said, We of the demon spirit faction certainly welcome such promising young talents. All right, teacher Shangwan, please escort them out. Su Yu's eyes flickered, and he thought to himself. So Yin Linger's father is allowing her to join the demon spirit faction this easily? But on second thought, it made sense. After all, Yin Linger had inherited the Moonlight Divine Envoy's bloodline, which was undoubtedly a great boon for the Yin family. Observing Yin Linger closely, though she couldn't compare to the breathtaking beauty of Alina and Kong Huanyuan, her twin ponytails and big, sparkling eyes gave her a charming, Lolita-like appearance that was undeniably captivating. Suyu chuckled self-deprecatingly, realizing he was being far too greedy. After leaving the hall, the expressions of the elders turned grim, their eyes gleaming with a sharp killing intent. Lu Xingyuan pointed to the map of the demon cavern and said, "It's time to discuss serious matters." According to reliable information, the mastermind behind this invasion of Blue Star is a demon king from the Abyssal Demon Clan, sequence number 006, originating from the Forbidden Zone. The main forces include 7 high-ranking sequence races, such as sequence number 33, the 5 Spirit Clan. In 10 days, the 9 demon caverns and 12 cities within the territory of Xia will be attacked simultaneously. On the way back, Shangguan Ling repeatedly patted her chest, her tone a mix of lingering fear and relief. "Suyu, you really scared your teacher to death. Thank goodness everything went smoothly." She secretly felt delighted, sensing that one of her students might soon become an extraordinary beast tamer. Suyu quickly apologized. "Sorry, teacher, for not discussing the individual and team competitions with you in advance." Shangguan Ling waved it off with a smile. "No need to apologize. This time, we secured 5 out of the 8 slots in the individual competition. You've eliminated all the strong contestants, so whether you participate or not hardly matters. In this year's freshman competition, our demon spirit faction already has victory in the bag." Suyu suddenly had an idea. "By the way, teacher, didn't I break a record during the preliminaries? Is there any reward for that? Before they find out I've been disqualified, could you help me exchange all the rewards for life essence liquid?" Shangguan Ling nodded enthusiastically. "Sure, I'll check on it right away." Before leaving, she teasingly whispered, "Young man, remember to show some restraint." Suyu laughed. "Teacher, why are you being so cheeky? Where's your husband?" After parting ways, Suyu and his group returned to their dormitory at Demon Spirit University. Finally, with no outsiders around, Yenlinger immediately began pleading desperately with Alina. "Please, I beg you. I can't leave Brother Long. If he finds out I'm here, he'll lose his mind." She knew Shi Xiaolong's pride all too well. If he discovered she had become someone else's servant, he would never accept it. Alina smirked mockingly. "Oh, little girl, are you looking to die? From now on, you'll serve me during the day and your master at night. Isn't that much better than following that little scoundrel?" Yenlinger clenched her fists tightly. "No, Suyu, Brother Long and I have no grudge against you. Why are you doing this to me?" Hearing this, Suyu immediately interrupted her. "Hold on, do you think I'm that easy to fool? If it weren't for Alina and Huan Yuan being part of the divine sequence, I'd already be dead, thanks to Shi Xiaolong's Thousand Lake Urn. Let me ask you this: when Shi Xiaolong mentioned Li Mu, was it Li Mu who ordered him to kill me in the simulated field?" These words hit a nerve. Yenlinger's face instantly turned deathly pale. Yenlinger looked evasive, stammering, No, what are you talking about?" Suyu chuckled softly, his gaze piercing. "A friend once told me that talent is a reflection of the soul. Alia said your spiritual essence is incredibly pure, which means you're a simple and straightforward girl. Honestly, you're a terrible liar." Yenlinger felt her heart pounding as Suyu pressed on. "Tell me, what's your relationship with Li Mu? Did he tell you to kill me, or severely injure me? Or perhaps he has another agenda?" He stepped closer, his once lifeless eyes now sharp and intense, a stark contrast to the innocence he displayed in front of the senior officials of Xia. "Don't even think about lying to me." Yenlinger's fingers trembled as she closed her eyes, recalling the scene before the exchange competition. Her cousin, Li Mu, had specifically approached Shi Xiaolong and her, pleading, "Brother Long, no matter what, you have to defeat Suyu. Better yet, make sure he can't even get out of bed before the battle in the demon cave. Suyu is my nightmare." Despite the oddity of the request, given their relationship, they reluctantly agreed. "But Brother Long and I never intended to kill you, really?" Yenlinger mustered her courage to defend herself. Suyu furrowed his brows, pacing back and forth in the room. Alia stood quietly to the side, while Kong Huanyuan looked utterly bewildered. "If Li Mu wanted revenge, wouldn't killing me be more effective? Why only injure me?" Suyu muttered to himself. Li Mu's teacher is Wong Yu, Wong the Wong family. Recalling his earlier speculations about the 3 traitorous factions, he seemed to grasp a thread of truth. A faint smile curved his lips. From here, I just need to follow the trail. Sooner or later, I'll expose all of you. Turning to Yinlinger, Su Yu's voice turned icy. It's a shame. What you and Shi Xiaolong did is worse than trying to kill me. Little girl, if it were just a simple assassination attempt, I might have let it slide with mild retaliation. But anyone who dares to harm Alia crosses my bottom line. If you don't want Shi Xiaolong to die, stay put. Alia needs blood, and in return, I'll find a way to get you some life essence. Seeing Su Yu's agitation, Alia gently urged, don't get angry. It's bad for your health. Su Yu nodded, then turned to Kong Huanyuan, his tone light. Shall we start over? I'm Su Yu. You tried to take Alia from me, and I tried to take you. I suppose we're even now. From this moment on, you're mine. Your desires are my desires, and your enemies are my enemies. His words seemed to strike a chord deep within Kong Huanyuan. She immediately fell to her knees before Su Yu, tears streaming down her face, shedding the aloof demeanor of a campus beauty. My greatest wish. My mother is waiting for me on the other side of the Forbidden Sea, but I don't have much time left. I can feel the void leaf my mother left behind growing weaker at most. I have 3 years. If what the true ancestor said is true, if what you said is true, then you are my only hope. My everything me power, I will devote it all to you for eternity, as long as you are willing. Su Yu helped her up, his fingers gently brushing against her earlobe. If I remember correctly, the other side of the Forbidden Sea is a forbidden zone. What level of power is required to cross it? Kong Huanyuan furrowed her delicate brows. At least, demigod level. Achieving demigod status in just 3 years, such a feat is almost unheard of across Blue Star. Su Yu nodded slightly, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. All right, I accept. Alia looked at Su Yu, her voice filled with undisguised amazement. Sister, our master advanced from an ordinary human to the transformation realm in just 15 days. His pace is so insane. It feels almost inhuman. 15 days. Kong Huanyuan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Su Yu. Even for a genius, it would take at least 6 months to go from an ordinary person to the transformation realm, wouldn't it? Her tone was skeptical, but a glimmer of anticipation shone in her gaze. As Su Yu revealed his strength talent, Kong Huanyuan's impression of him noticeably improved. In her mind, their contract subtly shifted. Her feelings evolved from mere curiosity to something closer to friendliness. I'll make you see that choosing me is a decision you won't regret, Su Yu declared confidently. Just as he finished speaking, the doorbell rang. Hello, your delivery is here. Kong Huanyuan quickly tidied her slightly messy hair while Su Yu went to answer the door. A small package arrived along with a text message from Shangguanling. The message indicated that the first place reward for the trial competition was 1,000 alliance points, equivalent to 1,000 academic credits. Before Su Yu's qualification had been revoked, Shangguanling had already exchanged the points for 10 drops of life essence. Opening the package, Su Yu found the starry droplets lying quietly in a creamy jade bottle. Perfect timing. His eyes lit up as he prepared to test his newly acquired strength talent exotic replica. Though life essence was a dragon-level treasure, its internal structure was relatively simple, with ample documentation available. If he could create replicas, even if the quality dropped from dragon level to ghost level, it could still address the scarcity of life essence. Kong Huanyuan, watch closely. Su Yu turned back, a confident smirk curling his lips. Your master isn't someone who hides behind others. Kong Huanyuan, Yinlinger, and even Alia stared at him in confusion. Su Yu took a deep breath and activated his ability. Exotic replica, structure reproduction. In an instant, Su Yu felt his energy draining rapidly, as though he had just endured an all-night battle. His breathing grew labored and brilliant. Star-like light filled the room. The 3 girls were stunned, their eyes fixed on the scene before them. The 10 drops of life essence had transformed into a gentle, flowing stream, spreading out steadily before their very eyes. Yinlinger's eyes widened in shock. Having grown up in the Yin family, she understood better than anyone what the scene before her signified. Suspended in midair were at least 200 drops of life essence. Though each drop appeared dim, lacking the brilliance of the original life essence, the sheer quantity was enough to leave anyone in awe. I've never seen such talent, she thought to herself. Even though she still harbored resentment towards Su Yu, she couldn't help but be impressed by his ability. Kong Huanyuan's gaze flickered among the life essence, the light of hope growing brighter in her eyes. Alia carefully picked up 1 drop, lightly sipping it before turning to Su Yu. How did you do this? She asked. Kong Huanyuan and Yinlinger instinctively leaned closer, eager to uncover the secret. But Su Yu leaned in and whispered only to Alia, a gesture that immediately irritated Kong Huanyuan. Hey, it's one thing to keep it from an outsider like Yinlinger, but why am I being left out too? She moved closer, only to be stopped by Alia, who raised a hand. Little sister, a master's secrets are only for his women to know, Alia said with a sly smile. Unless, of course, you're willing to. Kong Huan Yuan pouted, clearly displeased. Alia, however, felt secretly satisfied this little one always listened to her best. At the same time, she was deeply shaken by Su Yu's displayed ability. Although these ghost-grade life essences were only 1/10 as effective as dragon-grade ones, the fact that they could be infinitely replicated as long as physical strength allowed was nothing short of a game-changing strategic power for the entire Xia beast-taming world. No wonder you were willing to reveal the crown's talent to those old men, Alia mused. Can you replicate items other than relics? Suyu nodded and demonstrated by replicating the Twilight Bow. Although the copy only had beast-level power, it was still worth 10 academic credits, a staggering 10 million. However, this act clearly drained him, and he nearly passed out, saved only by Alia catching him in time. So the only limitation is physical strength? Alia confirmed. When Suyu nodded in response, she gave a satisfied smile. Once you reach the Nirvana realm and gain a magic circuit, this should improve significantly. Kong Huanyuan, listening nearby, felt completely lost, as though she had been left out of an important conversation. Still, she needed Suyu to travel to the abyss and cross the forbidden sea in her search for her mother. After some heartfelt discussion, the two buried their grudges and deepened their mutual trust. Meanwhile, on the other side, the atmosphere was tense and charged. Wong sang, "We, the Huang people, have trusted you time and time again, and this is how you repay us." Ishikawa Hideji shouted angrily, pointing a finger at Wang Yu's face. Sweat beaded on Wang Yu's forehead as he hurriedly explained, "Mr. Ishikawa, this was truly an accident. Suyu is already ranked first on Xia's potential list. You must be doing everything in your power to protect him." Ishikawa Hideji accused, his tone threatening. "Or would you prefer that we report this to your headmaster?" "Please, let me explain." Wang Yu quickly interjected. "According to internal information, not only will Suyu not be secretly protected, but he will also be sent to participate in both the Calamity and Eternal Abyss Wars. This is your opportunity." Ishikawa Hideji's expression turned puzzled. In Huang, the practice was to first send civilians and conventional weapons to probe the enemy before deploying Beastmasters. Xia's approach, sending its strongest fighters to lead the charge while civilians watched from the sidelines, seemed completely counterintuitive. However, he chose not to comment further. Shichikawa Hideji said, "Forget it, Wang-san. We still need to work together on this. This time, Hanazakura has issued a kill order on Suyu, and a large number of skilled fighters will be entering the country. If you cooperate with us to eliminate Suyu and capture that vampire, in which we're willing to throw in 30 additional dragon-class weapons. In the future, we'll also help your Wong family rise to become one of the 9 pillar clans." A glimmer of light flashed in Wang Yu's eyes. The 9 pillar clans. He knew all too well what that status would mean for the Wong family. Although he had already seen through the true intentions of the Hanazakura people Alia, and the which were most likely part of the legendary divine era sequence, what did it matter? The fate of Xia, or the survival of the magical beings, paled in comparison to the interests of the Wong family. Really? Wang Yu couldn't hide his excitement. Alright, he'll represent the Wong family in agreeing to this. But how many experts is Hanazakura planning to send this time? Suyu will likely have the Dragonhawk Guard unit accompanying him. If your manpower is insufficient, it might not work. Shichikawa Hideji replied with absolute confidence, "Don't worry. This time we've brought a full 100 people, led by 10 reincarnation-level beast tamers." When night fell, Suyu returned to his room, only to be faced with an awkward problem. The rooms provided by Emperor Spirit were extremely limited. Alia adamantly refused to move to Kong Huanyuan's villa, and Yin Linger, though initially planning to leave, was persuaded to stay and had to settle for sleeping on the floor. In the end, the 3 of them had to share a single room. After a day of intense trial and combat assessments, all 3 were utterly drained of their magical energy and desperately needed rest. Kong Huanyuan was just about to fall asleep when she overheard a soft conversation nearby. "Leah, are they asleep?" "I think they are. Little one, am feeling anemic. I want to drink some blood." "All right." Kong Huanyuan wanted to turn over to see what was happening but hesitated, afraid of revealing that she was still awake. The cramped room made it hard for her to sleep, and to make matters worse, every time Alia fed on blood, the enticing scent of Suyu's blood became almost irresistible. The feeling grew stronger, as though she herself was transforming into a vampire desperate for fresh blood. As she shifted slightly, Suyu turned his head toward her. Had he noticed she wasn't asleep? Suyu held Alia in his arms, and they exchanged a knowing glance. Alia nodded gently, recalling the promise she had made with Suyu earlier. As a vampire, she had confessed that she would feel jealous after all. No one wants to share their beloved. However, Suyu was so special to her. What mattered more to her was something else. "You can have any woman you want and I want mine. But you must never hate me. My heart is as fragile as a potato chip. If you hate me, I'll shatter." The 2 of them soon realized that Kong Huanyuan wasn't actually asleep, so they began teasing her. Flustered, Kong Huanyuan protested repeatedly. Stop bullying me. Alia couldn't help but laugh at her reaction. This elegant and dazzling sorceress, who seemed so composed in public, was nothing more than an innocent girl at home. So you pulled Kong Huanyuan gently to his side and asked softly, still going to resist, Huanyuan? Humans often say, with you being so reserved, how can I and the little one trust you enough to guard our backs? Kong Huanyuan bit her lip lightly and hesitated for a long time before sighing softly. I can agree, but not right now. Seeing Su Ye's confusion, she explained. Mother said that our Kongling clan is unique. If you and I were to unite, it would be like harvesting the Kongling heart, directly enhancing your spiritual power by one level. Master, you're currently at the Lingxi realm. I could help you break through to the Linghu realm, but beyond that, to the Linghai realm. Her eyes shimmered with a peculiar glow under the moonlight, revealing her worry. I don't want to waste such an opportunity, nor do I want it to seem too casual. Suyu smiled in understanding and gently straightened her clothing. Hearing you say all this makes me happy. I won't misunderstand anything. I just wanted to let you know that Alia and I are facing trouble. There's a traitor among us, which makes it essential for us to be extra cautious. Making you my woman would mean I can trust you completely, but I already feel your sincerity, and my friend has confirmed the purity of your soul. I'm willing to trust you and face the dangers of the Forbidden Sea together. The moonlight bathed Kong Huanyuan's face as she knelt solemnly on the bed, palms facing upward, and bowed her head lightly. My master, as a sorceress of the Kongling clan, I pledge my absolute loyalty to you. If my power can serve you, it will be my highest honor. May our desires forever intertwine, and I will remain loyal to this vow until my dying breath. As her vow resonated, Suyu felt the Kongling contract shift. Her affection for him rose from, above friendliness, to eternal companionship without regret. This was the highest level of loyalty vow from the Kongling clan, a way for her to prove her genuine feelings for him. Suyu gently caressed her cheek. All right, then I'll wait a little longer. That night, Kong Huanyuan wasn't the only one pretending to sleep. Lying on the ground wrapped in a blanket, Yinlinger was filled with a mix of emotions. The legend of the Kongling clan's ability to perceive souls, and the fact that this Kongling sorceress would. This made her grow even more curious about Suyu. At 3 in the morning, the moonlight was as gentle as water. Shi Xiaolong's heart was filled with resentment not only towards Suyu, but also towards the Yin family, and even himself for being powerless to defy his family's decisions. He stood in the courtyard, gazing at the bright moonlight while replaying everything that had happened recently in his mind. Huang Wenba stood beside him, shaking his head helplessly as he said, Xiaolong, there's nothing we can do. The head of the Yin family has already decided starting today. Yinlinger will transfer to Moling. You. Shi Xiaolong was about to lash out, but was interrupted by Huang Wenba. Don't make a scene, all right? Huang Wenba's tone carried a hint of concern. During that meeting, he signed a life and death contract. Under no circumstances can the true identities of Alia and Kong Huanyuan be revealed. Shi Xiaolong thought of the widespread rumors. Even the most well-known claim that Kong Huanyuan had half-witch blood had never been officially confirmed. In anger, he punched the stone pillar beside him. With a dull thud, cracks spread across the stone, and blood seeped from his fist. The promise made before the competition still echoed in his ears. The head of the Yin family had said that if he could win the championship, they would set aside their prejudices and allow him to be with Yinlinger. Yet reality had dealt him a harsh blow. What puzzled him even more was why the family had been so strict in opposing him back then, but so readily accepted Suyu now. The only explanation he was given was this. Yinlinger had gained a great opportunity with Suyu, but the cost was becoming a blood source for that vampire. This realization only deepened Shi Xiaolong's resentment. I understand, teacher, Shi Xiaolong replied in a low voice. Huang Wenba looked at his back, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately shook his head and left with a sigh. As soon as Huang Wenba was gone, Shi Xiaolong immediately dialed Li Mu's number. I should never have agreed to your plan. On the other end of the call, Li Mu let out a cold snort. Brother Shi, what's with the sudden outburst? I was just following orders from my master. Besides, as long as Suyu is alive, I can never face my spirit beast. And don't forget, it was my Li family that provided you with the information about the Thousand Lakes chalice, wasn't it? The psychological trauma from that battle had left Li Mu terrified even to face his own spirit beast. But linger, Shi Xiaolong said angrily. I know all about my cousin's situation, Li Mu said, his tone softening. Brother Shi, calm down. We'll tell you everything this time. The plan involves someone named Mr. Shi Chuan, and he. The next day, Lu Xian excitedly sent a message to Suyu, hoping he would come to watch the competition. For her, this tournament was a heaven-sent opportunity. All the formidable opponents had already been defeated by Suyu, leaving only the less capable contenders from the potential rankings. This meant an unexpected chance at the championship was within her grasp. As a member of a prominent family, Lu Xian did not lack wealth or cultivation resources, but prestige was the most valuable asset to her. The stage Suyu had set for her gave her hope of achieving recognition. She silently resolved to properly thank him. However, Suyu politely declined, citing an urgent matter. When she pressed him, he explained that he needed to bond with his new pet beast before the impending war in the abyssal cavern. He emphasized that this was the foundation of being a beast tamer. While the reasoning sounded plausible at first, Lu Xian suddenly recalled a key detail: weren't all of Suyu's pet beasts campus beauties. Remembering the sounds coming from next door every night, she instantly realized something, her cheeks flushing as she shook her head. She decided to discuss it after the competition. Back at the dormitory, only Suyu and 3 girls remained. Kong Huanyuan rubbed her chin with a slightly resentful look in her eyes. Adjusting her makeup in the mirror, she noticed that both Suyu and Alia had chapped lips and hoarse voices from their passionate kisses. Suyu first helped Alia style her hair, then walked over to Kong Huanyuan. While gently brushing her hair, he leaned close and whispered in her ear, "I've realized you look even more beautiful this morning than you did last night." Kong Huanyuan smiled and asked teasingly, "And compared to Alia?" The question immediately caught Alia's attention, her pointed ears perking up. Suyu replied skillfully, "You each have your own charm. Alia is my sun, and you are my moon. Without both of you, my world would lose its light." Alia scoffed lightly. Humph, typical man. At the dining table, Suyu handed a bottle containing 200 drops of ghost-grade life essence to Linger, explaining that this would be her daily quota as compensation for providing blood to Alia. Linger accepted the bottle with mixed emotions. While the essence was a downgraded version, 200 drops daily equated to 20 drops of the original formulon amount. Even the direct descendants of the 9 pillar clans would only receive 5 drops of per month. Moreover, Alia drawing blood from her wouldn't affect her health, giving her the rare opportunity to simultaneously pursue 2 paths of nirvana. Staring at the essence in her hands, Linger felt a surge of complex emotions. Even her father had never been this generous, let alone her aloof older brother who was always preoccupied with his own cultivation. In that moment, her perception of Suyu subtly began to shift. Finally, Suyu turned to Kong Huanyuan, inquiring about the conditions for her advancement. Unlike Alia, who required blood, Kong Huanyuan's desire for his blood was more of a craving than a necessity for her progression. Kong Huanyuan gently shook her head, showing disdain for the idea of feeding on blood. With a graceful flick of her delicate hand, a snow heart rose bloomed in her palm. The fruit at its center, infused with the core essence of a demon plant, emitted an intoxicating wave of energy. Fruits, elixirs, or leaves from demon plants are acceptable, but only if they belong to higher-level sequences. Otherwise, they are useless to me, she said elegantly. Suyu shook his head silently. Another picky and expensive companion. High-level fruits were even more costly than flesh and blood. While blood and meat cost 10 credits per kilogram, the price of these fruits doubled, as the essence of demon plants was far rarer than that of exotic beast meat. Suddenly, an idea struck Suyu. If I can study and deconstruct higher-tier demon plants, wouldn't I be able to solve this perfectly with synthetic replicas? I understand now. Leave it to me, he said confidently. At that moment, Kong Huanyuan's progression status displayed. Tier 2, Transcendent Realm 160030000. As they conversed, the group delved deeper into discussions about the Catastrophe Abyss and the Eternal Abyss. Suyu also shared the troubles he and Alia had encountered with Kong Huanyuan. I have sworn an oath to my master. No matter how dangerous it is, please allow me to accompany you. Kong Huanyuan promised solemnly. With the support of the Witch's Knight and the Immortal Shrine, Suyu felt a surge of confidence. Even against a Nirvana-level Beastmaster, he now believed he stood a chance. Just then, an excited call from Lu Xian came through. Suyu, hurry over. We won. Both the individual and team competitions for the freshman year are ours. Although Suyu had withdrawn from the competition, the number of strong opponents was limited. Lu Xian and the others easily claimed the freshman championship, and the Blood Spirit squad, even without Alia, secured victory in the sophomore division. The junior title went to Jianghe University, while the senior crown was claimed by Emperor Spirit University. After 6 years, the Magic Capital Beastmaster University once again claimed the championship of the 9 Schools Alliance tournament. The Alliance immediately decided to prioritize addressing the beast tide threat in the Catastrophe Abyss. Get here quickly. The reporters are about to storm the dormitory area, and I can't handle them, Lu Xian said anxiously. Got it, am on my way. The moonlit square was bustling with activity as the awards ceremony had concluded. Although Suyu had withdrawn and was ineligible for awards, he had already received rewards surpassing any of the past 4 tournaments. There's Suyu. Sharpied reporters swarmed toward him. We get the exclusive. Magic Capital Daily first. Step aside. The Sun Times from the Imperial Capital takes priority. Even though he hadn't participated in the elimination rounds, Suyu remained the center of attention. Students from Emperor's Spirit University gritted their teeth, eager for a chance to challenge him. A reporter from the Sun Times managed to thrust a microphone in front of him. Suyu, rumor has it that you forcibly contracted Kong Huan Yuan, and along with Alia, both of your companion beasts are from the legendary divine sequence. Is that true? Under the intense gaze of the crowd, Suyu took a deep breath and spoke firmly. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I must clarify this. The rumors are completely false. There's no such thing as coercion, it's completely voluntary. Suyu confidently pulled out his phone. Look, here's a photo of us cooking together today. On the phone screen, Kong Huan Yuan was wearing an adorable chef's apron, focused on her work in the kitchen. Suyu stood behind her, wrapping his arms around her with a smile of admiration. This scene instantly caused an uproar in Yueji Square. Impossible. This must be photoshopped. The male students of Dilling University were like cats whose tails had been stepped on, wailing hysterically. Huan Yuan, our goddess. How will we live without you? The reporter's eyes lit up, and they began scribbling furiously. Breaking news. Suyu turns foe into Wi-Fi icy campus belle and the top rising star in a shocking romance. Suyu cleared his throat, looking unimpressed. Speaking of which, I have serious doubts about the professionalism and intelligence of you reporters. A female journalist from The Sun looked perplexed. Suyu continued, only people with underdeveloped brains would believe in these Shindai rumors. Anyone with basic common sense would know that if such things were true, they'd be under tight protection long ago. How could you possibly know about them? Why is success always attributed to talent? That's just an excuse for lazy people. The reporters exchanged uncertain glances, suddenly realizing that his words seemed to hit the nail on the head. Indeed, whether it was the Shundai of Milika or Huaying, they lived in seclusion, nothing like the flamboyant manner of Daxia. Seeing that his words had the desired effect, Suyu cast a cold glance around before turning to leave. The reporters immediately pulled out their phones to draft new headlines. Shindai rumors debunked. Afterward, the dormitory of the magic spirits was completely surrounded by furious male students from Dilling. Kong Huan Yuan, her face flushed red, asked anxiously, Master, did I cause trouble for you? Alia, leisurely peeling an orange, chuckled softly. Don't overthink it. Deep down, he's probably quite pleased. As for those guys outside, they're just sour grapes who can't have what they want. Suyu gave an awkward laugh. I guess I won't be able to visit Dilling anymore after that photo went public. Impractically public enemy number one. The rumors about the Shindai were quickly quelled under Daxia's PR efforts, but a far more significant announcement soon followed. The Daxia mobilization order was officially issued. This served as a stark reminder to Suyu that the true purpose of the Nine Schools Alliance exchange competition was to determine the deployment sequence of beast tamers. And with the conclusion of the competition, the curtain of war was slowly rising. In the year 3066 of the Blue Star calendar, during the autumn season, the myriad races of the Demon Abyss are planning to launch attacks on the Demon Abyss locations near our imperial capital, Magic City, Jincheng, Jiangling, and Huang. All citizens are urged to relocate as soon as possible with the assistance of the local governor's offices. The mobilization order spread quickly across the 5 major cities. Unlike modern societies of the past, after decades of war against the Demon Abyss, the people of Daxia had developed a resilient national character. Instead of panicking, the citizens calmly and methodically began relocating to nearby towns under the coordination of the 5 governors' offices. Shang Wanling pushed open the dormitory door, her expression serious. Suyu, Magic City's Yuling University has issued an urgent notice. All students must return to campus within a day. It's time for us to leave. Understood. Suyu responded, then asked, Professor, does this mean the 9 Schools Alliance's battle lineup is? Shang Wanling's furrowed brows eased slightly. You've done well. This time, the 9 Schools Alliance will prioritize dealing with the beast tide from the Calamity Abyss. No matter what others at the school say, at least here in Magic City, you're a hero to everyone. Suyu felt a warmth in his heart, but shook his head. It's just my duty, there's no room for hesitation. Let's go, Professor. He fully understood that securing Magic City's position in the battle lineup also meant the imperial capital must hold out and remain fortified until reinforcements arrived after the Calamity Abyss was cleared. What heroism could there be in that? Let me see for myself, he murmured. What this so-called Demon Abyss really is, and who the shadowy hand behind all this, threatening Alia, might be. The next day, they returned to the heavily guarded Magic Spirit City. The streets were deserted, and the buildings were eerily silent. Suyu received word that his parents had safely relocated to a neighboring city. During their brief call, his mother even teased him about his relationship with Kong Huan Yuan. But the reality was far harsher than he had imagined. At the university's oath-taking assembly, Vice Principal Gu Yi revealed the latest intelligence. The 5 major demon abysses would face beast tides from at least 3 directions. The Calamity Abyss alone would have to contend with attacks from the Qingyan, Zishuan, and Haisha clans, and there was even the possibility of a God-era descendant, the Abyssal Demon Clan, joining the fray. The enemy forces were estimated to exceed 300,000, while Dacia's total forces numbered only 50,000. This included 20,000 from the Nine Schools Alliance, 20,000 Dragonhawk Guards, and 10,000 troops from the governor's office, the military, and allied family forces. The military had issued an order to eliminate the beast tide from the Calamity Abyss within 3 days to free up forces to support other battlefronts. Major Qinzhe had notified Suyu that he would be picked up in the afternoon to head to the front lines. Suyu's squad members, including Lu Xian, would also accompany him. With the hidden enemy still lurking in the shadows, Suyu decided to make preparations first. He walked to the neighboring room and knocked lightly on the door. Lu Xian, it's me, Suyu. I need to talk. Lu Xian opened the door, her damp black hair still dripping water, and her bathrobe wrapped snugly around her figure. Seeing the visitor, a hint of surprise flashed across her delicate face. Oh, Captain. What brings you here? Sorry, I just got out of the shower and haven't changed yet. Come in. Suyu scratched his head and followed her inside. Lu Xian sat on the sofa, using a hairdryer to deal with her wet hair. With a slight tone of complaint, she said, Captain, you're always so busy. You didn't even watch my championship match? So, what brings you here today? Although Suyu had cleared her path to victory by eliminating strong opponents, her hard-earned championship had garnered little attention, leaving her feeling a bit disappointed. I'm here to make amends, Suyu said, pulling out a beautifully wrapped gift from behind him. Here, I brought you a little something. Lu Xian casually accepted it, expecting an ordinary gift. But as she opened it, she froze. Inside was a jade bottle, its surface smooth like mutton fat jade, and within it, a liquid shimmered like starlight. Life essence? She exclaimed, staring at the glowing liquid inside the bottle. In such a large amount? As the daughter of Commander Lu, even she was allocated only 10 drops of this strategic resource per month. Yet this bottle seemed to contain at least 200 drops, though the hue appeared slightly dimmer than usual. Suyu made a shushing gesture. It's a secret. This is a diluted version, not as potent, but the quantity makes up for it. So, what do you think? Does this show enough sincerity? Lu Xian blinked, quickly analyzing the situation. Clearly, this essence was something Suyu had produced himself. Life essence was a treasure of the highest grade, a dragon-level artifact, and she had never heard of a ghost-level variant. This revelation made Suyu's abilities seem immeasurable. For him to share such a secret with her, there was certainly something he wanted in return. A smile played on her lips as she crossed her legs elegantly. All right then, I'll accept your sincerity. Now tell me, Captain, what do you need my help with? Talking to smart people makes things so much easier, Suyu said with a nod. Yes, I do have a troublesome matter that requires your assistance. Go ahead, Lu Xian replied with a grin. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have dared to dream of winning the championship in the exchange tournament. If there's anything I can help with, I won't refuse. Suyu's expression turned serious. How many reliable high-level beastmasters can you gather? They need to be at least at the reincarnation stage, the more, the better. He wasn't about to underestimate the strength of the hidden enemy. Based on Alia's account, the attackers included a group of mid-tier beastmasters. Noticing his grave expression, Lu Xian recalled what Shui had mentioned earlier and set aside her playful demeanor. I have 2 reincarnation stage personal guards. If I reach out to my family, I could mobilize at least 3 more reincarnation stage beastmasters and 10 at the wheel-turning stage. This was the power of one of the 9 pillar families. Even during wartime, they could muster such a formidable force. It was no wonder that Dacia tolerated their privileges. These families were indeed the backbone of the nation in times of crisis. Lu Xian held the jade bottle, hesitating. It's just that. Suyu understood immediately. 5,000 drops? He asked, calculating silently. Producing such replicas consumed a lot of energy. At most, he could recreate 500 drops a day. If one could elevate their physical body to the Golden Realm, or even the Jade Realm, while venturing through the Demon Abyss, paving the way for Nirvana and acquiring a magic circuit, the resulting power would be immeasurable. This thought flashed through Suyu's mind. For a long-term trade, I won't take it for free. Lu Xian shook her head, her gaze serious. I'll exchange it with you for money or other rare treasures. 5,000 drops per month. This number made Suyu's eyes light up. It was equivalent to 500 drops of life essence in its original form, a significant deal even for the Lu family. Deal, Suyu agreed without hesitation. His priority was survival. The corners of Lu Xian's lips curved slightly. Aren't you going to explain it to me? Suyu paused for a moment before replying. I think you already know. My encounter with Alia began when she was ambushed and severely injured. Those rats lurking in the shadows are not to be underestimated. As a beastmaster of the Great Xia, I must join the fight. I believe they're well aware of that too. I understand, Lu Xian nodded gently, refraining from further questions. Suyu's demonstrated value was enough to justify the Lu family's investment. Before leaving, Lu Xian's cheeks flushed slightly. Captain, I have a small request. Could you keep it down at night? The soundproofing in this house is really bad. It was already. And now it's even. Suyu gave an awkward laugh. Got it. Internally, he cursed the shoddy construction. Ever since Konghuan Yuan arrived, the noise had indeed intensified. They'll file a complaint with the logistics department. Lu Xian smiled as she closed the door. Her father's words came to mind. She should strengthen her relationship with Suyu. After all, he would be a pillar of the great Xia in the future. After she left, Suyu decided to visit Principal Ning Hanwen. Although they had never spoken face-to-face, he knew that none of his actions escaped the eyes of this man who had touched the sacred domain. Furthermore, Ning Hanwen's understanding of the divine dynasty far surpassed his own. However, just as he approached the office door, Shangguan Ling stopped him. The principal says it's not time for you two to meet yet, she said, handing him an envelope. He asked me to give you this. Inside the envelope were 4 lines of poetry. Do not wait till your hair turns white to lament in vain. Cherish the passing years, for they are full of grace. The demon abyss holds the sword of you king, but the glory of yesteryears shall not return. Suyu frowned at first, then his eyes lit up. The poem concealed 2 names and 2 events. Thank you, teacher. Please convey my gratitude to the principal. He understood Ning Hanwen's intention. Perhaps it was to offer a dignified end for a certain traitor who had once contributed. But that wasn't the point. The key was that the principal had pointed out a direction for assistance. Finally, Suyu arrived at the logistics department. Bai Ruhui, who had been leisurely sipping tea, was now busy due to the looming war. Oh, Suyu? What are you here to exchange for? I bet you've saved up quite a few credits by now. Old Bai set down his teacup and asked with a grin. Bai Ruhui sipped his tea. Despite being quite busy, there wasn't the slightest trace of tension from the ongoing war. Suyu arrived at the logistics department, accompanied by Alia and Konghuan Yuan. The presence of the 2 beautiful women instantly turned them into a striking sight that caught everyone's attention. I'd like to exchange all the credits on my student card for high-grade spirit liquids, spirit leaves, or spirit fruits, Suyu said. His credits were indeed substantial, had 150 points before the exchange competition. Though he later withdrew from the event, the demon spirit secretly awarded him an additional 100 points as recognition for his outstanding performance, which had greatly contributed to the freshman's victory. Is that so? That's quite a lot. Bai Ruhui remarked with a squint and a smile. Xiao Lu, go assist the other students. Suyu, you and your friends, come with me. They followed him to the underground storage room. Bai Ruhui glanced at Konghuan Yuan, a sly smile forming on his lips. Well, you little rascal. You actually managed to bring back the witch of Emperorling? Come on, tell me honestly, was this all part of some grand scheme? The thought of his old rival, Yu Cheng, the head teacher of Emperorling Academy, feeling utterly frustrated at this moment, brought a sense of smug satisfaction to Bai Ruhui. Suyu, unashamed, took Kong Huanyuan's hand. Absolutely not. It was fate that brought us together. Kong Huanyuan blushed and quickly pulled her hand away, her face tinged with pink. Huh. Kid, you remind me of myself in my younger days, Bai Ruhui said, studying Suyu closely. Spirit liquids and spirit fruits are hard to come by, but spirit leaves are plentiful. Let me see. You've got 250 credits on your card. I bet you're the only freshman who isn't short on credits. Suyu consulted the price list and selected 500 spirit leaves and 10 spirit fruits. Together with the resources Kong Huanyuan had brought from Emperor Ling, it should be enough for her to advance to the metamorphosis realm. Suddenly, Bai Ruhui's expression turned serious. Old Ning must have sent you to find me, right? Judging by the timing, if you're planning to head into the demon abyss with that little vampire, it seems I'm the only idle person left in the academy. Suyu's pupils contracted slightly, but before he could respond, Bai Ruhui cut him off. I'm sorry, but I will never set foot in the demon abyss again. I can't help you. Besides, you don't need a mere reincarnation realm beast tamer as your escort, do you? Why not ask Lu Yatu instead? His eyes, filled with a lifeless calm, reflected a sorrow deeper than words. Suyu recalled the verse Ning Hanwen had given him. Ruhui, as if to regret, broken sword? He had initially thought the mention of the Yu King's broken sword hinted at an internal traitor, possibly Wong Yu. But now it seemed it might refer to Bai Ruhui. Looking up, Suyu noticed an ancient sword hanging on the wall, exuding an unparalleled aura of majesty. Teacher Bai, could this be a broken sword? Suyu asked softly. Bai Ruhui's eyes, as still as a dead well, rippled faintly before quickly returning to calm. Did old Ning tell you that? Just a guess. Bai Ruhui let out a sigh, his gaze fixed on the broken sword, as if staring at the fragments of his own shattered life. Your teacher, Shangguan Ling, is my ex-wife. Do you understand? This revelation struck Suyu like a bolt of lightning. He recalled Shangguan Ling mentioning her daughter, who had vanished in the demon abyss. This broken sword might very well be the witness to that tragic past. Taking a few steps forward, Suyu pulled the broken sword free. Mr. Bai, Tell me about the structure of this sword. What is it missing? A faint trace of mockery appeared on Bai Ruhui's lips. Does it matter? It does. Suyu replied resolutely. Bai Ruhui spoke softly. This sword is called Wu Hui, forged from the demon-grade treasure extinguishing demon crystal. It accompanied me for 20 years. The sword is broken, and so is my resolve. The last place I received news of my daughter was in Qingyan City. He paused. But that place is a demon city. Alia once told me that every demon city has a mythic-level city lord and a guardian demon plant. To this day, the Great Xia has only managed to conquer 2 demon cities within the eternal abyss. Suyu closed his eyes, pondering for a moment. I understand now. What's broken is not just the sword, and what's regretted is not merely the passing years. The principal's words, do not wait until your hair turns white to lament in vain. Embrace a life of no regrets, were meant to convey this. He opened his eyes. Mr. Bai, I will kill the Lord of Qingyan City and recover everything you've lost. But I need your help as well. I don't want to lose the people most important to me either. As soon as he finished speaking, faint blue and white light began to flicker on the broken Wu Hui sword. The fractured blade started to regenerate. The edge, blade, tongue, and tip reappeared one by one. The full 3 foot 3 length of the sword was restored, its brilliance no longer dulled by the marks of time. Bai Ruhui stared in disbelief. As a master craftsman of demon-grade weapons, he had tried countless times to repair this sword, but had always failed. His trembling fingers reached out to grasp the reforged Wu Hui sword, examining it closely. Though its rank had fallen from demon grade to dragon grade, he could still feel the sword's spirit resonating with his sorrowful resolve. Tears welled up in Bai Ruhui's eyes. It's back. It's back. Clang. The long sword was drawn from its scabbard. All right, they'll join you on this journey. Bai Ruhui's voice was hoarse, but his eyes burned with golden determination. You go ahead to the demon abyss. I'll catch up with you soon. As they left the logistics office, Alia suddenly remarked, that was the ascending god stairway. Before her words could fully sink in, they encountered 2 familiar faces at the entrance, Wang Hongxi, walking awkwardly with a sinister expression, and Jiang Ying, following close behind him. When Wang Hongxi spotted Suyu, along with Alia and Kong Huanyuan behind him, a glint of malice flashed in his eyes. It's you, Suyu. Wang Hongxi's eyes were filled with venomous resentment, while Jiang Ying, standing behind him, wore an expression of melancholy. She subconsciously tugged at her sleeve, and Suyu sharply noticed the unnatural purplish tint of the skin peeking out from beneath it. Although he hadn't encountered Jiang Ying directly since the entrance exam, he had already heard rumors. Now, seeing Suyu basking in his success, flanked by 2 stunning beauties, Jiang Ying couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness. It's all your fault. She cursed silently. Why couldn't you just stay ordinary? If not for you, Wang Hongxi wouldn't have. Kong Huanyuan, sensing the tension crackling between them, raised her eyebrows at Alia with a playful curiosity, trying to glean the story behind it. Suyu, however, merely cast a mocking glance at Wang Hongxi, whose body trembled as painful memories overwhelmed him. Suyu, feeling smug, aren't you? Let's see how long that lasts. I refuse to believe you'll. Wang Hongxi started to retort, only to swallow his words midway, a flash of panic crossing his face. Just last night, Wang Feng had confided in him about the Wang family's collaboration with the kingdom of Huaying. Huaying had promised the support of a demigod-level beastmaster skilled in regeneration techniques. If their cooperation succeeded, everything would fall into place. More critically, the Wang family had already placed a commander in one of the beastmaster clans within the Dragonhawk Guard. Once the demon cavern battle began, they could infiltrate under disguise and witness Su Ye's demise and the seizure of his contracted beasts firsthand. The thought of imminent vengeance dissolved the frustration in Wang Hongxi's chest. Even more enticing was Hua Ying's promise to grant the Wang family the prestigious honorary Hua Ying citizen status, making him eligible to compete for one of the 2 divine master positions. How Hua Ying planned to circumvent the rule that divine masters could only form a single contract remained a mystery. Suyu, just wait. The one who laughs last, laughs best. You'll regret this, Wang Hongxi declared with newfound courage. Suyu didn't utter a word. Instead, he strode right up to Wang Hongxi. Hardened by countless battles, Suyu didn't even need to exert his power. His icy gaze alone forced Wang Hongxi to choke on his unfinished words. Suddenly, Wang Hongxi's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. Jiang Ying instinctively moved forward to help him, but a single piercing look from Suyu stopped her in her tracks. Leaning down, Suyu fixed Wang Hongxi with a cold stare. That's right. The one who laughs last is the true winner. I look forward to seeing both of you in the demon cavern, young Master Wang, because then, I'll have the pleasure of eliminating you myself. Here at Mo Ling Academy, the rules restrain me. But in the chaos of the demon cavern, only strength determines everything. Let's go, Alia, Huanyuan. The demon cavern will bear witness to our legend, Suyu said cheerfully, as the two women followed him closely. The outcome of this confrontation would ultimately be decided in the demon cavern. Whether it was Suyu or the masterminds behind the scenes, the victor would undoubtedly shake the very foundations of Xia. Later, as Suyu was packing his belongings, muffled sounds drifted from his room. Ugh, there are too many spirit fruits. I'm so full already. For your advancement, you've got to eat as much as you can. This is only 500 pounds, not that much, right? Or do you think they taste bad? Kong Huanyuan shook her head repeatedly, struggling to swallow the last piece of spirit fruit. Gulp. A crisp swallowing sound echoed as the ethereal which consumed the silver moon fruit. In an instant, the system notification chimed repeatedly. Ding. The ethereal which has consumed the silver moon fruit. Progress 100. Kong Huanyuan's progress is maxed out. Advancement complete. Ding. Due to the ethereal which drinking your blood, an atavistic phenomenon has been triggered. Immediately, her two core abilities experienced a qualitative leap. The S-grade ability, Ethereal Phantom, in the Metamorphosis realm saw a significant boost. Its casting range expanded to 200 meters, and it could now induce 5 layers of spatial distortion. The range of spatial distortion also increased from 10 centimeters to 20 centimeters. The S-grade ability, Illusory Soul Painting, in the Metamorphosis realm gained a new capability. Not only could it create illusions, but it could also forcibly flood the target's mental sea with a torrent of irrelevant information, causing cognitive delays. Additionally, the maximum number of targets it could affect increased to 5. Kong Huanyuan coughed lightly, slightly choking on the fruit, but she paid no attention to her discomfort. She was stunned by the extraordinary nature of this advancement. Both abilities had perfectly triggered the atavistic phenomenon. It was well known that even within the divine epic sequence, achieving a perfect atavistic phenomenon and ascending to a divine position was a matter of sheer fate. Watching her reaction, Alia chuckled softly and said, "So, have you realized the benefits of sticking with this little guy? Still thinking about leaving?" Kong Huanyuan lowered her head with a faint smile. "No, I don't want to leave. Never again." Perhaps meeting Suyu was her only chance to fulfill her wishes. Nearby, Yin Linger was utterly shaken as she witnessed everything unfold. In just a few days, she had watched the ethereal which transformed from reluctant to indifferent, and finally to willing. What astonished her even more was that she herself had started to get used to Suyu's constant miracles. When Suyu proposed heading into the demon cavern together, she agreed without a moment's hesitation. "All right, let's move out." Suyu stretched lazily and announced. At the entrance, Major Qinze of the Dragonhawk Guard was already waiting, personally driving to escort Suyu's team. The 4 of them, along with the 6 members of Suyu's squad, boarded the vehicle, becoming the first group of students from Moling University to head to the demon cavern for battle. The deans, professors, and the 9 School Alliance would only intervene after the war officially began. While driving, Qinze casually chatted, "I have to admit, the results of the exchange competition left me speechless." "Suyu? Apologies for not winning the championship," Suyu replied, recalling their earlier agreement that only by winning the championship could he obtain the 40 drops of life essence. Qinze shook his head. "You didn't win? It was better than winning. Anyway, let me brief you on your position, benefits, and mission." Pointing to a map, Qinze explained that near the Redstone City frontline of the Catastrophe Demon Cavern, there were 3 demon cities, with the nearest one, Qingyan City, less than 200 miles away. At the speed of a beastmaster, they could reach the city gates in no more than 2 days. All of this filled Suyu with an uncanny sense of foreboding. Just when he needed help, he learned about Bai Ruhui's situation. Right after discovering that the Lord of Qingyan City was Bai Ruhui's enemy, he was assigned to the Qingyan City direction. This journey to the Demon Cavern was bound to be a life-or-death ordeal. The Demon Abyss Passage was located 30 kilometers outside the city of Modu. Along the way, the lush green grass gradually turned dull and black as they approached the abyss. At the entrance of the passage, a massive vortex of black energy loomed like eternal night, exuding an aura that sent chills down one's spine. "So this is the Demon Abyss?" And Jishue's voice trembled slightly as she sat in the car. Although everyone had written their wills and prepared for a life-or-death battle, facing this overwhelming darkness still made her uneasy. Only Alia remained calm. This intimidating land was all too familiar to her. "Yes, that energy gate is the entrance to the Demon Abyss Passage," Qinze explained, pointing to the floating black particles. "Those are the Abyss Ashes." "Abyss Ashes?" Suyu raised an eyebrow. He didn't seem fazed by the oppressive atmosphere here. After all, compared to the Witch's Night of Kongwanyuan, known as the Abyss Catastrophe, this place's tension was far less intimidating. "Exactly," Qinze continued. "These are magical ashes left behind by beast tamers after battles in the Abyss. They are hard to dissipate. While they can replenish the magic of mid-level tamers, prolonged absorption causes irreversible damage. Ordinary people, however, aren't much affected." That's why beast tamers can only stay in the abyss for a maximum of 1 month, and must return to the surface periodically to cleanse the abyss ashes from their bodies. Everyone nodded in understanding. This explained why renowned beast tamers would occasionally retreat from the abyss. We're here. Qinze was the first to step out of the vehicle, followed closely by the others. Alia reached out and took Suyu's hand. It's your first time. Let me, your queen, lead the way. Suyu smiled and nodded as Kang Wanyuan lightly tugged at the hem of his shirt. Behind them, Li Su and Wei Gang frowned at the sight. Come on, Captain. We're heading into battle, and you're still showing off your romance? The girls in the group, meanwhile, looked on enviously, silently admiring the captain's luck. Entering the demon abyss passage, the surroundings came alive with kaleidoscopic lights and shadows. Obscure symbols and eerie sounds attempted to invade Suyu's consciousness. Don't look at anything. Just keep moving forward, Alia whispered softly. Under her guidance, Suyu passed through the passage, and his vision suddenly expanded. The scene before him was entirely different from the simulated training grounds. The sky was stained gray by the omnipresent abyss ashes, and on the horizon stood a majestic city, towering and resolute. Comrades, that is our final and only front line in the catastrophic demon abyss Redstone City. Qin Zhe's voice echoed from behind. The road was bustling with activity. Many beast tamers, covered in blood, moved through the area, a stark contrast to the peaceful world outside. The sight reminded Suyu of the first time he met Mu Changwei, man bathed in dragon's blood with a wild grin on his face. Here, everyone seemed to exude the same aura of relentless ferocity. A faint smile appeared on Suyu's lips, as if he had found a place where he truly belonged. Alia. Here, killing isn't a sin, it's an honor, isn't it? Alia's eyes sparkled. She knew Suyu too well. Others might fear the act of killing, but not Suyu. Their meeting had indeed been destined. Of course, master, Kang Wanyuan said with a gentle smile. In just a few days, she had come to find comfort in her master's inner madness. If someone could cross the Forbidden Sea within 3 years, they must either be a genius or a lunatic. And the line between genius and lunatic is thin indeed. On the distant horizon, a massive leaf, 20 meters long, cut through the waves. Standing atop it was a tall and upright figure. Qinze, is this our camp's newcomer? The man on the giant leaf asked. That's correct, Commander Li, Qinze answered, looking up. I heard our super rookie is here too? Li Lingya inquired from his elevated position. Qinze smiled and introduced. Suyu, this is Commander Li. Starting today, your squad will officially be integrated into the 1st Battalion of Dragonhawk Guard. Greetings, Commander, Suyu said simply, bowing slightly. Li Lingya nodded kindly. I've heard about you all, especially you, Suyu. Even before joining Dragonhawk Guard, you managed to secure an advance of 40 drops of life essence, and then you made a name for yourself at the 9-School Alliance Exchange Tournament. He paused. This isn't the place for a discussion. Let's head back to the camp. Everyone, get on. Looks like my task here is done, Qinze said as he turned to leave. Safe travels, Major Qin, Li Lingya said, watching Qinze, who was responsible for escorting the new recruits, depart. As everyone boarded the giant leaf, preparing to head toward the Redstone City base, a sudden tremor shook the sky. Boom, boom, rumble. The previously overcast sky was torn apart by a dazzling golden light, followed by a thunderous sound akin to the tolling of a massive bell. A golden scroll slowly unfurled across the heavens, and characters began to appear on it, visible from every corner of the abyss. Seeing the confusion on everyone's faces, Li Lingya explained, that is the Saint Domain rankings. It's a divine treasure of the highest order, and no one knows its origin or how it manifests. It only appears for one purposito record the extraordinary feats of prodigies who leave their mark in the abyss. He continued, the term Saint Domain is what all races call the abyss. It also represents the pinnacle of beast master cultivation. The rankings are divided into 5 categories: God, Demon, Dragon, Ghost, and Beast. If a lower-tier beast master possesses the strength, they can make it onto the beast rankings. The text in the sky grew clearer. In the snow abyss, human Yekaterina of the Metamorphosis realm has slain a Nirvana realm Earth Snow Bear across realms, ranking 488th on the beast rankings. The group learned that the beast rankings consisted of 500 spots, encompassing the elites of all races. The highest-ranked human was Adam from the Millikan Nation, at 13th place, followed by Du Gu Ming of the Blood Spirit Squad, at 19th. Just as Li Lingya was encouraging everyone to strive for a spot on the rankings, the golden text flashed again. In the Calamity Abyss, human Suyu has entered the abyss and ranked 100th on the beast rankings. All others moved down 1 rank. The announcement left everyone stunned as they turned to look at Suyu in disbelief. What? Everyone, including Li Lingya, the captain of the 1st Battalion of the Longying Guards, stared at Suyu in disbelief. Their gazes were filled with shock and confusion. Huh. Captain, What did you do? Li Su was the first to break the silence. Suyu, have you been to the demon abyss before? Suyu shook his head. This simple gesture sent waves of astonishment through Li Lingya's mind. Someone who had never stepped foot into the demon abyss, had not been detected by the Holy Realm's wind and cloud rankings, and had no combat records, could still directly rank 100th on the beast rankings? It was important to note that the beast rankings only included top-tier fighters below the Nirvana realm. The top 100 were all either physical powerhouses in the White Jade realm or prodigies who had fused with magic circuits and were on the verge of breaking into the Nirvana realm. Li Lingya couldn't help but glance at Alia. This vampire had once ranked high on the beast rankings, but had since fallen in strength. Even though she had just recovered to the transformation realm, how could Suyu, who was only in the early stages of the transformation realm, possibly make it onto the beast rankings? Captain, you're definitely hiding something from us. Li Su complained. Aren't we supposed to be brothers in the same team? Wei Gang chimed in, pressing further. Old Su, have you been sneaking into the demon abyss behind our backs? I really haven't. Suyu explained helplessly. I have no idea what's going on. He had intended to keep a low profile and catch those behind the scenes off guard. But now, the Holy Realm's wind and cloud rankings had exposed him to everyone. Li Lingya snapped out of his thoughts and kindly reminded him, Ahem, maybe it's just a straightforward evaluation of your talent. Suyu, you need to understand that being on the rankings will spread your name across the entire demon abyss. While it brings fame and recognition, it also means more people will come to challenge you. Lu Xian looked at Suyu thoughtfully. Recalling the extraordinary abilities he had demonstrated in her dormitory, she wondered if they were related to his sudden ranking. Despite being a freshman like her, Suyu had only been on the path of a beast tamer for little more than a month. Yet he already exuded an unfathomable aura. She felt fortunate that helping him had turned out to be the right choice. Alright, enough about that for now, Li Lingya said, changing the subject. We've arrived. Let me introduce you to our comrades in the 1st Battalion. As he descended on a massive leaf, Redstone City came into view. This city was less of a city and more of a grand fortress forged from crimson netherstone, its walls so strong that even beasts of the Samsara realm could not shake them. The 1st Battalion consisted of 1,000 beast tamers and 5,000 warriors, with the captain and vice-captain both being beast tamers at the Samsara realm. The 3 company commanders and their deputies were all Nirvana realm powerhouses. Small teams like Suyes were tasked with independent reconnaissance and combat missions. Meanwhile, deep within the Forbidden Zone on the other side of the Forbidden Sea, in the abyssal demon clan shrouded in black demonic mist, the 9th prince of the demon clan, surrounded by reverence like the moon among stars, spoke softly. The wind and cloud rankings interesting. Just stepping into the holy domain and already making it onto the 10,000 beasts ranking? Deep within the abyssal demon lair, a massive abyssal demon worm opened its blood-red maw, letting out a sinister laugh. Heh, humans, that bottom-tier race in the sequence, sure are peculiar. But how could someone with mere traces of talent ever compare to the 9th prince? An abyssal demon bird beside it immediately chimed in. Exactly. In front of the 9th prince, who ranks first on the 10,000 beasts ranking, this human is nothing more than a dim glow of rotting grass. Why would the 9th prince even bother to notice him? 9th prince, the city lords of the 5 borderlands Eternal Calamity, Catastrophe, Thousand Lakes, Great Desert, and Spring Brocade have all agreed to follow the Holy Domain's orders to mobilize forces against the human race. This war will be entirely under your command. The 9th prince's expression remained indifferent, as if his only interest lay in the rankings. I'm in charge? Fine. Then let's head to Catastrophe. He casually determined the main offensive direction of the myriad races before adding, oh, and send some demonic seeds to the Wind Cloud Pavilion. I don't want our information being sold to the humans by them. The demon bird showed a look of disdain. That cursed, permanently neutral organization? I can't fathom what their true motives are. If we manage to breach the Forbidden Sea and the Land of Beginnings, the Wind Cloud Pavilion will surely be used as a sacrificial offering by all the races, the 9th prince sneered coldly. They're cunning, no doubt. Send the seeds. At the very least, we'll ensure they stay out of this one. Meanwhile, within a mist-shrouded tower in the abyssal demon lair, a group of humanoid beings wearing eerie masks busied themselves. Each mask bore inscriptions like, Beast 17, or Dragon 24. Record this. A voice rang out. Newcomer on the Wind Cloud ranking. Human, Suyu. Age 20. Beast Tamer. Talent suspected to consist of 2 level abilities, both related to blood. His 2 contracted beasts. One is a descendant of the true ancestor of the vampire clan, and the other is the daughter of the ethereal witch. This information is classified and not for sale at this time. Beast Pavilion Master. The abyssal demon clan is about to attack the Land of Beginnings. How should we respond? A middle-aged man wearing a beast-shaped mask and dressed in scholar's robes scattered countless ice crystals into the mist. How should we respond? Heroes rise amidst the storm, and the passing years urge us forward. As always, make contact with him first and see if he's willing to join us. The Windcloud Pavilion remains absolutely neutral and will not favor any race. If any race wishes to trade with us, as long as the price is right, nothing is off the table. And so, on Su Ye's first day in the Abyssal Demon Lair, the existence of the Wind Cloud ranking thrust him into the spotlight of countless races. At a camp in Redstone City, Li Lingya addressed Su Yu and his team. In short, if you need anything, don't hesitate to come to me. You're elites, and your squad is considered a company-level unit. You'll be tasked with dangerous missions at any time. If any of you are still hesitant, Su Yu and the others shook their heads in unison. No hesitation, Captain. Fighting for our nation, dying on the battlefield, that's what we signed up for. My parents are in a town behind the magic capital. If I don't step up, should I let them bear the burden? Li Lingya solemnly saluted them. Good. Tomorrow, you'll officially be assigned to the mission roster. Afterward, he pulled Su Yu aside. Have you heard of the Windcloud Pavilion? No, Su Yu replied. Li Lingya's expression grew grave. The Windcloud Pavilion, its origins are unknown. They claim to act in service of that golden ranking in the sky. These people are strange. Anyone who makes it onto the ranking will inevitably be approached by them. Let me warn you in advance, be cautious in all your dealings with them. Oh, why? Many humans who defected ended up joining the Windcloud Pavilion, Li Lingya said sternly. It's full of outcasts from various races. For the sake of their transactions, they'll sell anything, even their own lives. So, if you come across anyone from Fengyan Pavilion, it's best to keep your distance, Su Yu said gravely. There's a 50% chance they're here to kill me, right? Li Lingya nodded in confirmation. That's correct. Even if you have to deal with them, exercise extreme caution. Su Yu cupped his fists respectfully. Thank you for the reminder, Commander. They'll keep that in mind. He sighed inwardly, realizing the depths of this treacherous place were far greater than he had anticipated. Li Lingya patted Su Yu on the shoulder, laughing heartily. No need to be so formal. You're ranked first on the Great Xia potential list. After all, I had to argue with the other commanders quite a bit to get you assigned to the 1st Battalion. If you run into any trouble, just let me know. Commander, I do have a question, Su Yu said, shifting his gaze toward the passage leading to the Abyss of Calamity. Which battalion is usually responsible for guarding the entrance to this abyss? Li Lingya thought for a moment. That would be the 17th Battalion. The top 10 battalions of the Dragonhawk Guard are conscription-based, while the latter 10 serve other roles in the capital city and are only mobilized during wartime. The 17th Battalion is formed by one of the elite families of the capital. A sharp glint flashed in Su Yu's eyes. The clues matched. If Alia was ambushed at the abyss entrance and the Dragonhawk Guard was unaware, it could only mean there was a traitor within the 17th Battalion. Who leads the 17th Battalion? He asked. Wong Ziyuan, Li Lingya replied with a chuckle. Old Wong is a bit reserved and doesn't talk much, but he's quite capable. The surname Wong made Su Yu's heart tighten. Could it really be just a coincidence? No. There are no coincidences in this world, everything is interconnected. Commander, can we communicate with the outside world from the 1st Battalion? We can, but it requires relaying through others. If I receive an external message while on a mission, could I be notified immediately? Though curious, Li Lingya refrained from probing further. Sure, leave it to me. However, keep in mind that the human signal stations only extend to Redstone City and the front lines. Beyond that, you'll need this. He handed Su Yu a token engraved with a begonia flower. Remember the giant leaf that picked you up today? Li Lingya asked with a mysterious smile. Only then did Su Yu connect the dots. The magic infused into the token seemed to originate from some kind of demonic plant. Redstone City also has a guardian demon plant, Li Lingya explained. Governor Xia's mythical-level demon plant, the Qinglan begonia, protects the entire city. Its leaves can carry people, and its vines can transmit messages. As long as you're within the abyss's range, anything you write on the token will be sensed by the Qinglan begonia. Realizing its significance, Su Yu couldn't help but marvel at the power of a mythical-level demon plant. Get some rest. Tomorrow, you will officially begin your mission. Later, in the tent assigned to him by the 1st Battalion, as the night grew quiet, Alia asked, Well, little one, what do you think? The problem likely lies with the 17th Battalion, but I need further confirmation, Su Yu replied softly. I've already asked an old friend from customs to keep an eye out. If any Flower Sakura people enter the country, we'll be notified in advance. Alia's lips curled into a faint smile. With this clever little one around, she truly didn't have to worry about such brain work. Su Yu still felt puzzled. If he were the mastermind behind it all, there should have been a more discreet way to act. Using an insider at the Demon Lair's entrance to ambush Alia was far too risky. A little investigation would easily expose the plot. Such an obvious flaw. Would the real mastermind truly be so careless? He shook his head and decided to set these thoughts aside for now. The next morning, Lu Xian stretched lazily as she stepped out of her room, a rare look of relaxation on her face. Finally, a good night's sleep, she muttered to herself. It seems only in the barracks can I get some peace. Thinking of Su Yu's frustrating tendencies, she couldn't help but frown. Good morning, Su Yu's voice came from behind her. By the way, Lu Xian, there was something I forgot to ask you yesterday. Lu Xian turned around and raised a finger to her lips. Sure, everything's in place. We can act any time. She then held up 6 fingers, a hint of pride flashing in her eyes. Su Yu immediately understood her signal. 6 reincarnation realm beastmasters were now ready. The strength of the 9 pillar clans was indeed unfathomable. Good, that's reassuring, he said. Things should remain calm for the next couple of days. With the Dragonhawk guards keeping watch, they won't act recklessly. Their opportunity will come only when the chaos of the Demon Lair War begins. The two of them then headed to the main hall of Camp 1's base. Li Lingyao was there, discussing battle plans with the company commanders, his expression grave. Su Yu? Just in time, he greeted, turning to introduce him to the others. This is Su Yu, the new recruit in our camp. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Lingyao got straight to the point. Are you all ready for battle? Lu Xian looked surprised. Commander, shouldn't new recruits start with logistical duties? The situation is urgent. We can't afford that luxury, Li Lingyao explained. We're responsible for the defense line at Bluestone Gorge, near Qingyan City. We just received word that 9 outposts were simultaneously attacked by the ghost-faced Fox clan. Right now, aside from the commander, deputy commander, and 6 pairs of company commanders and vice commanders, each leading a team for support, 1 outpost remains without reinforcements. Understood. We'll go. Su Yu volunteered without hesitation. Li Lingyao nodded. Good. First platoon leader Liao Shan will accompany you. This is a temporary rank mission worth 500 merit points. The group set off immediately. Along the way, Liao Shan briefed Su Yu about the ghost-faced Fox clan. Brother Su, be cautious. They are one of the great threats to the demon capital. Their city lord is a mythic realm powerhouse, and their specialty lies in disguising themselves as the most vulnerable point in a person's heart, leading to mental collapse. Never be deceived by their false masks. Liao Shan couldn't help but voice his concern. This time, with the demon lair launching a large-scale invasion, I'm afraid the ghost-faced Fox clan will again be the main force of the attack. Our battalion won't be able to avoid a fierce battle this time. Isn't it said that the main force comes from the abyssal demon tribe in the Forbidden Zone? Su Yu asked with a frown. Liao Shan shook his head and explained, Brother Su, you might not know this. Even the alien tribes from the Forbidden Zone struggle to cross the Forbidden Sea in large numbers. Only a few elites can make it here. The real frontline battles still rely on the beasts from this calamity demon lair. Su Yu suddenly understood. It seemed that, besides the ghost-faced foxes, the main enemies would also include the bloodthirsty ants and the green vine treants he had encountered in the simulation field. He began to ponder how effective his abilities would be against these real beasts. Between Qingshi Gorge and Redstone City lay a flat, open plain 20 miles wide, a perfect area for a beast tide to sweep through. Therefore, the key to defending Redstone City rested on holding Qingshi Gorge. Noticing the tense expressions of Li Su and Jishui and the others around him, Su Yu gave his orders in a low voice. Li Su and Lu Xian will handle aerial firepower. Wei Gang, hold the front line. Chen Mingming and Jiang Xinyue provide long-range support from the rear. If we encounter an unexpectedly powerful enemy, leave it to me. His words had an immediate calming effect, and Jishui and Chen Mingming's tightly clenched hands noticeably relaxed. After all, Su Yu's strength was well known. Even a ghost-faced fox at the transformative stage was nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter in front of him. Alia and Kong Huanyuan stood on either side of him, with Yinlinger following behind. Alia glanced back and asked, How much of my blood have you fused with? Though reluctant, Yinlinger had to admit it was indeed a tremendous opportunity. In just a few days, she had established a powerful magic circuit, increasing her split soul ability 5-fold. Each of her avatars could now manifest as a tangible entity. Combined with the power of the Moonlight Envoy, her main body could even descend upon any of her avatars at will, bringing her close to an S-grade talent. Half, she answered briefly. That's enough, Alia replied. Stay behind the little one later. If danger arises, shield him. With my undying power protecting you, you won't die. Yinlinger frowned slightly, a pang of bitterness rising in her heart. That's not necessary, Su Yu said with a smile. Alia, I'll fight alongside you. Then, turning to Yinlinger, he added gently, just focus on protecting yourself. Those words softly tugged at Yinlinger's heartstrings. The battlefield was now in sight. On the cliffs of Qingshi Gorge stood a watchtower, and countless ghost-faced foxes, each about a meter in length, poured out from the depths of the gorge. Their bodies were covered in pristine white fur, and their sharp claws easily pierced the rock as they climbed upward. Their ghastly faces resembled malevolent spirits. Panting, Liao Shan remarked, "We made it just in time. Old Liu, we're here to back you up." Liao Shan looked toward the valley, where a dense swarm of ghost-faced foxes surged like a black tide. He quickly scanned the scene, his expression turning grim. My God, there must be over 3,000 of them. If all 9 outposts are facing attacks of this scale, the enemy has deployed nearly 30,000 troops just for reconnaissance. He swiftly analyzed the situation. Bad luck for us, we've run into their main force here. Hold the line, brothers, Liao Shan shouted. The commander and reinforcements will arrive soon. We absolutely cannot allow a breach at Qingshi Gorge. If this isn't just a diversionary attack and Qingshi Gorge falls, it will immediately escalate into a strategic battle for Qingyan City and Hongshu City. Not one step back. Fight. The original 20 beast tamers stationed at the outpost, along with less than 130 reinforcements, now faced the onslaught of nearly 3,000 ghost-faced foxes. Suyu refrained from immediately using the Crown of Blood. This powerful trump card remained a secret in the demon cavern, and he didn't want to waste it here. As the ghost-faced foxes surged forward, the beast tamers summoned their pets to fight. Suyu's squad immediately showcased their incredible combat prowess. Lu Xian and her 2-headed griffin rained firepower from above, with light flame orbs falling like platinum-colored spheres of destruction. Li Su provided cover from the rear with his Windwing 9 blades, his wind blades slicing through the enemy like a storm. At the front, Wei Gang's mighty demon ape cleared a path, creating opportunities for Chen Mingming and Jiang Xinyue to unleash their attacks. The S-class trainees demonstrated their near-strategic level of strength, leaving Liao Shan and the others in awe. Well done, Liao Shan exclaimed, invigorated. Brothers, don't let us Dragonhawk guards lose face. We can't let the rookies beat us. With the advantageous terrain of the cliffs, the defenders fought with high morale. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the gorge, shaking the trees on the cliffs until they snapped. Liao Shan's pupils contracted. Nirvana, it's a Nirvana-level ghost-faced fox. Suyu turned his gaze to the center of the fox swarm, where a special ghost-faced fox emerged. It stood 3 meters tall, its white fur marred with black, and with just a casual swipe of its paw, it tore up the ground. This was Suyu's first time facing such a massive disparity in strength. On their side, even transcendence-level beast tamers were few and far between. Lieutenant Liao, Lu Xian, hold the line. He'll take care of it. Suyu decided immediately. Can you handle it? Liao Shan asked worriedly. The gap between transcendence and nirvana is enormous. Don't worry, just stall until the commander arrives. With Alia and the phantom kite at his side, Suyu charged straight into the enemy formation. The ghost-faced foxes around them hesitated, intimidated by their aura. The nirvana-level fox, blood dripping from its mouth, leapt in front of Suyu, letting out a sinister laugh. Keika, you smell so delicious. I've never encountered such a fragrant human before. I've decided I'll make you my slave and feast on your blood and flesh every day. This taunt completely infuriated Alia. Her eyes turned blood-red in an instant. How dare you? He's personally hers. A lowly beast like you dares to covet my kingsman? Shut your filthy mouth, you wretched creature. Alia manipulated the blood within the fox's body, forcing it to its knees with a thunderous impact that left 2 massive craters in the ground. Every ghost-faced fox froze in shock. This was their ghost general, yet it had been forced to kneel in an instant? Roar. The Nirvana-level ghost-faced fox let out an earth-shaking roar, breaking free from the blood restraints. Enraged beyond measure, it charged at the audacious intruder who had humiliated it in front of its pack. With just one glance, Suyu realized this opponent was far from being a formidable foe. His teacher's words about the absolute ranking of sequences and the reason behind everyone's pursuit of higher sequences and the divine eras were now vividly confirmed. The massive figure of the ghost-faced fox loomed closer, its grotesque face shifting in an eerie manner, reflecting the most painful memories of those who looked upon it. In Suyu's vision, it transformed into Jiang Ying, murmuring, "It's all your fault." For Alia, it became the maid who caused her tragic death. For Kong Huan Yuan, it turned into the monster that had taken her mother. Hee, feel the anger, the pain. The ghost-faced fox cackled with twisted glee. However, its smugness was short-lived. Kong Huan Yuan distorted 5 spaces in an instant, and her phantom spirit strike hit its mark with precision. The ghost-faced fox's limbs were severed, and its abdomen was torn open with a 20-centimeter wide wound, spraying blood everywhere. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu immediately handed a drop of blood to Alia, who expertly directed it into the enemy's body. Roar. Damn humans. Do you think a Nirvana realm being is this fragile? Regenerate, the ghost-faced fox roared, showcasing the Nirvana realm's vaunted ability of flesh regeneration. It was enraged not only because its defenses had been breached, but also due to the humiliation of being bested in the hierarchy-driven world of the beast clans. In a flash, the ghost-faced fox appeared before Su Yu, its razor-sharp claws poised to cleave him in two. But just 3 centimeters from Su Yu's forehead, the claws froze midair. The ghost-faced fox was horrified to find itself completely immobilized. In its mind, an imposing crown of blood appeared, radiating an unparalleled aura of dominance. Under this supreme pressure, it felt as insignificant as an ant. Beast, tear off that hideous face of yours, Su Yu ordered coldly. The surrounding ghost-faced foxes continued their eerie laughter, oblivious to why the ghost general had suddenly stopped. In the next moment, all laughter ceased abruptly. Everyone watched in stunned silence as the ghost general stood upright on its hind legs, furiously clawing at its own sacred ghostly face while respectfully declaring, "Yes, all glory to my king." This scene left all the other ghost-faced foxes utterly stunned. Their proud ghost general, bowing and groveling before a human, it was unthinkable. Su Yu sneered and, looking past the ghost general, remarked, "I agree. That thing we humans invented is quite remarkable." Alia carried out Su Yu's command without hesitation. Her sharp claws sliced through the air, instantly tearing swathes of ghost-faced foxes into shreds. Blood soaked the valley floor as agonized screams echoed, throwing the 3,000-strong ghost-faced fox army into chaos. Liao Shan stood on higher ground, staring in disbelief at the carnage unfolding in the valley below. Quickly regaining his composure, he barked an order, "Kill them. Avenge our fallen brothers. Leave none alive." The ghost-faced foxes scattered in panic, but Alia had already begun unleashing her blood magic. The blood on the ground rose slowly, coalescing into a massive crimson cage in midair, sealing off the entire valley. Trapped within, the ghost-faced foxes became helpless prey for the human army's slaughter. The symphony of blood and bone reverberated in the wind. Suddenly, the skies above darkened, and the wind and cloud leaderboard burst into golden light, piercing through the gloomy clouds. The leaderboard announced, "Calamity Abyss. Human Su Yu slaughters 3,000 ghost-faced foxes, instantly defeating a Nirvana-level foe. Achieves rank 67 on the Beast leaderboard." The news exploded like a thunderclap across the myriad races of the Abyss. A newcomer who had entered the Calamity Abyss just yesterday had today slain a Nirvana-level expert and annihilated 3,000 ghost-faced foxes. Far away in Qingyan City, the Ghost Fox Lord roared in fury, smashing his luminous jade cup. In his wrath, he clawed through a nearby human slave. "Find out everything about this Su Yu. A bounty of 50,000 sacred gold for anyone who captures him alive." Meanwhile, at a forward outpost, Li Lingya heard the news and smirked. Damn, what a beast of a man. He had initially planned to go support Su Yu, but now it seemed unnecessary. Even the Nirvana-level captains and vice-captains likely weren't a match for Su Yu. After the battle concluded, Liao Shan and Lu Wong, the lookout tower's officer in charge, came to offer their congratulations. "Brother Su, respect? No wonder the commander insisted you join our camp. Truly worthy of being the #1 on the Great Xia potential leaderboard." It was indeed a legendary victory. Only 3 of their own were severely injured, 8 lightly wounded, and no casualties, while they wiped out 3,000 ghost-faced foxes, crushing Qingyan City's probing offensive. Su Yu humbly smiled and said, "You're too kind. This was a team effort, and I just had a bit of luck." After this battle, the tension among Su Ye's squad eased noticeably. Su Yu asked, "See? The enemy isn't so terrifying, right?" Li Su laughed and replied, "What can we say, Captain? We thought all the abyssal beasts were as monstrous as you." "In what way am I monstrous?" Su Yu asked, puzzled, but the others nodded in agreement. They admitted that much of their initial fear stemmed from Su Ye's overwhelming strength, which made them feel inadequate. But now, even in Jishui, who wasn't skilled in combat, had managed to kill 20 ghost-faced foxes. Su Yu reminded them, "Confidence is good, but don't get cocky. This was just a small enemy force." The squad's expressions grew serious. If 3,000 beasts already seemed overwhelming, what would the rumored 300,000 beast tide look like? It would likely stretch for miles without end. "Lieutenant Liao, we'll be taking our leave now," Su Yu said. Liao Shan immediately replied, "Rest assured, Brother Su. He'll personally ensure every piece of the spoils reaches you. Just earning Dragonhawk Guard merits is more than enough for our squad, especially that Nirvana-level ghost-faced fox. It might drop a ghost-level artifact." Su Yu's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he surveyed the spoils of the battlefield. Everyone tacitly agreed on the distribution of the loot. The internal rewards had already left their pockets well filled, and considering that Su Yu had single-handedly turned the tide of the battle, no one felt entitled to claim any share of the spoils. Su Yu, understanding the urgent resource needs of his team, accepted them without hesitation. The task of cleaning up the battlefield was left to others, while Su Yu and his team began their return journey. On the way back, they encountered Li Lingya rushing toward them. As soon as Li Lingya saw Su Yu, He excitedly tapped his shoulder with his right fist. Good job, kid. I knew you weren't ordinary. This time, you really showed us what you're made of. If it weren't for your timely intervention, the losses would have been immense. I'll report this achievement. Right away, your squad taking down 3,000 ghost-faced foxes is a record worth bragging about. Head to the logistics department to claim your merit points, Li Lingya added. Hearing this, Li Su and Ji Shuai and the others couldn't hide the joy in their eyes. These merit points might just be enough to exchange for a handy piece of demon cave equipment. Upon returning to the base, the veteran soldiers looked at Suyu with a mix of respect and awe. Feeling a bit awkward, Suyu said, the beast rankings are exaggerating things. I didn't kill all 3,000 ghost foxes by myself. The distribution of merit points was quickly finalized. Suyu received 150 points, Lucian 100 points, and the rest of the group 50 points each. Given the two's outstanding contributions in the battle, no one raised any objections. The loot from the Nirvana ghost-faced foxa ghost-level artifact called the Ghost Fox Skin was claimed by Suyu. He immediately handed it over to the magic craftsman in Redstone City for modification, and soon, it was transformed into a brand new ghost-level piece of equipment. Demon Cave Equipment, Thousand Faces Skin. Level, Ghost Level. Details, made from the face of a loyal Nirvana-level ghost-faced fox. Due to its absolute loyalty before death, the wearer suffers no side effects. Ability, Thousand Faces, allowing the wearer to disguise themselves as any face they have thoroughly studied. Side effects, none. Suyu drew a sharp breath. This discovery left him stunned. Could it be that artifacts dropped by beasts who died with absolute loyalty carried no side effects? If that were true, the value of this ghost-level equipment would far surpass others of the same rank. He immediately summoned Alia and Kong Huanyuan to his quarters. Under their puzzled gazes, he put on the mask and, mimicking Alia's voice, asked, Leah, do I look like you? Alia stared at the perfect mirror image of herself, her expression shifting unpredictably. Get lost. That's so creepy. But kid, you've really struck gold this time. Even I can't sense anything unusual. When you put it on, even your aura becomes identical to mine. Kong Huanyuan was equally astonished. Even the color of your spiritual seam matches Alia's. Suyu smiled mysteriously and handed the mask to Alia. Despite recalling by Ruhu's warning that pet beasts bore greater side effects, she trusted Suyu enough to put on the mask. To everyone's amazement, there were truly no side effects. How is this possible? The two women asked in unison. This discovery was groundbreaking. If Suyu had indeed found a way to create side effect-free demon cave equipment, it could revolutionize the field of magic craftsmanship and even transform the way beastmasters fought. Pet beasts might one day be able to wield such equipment, significantly boosting their combat capabilities. Suyu carefully explained the sequence of events and finally lowered his voice to caution them. Let's keep this under wraps for now. Let's wait until we're stronger and can secure our progress before making any moves, Suyu said, a trace of wariness flickering in his eyes. He had no illusions about the bottomless malice humanity was capable of. His two female companions, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Alia chuckled softly, a sly glint in her eyes. Heh, little one. This king has been pondering something. What is it? When you created this magic weapon, did you have ulterior motives? Alia raised an eyebrow. Were you thinking of making this king switch to someone else's face while we're together, so you could try something new? No, absolutely not. Suyu waved his hands frantically. Alia, I must criticize you. Your thoughts are getting more and more unhealthy. Alia's expression shifted dramatically. Do you remember what I mentioned earlier? There's a descendant of a divine lineage in this calamity abyss. I told you, her clan is renowned for their unparalleled beauty and grace, blessed by the sacred realms. I vaguely remember her face looking like this. Suddenly, a breathtakingly exquisite face appeared before Suyu's eyes. Its regal and radiant beauty was otherworldly, like an enchanting siren capable of captivating anyone with a single glance. Alia swiftly reverted to her original appearance, pouting as she complained. And you say you're not interested. I saw you practically drooling. Alia, my love for you is as vast as the heavens and earth, Suyu said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. But honestly, wasn't that face a bit too unfair? He couldn't help but think to himself that Alia's earlier suggestion might actually have some merit. Alia wasn't genuinely upset and huffed. I don't blame you. That clan was born to charm Monterey natural flirts. Kong Huanyuan suddenly seemed to recall something. Could it be? Master, you must capture her. Huh, who are you talking about? Suyu grew increasingly confused. The two women simultaneously covered each other's mouths. Sure. Do not utter her true name. It could alert her. Suyu decided not to press further. Clearly, this matter would have to wait until the Calamity Abyss War and the mastermind behind it were dealt with. Late at night, just as Suyu was preparing to rest, a message from Li Lingya arrived. Suyu, there's a call patched through from the real world. They say it's an old classmate of yours. Suyu sat up abruptly. Alia, hold on a moment. Although Alia was still not fully satisfied, she reluctantly stopped upon seeing the importance of the matter. Hello? Lao Gao, do you have any updates on the matter I asked you about? Suyu answered the call. Gao Quan, his old classmate, now worked at customs. Yes, I do. This afternoon, a flight landed with over 200 people from Huaying. While it's the tourist season, what's unusual is that over 30 of them share the surname Ishikawa. A sharp gleam flashed in Suyu's eyes. They're here. He thought to himself that if they were enemies, they wouldn't all arrive on a single flight. They must be arriving in batches. Got it, Lao Gao. Keep monitoring for the next couple of days. Let me know when there are no more large groups of Ishikawas arriving, and tell me the total number that came. Okay, I'll figure something out. Lao Gao, I'm counting on you. If you help me with this, I'll get you at least an A-grade talent serum. Suyu, that's too valuable. I can't accept it. It's fine. My life is worth far more than that. Please, I'm depending on you. Understood. After hanging up, Gao Quan's hands trembled as he raised them. I've done as you asked. Please, let my parents go. I don't want. Ishikawa Shuji's face twisted into a sinister smile. So Disuka? That's not going to happen. Over the next 2 days, you will say exactly what I tell you. He sneered coldly. That lowly bastard is quite cautious, managing to trace this back to us. Fortunately, the Wong family had already investigated his network of connections. Kong Huanyuan smiled and said, so the master was prepared all along. This should be foolproof, right? However, her smile gradually faded as she noticed Suyu's serious expression. What's wrong? Alia couldn't help but ask. Suyu simply shook his head with a faint smile, then took out a communicator. Hello? Connect me to Shangwan Ling at the Magic City Spirit University. His voice carried a hint of urgency. Professor, I need your help. A friend of mine might be under someone's control. Alia and Kong Huanyuan exchanged puzzled glances, their bright eyes filled with confusion. To them, everything seemed to be going smoothly. Why was Suyu suddenly so on edge? After hanging up, Suyu noticed their perplexed expressions and explained. I've known him for years. We've even shared a dorm bunk. He's never been this polite to me. In our room, he's so used to calling me Godfather that it slips out naturally. But now, saying things like undeserving gratitude and not even finishing his sentences? Something's clearly off. He paused for a moment. And considering that the mastermind behind this can infiltrate even the Dragon Eagle guards, it wouldn't be hard for them to investigate my connections. Gao Quan is trying to warn me in his own way. What a peculiar man, Kong Huanyuan remarked thoughtfully. Suyu didn't elaborate further but pondered internally. Gao Quan likely has an unspoken, half-formed plan, but he doesn't want to burden these two girls with additional worries before the battle. Let's focus on the immediate problem. In war, nothing remains unscathed. He pulled out the thousand-faced disguise and activated its power. S-Class. Strange replica? Suddenly, a downgraded beast-level imitation of the thousand-faced disguise appeared in his hands. Compared to the Dragon Class or Magic Class versions, recreating this Ghost Class weapon was much easier, consuming only about a tenth of his energy. The downgraded imitation had simple yet effective abilities. It could disguise the user as anyone they had detailed knowledge of, though it couldn't replicate their aura or scent. What are you planning to do with that? Alia asked. Suyu gave her a meaningful smile. It's said that the commanders of this war are the abyssal demons from the Forbidden Zones. Do you know what their transformed appearances look like? The two girls immediately caught on to his intention, their expressions turning to concern. Don't overthink it, Suyu said with a frown. I'm not foolish enough to impersonate a demon and march into Qingyan City to get myself killed. This is just a precautionary measure, a means of survival. Alia smiled softly. As the third true ancestor, she had never felt this sense of reassurance before. In the past, she believed only overwhelming power could suppress the myriad races. But now, for the first time, she realized how wonderful it was to have a man she could rely on. He always came up with ingenious solutions. Although he claimed he wouldn't take risks, danger was inevitable in the war ahead. Still, she believed he would find a way to turn peril into safety. Their meeting was no coincidence. At dawn the next day, as the first light broke over the horizon, thick black smoke suddenly rose far in the distance. A piercing alarm shattered the silence, rousing everyone from their slumber. Assemble! The command rang out as the beastmasters and warriors stationed in Redstone City quickly prepared themselves for battle. Standing on high ground, Suyu gazed out at the fiery horizon. The flames lit up the clouds, making it seem as if even the sky was ablaze. A hellish scene unfolded before his eyes. There was no doubt the war had begun. That was quicker than I expected, Li Lingya exclaimed as he directed his troops to assemble, simultaneously briefing them on the latest developments. Brothers, half an hour ago, the ghost-faced Fox clan of Qingyan City, the bloodthirsty ant clan of Zishuan City, and the green vine treant clan of Haisha City launched a full-scale attack simultaneously, throwing all their forces into battle. The 3rd, 6th, and 12th battalions, which were on rotation, have already engaged the enemy. The garrison commander has ordered our 1st battalion to immediately head to Qingshi Gorge to join the 3rd battalion and intercept the ghost-faced Fox clan. With the situation escalating, Li Lingya wasted no time issuing his orders. Beast tamers, move out first. The rest of the soldiers, follow with standard weapons. This approach was vastly different from the tactics used by other nations. While conventional weapons like artillery had little effect on exotic beasts and demonic plants, other nations insisted on using regular troops to exhaust the enemy's strength, thus minimizing the casualties among beast tamers. The cost, however, was staggering. Battlefields littered with countless corpses after every fight. Suyu refrained from judging the merits of these strategies, but it was precisely this method employed by the Grand Xia that had allowed him to live peacefully for the first 20 years of his life. The faces of Lu Xian and the others no longer bore the naivety of the previous day. Instead, they were filled with resolute determination. Even the ordinary soldiers were eager for battle, shouting, "We've been waiting for this day. Damn foxes, today we'll blow you to pieces. Beast tamers, you go first. We'll catch up soon. Our cannons may not have bayonets, but we can still wear them down." Under Li Lingya's command, over 1,000 beast tamers set off toward the battlefield. Meanwhile, on a Mediterranean-like island at the center of Qingyan City, Zishuan City, and Haisha City, 3 city lords knelt on one knee, awaiting the arrival of a black and green carriage drawn by demonic steeds from the netherworld, descending from the sky. "Greetings, your highness, the 9th prince." In the Forbidden Zone, the divine held supreme authority. The royal lineage of the demon clan, ranked number 92, was part of the abyssal demon clan, ranked number 006. The 9th prince extended a hand, and the tranquil island instantly transformed into a spectral demonic domain. The 3 city lords felt a chill in their hearts. Although they had all reached the mythical realm, breaking through the limitations of their racial rankings to gain powers beyond their species, they couldn't suppress the instinctive fear that arose in the presence of the 9th prince, whose strength was merely at the transformation realm. It was an innate reverence for a higher being. Wearing a jet-black mask, the 9th prince stepped out of the carriage and said, "Rise. Hufeng, what have you found about that human?" The ghost-faced Fox King, Hufeng, and Lord of Qingyan City, immediately replied, "Your Highness, the human is active near Qingshi Gorge. Our clan has deployed all 10,000 fox soldiers this time. We will surely capture him." The 9th prince gave a faint nod before turning to ask, "Fengqian, Shirgu, how are the tasks I entrusted to you coming along?" Both demons answered in unison, "Rest assured, your highness. We've each dispatched 50,000 demon soldiers to engage the enemy Hedon, while the main forces will launch an aerial assault on Redstone City." After prolonged conflict, the 3 cities had thoroughly studied the Grand Xia's tactical patterns. Their plan was to draw the Beast Tamers' main forces to the front lines while launching a surprise airstrike on the rear to seize control of the demonic cavern passage. From there, they would break through the borderlands and head straight for the origin land. Once the humans were stretched too thin to respond, the other 4 borderlands would simultaneously launch attacks, paving the way to the origin land. No wonder the Forbidden Zone had entrusted such a young demon to command an army. Upon arriving at the battlefield, the 9th prince immediately demonstrated extraordinary strategic insight and leadership. The 3 city lords, along with the rulers of all 5 borderlands, held high hopes for this operation. Their confidence stemmed from the stronghold of the invincible lands within the Calamity Zone. There were still 7 demon cities, each guarded by a mythic realm city lord. Even in the face of defeat, the human race would not dare to pursue recklessly, as that would undoubtedly provoke a united counterattack from the other city lords. The 9th prince noticed the unhidden arrogance in the eyes of the 3 demons and rebuked sharply, "Put away your conceit. Over the past decade, your borderlands have been steadily encroached upon by the humans at the bottom of the rankings. 20 years ago, were there any human cities here? And now? Do you not feel ashamed of such humiliation?" The 3 city lords shuddered in fear. The 9th prince's 2 guardian demons, standing at his side, emanated a surge of demonic energy that painted the dim sky in a hellish blend of red and black. The aura of destruction instinctively drove the 3 demons to want to flee. This oppressive force had already transcended the mythic realm. Hufeng, Tengqian, and Shirgu hurriedly dropped to their knees and kowtowed. "We obey your orders, your highness. This time, we will break through Redstone without fail." Yet, a strange thought lingered in their minds. This first-ranked figure of the beast rankings, renowned for decisiveness and ruthlessness, seemed to have a voice that deviated significantly from the deep, commanding tone they remembered. "Go," the 9th prince said with a wave of his hand. The 3 demons dared not linger and immediately scattered in different directions. Once they had left, the 9th prince turned to the bird exalted at his side. "What news from the Wind and Cloud Tower?" The bird exalted responded angrily. They refused. The beast pavilion master claimed absolute neutrality and vowed not to favor any side. But clearly, they're siding with the humans. Your Highness, I suspect this so-called beast pavilion master is most likely a human. The ninth prince remained silent for a moment before replying in a cold voice. Once the forbidden sea is leveled, they will be the first to die. Understood. On the Qingshi gorge frontline, severed limbs and broken bodies lay scattered across the battlefield. A gruesome and bloody scene. 7 battalions, consisting of over 7,000 beast tamers and more than 10,000 spirit beasts, had formed a defensive line. Among them were hundreds of powerful beasts from the upper ranks. Yet, the overwhelming presence of the ghost-faced foxes was suffocating. Those grotesque faces blanketed the mountains and valleys, and wherever one looked, there were tens of thousands of nauseating visages. Suyu's squad held their ground atop a hill, repelling 7 waves of deadly assaults in just one morning and killing over 3,000 ghost-faced foxes. Li Su and the others had become numb to the carnage, their blood-stained faces resembling killing machines. After several fierce clashes, the ghost-faced foxes finally retreated. And Jishui gasped, "Captain, they've pulled back." Everyone let out a sigh of relief, but Suyu's brows remained furrowed. "Something's not right about this battle," Suyu said gravely. "While the cultures of the myriad races differ, they all fear death. These ghost-faced foxes seem to be driven by something, throwing themselves to their deaths wave after wave. But for what purpose? Lucian, what's the status of the other allied forces?" "The entire line is holding, including the other 2 directions, 18 battalions in total," Lucian replied wearily. "We can't afford to let them break through to the plains before Redstone City." Though Suyu couldn't pinpoint the exact anomaly, his instincts told him action was necessary. "Next time the ghost-faced foxes attack, take this with you." He handed them an item, adding, "Remember, don't ask where this came from." Suyu handed the pseudo-thousand faces skin to his teammates. The 6 of them took it with varied expressions, but Suyu offered no further explanation. "Lu Xian, contact Captain Li," Suyu instructed. "We're going to try something. If it works, it might yield unexpected results." "Understood," Lu Xian replied. Just as Suyu was about to put the plan into action, a deafening explosion erupted in the direction of Redstone City. Everyone turned back in shock, only to see dense clusters of green vine treants spinning their branches and leaves, swarming towards Redstone City with a massive horde of bloodthirsty ants. Boom! With many beastmasters having left the city to join the battle, Redstone City was forced to rely on conventional weapons for defense, but their efforts were largely ineffective. At this moment, the frontline soldiers realized the grave mistake they had made. Li Lingya immediately contacted Suyu and his team through Lu Xian, urging them to return for reinforcements. But it was too late. The ground was already overrun by hordes of ghost-faced foxes. The 3 cities had emptied their forces, determined to take Redstone City at all costs. Before the words had fully settled, 6 pitch-black nether steeds suddenly appeared in the sky above the mountain peaks. They galloped through fiery clouds, charging forth amidst wind and thunder. These mounts were clearly distinct from ordinary beasts, causing both Alia and Kong Huanyuan's faces to pale. "Suyu, it's the Abyssal Demon Clan," Alia exclaimed. Suyu gazed into the distance and thought to himself, what a cunning move. High above Redstone City, 2 voices conversed. "Kakik, Tung Qian, that fool Xia Tinjin would never expect us to attack from the skies, would he?" One sneered. "Hiss hiss, Shurgu. Our clan has been saving this tactic for this very moment. Let's descend. Today, this city lord will unleash a massacre." The other hissed in delight. "Hiss hiss, instead of killing them all, why not enslave them? Human slaves can be quite useful," Shurgu suggested. 50,000 bloodthirsty ants and 50,000 green vine treants swirled in the air. Against them, Redstone City's defenses seemed utterly futile. Suddenly, a massive energy fluctuation erupted from the demon cavern's portal. Tens of thousands of humans poured out from the passage, accompanied by a variety of rare and exotic beasts soaring through the skies. A gust of wind swept through, scattering sand and dust, revealing countless star-like points of light rapidly approaching. Tung Qian and Shurgu were utterly stunned, their faces twisting with rage. "Ning Hanwen," they roared. It turned out that Ning Hanwen's elemental spirit beast had used the wind to conceal the entire human army's movements, lying in wait for the demons to fall into their trap. "Damn it! Don't humans always attack the eternal abyss first? Why are they here at the Calamity Zone instead?" Shurgu shouted. For the past 6 years, humans had always launched their initial offensives in the eternal abyss, leaving other demon caverns to switch to defensive positions. This confidence had emboldened the demons to bypass the front lines and launch a surprise attack on Redstone City. But now, under the cover of the wind, 20,000 beastmasters and dozens of height-tier beastmasters had already infiltrated the Calamity Zone. The appearance of Ning Hanwen, Xia Tinjin, and Jiang Huiran made the demons realize that perhaps they were the ones who had fallen into a trap. It was all a coincidence. For 6 years, the Calamity Zone had remained on the defensive, awaiting reinforcements. But today, everything had changed. The Grand Summer Nine Guards, the Nine Pillar Families, and the Nine School Alliance had all deployed their elite forces. Xia Tinjin's dragon roar pierced through the clouds. Dragonhawk Guard, hear my command. The Allied forces have arrived. Redstone City is secure. Counterattack. The Dragonhawk Guard on the front lines erupted into cheers. Just as fear and chaos threatened to overwhelm them, the garrison commander's words steadied their resolve like an unshakable anchor. Charge. The entire human defensive line at the Qingshi Gorge erupted with renewed vigor. The desperate charges of the ghost-faced foxes were no longer effective, and the humans gradually gained the upper hand. However, this hard-earned advantage was shattered in an instant. Suddenly, a lavish carriage pulled by 6 nether steeds of the demon realm appeared in the sky. 2 formidable figures tore through the fabric of space, emerging on either side of the carriage. Their arrival struck the ghost-faced foxes in the valley like a thunderbolt. These ferocious creatures scattered in all directions under the grip of instinctive terror. Su Yu and his companions felt an overwhelming, suffocating pressure descend upon them, cold sweat instantly soaking their backs. Lu Xian, take the others and retreat now, Su Yu said in a low voice. The sudden appearance of these abyssal demons was almost certainly aimed at him, Alia, or Kong Huanyuan. To these powerful demons, the others were nothing more than insignificant ants, unworthy of their attention. Lu Xian acted decisively, pulling in Jishuei and the others away at once. Though the Lu family's protectors were not far off, their reincarnation realm cultivation was insignificant on a battlefield of this caliber. The 2 demons standing beside the carriage exuded a restrained yet overwhelming aura, clearly indicating they had surpassed the semi-divine realm. As expected, the master of the carriage and the 2 demons paid no heed to Lu Xian's retreating group. Their gazes remained fixed on Su Yu. Your Highness, Tang Qian and Shi Gu seemed to the bird's sovereign hesitated. No matter, the 9th prince coldly interrupted. This was part of the plan all along. While opening a passage to the origin land is crucial, even if we fail, the extermination of these fringe clans will serve other, hidden purposes. The insect sovereign cautiously added, Your Highness, such a trivial matter can be handled by us. There's no need for you to act personally. The humans may have gone to summon reinforcements. It's unwise to linger here. You think you'll lose? The 9th prince's cold gaze swept over the insect sovereign. A chill ran through the insect sovereign as he immediately dropped to one knee. I wouldn't dare. Remember, my decisions are not to be questioned. Yes, Your Highness. The 9th prince's lips curled into a cold smile. He understood the nature of demons all too well. Ever since Su Yu ascended the myriad beast rankings, the 9th prince had suspected that Su Yu might possess a divine generation sequence. Today's close proximity confirmed his suspicions. If those 2 old demons learned the truth, even his status might not be enough to prevent their covetous desires. With an air of elegance, he stepped out of the carriage and descended slowly. In the sky, the Holy Domain's wind and cloud rankings shimmered faintly, and new text appeared on the myriad beast rankings. Calamity's domain abyssal demon 9th prince versus human Su Yu. The top figure on the myriad beast rankings, the first below the nirvana realm of the demon abyss, had an unexpectedly slender form after transforming. His physique appeared subtly distorted. He arrogantly pointed to Alia and Kong Huanyuan beside Su Yu and sneered, Leave them behind, and then get lost, human. Su Yu responded with a cold laugh. Where did this arrogant little brat come from? Why don't you call your 2 elders over to bully the weak properly? As for you, go back to your lair and drink your milk, baby. A chilling aura emanated from beneath the 9th prince's mask. The 2 sovereigns in the sky shook their heads lightly. A fool who didn't know his place. How dare you defy the 9th prince? The 2 venerable figures watched coldly, their expressions indifferent. To them, Su Yu was nothing more than a walking skeleton. If he were to kneel and beg for mercy now, perhaps the 9th prince, a demon lord not entirely given to bloodlust, might spare him. But unfortunately, this human, ignorant of his own limits, chose to resist stubbornly. Boom! An ominous force, dark as eternal night, descended with a deafening roar. The hellish flames of the underworld intertwined with the abyssal darkness, devouring everything in its path. At that moment, Kong Huanyuan stepped forward resolutely, silently reciting the incantation of the Witch's Night. A reality marble. As one of the abyssal demon lords, the 9th prince also unleashed his reality marble. The collision of the 2 domains sparked violent spatial turbulence, sweeping Su Yu, Alia, Kong Huanyuan, and the 9th prince into its vortex. The Kongling clan. The 2 venerable figures suddenly realized. No wonder the 9th prince set his sights on him. It turns out, he possesses a reality marble as well. Even a mythical level demon king would struggle to invade a reality marble from the outside. Yet they merely shook their heads and chuckled softly. The ninth prince cannot lose. We need only await the good news. Within the reality marble, one side was a chilling, ghostly purgatory, while the other was the witch's night. A faint smirk of contempt appeared beneath the ninth prince's mask. The void witch and the true ancestor of the blood clan, delivering themselves so feebly. If I don't accept such a grand gift, wouldn't it be a blasphemy against the heavens? Alia dared not let her guard down. She had already taken the silly strand of hair off her head, handed to her by Suyu, and clapped her hands together to summon the immortal sanctuary, which stood beneath the witch's night. Unfortunately, without the power of the snowy mountain domain, she could not recklessly expend magic as she had in the simulated realm. Blood and night merged, magic clashed with magic. The dark knights etched by the witch charged forward wielding divine weapons, while from the molten rivers of purgatory, countless black-winged demons with glowing green eyes soared into the air. Though Alia and Kong Huanyuan had ascended to the Transcendence realm, the ninth prince had already reached the threshold of nirvana. Both belonging to the divine era sequence, the gap of a single realm was insurmountable, and the immense disparity in magical power could not be bridged by numbers. The witch's night faltered under the suppression of the purgatory, and the dark knights were decapitated one after another by the demons. The ninth prince advanced towards Suyu step by step, as if no one could stop him. Alia and Kong Huanyuan stood protectively in front of Suyu, whispering anxiously to devise a plan. I can't match his magic in a contest of domains. Suyu bit the tip of his finger lightly, letting blood drip down. As members of the divine era, the demon prince would undoubtedly understand the Kongling clan and the blood clan. The only way to create an opening was through himself. Alia immediately understood, condensing Suyu's blood into a needle and launching it. The ninth prince dismissed it casually, summoning a demon to block it. But in the next instant, Kong Huanyuan activated her void mirage, tearing through the demon's body with 5 spiraling spatial distortions. The blood needle, now fused with the demon's blood, transformed into a blood arrow that shot toward the prince. The ninth prince's expression finally shifted slightly. He prepared to evade, but as Suyu's blood neared him, a tremor seized his soul. As someone ranked even higher in the sequence than Alia, he was utterly defenseless against this fatal allure. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the blood arrow pierced through his dark mask. When the face beneath was revealed, Suyu's eyes widened in shock. It was a face both enchanting and coldly beautiful. Could it be that he was, no, she was? The ninth prince of the Abyssal Demon Clan, the top of the Demon Lair's beast rankings, is actually a woman? When Chi Mayan's mask shattered, her stunning and otherworldly face left everyone in awe. Her features were like a kaleidoscope, constantly shifting and revealing the most breathtaking visage each onlooker secretly yearned for. The ninth prince, no, the ninth princess, Chi Mayan, clutched her broken mask tightly with both hands, her gaze blazing with fury as it locked onto Suyu in the distance. She couldn't comprehend why the blood of a low-ranking human exuded such an irresistible allure. It had always been her unmasked face that could captivate the masses and ensnare souls, yet today, she found herself momentarily losing control, drawn towards Suyu's blood like a moth to a flame. If anyone had witnessed her moment of weakness, her carefully crafted image of invincibility in the sanctuary would be utterly destroyed. Suyu, she growled through clenched teeth. He had to be eliminated. If her identity as a female demon was exposed, her ambition to dethrone the demon god and rise to power within the Abyssal clan would be shattered. Pillars of purgatorial inferno erupted skyward, mirroring Chi Mayan's overwhelming rage. The sight left Suyu stunned, and even Alia and Kong Huanyuan were momentarily frozen in shock. After all, wasn't the Abyssal Demon Clan's throne traditionally passed down only to males? Kid, retreat. Alia whispered urgently. We can't take her on right now. Even the combined forces of Alia's Undying Temple and Kong Huanyuan's Witch's Night couldn't suppress Chi Mayan. The gap between the Nirvana realm and the Transcendence realm was vast and insurmountable. Suyu wanted to flee, but 2 fearsome adversaries were waiting outside. How could they break through? Alia's eyes flickered with hesitation before she finally spoke. I'll give you the Undying. When Huanyuan shatters the barrier, the chaotic spatial currents will carry us out. But, I understand. Suyu interrupted her with a gentle smile, pinching her cheek lightly. Don't worry. With the Undying, I won't die. Huanyuan now. Alia gritted her teeth and gave the order. Kong Huanyuan nodded, releasing the witch's night. The eternal night scroll cracked and shattered, consumed by the purgatorial flames, while the space around them violently destabilized. Furious spatial turbulence howled as Alia lunged towards Suyu, transferring all of her undying power to him with a kiss. Suyu then pulled both women into the pitch-black beast space, both to protect them and to prevent them from being scattered by the chaotic currents. Suyu, I won't let you escape, Chi Mayan roared, seeing through his intentions. Enraged, she revealed her true form. The piercing wail of the demoness tore through layers of space, yet just as it was about to reach Suyu, it dissipated into nothingness. No. The spatial turbulence tore at Suyu's flesh like countless blades. As he gazed toward the other side of the chaotic flow, he grinned and said, "Little demoness, remember this? It hurts. It hurts like hell." Suyu roared in agony, his voice echoing through the chaotic spatial turbulence. "Damn it, Shimayan. As long as your elders aren't around, one day I'll capture you alive. I'll make you mine in front of everyone in the demon abyss." The spatial turbulence tore at him like countless sharp blades, leaving him in excruciating pain without being fatal. This was the first time in his life he had been forced to flee, utterly disgraced. Yet, the thought of Chi Mayan's furious yet helpless expression brought a twisted sense of satisfaction to his heart. Suddenly, the barrier shattered with a deafening crash. Outside the barrier, the demon bird lord and demon insect lord were just about to congratulate the ninth prince on subduing a new toy when a line of golden text suddenly appeared across the heavens. Ninth prince of the abyss versus Suyu of the human race. Ninth prince wins, Suyu flees. However, Suyu successfully escaped in front of two demon lords. Suyu rises to 36th place on the beast rankings. What? The two demon lords exclaimed in unison before realizing what had happened. Suyu had deliberately leapt into the spatial turbulence created by the barrier's collapse, using it as an opportunity to escape. What shocked them even more was the sight of the ninth prince, Chi Mayan, gently covering her face. Her mask had been knocked off, and she appeared to have sustained injuries. This was utterly unimaginable. Even the top 10 ranked experts on the beast rankings might not be capable of injuring her. "Your Highness." The two demon lords rushed forward anxiously. Suppressing her fury, Chi Mayan altered her voice and commanded, "Send orders to the entire Calamity domain. Mobilize all 7 cities. At any cost, launch an assault on Redstone City. Instruct the 7 city lords to dig 3 feet into the ground if they have to, but they must find Suyu for me." What she feared most was the possibility that her secret that she was a woman had been exposed. Meanwhile, Redstone City received a triumphant report. With the support of the 9-School Alliance, the Green Vine Treants and Bloodthirsty Ants suffered a crushing defeat, losing over 70,000 beasts and demon plants. Although Tong Qian and Shirgu managed to escape, both were gravely injured. Xia Tingjin, Ning Hanwen, and Jiang Huairan were all deeply shocked to learn that the ninth prince had personally intervened in the battle, breaking the long-standing taboo of their conflict. But when they saw the golden text in the sky, they were even more incredulous. "He really escaped?" Xia Tingjin asked in astonishment. Jiang Huairan immediately understood. They used the spatial turbulence. The impact of this battle spread rapidly. Reactions among the demon abyss's powerhouses varied. Those who had previously fought Suyu, like Li Mu and Shi Xiaolong, were filled with mixed emotions, while others, like Wang Yu and Wang Hongxi, seethed with rage. Far away in Milika, Adam, and across the Forbidden Sea, the prodigies of the myriad races all etched Suyu's name into their minds. In the Windcloud Pavilion, the Dragon Pavilion Master immediately issued orders to track down Suyu at all costs. A much greater storm was brewing. When Xia Tingjin and his companions arrived at Qingshi Gorge, Chi Mayan and the other demons had already left. The scene before them was shocking. The entire forest had been razed to the ground, the creek had dried up completely, and the mountaintop had been blasted into a massive crater. "We're too late," Xia Tingjin said in a somber tone. Jiang Huairan's face was filled with worry. The spatial turbulence is unstable. Right now, no one but Suyu knows which corner of the Calamity Abyss he's been swept into. At that moment, Xia Tingjin's expression suddenly darkened. This isn't good. For some reason, the ninth prince of the demon clan has mobilized the 7 cities of the Calamity Abyss. The front lines at Qingshi Gorge are in critical danger. As the guardian of Redstone City and the master of the Azure Orchid Begonia, he could sense the movements on the front lines in real time. Jiang Huairan's face turned pale at these words. He was deeply concerned for both Illusionary Yuan and Suyu's safety, while also feeling frustrated with the worsening situation. Originally, their ambush on the Bloodthirsty Ants and the Green Vine Treants had been successful, and they had planned to quickly end the conflict in the Calamity Abyss to support the Eternal Abyss. But now, it seemed that the results of the previous exchange tournament had affected the overall war situation in the Great Xia dynasty. The Imperial capital's defenses in the Eternal Abyss were on the verge of collapse, and the other 3 demon abysses were also in dire straits. "No matter. Let's head to the front lines first," Ning Hanwen said with a penetrating gaze. "He's not that easy to kill. Look, his name is still on the wind and cloud ranking. When someone dies, their name disappears. As long as his name remains, he's alive." "You've got some nerve," Jiang Huairan muttered, his mouth twitching, his voice trailing off. "Ah, Illusionary Yuan. Are you all right?" The situation was urgent, and the 3 dared not linger. They immediately set out for the front lines. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Suyu was regaining consciousness amidst excruciating pain. Fortunately, his indestructible talent was still at work. Despite Alia shrinking herself to a height of 1.5 meters to focus all her efforts on healing him, several gruesome wounds remained. After 3 hours of treatment, the injuries were barely stabilized. If it hadn't been for the large quantities of life elixirs he had consumed earlier, he might not have survived the spatial turbulence. Alia, where are we? Suyu asked weakly. Qingyan City, Alia replied softly. While she treated Suyu, illusionary Yuan had already donned the Thousand Faces mask and gone out to gather information. Qingyan City? Suyu was startled. Isn't this the territory of the ghost-faced fox? We've ended up in the fox's den? Looking out the window, he noticed that although the architecture outside was distinct from human styles, it still faintly resembled the layout of ancient courtyards. Illusionary Yuan gently wiped the sweat from Suyu's forehead. Sigh, why is it that one demoness can be so gentle and lovely, while another is so vicious and violent? Suyu remarked with a sigh. Illusionary Yuan's cheeks flushed slightly as she shook her head. I didn't expect the 9th prince of the demon clan to be a woman. Why is that so unusual? Suyu, who knew little about the myriad races of the demon abyss, asked in confusion. Alia quickly explained. The abyssal demons are the royal family of the demon clan and part of the divine generation. They live beneath the abyss and worship the eternal demon god. However, only males can succeed as demon king. When a new demon king ascends, he kills all his siblings and inherits their power. That's why none of us expected this. Suyu suddenly understood. No wonder she had to disguise herself as a man and couldn't even let her guards find out. If her identity were exposed, not only would she lose her qualification to succeed as Demon King, but her life would also be at risk. Suyu unraveled the inheritance rules of the abyssal demons, and a look of realization crossed his face. No wonder she was so furious in the end. Desperate to kill me. She was afraid I'd reveal the truth. Alia and Kong Huanyuan nodded in agreement. That's very likely. Let's set that aside for now. Suyu shifted the topic. Can we leave Qingyan City? Kong Huanyuan furrowed her delicate brows. I just sneaked out to investigate. I hypnotized a few ghost-faced foxes with my phantom soul art. The city gates are heavily guarded, and no one is allowed to leave without the city lord's orders. She sighed. Our appearance is too different from the ghost-faced foxes. Even if we were beasts capable of shapeshifting beyond nirvana, it would be nearly impossible to blend in and escape. Relying on the Dragon Eagle Guard for rescue is even less realistic, she continued. For so many years, the Dixia army has never truly reached the gates of Qingyan City. Otherwise, Bai Ruhui and Shangguan Ling wouldn't still harbor regret over their daughter's situation. The dire circumstances darkened the expressions of the two women. They couldn't leave, there was no chance of rescue, and if their identities were exposed in the enemy camp, certain death awaited. This predicament seemed even worse than being caught in chaotic space currents. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up Suyu's eyes. Don't lose hope. I've thought of a plan. The two women's eyes reignited with a glimmer of hope. What's the plan? Suyu picked up the 1004 mask and sketched the visage of Qi Mayan, wearing her mask based on his memory. Think about it. Even the guards by the 9th prince's side have never seen her true face. So why can't I pretend to be the 9th prince? She has no way to prove her identity. A sly smile curved his lips. Even if it came to a direct confrontation, I could claim to be a man. Would she dare it? She's a woman? The two women were momentarily stunned before their eyes widened in astonishment. The plan was flawless. The only people who knew the 9th prince's true identity were likely the few present. Even if faced with confrontation, Qi Mayan wouldn't dare reveal the truth, as doing so would be tantamount to seeking her own doom. Alia, use blood to forge 6 nether steeds. Huanyuan, use Witch's Knight and Phantom Soul Art to make the carriage look as authentic as possible. If we're going to play the part, we need to go all out. The two women exchanged a glance and immediately set to work. Before long, the piercing neighs of the nether steeds echoed through the night. Under the enhancement of Witch's Knight, an imposing carriage materialized in the air. Alia and Kong Huanyuan stood on either side, posing as attendant maids. The nether steeds pulled the carriage into the sky, treading on fiery clouds as they headed straight for the city lord's mansion. On the ground, the ghost-faced foxes looked up in confusion, seemingly recognizing the iconic carriage of the 9th prince. Alia's voice rang out like a blade piercing through the city lord's mansion. Where is the city lord? In the presence of the prince, why do you not kneel? The ghost-faced fox guards stationed at the gates of the city lord's residence were engaged in an animated discussion, their voices overlapping in excitement. Is that really the carriage of the 9th prince of the demon clan? Could it be fake? Who would dare impersonate someone from the sacred domain? That's a death wish. Look at the maidservant by the carriage. That kind of beauty could only belong to someone like the 9th prince. These guards, though having reached the nirvana realm and gained partial shapeshifting abilities, had not yet mastered them fully. Suyu observed all this with quiet astonishment. He had initially thought his plan to be highly feasible, but he hadn't anticipated that these ghost-faced foxes would accept his identity without question, relying solely on appearances and rumors. It reminded him of the naive belief of ancient farmers who thought the emperor plowed the fields with a golden hoe, a reflection of how the limited perspective of beings from the fringes of the world clouded their judgment. Alia haughtily reprimanded. "Why do you not kneel before the prince? Where is the city lord? Such disrespect, oh, you no longer wish to survive in this land of calamity?" Her imperious tone didn't anger the ghost-faced foxes. Instead, it convinced them even more that this was the demeanor befitting a prince of the demon clan. The guards immediately knelt, shouting in unison, "Greetings to the ninth prince." The city lord's residence resembled a scaled-down version of an ancient palace. A woman in elaborate attire emerged briskly from the courtyard, the hem of her dress fluttering, revealing a fox tail she couldn't entirely conceal. Her beauty was striking and seductive, the epitome of a glamorous and mature woman. "I am Hu Ji, the wife of City Lord Hu Feng. My husband is currently on the battlefield. Please allow me to receive the ninth prince on his behalf," she said, bowing deeply. Suyu felt a surge of relief. His gamble had paid off. With Xiaotinjin and other prominent generals of the human race entering the domain, city lords like Hu Feng had no choice but to confront them on the front lines. This meant that the only ghost-faced foxes who might have seen the ninth prince were absent from the city, playing perfectly into Su Ye's hands. Alia transmitted her thoughts to him, saying, "She seems to be a ghost-faced fox of the Samsara realm." Although her cultivation level was 3 tiers above his, Suyu had already prepared a countermeasure. His experiences in the mimicry field had proven that his blood could affect even those at the Samsara realm. Under Alia's guidance, the group was led into the residence. The interior hall was decorated with a distinct exotic aesthetic, its burning incense effectively masking the unique scent of the Fox clan. Disguised in a mask as Chi Mayan, Suyu strode in with an imposing air and unceremoniously seated himself in the city lord's chair. Hu Ji was not offended by his actions. Instead, her face lit up with a captivating smile. "Please enjoy some tea, Your Highness. This water comes from the drunken demon well in the land of catastrophe," she said, her gaze fixed on Suyu with a bewitching allure. "Excellent tea," Suyu replied fluently in the universal language of the races. Hu Ji's eyes glimmered with charm as she remarked, "This is a custom we learned from humans in the land of origin. I hope Your Highness doesn't mind." The fox concubine kept her demeanor exceptionally humble in her words. Despite her cultivation level surpassing Suyu's, she dared not show the slightest disrespect. She pondered to herself that while appearances could be disguised, temperament was far harder to mimic. The aura exuded by this ninth prince in every gesture and movement was indeed strikingly similar to what her husband had described. Little did she know, Suyu was merely wearing the Thousand Faces mask, and it was even less conceivable that a figure of such stature from the sacred domain would don the guise of their Fox clan. Although Suyu's disguise had many flaws that anyone truly familiar with the ninth prince could easily see through, the fox concubine knew little about him, and even her husband, Hu Feng, barely had any familiarity with the prince. What cemented her belief further was the unparalleled beauty of the maids accompanying Suyu, each so stunning that even she felt inferior. In this remote region, such extraordinary women simply couldn't exist. They must be from the sacred domain. This assumption wasn't entirely wrong, as Alia and Kong Huan Yuan's races did indeed hail from forbidden zones. The lord of Qingyan City has shown commendable loyalty and effort this time. The Ghost Fox clan's fearless bravery has not gone unnoticed by this prince, Suyu remarked. The fox concubine's heart leapt with joy, and she replied with a charming smile, "Your Highness flatters us." "Oh, are you implying that this prince?" Suyu's tone turned cold. The fox concubine's heart skipped a beat. Truly, the demons were as temperamental as they were reputed to be. She quickly corrected herself. No, not at all. What I mean is that my clan is willing to serve Your Highness at any cost, even if it means risking our lives." Suyu rose and walked over to the fox concubine, lifting her chin with his fingers. Her heart trembled. No one in Qingyan City had ever dared to treat her, the city lord's wife, in such a manner. Yet in this moment, being so casually handled by the ninth prince, she felt no anger. Instead, her mind wandered to visions of rising to prominence by clinging to this powerful figure. This wasn't naivety. It was blatant greed. Even if it meant becoming a concubine to such a great man, it was far better than being cannon fodder in this desolate land. Your Highness, Your Highness." The fox concubine's cheeks flushed, her voice soft and alluring, as if it could melt a man's resolve. Suyu was slightly taken aback, thinking to himself, is every race this bold? Poor lord of Qingyan City, it seems the saying rings true. While Hu Feng fights on the battlefield, his wife shares a prince's bed. Though this fox demon was indeed attractive, comparable to a celebrity in human society, She was no match for Alia and Yuan. Moreover, there was an indescribable vulgarity about her, and Suyu had no interest in someone others had already claimed. City Lord's wife. Alia interjected sharply, clearly displeased. This is a grave offense. Do you truly believe that your lowly ghost fox status could catch the eye of His Highness? How dare you attempt to use enchantment on him? The fox concubine's face turned pale as she realized her greed had gone too far. Your Highness, please forgive me. I didn't mean to. Since it's your first offense, I'll let it slide, Suyu said with a cold snort. However, as I've mentioned before, your ghost fox clan has performed admirably and deserves a reward. Since Hu Feng is absent, my husband isn't here, but I can't accept your Highness's generosity on his behalf. The fox concubine interrupted eagerly. You two truly are a devoted couple, Suyu remarked dryly, lightly biting his fingertip. Very well. The blood of this prince can transform any demon, granting them the power of my demon race. However, the fox concubine's pupils contracted. That intoxicatingly fragrant blood, a once-in-a-lifetime blessing capable of transcending limits, was an opportunity she absolutely could not let slip by. Fox G's eyes sparkled with an uncontrollable gleam, her entire body trembling slightly with excitement. The opportunity to transform herself was right before her. In this demon's lair, where the hierarchy of sequences was strictly enforced, she had always been limited by her fox clan's constraints and her lack of mastery over the human clan's beast-taming techniques, making it impossible for her to advance further. If she could evolve into a demon and ascend to a higher sequence, the path to divinity would no longer seem out of reach. She knelt respectfully on the ground, her fox tail gently swaying, exuding an air of utmost submission. At this moment, she was completely obedient to Su Yu's every command. Even if he were to brazenly claim her within the city lord's mansion, she likely wouldn't put up the slightest resistance. Su Yu retrieved a golden vessel, pouring blood into it before handing it to Fox G. The rich and intoxicating aroma of the blood was far from ordinary, seemingly affirming the extraordinary value of this demonic blood. However, Fox G was utterly unaware that this was nothing more than a deadly trap set by Su Yu's blood. Ever since entering the city lord's mansion, Alia and Yuan had been on edge, fearing they might expose themselves. Yet, ironically, despite the apparent vulnerabilities surrounding them, everything seemed to unfold in a bizarrely smooth manner. Fox G eagerly drank Su Yu's blood in one gulp. In an instant, a crimson crown formed of blood materialized within her spiritual sea, radiating an ancient and imposing sacred aura. It was only then that Fox G realized something was wrong. She had not truly undergone a transformation. Blinded by greed, she had lost even the most basic sense of judgment. By the time she recognized that she had fallen into an abyss, it was already too late. This isn't demonic blood. You're not one of the 9 kings. Fox G's eyes widened in fury, glaring at Suyu with venomous hatred. Suyu smirked and removed his mask. Absolutely right, lady of the city. Suyu of the human clan, at your service. Now, succumb to the crimson crown. Oh, and by the way, you were quite alluring just now. Fox J's face turned deathly pale. Human, a human. The very race she regarded as the lowest of the low. She had gone so far as to please and even offer herself to him. Just as she was about to unleash a torrent of curses, her spirit was subdued by the crimson crown. As the wife of the city lord of the demon city, she was now at the mercy of a mere human. Her twisted expression contorted further, yet she was compelled to utter words of loyalty. My king, your devoted blood servant stands ready to face any danger for you. The effect of the crimson crown won't last long, Suyu remarked, showing no intention of forming a contract with her. Hand over the city lord's token. Yes, my king. Alia, watching from the side, was taken aback. No matter how many times I see it, that little guy's talent is truly terrifying. Yuan nodded in agreement. After all, she herself had been forcibly bound by that very talent. Taking the city lord's token, Suyu said casually, well, that was easy enough. To his surprise, even the much-feared beast ranking wasn't triggered. Perhaps the wind and cloud ranking indeed operated under some unique rules. Alia teased, if it weren't for me being here, were you planning to sample the city lord's wife for yourself? Suyu quickly raised his hands in protest. Wrongful accusation. I wouldn't touch anything another fox has used. Are all fox clans like this? Alia shook her head and explained. Not exactly. The ghost-faced fox is merely one branch of the fox clan sequence. Higher up, there's the tail fox clan, rank number 97. Their beauty is even more extraordinary. As for their outliers, Suyu froze for a moment. Could it be that our target is? Shoo. Alia interrupted him. Last time, I sensed her presence in the Wangxian forest, 200 li east of Qingyan City. The tail fox sequence is ranked between 91 and 100, and their clan includes a member of the divine era sequence. No wonder Alia mentioned that her clan has a natural ability to captivate men, Kong Huanyuan said warily, glancing around. This place is dangerous. We should leave as soon as possible. Suyu shook his head slowly. Leave? Not yet. There's still something I need to do. He recalled the incident of his teacher, Shang Guanling, and Bai Ruhua's daughter disappearing near Qingyan City. Turning to Huji, he asked, are there any beast tamers among the human captives in Qingyan City? Huji bowed respectfully. My king, there are a total of 10,600 human slaves in the city, among whom 2,200 are beast tamers. Suye's mouth twitched slightly. Though mutual captives were inevitable in over a decade of war, this number still shocked him. Perhaps it's time to do something for the great Xia, he said solemnly. By the order of the ninth prince, gather all the humans in the city and escort them to the Qingshi Gorge line. Also, bring me the register of human captives. Understood. Huji accepted the order and left. Taking advantage of the brief moment, Suyu retrieved the token made from the branches and leaves of the Qinglan begonia. It was filled with messages expressing concern for his safety. Smiling, he quickly replied, I'm in Qingyan City and have control over the city lord's wife. The city lord is absent, so don't worry. I have a great opportunity to rescue all the human captives in the city. I will lead them to the Qingshi Gorge line. Please ask my teacher for her daughter's name. I will do everything I can to save her. Meanwhile, at the human stronghold in Qingshi Gorge, the situation was becoming increasingly dire. Nearly 700,000 beasts, demon plants, and undead from the 7 cities of the abyss were launching relentless assaults, disregarding their own losses. Even though the main human forces were stationed near the abyss of calamity, the pressure was immense. Fortunately, the combat strength of the beast tamers far exceeded that of beasts of the same level. Despite the intense attacks on the first day, which consumed a significant amount of energy and magic, human casualties were minimal. Lu Xian and others had just returned from the battlefield to rest. Chen Mingming squatted by the fire, her face filled with worry. Do you think Suyu is in trouble? She asked anxiously. Suddenly, Lu Xian's token lit up. She immediately perked up. There's news. It's from Suyu. After reading the message, she exclaimed excitedly, I need to tell my teacher no. I must inform Governor Xia. With that, she dashed toward the command center. Stop. The guards blocked her path. Let me through. Governor Xia. Principal Ning. Urgent military intelligence. I must see them. Lu Xian shouted urgently. Inside the command center, high-ranking members of the military and pillar families were gathered. Xia Tingjin spoke up. Let her in. Li Zongsheng, a steward of the Li family, frowned in displeasure. This is a military command center. Does the young lady of the Lu family not understand protocol? Xia Tingjin turned to Lu Xian. Why have you barged into the command center? This is no trivial matter. Seeing Lu Xian hesitate, he added, Speak. Everyone here is trustworthy. Lu Xian handed the token to Xia Tingjin. As the master of the Qinglan begonia, he immediately grasped the situation upon touching the token. How is this possible? With a wave of his hand, he displayed the message for everyone present. The room fell silent as they stared at it in disbelief, as if reading something out of a myth. The room fell into complete silence. No one spoke a word. Ning Hanwen's face showed a look of shock, clearly indicating that this news far exceeded his expectations. The air in the conference room seemed to freeze for a few seconds until Li Zongsheng, a steward of the Li family, broke the silence. Is this news true or not? Could it have been written by Suyu under enemy coercion? If it's true, this young man will surely become a hero of not just the demon city but all of Daxia. Someone murmured in awe. Impossible. Li Zongxing shook his head. A beastmaster at the transformation realm infiltrating the enemy's demon city, gaining control over the city lord's wife, and taking over the city lord's residence? Let alone rescuing captured comrades? That's inconceivable. Another steward of the Li family, Li Zongwan, immediately chimed in. Brother is absolutely right. He's most likely been captured. Who knows, she might have already defected. Suyu would never do such a thing. Lu Xian couldn't help but retort. Li Zongwan snorted coldly. Young girl, this is a military command center. It's not your place to speak. Step back. Clenching her lips, Lu Xian fell silent. But it was clear to her that the Li family was tarnishing Suyu's reputation, likely due to the incident involving Li Mu. Zongwan, watch your words, Xia Tingjin said in an icy tone. Do not make baseless accusations of treason against a comrade without proper evidence. Sensing Xia Tingjin's anger, Li Zongwan quickly apologized. I spoke without thinking. Please forgive me, Governor Xia. Lu Xian noticed that Shangguan Ling was silently shedding tears on the side. She was trying hard to suppress her emotions, clearly moved by something. Dean Shangguan, what is your opinion? Xia Tingjin turned to Shangguan Ling. My daughter's situation, Shangguan Ling wiped away her tears, is something only Suyu and his team know about. This news must be true. Xia Tingjin immediately made a decision. If that is the case, this matter is classified. Anyone who leaks this information will be treated as a national traitor. He swept his gaze across the room. Relay my orders. The Dragon Hawk Guard and the Alliance Army are to launch a counterattack immediately. Isolate the ghost-faced fox in the northern region by tomorrow morning. Battalions 1, 2, 3, 6, and 9 are responsible for support. Finally, he turned to Shangguanling and said, Inform Suyu that the entire human race within the cataclysmic demon cavern will fully cooperate with his operation. Whatever he needs, he only has to ask. Shangguanling wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said, All right. Although she claimed she hadn't given up hope, deep down she knew they had no chance of even approaching Qingyan City, let alone confronting the city lord. With so many people missing, Xia would never risk the safety of the entire demon lair and the countless lives behind it for just one person. However, not only did Suyu take on this seemingly hopeless request, but he also managed to infiltrate Qingyan City successfully and even found an opportunity to search for Bai Yaqing. This glimmer of hope was like a ray of sunlight piercing through the darkness that had haunted Shangguanling for years. Suyu, forgive your teacher's selfishness, she wrote on the token. My daughter's name is Bai Yaqing. Please, if you can find her. The words became increasingly messy. Suyu fully understood her feelings. He couldn't help but imagine the heart-wrenching pain of losing Alia or his parents and how unbearable it would be. Just then, Fox G arrived with the roster. Suyu quickly flipped through it and soon found by Yaqing's name she was still alive. Send them out immediately, Suyu ordered. Using the pretense of dire conditions at the front lines and the need for human cannon fodder to assist the ghost-faced Fox clan, he successfully persuaded several demon generals. Yes, my king. Fox G obeyed and departed. The blood infusion Suyu had given her would remain effective for a while longer, but if pushed beyond its limits, even more blood would be useless. Controlling the beasts at the Samsara realm was a significant challenge for Suyu, but the efficiency of the ghost-faced Fox clan was remarkable. In just over an hour, the human captives were escorted out of the city. Once the situation calmed down, Suyu sent word about the transport convoy and then turned to Alia. Alia, Huan Yuan, it's time for us to go. Are we still using the Ninth Prince's identity? Alia asked. Suyu shook his head. No. News of the Ninth Prince's presence in Qingyan City has probably spread by now. Using that ghostly steed to leave the city would be too conspicuous. We've already used that trick once, and it's better to avoid unnecessary risks. We have the city lord's tokenlets change disguises and quietly follow behind the human convoy. Just as Suyu was about to remove Chi Mayan's attire, a sudden sound of something slicing through the air echoed from outside. The city lord has returned. A synchronized shout erupted from the city gates, and countless ghost foxes on the ground shouted in unison. The city lord has returned. Suyu's heart leapt to his throat. Peering out, he saw a carriage drawn by 6 ghostly steeds speeding toward the city from the horizon. Flanked by 2 demon lords, the Qingyan city lord personally led the group, heading in the exact opposite direction of the human convoy. Damn it! Suyu nearly exclaimed aloud, a surge of urgency washing over him. Although the city lord couldn't possibly know about his presence after all, even the 10,000 beast registry couldn't detect his information. This unexpected encounter placed him in the worst possible situation. His disguise as the Ninth Prince had been cornered by the real Chi Mayan inside the city lord's manor. Huan Yuan panicked. What do we do, Suyu? Alia's gaze shifted from confusion to resolve. Huan Yuan, can I trust you? Take the little one and go. No, Suyu said firmly. There's still a way. Listen to me, both of you, this is our one and only chance. We can't fail. The 2 women turned their gaze to Suyu, their eyes filled with both anticipation and worry. At this critical moment, Suyu wasted no time explaining and immediately began laying out his plan. We'll act in 2 steps, he said swiftly. Huan Yuan, you hide first. Once that demoness and her followers enter, activate the innate barrier immediately. Capture her and the fox concubine, and pull me in as well. Just for a moment is enough. Then retreat into the pet beast space right away. He turned to Alia. Everyone's attention will be on the demoness. No one will notice you. Start digging underground now as deep as you can. We'll escape through the ground and I'll guide the route. Seeing the lingering worry in the women's eyes, Suyu softened his tone. We won't die here. Alia, I still want to experience the bittersweet flavors of life with you and help you find your true desire. Huan Yuan, we still have to cross the Forbidden Sea together and explore that perilous forbidden zone. Trust me. Those simple words, trust me, were enough to dispel all their doubts. Then, Suyu turned his gaze to the fox concubine and activated his transformation realm ability, Deadly Temptation. This skill not only bewitched opponents, but also turned his blood into vengeful spirits. While it might not kill a reincarnation realm being like the fox concubine, it would create enough chaos. In just a few seconds, everything was ready. Meanwhile, in the sky, Hu Feng was reporting to Chi Mayan with a smug expression. Ninth Highness, rest assured. Our informants on the human side have confirmed that Su Yu hasn't returned to human territory yet. As long as he's still within our 7 cities domain, there's no way he can escape. Chi Mayan, however, remained silent, brooding. For her, the battle in the demon lair was secondary. Finding and killing Su Yu was the top priority. The thought of the Abyss Demon clan's brutal succession system made her clench her fists. Her chaotic emotions even caused her to overlook the nearby presence of Alia and Kong Huanyuan. As the group stepped into the City Lord's hall, the fox concubine greeted them with a smile. At that moment, a shadow suddenly tore through space, spreading instantly. Hu Feng, the bird sovereign, and the insect sovereign were all shocked. In the City Lord's hall of the Demon City, someone dared to set an ambush? Even more astonishing, who would have imagined that Qingyan City harbored someone capable of wielding an innate barrier? In an instant, the shadow enveloped Chi Mayan and the fox concubine. Only then did Chi Mayan realize her oversights. He was right in front of her, and she hadn't noticed. She immediately summoned her own barrier. Demonic Ember Netherflower. It was a terrifying inferno made of netherflowers from the demon realm. Though her current strength could only trigger the precursor to the netherflower's bloom, unable to make it fully blossom, the barrier was still enough to strike fear into anyone. Demoness, we meet again at the edge of the barrier. A familiar face came into Chi Mayan's view. It's him. Chi Mayan gritted her teeth, glaring at the suddenly appearing Su Yu. A storm of emotions churning within her. Hatred, joy, and unease intertwined, forcing a cold laugh from her lips. Ha, Su Yu, I wasn't even looking for you. Yet here you are walking into my trap. Prepare to die. Years of battle instincts told her she had to eliminate Su Yu immediately. His sudden appearance at such a moment was far too suspicious. It had to be a trick. But Su Yu remained calm, even mockingly teasing her in a flippant tone. This gay is such a breathtakingly beautiful face, yet all you know is fighting and killing. Why not learn how to please a man instead, little demoness? But not today, because the troublesome one here isn't me, it's you. Just as Chi Mayan's lethal strike was about to land on Su Yu, a shadow of a fox darted in. With a sickening thud, her deadly claws pierced right through Hu Ji's abdomen. This sight left Chi Mayan utterly shocked. It was only then she realized she had fallen victim to Kong Ling's phantom soul illusion, cast by the ethereal witch Kong Huanyuan. It had caused her to misjudge the situation. But what puzzled her even more was that with Hu Ji's strength at the reincarnation realm, Chi Mayan shouldn't have been able to injure her so easily. Before she could process this, Su Yu had already donned the Thousand Faces mask, transforming into a masked version of Chi Mayan. Kong Huanyuan then dissolved the witch's night and retreated into a pet space. The entire barrier shattered in a mere 2 seconds. Fox Wind, the Worm Sovereign, and the Bird Sovereign, who had witnessed this bizarre turn of events, were utterly dumbfounded. 2 ninth princes? And one of them had severely injured Foxwind's wife. Hu Ji? Hu Ji, Your Highness. Yu Foxwind stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Chi Mayan panicked. Ever since encountering Su Yu, she had been on the defensive. It wasn't me. It was him. He's the fake. Su Yu interrupted. Foxwind, everyone. He impersonated me to infiltrate the City Lord's mansion and just happened to run into us. Chi Mayan was stunned. This shameless scoundrel was impersonating her right in front of her. She immediately countered, no, he's Su Yu. Bah, you're the imposter. Faced with 2 identical ninth princes, Fox Wind clutched the gravely injured Hu Ji, his mind blank. The Worm Sovereign and Bird Sovereign were equally perplexed. Chi Mayan's aura seemed genuine, while Su Yu's felt fake. But how could the ninth prince harm Hu Ji? Wait, let me think this through. The Worm Sovereign clutched his head. I can't tell anymore. To identify the real one, the Bird Sovereign suddenly asked, Your Highness, who did you ask me to contact a few days ago? Fengyun Pavilion. Chi Mayan blurted out. Yes, that's the real one. That one's fake. The Worm Sovereign exclaimed in realization. Just as Chi Mayan breathed a sigh of relief, the Bird Sovereign's divine aura pressed down on her. You're the fake. However, Su Yu's next words left everyone in stunned silence. You fools. So you made it onto the Fengyun rankings? And Fengyun Pavilion would obviously contact him. Do you think he wouldn't know about you reaching out to them? The Bird Sovereign was speechless. That does make sense. Well then, Your Highness, regardless of which of you is real, come up with a way to prove it. Yes, use your abilities. Use the abilities unique to our clan. Su Yu stood with his hands behind his back. You two are beyond stupid. Abilities can be imitated too. Use your brains. I am the true ninth prince. If you don't believe me, that so-called Su Yu standing over there, I'll ask you this. I dare to remove my mask to prove I am the ninth prince. Do you dare? Chi Mayan's eyes widened in shock. What? Chi Mayan was stunned. Her mind raced. Removing her mask would undoubtedly prove her identity instantly, but it would also mean mutual destruction with Su Yu. Su Yu would be doomed, and once the two demon lords discovered she was a woman, not only would they betray her immediately, but she would also lose her eligibility to compete for the Demon King's position, ultimately sealing her fate. Suye's lips curled into a brazen smile. That's how demons are not too bright. Instead of exhausting yourself proving your own identity, why not cast doubt on others? Dare to take off your mask? I don't mind, I've got nothing to lose. If you don't dare, it only proves you're not really the ninth prince. The bird lord and the insect lord exchanged glances, a sudden realization flashing in their eyes. That makes sense. His Highness has always been decisive and ruthless. Yet I've never seen his true face, the bird lord said, turning to Chi Mayan with a sharp tone. Could it be that you're the imposter? Chi Mayan's chest heaved with anger. Even unleashing the demonic ash netherflower's barrier at this moment would be futile because of Suye's words. Abilities can be imitated, which had skewed the situation. Imitation? How could an ordinary human possibly mimic a divine era sequence barrier? Yet the critical issue now was that the two lords actually believed Suye's nonsense that the one who dared to remove their mask was the true ninth prince. The logic was flawless, yet she couldn't remove her mask. Chi Mayan glared furiously at the bird lord, momentarily at a loss for words. She was the one who had injured the fox concubine, and now she was the one refusing to remove her mask. Even Fox Feng's gaze toward her had grown suspicious. Suyu, meanwhile, continued to fan the flames. What are you waiting for? Seize this fraud. Fox Feng, don't you want to avenge your wife? Seeing Fox Feng on the verge of action, Chi Mayan's fingertips trembled. Never before had she felt so humiliated her mind was blank. Biting her red lips, she admitted defeat. The demonic ash netherflower's barrier unfolded once again, encasing Suyu. At this point, no words could change the situation. She couldn't kill Suyu outright, and she feared that if she did, he might retaliate by exposing her secret. She was utterly trapped. Inside the barrier, Chi Mayan suppressed her fury and spoke as calmly as she could. Let's make a deal. I won't kill you, and you'll disappear far away. And one more thing, you must never speak of this. Suyu assumed an air of superiority. What deal? I'm the real ninth prince. If anyone should leave, it's you. Chi Mayan's lips twitched. This guy was really enjoying his act. She wanted nothing more than to tear this insufferable man apart, but reason held her back. Seeing Chi Mayan on the brink of losing her composure, Suyu leisurely removed his mask. Little demoness, this isn't a deal. The one in trouble here is you, not me. When Suyu finally showed a willingness to negotiate, Chi Mayan involuntarily let out a sigh of relief. Then, realizing that she felt reassured just because he was willing to talk, despite the slander she had endured, she was surprised by this unprecedented feeling even at herself. Chi Mayan stared at Suyu warily, her eyes glinting with vigilance. What are you planning? At the very least, we need to change locations first, Suyu said in a low voice, casting a glance at the two subordinates nearby. Can I really speak the truth in front of these two fools? Chi Mayan was about to retort, but suddenly realized that the bird venerable and the insect venerable were indeed not the sharpest. Pressing her lips together, she remained silent. Suyu continued, once you undo the barrier, there's a deep pit 100 meters away at your 9 o'clock. You pretend to be me and jump in, and I'll disguise myself as you to chase after. This way, you can't kill me, and I can't do anything to you either. We find a new place to talk terms. Once we reach an agreement, I'll leave immediately, and you can continue being the ninth prince. How about it? This was Suyu's meticulously devised escape plan. Breaking out hidden would be too conspicuous, making it impossible to find a secure place. Going underground was the best option, as long as he could avoid the tracking of the 3 mythical realm experts. The tunnel dug in advance by Alia was precisely for this moment. You better not try any tricks. Chi Mayan warned coldly. But there's one condition: you must promise never to reveal my identity. Suyu immediately raised his hand in a vow. All right, I swear I won't tell anyone that you're a little demoness. Outside the barrier, the two venerables leaned toward believing Suyu's words, but remained undecided. Brother Bird, who should we trust? The insect venerable asked hesitantly. Let's wait and see. The truth will reveal itself, the bird venerable replied, scratching his head. Nearby, Hu Feng's face darkened. The one who hurt my wife must be Suyu, he growled through gritted teeth. This statement not only provided the demon clan with an excuse, but also left the two venerables with no room for doubt. Don't worry, the fake one will definitely be handed over to you, the insect venerable assured. As soon as the barrier shattered, the two ninth princes clashed in a fierce battle. Suddenly, one of them swiftly broke away and leaped into the deep pit 100 meters away. Stay back, all of you, the pursuing ninth prince barked. I must personally capture this scoundrel. The bird venerable and the insect venerable wanted to give chase but hesitated due to the ninth prince's status and the strict hierarchy of the demon clan. If they accidentally harmed the real ninth prince, the consequences would be dire. Disobeying orders would be equally unforgivable. Suyu successfully descended into the underground and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The ninth prince's identity truly came in handy. Above ground, the two venerables turned to Hu Feng. Hu Feng understood their unspoken message. Are you really letting me deal with the imposter? He asked. Yes, the two demons agreed. Hu Feng sneered. Do you think hiding underground will keep you safe? Don't forget, each demon city not only has a mythical realm city lord, but also a mythical realm demonic plant. Its roots spread throughout the underground. You won't escape. Thousands of meters below the surface, Chi Mayan saw a familiar face Alia. The two women exchanged startled glances before understanding dawned on them. Shortly after, Su Yu and his phantom kite arrived as well. Alia finally relaxed. Not only was Su Yu safe, but it seemed there was an unexpected bonus. She shot Chi Mayan a peculiar look. What are you staring at? If it weren't for you despicable, Chi Mayan began coldly. All right, little demoness, Su Yu interrupted. If you don't want your two dim-witted subordinates to find you, you'd better leave quickly. Leave quickly for what? Dig a tunnel, Su Yu said, pointing ahead. Chi Mayan angrily tore off her mask and pointed at herself in disbelief. You want me to do what? Su Yu froze for a moment. What else? You're the one who wanted to make peace with me, right? You don't expect me or my women to do the work, do you? Chi Mayan stood rooted to the spot, momentarily at a loss for words. All her life, her mother had hidden her identity, keeping her existence unknown to others. As the prized jewel of the abyssal demon clan, she had never stooped to such menial tasks. And now, she was being told to dig tunnels like a burrowing rat. She kept reminding herself to endure, to wait for the right moment. One day, she would make this scoundrel pay. Nearby, Alia crossed her arms and watched the abyssal demoness with great interest. The demoness was undeniably stunning, so much so that even Alia, as a woman, couldn't resist stealing a few extra glances. However, her personality was undoubtedly stubborn, like a wild horse that wouldn't be easily tamed. Alia mused that if she could claim this demoness as her third spirit beast, the satisfaction would be immeasurable. The thought of suppressing someone from the demon clan, especially after the blood clan's defeat to them in the battle of the divine demon, well filled Alia with a secret thrill. You fine. Just you wait. Chi Mayan gritted her teeth and spat out her threat. Then, to everyone's surprise, she actually began working. It seemed she was channeling all her rage against Suyu into the task at hand. Her magic surged, and within just a few breaths, she had advanced hundreds of meters. Under her power, the earth and stone disintegrated into pure energy, absorbed into the inherent barrier, eliminating the need for manual transport. Alia leaned close to Suyu and whispered, You've tricked her again, haven't you? Suyu pinched her delicate nose playfully. It's not called tricking, it's the art of beast taming. You little minx, well, settle what you did earlier later. Alia felt a warm flutter in her heart as she recalled the moment when Chi Mayan's group had first arrived at the city lord's mansion. In a moment of despair, she had even suggested that Konghuan Yuan take Suyu and flee. Suyu, however, had seemed displeased by the idea, as though her safety mattered more to him than life or death itself. Meanwhile, Chi Mayan had already dug over 2,000 meters. Her sheer power was astonishing, no wonder she ranked first on the Beastmaster list. Even if Suyu, Alia, and Konghuan Yuan joined forces, they might still struggle to match her. Was it a gap in magic, physical strength, or something else entirely? At 5,000 meters, a sudden disturbance arose ahead. Boom. Rumble. The entire underground passage shook violently as sand and stones crumbled. What's happening? Suyu and the others frowned in concern. Chi Mayan erupted in fury. Those two fools. Idiots. Hopelessly idiotic fools. When I get back, they're as good as dead. She cursed the bird sovereign and the insect sovereign before explaining. It's the city-protecting demon plants of Qingyan City. Those two morons must have shifted the blame onto Hufeng. That's why they didn't come in with us. The two demon sovereigns can't tell who's real, so they just dumped the responsibility on Hufeng. The city-protecting demon plants might only be at the mythical level, but they can easily injure someone. Once someone's hurt, they can unmask them to verify their identity and confirm whether they're from the demon clan. If the real one gets hurt, they'll just pin the blame on Hufeng. Suyu took a deep breath. Wow, so they're masters of playing dumb. Those two are leadership material. Wait, are you saying this guardian demon plant is at the mythic realm? Then aren't we doomed? Suyu's voice was filled with obvious concern. Don't forget, if they catch you and verify your identity, your fate won't be much better than mine. Chi Mayan interrupted coldly, with a trace of disdain flashing across her face. You country bumpkins really lack knowledge. Let me tell you the truth. The guardian demon plant is rooted in the demon city, and it reaches the mythic realm by absorbing the magic power emitted by the city's inhabitants. It cannot leave the city at all, and the further its branches extend outward, the weaker its strength becomes. These branches that stretch out thousands, or even tens of thousands of meters at most possess nirvana realm strength. Hearing this explanation, Suyu visibly relaxed. That's a relief. He silently committed this crucial information to memory, but then raised another question. But if the branches extending tens of thousands of meters are at Nirvana realm strength, doesn't that mean a single mythic realm demon plant is equivalent to the power of thousands of Nirvana realm ones? Mythic indeed, it's terrifying. They're coming. Chimayan suddenly lowered her voice in warning. Bang, bang, bang. The walls of the underground passage suddenly exploded as countless vines pierced through, striking like venomous snakes at the group. The three women immediately sprang into action, unleashing attacks of blood thorns, spatial fractures, and nether energy slashes in rapid succession. While directing the fight, Chimayan continued excavating forward. Hey, you big idiot. Get your women to fight alongside me up front. Chimayan frowned and shouted. The main trunk of that demon plant is just ahead. Without hesitation, Suyu nodded in agreement. Kong Huan Yuan summoned Snowheart roses and thunder nether pillars to reinforce the passageway. The three women worked in perfect harmony, their blood and magical energy blending seamlessly. When Lingkong Meiying twisted apart the soil and rocks ahead, their combined attacks struck the massive trunk of the demon plant with precision. Slash! The thick trunk, larger than what two people could encircle with their arms, cracked open with a burst, and luminous liquid sprayed out like starlight. Life essence liquid! Suyu exclaimed in astonishment. The sight of so much life essence liquid instantly filled him with excitement. Of course, this liquid is what mythic realm demon plants produce. But less no. Buckets. Damn, we've struck gold. You stupid plant. How dare you spread beyond the city? Hand it all over. Meanwhile, back in the city, Hu Feng's expression was dark and stormy. Well, did you catch them? Asked the bird sovereign. They've gone too deep. Hu Feng gritted his teeth. They're at least 5 kilometers underground. The crystal mist pine strength at that depth is less than 1% of its peak. They even broke off a section of its trunk. This is a huge loss. A mythic realm demon plant only has 10 main trunk sections, each capable of extending hundreds of branches, and the life essence liquid inside is a top-tier treasure in the Borderlands. A main trunk section takes at least a century to regenerate. This is a complete disaster. The bird sovereign's mouth twitched. Useless. Bug brother. What do we do? Chase them. The bug sovereign declared decisively. It doesn't matter who's real or fake if the ninth prince is truly harmed. We won't be able to bear the consequences. Their plan to pass the blame having failed, the two demons had no choice but to jump into the pit and pursue the intruders. However, they soon encountered another problem. Damn it, the way behind us is blocked. Which direction did they dig? Hu Feng roared in frustration as he stormed out of the city lord's mansion, preparing to locate the crystal mist pine's true body, which surely knew Su Ye's whereabouts. Deep underground, Suyu was busy frantically collecting life essence liquid. How many drops is this? Thousands? Tens of thousands? I've lost count, but this is definitely a fortune. Alia and Kong Huan Yuan joined in, filling containers, and even attempting to take sections of the crystal mist pine's branches with them. The sight left the usually composed Chimayan stunned. You all have no shame, do you? Humph. Such ignorance. Fighting over something like this? Hearing her remark, Suyu quickly caught on. Oh, so, Your Highness, does that mean you have something even better? Chimayan cast a disdainful glance at the life essence elixir. She extended her fair hand, and in her palm appeared a peculiar mandala floera deep purple stem and leaves cradling a blood-red bloom, from whose stamen dripped dark, purple-black liquid. This is the nether flower from the great demon realm. The 9 extremes nether spring on its stamen is a magical treasure of the highest grade. Chimayan's eyes gleamed with pride. It can elevate the physique of any race from the Jade Realm directly to the Stellar Realm and enhance magic circuits, adding up to 60 more. How could mere life essence elixir compare? Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly and asked softly, and where can one obtain it? Only within the inherent barrier of my royal clan. Chimayan stopped mid-sentence, her expression suddenly changing. Damn it, you're trying to trick me again. Heh. Suyu let out a dry chuckle. Like master, like servant. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. He carefully observed the dark purple glow of the nether spring on the stamen, sensing the immense and mysterious power it contained. No wonder her strength surpassed that of Alia, and Huan Yu in it all made sense now. Little demoness, here's the deal. Su Yu's eyes glinted with cunning. Give me 1,000 drops, and I'll pretend none of this ever happened. 1,000 drops? Chimayan's eyes widened in disbelief. Do you think it's water? The nether flower produces only 1 drop a day, and even a single drop is worth 1,000 of your life essence elixir. She secretly schemed to deceive this scoundrel, knowing full well the nether flower could actually generate 10 drops daily. However, Suyu immediately called her bluff. Don't bother lying. This nether flower of yours produces at least 10 drops a day. How do you? Chimayan froze in surprise, her face flushing with a mix of shame and anger. Suyu chuckled inwardly, knowing he had only made a lucky guess. He extended a hand. So, 1,000 drops isn't unreasonable. I can swear on the Luo River our human race's most sacred oath. Nearby, Alia and Huan Yuan stifled their laughter as they chimed in. Yes, indeed. The master never lies, especially to beautiful girls. After weighing her options, Chi Mayan reluctantly agreed but added a condition. Fine, I'll give them to you. But afterward, you have to help me dig tunnels. Deal. Suyu happily accepted the 1,000 drops of nether spring, marveling at the abundant resources of the restricted clans. He resolved to keep Chi Mayan's secret and use this leverage to uncover even more treasures from her. Meanwhile, on the surface, two demon lords were furiously pounding the ground. Each punch created massive craters hundreds of meters wide, but they still couldn't trace Suyu's whereabouts. Forget it, brother bird, the worm sovereign advised. With the Ninth Highness's strength, how could she possibly lose to someone like Suyu? No one saw anything anyway. When she returns, we'll just admit our mistake. The bird's sovereign sighed in exasperation and nodded reluctantly. The gray sky was pierced by golden light, unfurling a magnificent scroll across the heavens. Clouds rolled and shifted, bathed in golden brilliance. At that moment, the wind and cloud rankings suddenly emerged, stunning everyone present. The two demon lords widened their eyes in shock and exclaimed simultaneously, "What the hell? We totally forgot about this." Golden text appeared on the 10,000 Beasts ranking. The human Suyu successfully escaped from the two demon lords and the lord of Qingyan City using strategy and has even managed to capture the 9th prince of the abyss. Suyu has risen to 3rd place on the 10,000 Beasts ranking. The bird sovereign spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. This was an utter humiliation being toyed with by a mere human. And now, this shameful fact was being broadcast across the Forbidden Zone's myriad races through the wind and cloud rankings. The insect sovereign felt his vision darken and thought bitterly. The rankings use the term strategy, probably to save us some face, but it only makes us look like fools. And worse, the 9th prince has been captured. This must be one of those despicable human tricks. The two demon lords growled through gritted teeth. The insect sovereign quickly analyzed the situation and said, "Brother Bird, that scoundrel must be trying to escape underground to the human camp outside the city. You take the west, and I'll take the south. We'll definitely intercept them." Agreed. No matter what, we can't let anything happen to His Highness. Otherwise, we won't be able to explain ourselves. The two demons immediately split up, their powerful auras spreading out in all directions. Meanwhile, over at Qingshi Gorge, countless humans stared up at the sky, dumbfounded. The members of the Blood Spirit Squad were especially shocked. "I seriously suspect there's a bug in the wind and cloud rankings," Du Guming remarked. The other team members nodded in agreement. Mu Changwei hesitated and said, "But what if it's true?" The group fell silent. In just a few days, a rookie had upended the demon lair, escaped unscathed from mythical-level demons, and even outwitted the 9th prince, who held the top spot on the 10,000 Beasts ranking. How were these seasoned veterans supposed to feel about themselves now? Among the team, two individuals' expressions turned grim and sinister. Above the gorge, Ning Hanwen gazed at the sky with a faint smile. To him, everything was going as expected unless some world-shaking variable came into play. Xia Tingjin and Jiang Huiran exchanged glances, both thinking, that old schemer is up to his calculations again. But they had to admit, Suyu had indeed set a new record for humans on the 10,000 Beasts ranking. Inside the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, the Dragon and Beast Pavilion masters were playing a game of chess. Long 12 reported with a face full of shame. "Masters, we failed to locate him." The Beast Pavilion master placed a piece on the board and said, "No need. I will go personally." With that, he transformed into a shard of ice and vanished. The Dragon Pavilion master stared at the chessboard, placing a piece at the center. Meanwhile, underground, Chi Mayan and Suyu were still unaware of the events unfolding on the 10,000 Beasts ranking. They had been digging their way out from the Qingyan City Lord's mansion and had now reached the eastern part of the city. "Aren't you trying to get back to Qingshi Gorge? Shouldn't you be heading west or south?" Chi Mayan asked. Suyu frowned and replied, "Who said I was going back? What happens next has nothing to do with you. Little demon." "Ahem. Your Highness the Demoness, don't you think it's time we had a proper talk?" He hadn't forgotten about the forest 200 miles east of the city, Wangxian Woods, where the descendants of the divine era mentioned by Alia were said to reside. "Didn't we already talk about this earlier?" Chi Mayan said irritably. Suyu narrowed his eyes. "What I said earlier was to forget what happened today. But discovering that you're a woman that happened yesterday." Chi Mayan nearly choked, unable to catch her breath. "Despicable." Chi Mayan gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with fury. Suyu chuckled lightly in response. "Despicable acts are the passports for the despicable, while nobility is the epitaph of the noble. Your Highness, with such a narrow mindset, do you really think you can vie for the throne?" You might as well consider this a lesson learned at it's not entirely a loss. Chi Mayan's eyes gleamed with a sharp light, but unexpectedly, she did not erupt in anger. She quietly contemplated Su Yu's words. For the first time in her life, she began to question her unwavering belief in absolute power. Despite being far stronger than Su Yu, she always found herself outmaneuvered by him. Let's make a deal, Su Yu said, getting straight to the point. You agree to fulfill 3 conditions for me, and I promise never to reveal the secret of your true identity as a woman. Chi Mayan gave a slight nod. Speak. Su Yu raised 3 fingers. First, there are over 10,000 human prisoners in Qingshi Gorge. My people will be rescuing them, but you'll take responsibility for this act. After all, human lives mean little to you. Second, I need a rare treasure that can enhance spiritual power. Third, tell me why your demon clan must kill all siblings after vying for the throne. Chi Mayan frowned. Is the third request necessary? Why should I share internal matters of the demon clan with you? Little demoness, Su Yu leaned closer to her. I have a feeling our cooperation won't end here. You're right, I am just a resource bumpkin, but who knows? Maybe I could help you seize the throne in the future. Chi Mayan's cheeks flushed slightly as she wondered to herself if this was his way of declaring loyalty. She quickly shook her head, silently berating herself for falling into a human's psychological ploy. Why are you blushing? Su Yu asked, looking at her oddly. Chi Mayan cleared her throat and then revealed the truth. The demon clan adhered to the principle of all paths converge into one. Each additional demon clan member would drain the power of the divine demon well. To become the demon king, one must eliminate all kin to return the power to the well and thereby transcend into the sacred domain. Furthermore, to prevent internal strife, past demon kings decreed that only males could enter the deepest part of the divine demon well. As she spoke, a faint trace of melancholy flickered in her eyes. For reasons unknown, she found herself sharing so much with Su Yu. Su Yu nodded thoughtfully, committing this information to memory. At that moment, Chi Mayan tossed a package to him. A demonic-grade treasure, the holy demon dual yield fruit. It should be enough to help you break through to the Linghu realm. Another demonic-grade treasure? Your Highness, you certainly have no shortage of treasures, Su Yu said with a smile. But just one? How about giving me another? Chi Mayan was about to snap, but Su Yu quickly added, give me one more, and I'll give you a gift in return. Chi Mayan furrowed her brows, deliberating for a moment, before throwing over another package. Su Yu then tossed a small vial to her in exchange. Well, Your Highness, fate brings people together, Su Yu said with a smile. I won't spill your secrets. If you ever have questions in the future, feel free to seek me out, though one question will cost you one treasure. And don't forget your promise to help me send my people back. His tone was light, but carried a hint of warning. You wouldn't want to jeopardize the hard-earned agreement between us, would you? I don't honor deals with those who break their word. He then handed over a jade bottle. Take this gift and enjoy it slowly. But don't overindulge. With that, Su Yu turned gracefully, taking Alia and Kong Huan Yuan with him as they disappeared into the distance. Chi Mayan gently opened the jade bottle, and a wisp of blood-like fragrance wafted out. The sweet, intoxicating scent was the same deadly allure she had encountered during their first clash, particularly irresistible to higher-level beings. Unconsciously, she brought the bottle closer and drank deeply. A warm sensation spread through her body, even stirring her cold, demonic heart. Her cheeks flushed, but she quickly regained control. Watching Su Yu's distant figure, she muttered to herself in frustration, just this little bit. She then replaced her pitch-black mask. Before long, the bird sovereign and the insect sovereign arrived from opposite directions, finding Chi Mayan standing on the plain. Ninth Highness, is it really you? Forgive our ignorance, who is the real you? The two demons shifted nervously, trying to absolve themselves of blame. Chi Mayan raised her hand lightly to signal them to rise. Enough. You are not at fault. Let this matter rest and blame it all on Su Yu. Her tone was calm, but it carried an unprecedented depth and authority that made the two demon lords exchange uneasy glances. Suddenly, her voice drifted from within the ghostly carriage. You too. Remember this from now on, O human, can imitate the ghost flowers of our clan. It was only then that the two demons realized the one they had mistaken for a fake was, in fact, the true ninth prince. Cold sweat ran down their backs as they hurriedly stood on either side of the carriage. We were wrong, Your Highness. Where is Hu Feng? Your Highness, he went to find his guardian demon plant. He may have gone after that human. Chi Mayan turned her gaze toward the direction Su Yu had left. Quietly, she murmured, Don't you dare die, you bastard. Meanwhile, Su Yu and his companions had already reached the nearby forest. Gasping for breath, he exclaimed, Phew, we finally made it out alive. Alia and Kong Huan Yuan clung closely to him, their nerves still frayed from the constant brushes with death over the past 2 days. Kong Huan Yuan, take a look. Can this thing really enhance mental strength? Suyu asked cautiously. After carefully examining the item 3 times, Kong Huan Yuan confirmed, it can, and there's no side effect. The mental energy contained within is no less potent than our clan's ethereal heart. Truly, the foundation of a forbidden zone overlord species is extraordinary. With the confirmation, Suyu didn't hesitate to consume a sacred demon duality fruit, carefully analyzing its structure and effects. He had prepared 2 of them to fully comprehend its properties and replicate a pseudo-version using his S-class strange replica ability. A surge of powerful mental energy coursed through his mind, causing his spiritual stream to expand into a vast lake. Instantly, everything within 100 meters became vividly clear in his perception. From stream to lake, I am one with nature, and nature is one with me. His mental strength had finally broken through to the spirit lake realm. Konghuan Yuan's eyes lit up. Congratulations, master, for breaking through to the Linghu realm. As his cultivation advanced, Suyu experienced a heightened awareness brought by his spiritual power. The once imperceptible fluctuations of magical energy were now vividly clear to him. He reached out to gently caress Konghuan Yuan's smooth cheek and spoke softly. Once the war is over, it will be yours. Konghuan Yuan's cheeks flushed as she nodded lightly. Alia was right, following a man like him. Her dreams would eventually come true. Having faced life and death trials together, their bond had long since shed its initial awkwardness, transforming into an unshakable commitment to stand by each other through life and death. Suyu turned to Alia, his expression suddenly stern. Alia, aren't you going to explain yourself? Alia avoided his gaze. Explain what? Suyu pulled her into his arms. Ow, that hurts. What are you doing? Alia exclaimed in surprise. He raised his fist but stopped just before her. His voice trembled as he spoke. At the city lord's mansion, before that little demoness appeared, were you planning to sacrifice yourself so that Konghuan Yuan could take me and escape? Answer me. It's all in the past now, Alia replied. Alia. Suyu pressed her against a tree, staring directly into her eyes. Do you even realize? You are my woman, the most important person in my life. I won't allow you to have such thoughts, not even for a moment. Even if we were to die, we would die together. If we live, we share the same bed. If we die, we share the same grave. If you dare to do something like that again, I will hate you so much. After the relentless battles, Suyu's tightly wound nerves finally gave way, and his emotions surged forth like a flood bursting through a dam. Alia held him tightly, thinking to herself, I owe you this, little one. But if such a moment comes again, I would still make the same choice. Because you are the most important person to me too. Later, Alia changed into a Gothic-style dress, carefully tidying her disheveled hair. The two tacitly avoided mentioning the incident again. All right, let's talk about it later. This place isn't safe, Alia said. Somewhere in this forest, I've sensed her presence. Look at this Wangxian forest. It seems ordinary from afar, but inside, it's shrouded in a white mist, like a protective camouflage. Suyu nodded, and then used the Qinglan Haitang token to report the situation to his teacher. He included details about the transport of captives, the rescue location, and news about her daughter. Once he finished, he looked up at the sky, his expression abruptly changing. What the? When did I become ranked 3rd on the 10,000 beasts list? At the command center in Qingshi Gorge, Shangguan Ling received the news and tears streamed down her face, rendering her speechless with emotion. After regaining her composure, she immediately sought out Xia Tingjin. Governor. Urgent report from Suyu. Xia Tingjin reviewed the report 3 or 4 times, still finding it hard to believe. The entire command center fell into a stunned silence. How did he manage to pull it off? This question lingered in everyone's minds. The 9th prince of the demon clan personally oversaw the transport, yet he allowed them to stage a heist? The peculiarity of it all was baffling. The Li family members grew increasingly vigilant. In this war, Suyu had already stolen too much of the limelight. Coupled with the friction between Li Mu and him, as well as the antagonistic relationship between the Wong family, a Li family affiliate, and Suyu, the situation became even more delicate. Brother Shang. Li Zhongwan whispered through sound transmission. I've arranged for our clan to... Li Zongxing gave a slight nod. Understood. They reached a tacit agreement. Someone harboring hostility toward their family could not be allowed to grow stronger. If necessary, they were willing to sacrifice the tens of thousands of prisoners to prevent it. Meanwhile, before Suyu had escaped from Qingyan City, Hu Feng had already learned the truth from the guardian demon plant. Interesting, very interesting, he sneered coldly. The 9th prince and Suyu are colluding? Are they putting on a show for me? Deep within an underground cavern, Suyu was indeed teaming up with Qi Mayan to confront the crystal mist pine. Hu Feng's expression darkened as he commanded the crystal mist pine. Guard this place well. I will personally capture Suyu, and the 9th prince owes me an explanation. If it comes to it, well, ally with the 7th prince. The crystal mist pine swayed its branches in agreement. Although Hufeng had suffered a setback, uncovering the secret between Suyu and the Ninth Prince might turn into a golden opportunity for the ghost-faced Fox clan of Qingyan City to rise to prominence. Without hesitation, Hufeng sped towards the eastern part of the city, crossing the open plains and heading straight for Wangxian Forest. Behind him, the Beast Pavilion Master, stepping lightly over ice crystals, observed thoughtfully. Wangxian Forest seems unusually lively today. Suyu, Hufeng, HM? Why is the spatial barrier of this demonic cave so fragile? Could someone be attempting to forcefully open a passage? Within Wangxian Forest, Suyu asked softly, "Can you tell me which divine lineage resides here?" A sly smile played on Alia's lips. They belong to the Fox clan, like the Fox Princess, but their status differs greatly. The ghost-faced fox ranks 231st, while the higher-ear-tail fox clan ranks 97th. Their ancestor is the Snowfeather Heavenly Fox, ranked 8th. It's said her tales are as pure as snow, yet irresistibly enchanting. She paused briefly. "Young one, I won't object to you getting close to her. After all, only a beauty of her caliber is worthy of a man chosen by me. But don't let yourself be consumed by her charms, wary of the consequences." Kong Huanyuan quickly added, "Master, please be cautious. It's said that 100 years ago, a Snowfeather Heavenly Fox once committed regicide." Suyu froze for a moment. "Whoa, this is dangerous. And you two still want me to capture her? Feels like dealing with a rose full of thorns." Alia and Kong Huanyuan quickly explained that in the history of beast tamers, there were almost no instances of a contracted beast turning against its master. Once a contract is signed, regardless of the species, the beast is bound for life. Those who break the contract would face divine retribution, struck down by celestial phenomena until not even their bones remain. "The reason is simple," Kong Huanyuan said with a serious expression. "Though fox demons are known for their charm, the Snowfeather Heavenly Fox has a fierce and unyielding nature. It's said that a powerful race in the Forbidden Zone once tried to force her into a contract, even threatening the lives of her kin. That's why you must understand," Alia added. "Ordinary fox demons are heartless, but the Heavenly Fox has emotions. You can't judge her by the standards of typical fox demons. The reason we must capture her is that her magical energy circuit is the most suitable for your advancement from transformation to nirvana." Suyu thoughtfully pinched Alia's cheek. "Don't worry. This won't shake my resolve. No matter how enchanting her appearance, it can't compare to pure love." Alia nodded softly. She had brought him here because she believed he could tame this wild being. As they ventured deeper into the Wangxian forest, the strange phenomena became more apparent. Cherry blossom petals on the ground began to float upward, as if it were a reversed rain of flowers. At the center of the forest lay a tranquil, crystal-clear lake. Alia and Kong Huanyuan both fixed their gaze on the lake's depths. "She's hiding down there. Don't worry. When I first encountered this heavenly fox, she was only at the transformation stage. Capturing her shouldn't be difficult. The real challenge is earning her genuine submission." Just as Suyu was contemplating how to break through the heavenly fox's defenses, a chilling wind suddenly swept through the forest behind them. A powerful surge of energy radiated outward, startling the birds and beasts into fleeing in all directions. The oppressive aura of death enveloped Suyu, nearly suffocating him. He spun around sharply, only to see a towering three-metered humanoid creature emerge from the shadows. Hufeng, the lord of Qingyan City. This ghost-faced fox retained patches of pristine white fur and wore an eerie mask. Its sharp snout dripped with saliva, and its blood-red eyes burned with hatred and greed. "Hehehe," Hufeng sneered. "What a juicy secret I've stumbled upon. A heavenly fox hiding at the bottom of the lake. If you can sense her presence, then she must be from the divine era. Didn't expect this, did you? You thought cozying up to the Ninth Prince would let you escape under my nose? Pathetic humans. You injured my wife and slaughtered my clan. Today, there's no escape for you. Neither heaven nor earth will save you. Tell me, what's your connection to the Ninth Prince? What secrets does he hold? Spill everything, and I might leave you with an intact corpse. Otherwise, the agony of having your soul searched by me." Huh. Suyu's expression darkened. To think he had underestimated the capabilities of this mythical-level beast. Alia's face turned pale, her eyes flickering with a trace of despair. At this critical moment, there was only one way left to cover Suyu's escape from the mythical beast. Suyu took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. He recalled the mission briefing he had sent to his teacher, Shangguanling, which mentioned his plan to head to Wangxian Forest. If luck was on his side, reinforcements might arrive. Straightening his back, he locked eyes with Hu Feng's oppressive aura and strode forward without hesitation. "Hu Feng, you claim I injured your wife. Do you have any proof? Or are you simply too afraid to offend the demon clan and looking to pin the blame on me?" These words seemed to hit a nerve. Hu Feng's face darkened instantly. You're courting death. A cold smirk appeared on Su Yu's lips as he casually tossed his phone toward Hu Feng. Lord of Qingyan City, how about I reveal the truth? Your wife wasn't injured by me at all. It was entirely voluntary on her part. You should take a good look and see how she groveled before me when you weren't in the city, even offering herself in desperation. In fact, I did you a favor by sparing you the humiliation of wearing a green hat. The video on the phone was secretly recorded by Kong Huan Yuan under Su Yu's instructions. Originally, it was intended to be used to undermine Qingyan City's morale upon returning to the human faction, but it unexpectedly came in handy now. Even if delaying tactics might not guarantee survival, they were better than doing nothing. Hu Feng stared at the screen, his heart pounding as he saw Fox Concubine's ingratiating behavior. A surge of blood rose to his throat, and he spat it out violently. Fox Concubine, why would you do this to me? Although the Su Yu in the video was a disguise, Fox Concubine's actions were genuine. Hu Feng's bloodshot eyes glared ferociously at Su Yu. You wretch, once I return, I'll slaughter you. As Su Yu considered whether to take a risky leap into the lake to find a chance of survival, the sky suddenly split open. A pitch-black, serpent-shaped dagger tore through the heavens, scattering the cherry blossoms in its path and carving out a crack in the air that radiated an earth-shaking intensity. Thunder and gales raged around the fissure. Hu Feng froze. What the hell is that? Su Yu was equally stunned, staring at the rift that seemed to sever space itself. The bizarre scene beyond reminded him of the passageways to the catastrophic abyss. Voices echoed from within the crack. Wong-san, is the intel accurate? Su Yu is here? Rest assured, Ishikawa-san. This information came directly from the command center via the Li family. It's absolutely reliable. I can already sense Su Yu's presence. Heh, Su Yu and those old folks from Daxia would never have guessed that we of Huang Nation have our own entrance to the abyss. Why is there a mythical level demon here? Could it be an ally Su Yu brought? Hundreds of masked assassins emerged one after another from the rift, taking their positions opposite Su Yu and Hu Feng. The atmosphere between the three factions immediately grew tense, each side assessing the situation. Alia recognized the masked figures, her heart trembling. She quickly transmitted her voice to Su Yu. It's them. These are the ones who ambushed me before. Su Yu's gaze turned sharp as he locked eyes on the masked figures dressed in black. He sensed a familiar aura emanating from them. These hidden masterminds operating within the borders of Daxia had finally revealed their fangs now that he was far from Qingshi Gorge. Alia nervously clutched Su Yu's arm. Su Yu gently patted her hand to reassure her. Don't be afraid, he said with a calm smile, his voice soft yet firm. You may not believe this, but if they hadn't shown up, escaping from Hu Feng would have been nearly impossible. Now that they're here, those watching them must have arrived as well. Hu Feng warily studied Wang Yu, Ishikawa Hideji, and their group. 2 demigods, 10 reincarnation-level leaders, and dozens of Zhuanluan and Nirvana-level experts. This lineup was formidable enough to make even a mythic realm great demon like him tread carefully. Where are you people from? Hu Feng barked sharply. This human is my sworn enemy. If you insist on interfering, I won't hesitate to deal with all of you as well. Ishikawa Hideji's expression darkened with irritation. Whenever Su Yu was involved, things always seemed to go awry. This meticulously planned operation, which should have been flawless, was now in jeopardy. Their planted spies in the Blood Spirit Squad and Dragonhawk Guard had been monitoring Xia Tingyin, Ning Hanwen, and others, even volunteering to take on the mission to support Su Yu. Yet, a mythic beast had unexpectedly appeared. Lord Qingyan, please don't misunderstand, Ishikawa Hideji said cautiously. We have no intention of waging war against you. You are free to kill Su Yu, but the 2 women with him we must take them. They belong to me as well. Hu Feng retorted coldly. 2 divine generation descendants? There was no way he would let them slip through his fingers. Ishikawa Hideji's face grew grim as he exchanged a glance with Wang Yu. The 2 struck simultaneously, flanking Hu Feng from both sides with the support of 10 reincarnation-level fighters, while the remaining experts surrounded Su Yu. Remember, kill Su Yu, capture the divine generation women, and prove your loyalty to Amaterasu. Ishikawa Hideji shouted. Loyalty to Amaterasu. The black-clad men echoed in unison. You court death. Hu Feng growled icily. The situation shifted in an instant. Su Yu, who had been marked for death, suddenly became the target of a fierce struggle between 2 opposing sides. The Hanazakura forces used their numerical advantage to keep Hu Feng occupied while dispatching others to eliminate Su Yu. To them, a mere transformation realm cultivator like Su Yu stood no chance against so many Zhuanluan and Nirvana experts. And even if an unexpected event like Alia's earlier intervention occurred again, they still had reincarnation-level and demigod-level powerhouses in reserve. A cold glint flashed in Su Yu's eyes. While he still harbored resentment toward Hu Feng, these Hanazakura people had dared to try to take away the most important people in his life. He silently vowed that once his strength was sufficient, he would annihilate every last one of them. Recognizing the combat techniques of those standing beside Ishikawa Hideji, Suyu sneered, "Well, isn't this a surprise?" Dean Wong himself. "I thought this was just a personal grudge between us. But it seems the Wong family is all too willing to be lapdogs for the Hanazakura." This confirmed what he had long suspected: the Hanazakura people, the Wong family, and the Li family were indeed linked by a hidden web of interests. Wang Yu, seeing that Suyu had recognized him, decisively removed his mask, revealing a cold and stern face. "Heh, people die for wealth, just as birds die for food. We and the Hanazakura people are merely in a cooperative relationship." Wang Yu curled his lips into a mocking smile. "You must be curious, right? Thinking you had everything perfectly planned, stationing people at customs to monitor whether Ishikawa and the others entered the country. Unfortunately for you, we never intended to enter through the demonic abyss passage of Desya. Your position, the location of your reinforcements, everything has been under the master's surveillance. Your petty tricks are nothing but child's play in front of the master. Today, you will undoubtedly die." As his words fell, several familiar figures stepped out from the group of black-clad men: Wang Hongxi, Wang Feng, and Jiang Ying. "Everyone's here?" Suyu chuckled lightly. "All eager to witness my death in person, I see." "Suyu." Wang Feng's gaze was sharp as a blade. "You harmed the only heir of my family. How could I let you go?" Wang Hongxi glared at Suyu with a twisted expression. "I want to see you cut into 1,000 pieces, to make you watch as we take your woman. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have." Before he could finish, he suddenly clutched his lower body, his face turning pale from the searing pain. "Well, I hope the last eunuch of Desya gets his wish," Suyu remarked with a casual, cutting sarcasm. "You still dare to be insolent on the brink of death?" Wang Hongxi growled through gritted teeth. Jiang Ying stood to the side, her arms crisscrossed with bruises and scars that were hard to ignore. "Suyu, if it weren't for you, my life wouldn't be in such shambles. Your death is good for everyone. You never should have lived." Her eyes burned with hatred. Alia and Kong Huanyuan stood firmly by Suyu's side. "No," Alia said softly. "To me, meeting this little one has been the happiest moment of my life. Master, Huanyuan would rather die than serve another." Kong Huanyuan declared resolutely. "Attack!" Wang Feng commanded. In an instant, dozens of black-clad figures summoned their beasts, and 36 cherry blossom trees erupted from the ground, forming a bizarre formation around Suyu. Mysterious runes flowed along the tree trunks, and a strange power sent tremors through the blood-red glow and the bond of Suyu's divine contract in his mind. A method that can affect a divine era contract? Suyu's heart sank as he quickly calculated his next move. Though he dismissed Wang Yu's threats, the current situation was undeniably dire. Huanyuan. At Suyu's command, Kong Huanyuan unleashed her Knight of the Witch, attempting to deploy her inherent domain. "I anticipated you'd use this trick." Wang Feng sneered as he released a golden light of the reincarnation realm, forcefully suppressing the domain's expansion. "Unfortunately, you're only at the transformation realm of the divine era. If you were at Nirvana, we might have trouble stopping you." At this critical moment, the sky suddenly filled with countless ice crystals, freezing the falling cherry blossoms in an instant. Everyone looked up to see a man in a long robe, wearing a beast-shaped mask, stepping through the clouds. "What a lively scene," the man said disdainfully, looking down at the group. "So many of you ganging up on a junior. Don't you feel ashamed?" The icy blue crystalline waves seemed almost tangible, spreading outward in ripples with the arrival of the man wearing a beast-shaped mask. Suyu, Hu Feng, Wang Yu, and Ishikawa Hideji simultaneously felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on them, a commanding, absolute aura of superiority that rendered them no more than ants before this formidable figure. The weakest among them, Wang Hongxi, spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and collapsed to the ground. The others instinctively spread out to either side, their gazes wary as they fixed on the enigmatic figure in the sky. Hu Feng scrutinized the figure for a moment before his expression abruptly changed. The Beast Pavilion Master of the Fengyun Pavilion? This name sent shockwaves through everyone present. Fengyun Pavilion, an enigmatic force that had maintained absolute neutrality even in a chaotic place like the Demon Abyss, with its headquarters location unknown to all. Yet today, one of its 5 pavilion masters, the Beast Pavilion Master, had descended upon the Calamity Zone in person. Suyu recalled Commander Li Lingya's warning and involuntarily took 2 steps back. This so-called neutral yet infamously notorious entity showing up here could only mean there was a deeper motive at play. Ishikawa Hideji's heart sank as yet another unexpected variable emerged. Suppressing his unease, he asked in a slightly stiff tone, "What brings you here, Pavilion Master?" "Fengyun Pavilion has always maintained neutrality. Are you breaking that code today?" He and Wang Yu, both demigods, stood on high alert, while the 10 reincarnators behind them were poised for action. The Beast Pavilion Master stood atop a cloud, letting out a cold laugh. "Umph. Since when does this pavilion master need to explain his actions to the likes of you? His gaze then shifted directly to Suyu. Suyu, let me ask you, have you heard of my Fengyan pavilion? Caught off guard by being addressed, Suyu was momentarily surprised but maintained his composure, cupping his hands respectfully. I've heard a little about it. The beast pavilion master clasped his hands behind his back and got straight to the point. Good. Then let me ask you again, would you like to join my Fengyan pavilion? If you agree, they'll deal with everyone Herebe they demon or human on your behalf, leaving no one alive. Of course, joining my pavilion means you must abandon all ties to humanity and the Xia kingdom, and swear an unbreakable oath to the Fengyun pact. This brazen declaration left everyone stunned. One of the 5 pavilion masters had personally appeared just to recruit Suyu. Nearby, Jiang Ying and Wong Hongxi turned pale. The man she had cursed countless times in the dead of night had now caught the eye of a powerhouse from the demon abyss, someone far beyond her reach. If Suyu agreed, killing her would be as effortless as stepping on an ant. Ishikawa Hideji roared in anger. Pavilion master, Suyu is the target of us Hanazakura people. There's a saying in the Xia kingdom, the wise adapt to circumstances. Do you not fear offending Hanazakura with such arrogance? If you leave now, you'll earn the friendship of our nation. The beast pavilion master cast a disdainful glance at him. The friendship of Hanazakura? That's about as valuable as your plaster flagets, so disgusting I wouldn't even use it as toilet paper. Baka. Unforgivable. Ishikawa Hideji gritted his teeth. If you insist on this course of action, Fengyun Pavilion will become Hanazakura's mortal enemy. The beast pavilion master ignored the threat entirely, his fiery gaze locked onto Suyu. I'm waiting for your answer. Suyu's eyes narrowed. Abandoning his stance and origins was no trivial matter. Swearing such an oath would bind him irrevocably, forcing him to act against the Xia kingdom if necessary, with no possibility of escape. Suyu shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, senior, but the great Xia has raised and nurtured me for 20 years. Even if I were to perish here today, I would never betray my homeland." At that moment, the Qinglan Haiteng token hanging at his waist began to vibrate was the signal that reinforcements were about to arrive. The brief respite caused by the unexpected death of the Beast Pavilion Master bought Suyu precious time. The Beast Pavilion Master stroked his chin thoughtfully, his eyes flickering with contemplation. Meanwhile, the Hua Ingren, the Wong family members, and Hu Feng all secretly breathed sighs of relief. Although Sichuan Hideyoshi had been boasting moments ago, who wouldn't feel fear when facing one of the 5 great masters of the Fengyan Pavilion? Haha, Suyu, I didn't think you'd be such a fool. Wong Hongxi sneered, delighted by Suyu's rejection. You've just thrown away your lifeline, let's see who can save you now. From the Huangren's ranks, a figure wearing a headscarf and gripping a kunai stepped forward. Humph, ranked 3rd on the myriad beasts list, what a big name. This is a rare opportunity. Let me test your strength. I am Natsum Shoji, ranked 216th on the 1000 Ghost list, and formerly 28th on the Myriad Beasts list. I refuse to believe such a weakling from the Great Xia could ever stand above us Hua Ingren. Suyu's refusal reignited the fighting spirit of his attackers. However, the Beast Pavilion Master suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, interesting. We at the Fengyan Pavilion love stubborn people like you. Whether you agree or not, it doesn't matter. You're ours now. What the? The crowd gasped in shock, and even Suyu was momentarily stunned. The Fengyun Pavilion's unpredictability truly knew no bounds. Bang, bang, bang. Shards of ice shattered as azure ice lotuses bloomed in midair. The Beast Pavilion Master's figure shot towards Suyu, like a bolt of lightning. Sichuan Hideyoshi roared. Stop him. Don't let him take Suyu. Qingyan City Lord. How about postponing our fight? Let's deal with this Fengyan Pavilion Master first. Hu Feng's eyes lit up. Though he knew he couldn't match the Beast Pavilion Master in an unknown fight, he nodded repeatedly. Agreed. The 2 originally opposing sides immediately joined forces against the Beast Pavilion Master. Yet, the might of one of the 5 great masters of the Fengyun Pavilion was overwhelming. In an instant, Hu Feng's right claw was frozen solid. A reincarnation realm beast tamer didn't even have time to react before his neck was encased in ice and brutally snapped. With a crunching sound, a mist of blood erupted, fierce winds howled, and the heavens seemed to mourn. The death of this reincarnation realm master, who had touched upon the laws of nature, triggered a resonance with the world itself. Natsum, Wang Feng. Sichuan Hideyoshi shouted urgently after just 2 exchanges, realizing he was outmatched. Kill Suyu and take his beast. Quickly. Go. Wang Feng nodded in agreement. Don't hold back, cripple those 2 women if you must. A swarm of beast tamers in the revolving wheel and nirvana realms charged forward. Just as Suyu was about to engage them, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. He chuckled softly. Dean Wong, Wong Hongxi, and all you mongrels, I'm afraid your plans are doomed once again. Who told you that you're the only ones capable of deception and misdirection? Swish, swish. A cold gleam of a flying sword sliced through the sky, its azure light piercing through the ash-gray haze. It impaled a Hua Ingrun against the very cherry blossom tree he had summoned. With a loud crack, his skull burst open, scattering brain matter everywhere. The crowd looked up in shock. Who? The glimmering blade of the 3-foot-3 long sword resonated through the Wangxian forest, the echoes of the enemy leader's demise lingering in the air. At that moment, the figures of Hu Feng, Shi Chuan, and the master of the beast pavilion suddenly appeared, forming a fourth force. Their presence brought Su Yu a long-lost sense of security. Who's there? Show yourself. In the distant sky, a white crane, a Luan bird, and a land-bound boat rapidly approached, arriving in an instant. A piercing crane's cry shattered the gray haze of demonic energy. On the back of the white crane stood a middle-aged man. Despite his slightly aged appearance, his presence was like a withered tree sprouting anew, his sharp gaze filled with vitality. You young ones really know how to run wild. If you keep ordering me around like this old man might just lose his life in this demon lair. Wang Yu's expression darkened. The demon spirits have treated you well, yet you betray them, colluding with outsiders. You treacherous dog. Today, I shall purge you on behalf of the demon spirits. And as for your Wong family, do you truly think your actions are flawless and unknown to all? By Ruhui? Wang Yu's eyes widened in shock. You? How are you here? Didn't you swear never to step into the demon lair? Shangguanling? Gui you all. His voice trembled as he recalled Ning Hanwen's penetrating gaze and reserved demeanor. A chill ran through his body. His confidence had been well-founded. Beyond the team before him, he had arranged for two other forces. Wang Changlin, the head of the Wong family, along with his brothers Wang Ping and Wang Qing, were lying in wait at the 17th camp. The camp's leader, Wang Ziyuan, was Wang Yu's cousin. Hours earlier, the Longying guards had secretly summoned the camp leaders to plan Su Yu's rescue, and Wang Ziyuan had volunteered to take the lead, only to intentionally delay along the way. Additionally, a hidden scout from the Blood Spirit Squad had infiltrated the Demon Spirit Academy's team, tasked with monitoring Shangguanling and the others. Impossible. There's no way you could know. Wang Yu roared hysterically, his face contorting with fury. Yes, if I kill all of you here, no one will ever find out. Su Yu stepped forward. Dean Wong, or rather, Wang Yu, you think you're the only one capable of scheming? Did you and that foolish Hanakura collaborator truly believe you could deceive everyone? You thought controlling my classmate Gao Quan left me in the dark? Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you. My old classmate already found a way to reveal the truth to me. I secretly asked my teacher to rescue him, and we've been tracking your every move ever since. Neither your Wong family nor those Hanakura people ever escaped our sight. I'll admit, you do have some skill managing to force open the demon lair's passage almost turned the tables on us. Wang Yu and Ishikawa Hideji exchanged stunned glances, staring at Su Yu in disbelief. You? It was you? They had assumed all of this was orchestrated by the Demon Spirit Academy's principal. Little did they expect that all their actions would be seen through by none other than Su Yu. Wang Yu's face turned ashen, and a surge of uncontrollable rage boiled within him. Losing to Ning Hanwen was one thing, but for a group of demigods and reincarnation realm beast tamers to stumble in front of a mere freshman? This was an utter humiliation. Mr. Ishikawa, what should we do? Wang Yu turned to Ishikawa Shuji beside him, his voice tinged with anxiety. A cold glint flashed in Ishikawa Shuji's eyes. Don't panic, Wang-san. We have the numbers. As long as we eliminate them here, you'll still have a chance to explain yourself when you go back. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yu gritted his teeth and growled, Fine. Since you're courting death, don't blame us for what happens next. Vice Principal Gu E of Demon Spirit Academy shook his head inside, beyond saving. He raised his voice and declared, Everyone, according to the Blue Planet International Convention, intruding into another's domain or demon lair can be treated as an act of hostility. Wang Yu, Wang Changlin, and Wang Ziyuan have already been apprehended by Regiment Commander Li Lingya. You have only one choice now: surrender peacefully, or face immediate execution. I don't believe it. Attack. Wang Yu roared like a madman. At his command, the two sides immediately clashed in a chaotic melee. Though Su Yu's side was outnumbered, they held the upper hand in strength. Besides Bai Ruhui, Shangguanling, and Gu Yi, there were 6 reincarnation realm beast tamers sent by Lu Xian and Su Nuo, as well as over a dozen school teachers. As these teachers passed Su Yu, they all cast respectful smiles in his direction. Noticing Su Yu's puzzled expression, Shangguanling approached him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She explained, Su Yu, those teachers, like me, have students or even children who went missing. The information you provided has given us tremendous hope. When they heard you were in danger, they all volunteered to come. I also want to say thank you. With that, She mounted her Luan bird and charged resolutely into the fray. Su Yu turned to look at Jiang Ying and Wang Hongxi, who were completely dumbfounded. With a faint smile, he remarked, "It seems not everyone wants me dead. And am not alone after all." Jiang Ying collapsed to the ground, fully aware of the consequences of being exposed for colluding with the Hanazakura people. Wang Hongxi trembled all over and was just about to beg for mercy when Natsum Shoji cut him off coldly. Pathetic. Su Yu, do you think a few reinforcements guarantee your victory? In terms of numbers, you're still at a disadvantage. Before his words could settle, a deafening explosion erupted behind him. Bai Ruhui, wielding a pseudo-unrepentant sword forged by Su Yu from a strange counterfeit material, drove the blade straight through Ishikawa Shuho's chest. In quick succession, 6 reincarnation realm and 10 wheel realm beast tamers were obliterated, their blood misting the air as the heavens seemed to wail in anguish. Ishikawa Shuji stood dumbfounded, watching the scene unfold. A mere reincarnation realm beast tamer had just slain over a dozen opponents, as if the presence of a demigod like him was non-existent. This defied all conventional understanding of beast tamers. Bai Ruhui withdrew his blood-stained sword and said coldly, "Step aside. You're not the one I'm looking for." His gaze bypassed Ishikawa Shuji, locking onto the figure of Hu Feng, the lord of Qingyan City, who had taken his daughter and gravely wounded him over a decade ago. On the battlefield, Shang Wanling and Lin Tang faced off against Wang Yu and Ishikawa Shuji from a distance, while Gu Yi kept his eyes fixed on the Beast Pavilion master. Meanwhile, Su Ye's eyes gleamed with newfound understanding. This teacher Bai, who had hidden in the shadows for over a decade, was far from an ordinary reincarnation realm powerhouse. Seeing Natsum Shoji's stunned expression, Su Yu smirked coldly. "Now, where's your advantage?" The powerful force obliterated everything with a single strike, not even requiring the summoning of a companion beast. Faced with such an overwhelming disparity in strength, Natsum Shoji, Ishikawa Hideji, and Hufeng were stunned into silence. Hufeng narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the figure before him, and suddenly recognized the man. "You're the bastard who stormed into Qingyan City alone last year?" He recalled the maniac who entered the city after the battle and slaughtered hundreds of his kin. Bai Ruhui's gaze was as sharp as a blade. "Last year? The blood debt your ghost-faced fox clan owes my family far exceeds that." His voice carried a suppressed anguish. The past felt like a dagger. Bai Ruhui and Shang Wanling's 3 children had suffered tragic fates. Their eldest daughter and son had perished during the war with Qingyan City, while their youngest daughter, Qing'er, went missing last year. This long, brutal war was a dirge of countless broken families. Since the day Qing'er died at your hands, I've waited 13 long years. Last year's defeat will not repeat itself. Bai Ruhui's voice was resolute. Hufeng sneered. "You lost to me last year, and this year will be no different. Prepare to die." Bai Ruhui's pupils contracted sharply as a massive crimson vine shot up behind him, blocking out the sky. Thousands of blood-red leaves lashed out at Hufeng like a torrential storm, while the white brilliance of the Wuhui sword struck even faster, aiming directly for the vital points. Hufeng revealed his true forma transformation that turned his white fur jet black and expanded his body to a colossal 100 meters. His massive claws met the icy brilliance heaten. Amid the deafening clash, Hufeng's right claw was left mangled and bloodied. His face twisted in rage as he roared, "Impossible! How do you possess such power? This is strength reserved for the Ascension realm." Ishikawa Hideji suddenly realized the truth. This guy has shattered the Ascension staircase, abandoning all hope of becoming a god, just for this one explosive moment. High above, the Beast Pavilion Master murmured to himself, "In the millennia of the Demon Abyss's history, you are only the second to make such a choice." Shang Wanling looked at her husband with deep concern. Bai Ruhui turned to her and gave a faint smile. "Don't worry, my love. Our son died by its hand, and our little girl was taken. I refuse to live a life of regret any longer." Su Yu noticed the determination in Bai Ruhui's eyes. Beside him, Alia quietly explained, "The Ascension staircase is like a window to the soul. To shatter it is to break one's heart, effectively severing any path to survival." He has traded a lifetime of potential for this fleeting moment of brilliance. He has sacrificed immortality for a life without regret. Su Yu asked in shock, "Is there any way to save him?" Alia was about to shake her head when something suddenly came to mind. She said, "Little one, perhaps you might have a way. Keep going, survive first." Su Yu steadied his mind, fixing his gaze on the crowd of Hua Ying people charging towards him. Natsum Shoji's eyes burned with madness. "It's you. All because of you. As long as I capture you, it doesn't matter how many duels still win." The Hua Ying people had abandoned all hesitation. Their sole objective was to capture Kamadai. As long as they could drag Su Yu through the rift leading out of the demonic abyss, even if only one of them escaped alive, it would be considered a victory. Su Yu, die. Behind Natsum Shoji, A cherry blossom tree and a strange beast with a human face, a snake's body, and bird-like wings appeared simultaneously. This was the most common pet-beast combination of the Huang people. Number 282 Hana no Sakura and number 108 Itsu no Madara. Several beast masters at the Samsara realm, invited by Lu Xian, immediately stepped in front of Su Yu. Young man, the lady instructed us to protect you. Step back for now. Su Yu's lips curved into a faint smile. Thank you for your kindness, but leave these people to me. I'm not so weak as to be helpless. The Lu family members nodded silently. They had heard of this classmate of their young mistress and his capabilities. Though the enemies possessed higher Nirvana realm cultivation levels, with Kamadai's pet beast in Su Yu's hands, his life was not in immediate danger. As for the other opponents in the rotation and Samsara realms, they would naturally handle them. The battle erupted in an instant. Alia and Kong Huanyuan activated their abilities at the same time, plunging the battlefield into chaos. Shangguanling's Azure Luan clashed fiercely in the air with Wang Yu's Violet Eagle, while Lin Tang's Linhai Shintong collided Hiden with Ishikawa Hideji's Hana no Sakura. Bai Ruhui's sword strikes repeatedly tore through Hu Feng's flesh. Gu Yi, standing face-to-face with the Beast Pavilion Master, felt cold sweat drip from his brow. This opponent was unfathomable. Was he at the mythical or sacred realm? Yet the Beast Pavilion Master paid no attention to this mythical realm Beast Master. His gaze alternated between Su Yu and Bai Ruhui. Bai Ruhui's attacks grew increasingly fierce, forcing Hu Feng to retreat step by step. Hu Feng was filled with frustration, had only come to kill Su Yu. So why had he encountered so many obstacles? The Ninth Prince, the Fengyan Pavilion, and now this Bai Ruhui, who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Curse you humans, die! Hu Feng roared, and several tails forcibly emerged behind him, revealing the traits of the high-ranking Weihu race. Foxfire erupted into the sky, illuminating the gray, overcast heavens as if it were midday. Perish under the scorching flames of foxfire. A resolute glint flashed in by Ruhui's eyes. Ascending divine steps, manifest, golden steps materialized into existence, only to shatter with a thunderous crash as he flicked his finger. This strike represented over a decade of painstaking cultivation, the culmination of his unwavering determination after past failures, and the embodiment of his unyielding choice to forge his path ever since Su Yu reforged the broken sword. In an instant, the foxfire vanished, and the fox tails shattered. Boom! The heavens and earth changed color, and a torrential blood rain poured down. The Beast Pavilion Master's eyes burned with fervor. He actually succeeded. Everyone's attention was drawn to the earth-shaking scene before them. Hu Feng, the Lord of Qingyan City, one of the 7 great demonic cities of the Calamity Abyss, had been felled by a mere Samsara realm human in a single strike. The Fengyun rankings were in upheaval. On the Fengyun subranking, the life and demon list flashed with blood-red light. Bai Ruhui of the human race, with his Samsara realm cultivation, had slain Qingyan City's lord, Hu Feng, and was promoted to the 308th position on the life and demon list, becoming the only Samsara realm being on the list. The fall of the fox wind echoed with harrowing wails through the demonic abyss. With his last ounce of strength, Bai Ruhui severed the ascension stairway, shattering the myth. At the same time, his body transformed into a blazing white flame, plummeting from the sky. Shangguanling swiftly repelled Wang Yu, her opponent, and descended on her phoenix-like bird to rescue Bai Ruhui from the flames. Bai Ruhui's samsararial body was on the verge of collapse, strained by the burden of mythical power. His hands were charred black like coal. Linger, I avenged our child, he murmured, his voice as faint as a flickering candle, ready to be extinguished at any moment. Those were just words of anger back then. I never truly blamed you, Shangguanling said, her eyes filled with sorrow. I know, Bai Ruhui replied weakly. This is what I wanted to do. Don't grieve for me. I can still swing my sword one last time. Take me to cut down Wang Yu. Wang Yu's pupils constricted as he watched the scene unfold. His heart raced violently. The unassuming logistics worker, old Bai, now exuded a ferocity that struck fear deep into his core, even stirring an instinct to flee. Shangguanling gently shook her head and spoke to the phoenix. Protect him. Wang Yu, I'll handle. She understood that Bai Ruhui's life was nearing its end, but there was still some time left. She wanted him to see their daughter alive with his own eyes, not just hear Su Yu's account. The convoy traveling from Qingyan City to Qingshi Gorge still had 2 days to go, and she needed to keep Bai Ruhui alive for those 2 days. The phoenix let out a resounding cry as azure waves surged. Shangguanling launched a fierce assault, leaving Wang Yu no chance to escape. Each strike was a trade of injury for life, with no regard for her own safety. The Beast Pavilion Master observed coldly from the sidelines, then suddenly chuckled. Heh, this is humanity. This is why I like humans. Gui cautiously responded. If you were to retreat, our great Xia would owe you a great favor. The Beast Pavilion Master merely snorted and fell silent, leaving Gu Yi deeply uneasy. As one of the mysterious five masters of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, only the principal could match his power in the demon capital. Gui dared not act recklessly. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Suyu was locked in an intense fight with Natsum Shoji. 6 Nirvana Realm masters besieged Suyu alone, while Alia and Kong Huanyuan gave their all to assist. The Knight of the Witch and the Eternal Temple activated simultaneously, drawing the 6 into a bounded domain. A pitch-black knight wielded a scythe of death, repeatedly cutting through the floral rain of Sakura, trapping the enemies within the vampire castle and the Eternal Night. Heh, aren't all you Sakura folks the same? Suyu sneered. What else do you know besides bullying the weak? People like you, how do you expect to change anything? Suppressing me by one realm and thinking you can take my life? Do you even see what kind of trash you are? Just look at yourself, so old, yet barely scraping onto the 1,000 ghosts ranking after years of grinding, barking like mad dogs here. Bang, bang. The names on the Wind and Cloud ranking were recorded based solely on realm and combat power, inevitably including some who had climbed their way up through sheer longevity. The people of Huaying are truly like this. A petty nation, how could it ever produce heaven's chosen ones? Suyu let out a cold laugh, his gaze sweeping over Natsum Shoji's face, which was filled with sheer terror. Natsum Shoji trembled uncontrollably, his pupils reflecting disbelief and fear. The gap in strength between him and Suyu was far beyond what he had imagined. Outside the barrier, the Beast Pavilion Master's demonic eyes pierced through the veil, observing everything within. He nodded subtly to himself. This is the guidance of fate. Let me lend you a hand. As the barrier shattered, Natsum Shoji and the corpses of 6 other Huaying men were flung out, landing heavily on the ground. Suyu turned his gaze to Ishikawa Hideji in the distance, a mocking smile playing at his lips. You Huaying people truly are trash. Not even killing you can stir the Wind and Cloud rankings. These words sent a jolt through the hearts of the reincarnation realm beast tamers present. Suyu, the third ranked on the 10,000 beasts list, had effortlessly slain 6 Nirvana realm experts, showing no signs of struggle or difficulty. Ishikawa Hideji felt a heavy weight settle in his chest. The Ishikawa family had poured significant resources into this operation, even mobilizing support from other families. Yet the outcome was disastrous. They suffered heavy losses, exposed the Wong family, and were utterly slaughtered by the forces of the Great Xia, despite having the advantage of suppressing their opponents' realms. Though Gui was concerned about Ruhu's injuries, he resolutely issued the order. Don't let a single one escape. Capture them all, and kill anyone who dares resist. At that moment, the Beast Pavilion Master, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spread his arms. An overwhelming pressure swept across the battlefield, suffocating even Gui. From the heavens, a deafening dragon roar shook the skies. A colossal azure dragon, spanning hundreds of meters, appeared out of thin air, blotting out the sun and moon with its majesty. Gui's pupils constricted. A beast tamer? The Beast Pavilion Master is actually a beast tamer? The azure dragon opened its massive maw, an icy blue energy gathering within, aimed directly at Suyu. The threat of death instantly enveloped Suyu, more tangible and unavoidable than anything he had faced in Qingyan City or Wangxian Forest. Alia's deep violet eyes gradually dimmed, as even she couldn't react in time. Stop! Gui shouted urgently. Are you trying to declare war on the entire Great Xia? A 10-meter-wide blast of icy energy descended like divine punishment, unstoppable as it barreled towards Suyu and his companions. In that fleeting moment between life and death, Suyu's memories flashed before his eyes like a poignant montage. Though he hadn't expected his journey to end so soon, he was grateful to have shared it with Alia and Kong Huanyuan. Alia smiled warmly, and Kong Huanyuan accepted her fate with calm resolve. Just then, the Beast Pavilion Master's voice resonated in the ears of the trio. Impressive. To face death with such composure. Don't be in such a hurry to die, young ones. I foresee you joining the Wind and Cloud Pavilion someday. Today, let me lend you a hand. A merciless pillar of icy blue light struck Suyu's head, causing the ground to collapse and shatter instantly. The 3 of them fell together with the debris into the cold pool at the center of Wangxian Forest. A tremendous splash erupted, sending a towering column of water hundreds of meters high, intertwining with drifting blood rain, which scattered onto everyone nearby. Gui, despite exerting all his strength to block the attack, was as powerless as an ant trying to shake a tree. Against the unfathomable power of the Beast Pavilion's master, his efforts seemed insignificant. Even so, Gui's eyes blazed with fury as he roared. Your actions today shall be seen as a full declaration of war from the Wind and Cloud Pavilion against the Great Xia. Even if I perish here, I will never let you leave unscathed. Beside him, Ishikawa Hideji stood pale and frozen in place. That colossal dragon soaring above was none other than Divine Era Sequence number 005, a dragon whose power could effortlessly crush them. Yet, these people from the Great Xia still dared to provoke this harbinger of death. However, with Su Yu and the two Divine Era individuals struck into the cold pool, their fates uncertain, this secret operation of Hanazakura Kingdom had already ended in utter failure. The Beast Pavilion's master, seated atop the dragon's head, sneered coldly as he ascended into the sky. I rarely explain my actions to others, but given the stance of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, I'll say this. That wasn't a killing move. As the dragon spiraled upward, the wind surged, and the golden characters of the Wind and Cloud ranking and the myriad beasts ranking shimmered faintly in the air. Su Yu's name remained clearly visible. Hope rekindled in the once-dim eyes of Shangguan Ling, and the other Su Yu was still alive. Could the earth-shaking dragon's roar hold some hidden meaning? Yet, the surface of the cold pool remained calm and devoid of any sign of life. The Beast Pavilion's master rode off on his dragon, leaving behind a group of trembling Hanazakura operatives and Wong Yu's party. Gui clenched his fists and ordered, "Take them all down." He then turned to Shangguan Ling, "This is no place to linger. Shangguan, you and Bai stay here to await Su Yu's return. Keep your presence concealed." The ensuing battle ended quickly, with the superior forces of the Great Xia easily subduing everyone, including the surrendering Wang Yu. Ishikawa Hideji attempted to commit seppuku but was stopped as Lin Tang's demon plants pierced his limbs and clavicle, rendering him immobile. These captives would be taken back for rigorous interrogation to root out the Hanazakura operatives lurking in the demon capital. In the boundless darkness, Suyu recalled the final telepathic message from the Beast Pavilion's master. The intense sensation of falling and the pain racking his body confirmed he was still alive. Beyond the searing pain from water pressure and the slicing currents, the dragon's roar had inflicted no substantial harm. The cold pool, 1,000 meters deep and unreachable for most, presented an opportunity for Suyu. Suddenly, a kaleidoscope of surreal images flashed before his eyes, as if he were traversing some kind of magical passageway. In the next instant, Suyu and his two companions found themselves suspended in midair, over 500 meters above the ground. Before them stretched the Thousand Lakes Abyss, one of the two great wonders of the Great Xia. Thousands of lakes were scattered like stars, surrounded by lush vegetation. By the lakeshore sat a woman, cradling an ancient zither. Her delicate fingers plucked at strings, and the melodious sound echoed through this mysterious realm. The fish in the lake were drawn to the sound of the zither, leaping out of the water and tumbling about. One koi even landed on the shore, gasping for air and twitching. The woman gently raised her jade-like hand, lifting the koi. "Little fish, you really shouldn't do that," she murmured, carefully returning it to the lake. Chu Xianin sat by the lakeside, her 50-string zither resting quietly on her lap. Her tail feathers were as white as snow, her face breathtakingly beautiful, though her eyes betrayed a deep loneliness. She lightly plucked the zither strings, marveling at the wisdom of her ancestors connecting the two demonic caves, placing the only entrance in the Calamity Abyss, and turning the Thousand Lakes Abyss into a forbidden zone. If only there were no betrayal in this world, she whispered to the still waters. If only there were a perfect man who would come for me on a rainbow cloud, a hero to save our cursed clan. Her words carried hope for the outside world, but were tinged with profound helplessness. Throughout history, the heavenly foxes had either been betrayed by heartless men or dominated by the strong. Now, she was the last of her kind, forced into seclusion. The melody gradually faded, and the 50 zither strings seemed to echo the 1,000-year sorrow of the heavenly fox clan. Chu Xianin ran her fingers over her snowy tail feathers, mocking herself. That's just wishful thinking, isn't it? Just then, the tranquil sky was suddenly disrupted as several figures fell from above. A unique sensation, belonging to the divine era, trembled deep within her soul, and her heartbeat quickened. Someone had intruded on this sanctuary that had remained untouched for a century. Before her appeared 3 wounded figures, plummeting toward the ground. Chu Xianin acted swiftly, her snowy feathers transforming into a soft cushion to catch them. Floating closer, she saw a man and 2 women. The women were unconscious yet radiated a powerful divine aura. The human man, though covered in injuries, was still holding on. Their eyes met briefly before the man forced a faint smile and painstakingly retrieved a jade bottle. "We're still alive, please, save my women," he rasped before succumbing to unconsciousness. "Hey, I didn't say I'd help yet." Chu Xianin froze in place. She quickly realized that for these 3 to pass through the icy lake of Wangxian Forest, they must have been precisely guided by an external force. Any miscalculation would have meant certain death. This could only mean the secret of Wangxian Forest had been exposed. Looking at the unconscious man, Chu Xianin couldn't help but smile wryly. Though far from the ideal partner she had imagined, he had indeed fallen from the rainbow cloud. What surprised her even more was that this frail human had placed all his concern on his 2 companions. "Humph." She crossed her arms and muttered, "You'd better count yourself lucky it was me you ran into. If it were anyone else, your 2 divine women would have been snatched away already." When Suyu regained consciousness, he felt an overwhelming restriction on his body. He struggled to open his eyes and realized he was tightly wrapped up, completely immobilized like a human-sized bundle. Even his mouth was gagged, allowing him only to make muffled mmph sounds. Just as he was silently complaining about the excessive bandaging, a stunningly beautiful face suddenly appeared in his line of sight. It was a delicate, slightly oval-shaped face, with full, rosy cheeks and flawless contours. A faint white radiance surrounded her, as if she could dispel all impurities. Despite her lack of ornate adornments, she exuded an ethereal and otherworldly aura. Suyu couldn't help but hold his breath, his throat dry. There was no doubt the extraordinary woman before him was none other than the legendary Snowfeather Heavenly Fox. Hey, don't move around. Your injuries are much worse than the other two's. A crisp voice rang out. Why aren't you responding? Can you hear me? Hey. Chu Xianyin frowned as she examined the jade bottle in her hand. A human like you possessing the 9 extremes nether spring? How bizarre. Well, it's yours anyway, so drink it. It'll be perfect for reconstructing your body. You humans are so fragile. Honestly, your physical constitution is just too weak. Before her words had fully landed, she had already unwrapped the bandages on Suyu and poured all 200 drops of the 9 extremes nether spring into his throat. A fiery sensation instantly swept through his body, completely unlike the gentle warmth of life elixirs. The magical power of the 9 extremes nether spring rapidly permeated every inch of Suyu's flesh and blood. His skin first cracked into a mithril-like texture, then turned a brilliant gold, and finally transformed into a translucent jade-like quality. His physical cultivation broke through 2 realms in succession, reaching the white jade realm. Not only that, but his blood vitality was twice as potent as that of an average white jade cultivator, and there was even a faint trace of magical energy forming within him. With his injuries healed and his energy fully restored, Suyu was about to rise when he heard Chu Xianyin ask with concern, "Are you feeling better now? Where's Alia? And Huan Yuan? Where are my women? Are they okay?" Suyu asked urgently. Chu Xuanyin's cheeks flushed slightly. "They're fine, but you should put your clothes on first." It was only then that Suyu realized his awkward predicament. He quickly retrieved his clothes and got dressed. His heart raced with unease, hadn't expected his first encounter with the Snowfeather Heavenly Fox to be this embarrassing. But he had no time to think deeply. After hastily putting on his clothes, he said urgently, "Take me to them. I need to see them, I beg you." Though Suyu had narrowly escaped death and was temporarily safe, his mind was in turmoil. He couldn't find peace unless he saw Alia with his own eyes. Chu Xianyin nodded gently. "All right, follow me." She led Suyu out of the bamboo hut. This was her secluded retreat, consisting of only 3 simple bamboo cottages furnished with the bare essentials. Beneath a few mulberry trees, beehives buzzed with activity, filling the air with a constant hum. Surrounding the area were tranquil lakes, water plants, and flower fields, painting a serene and harmonious scene. Pushing open the door of the adjacent bamboo hut, the moment Alia and Kong Huanyuan saw Suyu, tears welled up in their eyes. Suyu pulled them into a tight embrace. "Ha, the heavens haven't abandoned me. For a moment, I truly thought I was going to die." The 3 of them wept together, overcome with emotion. The peril they faced in the demonic lair far surpassed the trials most people endure in a lifetime. After a moment of heartfelt reunion, Suyu turned and bowed deeply to Chu Xianyin. "I am Suyu of the human race. Thank you, miss, for your immense kindness and grace. This debt of gratitude, I shall never forget." Chu Xianyin smiled faintly. "It was nothing. I didn't really do much." Though her tone was understated, her decision not to take advantage of the situation was indeed a great act of generosity. "By the way, how did you find this place?" Chu Xianyin asked, her concern evident, as it pertained to the safety of her secluded haven. Suyu hesitated for a moment, but decided to be honest. After listening to his explanation, Chu Xianyin turned to Alia. "Oh, no wonder you looked familiar. So it was you I encountered in Wangxian Forest that time," she said, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. No matter the time, people can't seem to resist coveting the Snowfeather Heavenly Fox. Chu Xianyin frowned, her expression becoming guarded. "So, did you come here to capture me?" Suyu shook his head. "Miss, you saved my life, and I have no way to repay you. I am willing to swear an unbreakable oath on the Fengyun list to never reveal anything about this place. While divine beasts of the ancient era are important, I cannot betray my benefactor or my conscience. Otherwise, even my woman would look down on me." Although Alia and Kong Huanyuan supported Su Ye's quest to tame the Snowfeather Heavenly Fox, they now admired his unwavering sense of honor even more. Chu Zuanyan's smile broadened. "I can sense the sincerity in your words. However, based on what you've told me, it seems the Beast Pavilion Master may already be aware of the secret of this cold pool. I'm afraid I can no longer stay here," Suyu said regretfully, Yes, it's such a pity to lose this sanctuary. I never imagined that amidst the demon lair, there could be such a magical place free of demonic ash. Chu Xiaoning blinked and said, No, you've misunderstood. This is not a land of calamity. This is the land of 1,000 lakes. What? Su Yu turned back in astonishment, staring at the expanse of shimmering lakes, struggling to believe that he had unknowingly arrived at the 1,000 Lakes demon lair. Really? Su Yu stared at Chu Xiaoning in astonishment, while Alia and Kong Huanyuan looked equally shocked. Is this the 1,000 Lakes demon cavern? The three of them asked in unison. After all, the entrance to the 1,000 Lakes demon cavern was supposed to be in Jianghe City, a full 2,000 miles away from the magic capital. They had merely crossed the chilling abyss, so how had they ended up here from the Calamity Demon Cavern? Su Yu froze for a moment before realizing the immense strategic significance of this discovery. If there truly was a secret passage connecting the Calamity Demon Cavern and the 1,000 Lakes Demon Cavern, it could be a game-changer. Currently, Disya only held a slight advantage in 3 cities within the Eternal Demon Cavern, while the other demon caverns were in a defensive position. If they could leverage this passage to concentrate forces in the Calamity Demon Cavern and launch a surprise attack on the 1,000 Lakes Demon Cavern, it might completely turn the tide of the war. The thought of this possibility made Su Yu's breathing quicken. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Chu Xiaoning asked with concern, blinking her eyes. Su Yu shook his head, suddenly aware that if they pursued this course of action, this peaceful sanctuary would inevitably become a battlefield. It would be terribly unfair to Chu Xiaoning. In the past, he would have acted without hesitation, but now? Nothing. I just thought of something, Su Yu replied, changing the subject. By the way, may I ask for your name? Chu Xiaoning traced a few white characters in the air. After learning her name, Su Yu continued, Miss Chu, I fear this place may no longer be safe. What are your plans? At these words, Chu Xiaoning lowered her head in dismay, her 9 snow-white tails swaying listlessly. It's all your fault. You have to come up with a solution. Me? Su Yu teased. How about this, you come with me and be my companion beast? As long as I'm alive, I'll ensure your safety. He admitted it as a joke, but to his surprise, Chu Xiaoning gazed at him seriously with her dazzling eyes, as if she were genuinely considering the proposal. Wait, you're taking this seriously? Sorry, I was just joking. Su Yu quickly looked away, recalling Kong Huanyuan's earlier warning. Never stare at a snow-feathered heavenly fox for too long, or you might lose yourself in their unparalleled beauty. Do you really want to take me with you? Chu Xiaoning asked hesitantly. Without hesitation, Su Yu tore a strip of fabric from his clothing and tied it over his eyes. Seeing this, Chu Xiaoning looked at him in surprise. What are you doing? Your appearance might cloud my judgment and heart, Su Yu explained. Even though you might be able to discern truth from lies, humans can sometimes deceive even themselves. So, I want you to hear my true feelings. Chu Zuanyan's lips curved into a faint smile. While she didn't entirely understand how humans could lie to themselves, she appreciated Su Yu's sincerity. Do you really want to take me away? Chu Xuaning's voice was like a clear spring flowing through a quiet valley. Su Yu nodded gently. If you're willing, I want to take you with me. There's no man in this world who wouldn't want to have you by his side. Then, will I be the woman you love the most? Chu Xuaning's question caused a slight tremor in Alia's heart. Although she had unwavering faith in Su Yu, the question still stirred ripples within her. Looking directly into Chu Xuaning's eyes, Su Yu answered firmly, No. Alia is the most important and beloved woman in my life, and I will never forsake the love we first shared. As for Huan Yuan, she and I have a significant promise to fulfill, and I will stay by her side to help her achieve her goal. Even if you choose to come with me, you will only be the third. I don't want to deceive you. These words brought a faint smile to Alia's lips, filling her heart with warmth. Huan Yuan also smiled knowingly. Though she understood she could never replace Alia's position in Su Yu's heart, she felt the distance between herself and him gradually narrowing. You're quite unique, Chu Xiaoning chuckled softly. My mother's notes said that males are masters of deception. My heart-reading ability is not foolproof. You could easily lie to me, and perhaps I might even follow you. Maybe you think it's trivial, Su Yu shook his head, but I will never lie to the women I care about. One last question, Chu Xiaoning stared directly at him. Are you a good man? Su Yu paused for a moment, then replied, Am not. At best, am half a good man, and the other half is bad. I can save my friends and protect my kin, but I have a strong sense of vengeance. If anyone harms my family or loved ones, I will repay them 100-fold, no matter the cost. Chu Xiaoning closed her eyes and smiled faintly, pressing her hands together. With such an honest answer, do you think I'd go with you? No, Su Yu said earnestly. Words like these aren't appealing enough. I apologize for disturbing your peace. If there's anything you need, just let me know. Then take responsibility. Chu Xiaoning suddenly declared. The sanctuary left by my ancestors has been exposed, and my home has been destroyed by you. So, you owe me a new one. Suyu was slightly puzzled. A celestial fox trusting a human so easily? Chu Xianin explained calmly, in my dreams, my destined one would come for me on a radiant cloud. While it's not exactly the same, you did fall from a colorful sky. She paused for a moment. I've decided to go with you. But before that, there's something you must know about the cursed fate of my clan. Suyu was taken aback, his brows slightly furrowed. A cursed fate? What do you mean? Chu Xianin let out a soft sigh and began to explain, her voice tinged with melancholy. There's a legend in the sacred domain. Our heavenly fox clan is said to be a cursed race. Anyone who grows close to us has, without exception, met a tragic end over the centuries. Her tone carried a trace of sorrow. That's why the heavenly fox bloodline has become so rare. In this world, I might be the only pure-blooded heavenly fox left. There may still be others in the sacred domain, but she paused before continuing, they've either been reduced to slaves or… At this point, a faint, bittersweet smile appeared on her face as she recalled how her mother used to lament the unfairness of fate. This memory had left her with an innate fear of the outside world. That's it. Suyu raised an eyebrow. Huh. Chu Xianin was stunned. Isn't that bad enough? Aren't you afraid of dying? Suyu reached out, removing the silk blindfold covering his eyes, and lightly tapped her delicate nose. Don't be ridiculous. Who isn't afraid of death? But listen, little girl, this so-called curse of fate? I don't believe in such nonsense. He spoke seriously. That's the kind of thinking that losers cling to. True victors never dwell on fate. They focus on how to master it. His gaze sharpened. I may not know much about your heavenly fox clan, but I do understand human greed and ambition. This whole curse is likely a fabrication and excuse crafted by others to cover their own failures and weaknesses, then unfairly imposed on you. Just like how fallen kingdoms often blame their ruin on so-called bewitching beauties to mask their incompetence. This is either a rumor spread by your enemies or a deliberate tactic with some hidden agenda. Yet you've all chosen to believe it. Suye's tone softened. If there's any curse on your clan, it's your overly kind and pure nature, trying to survive in a tainted world. Chu Xianin stared at Suyu, her mind reeling. His words shattered everything she had believed for years. And yet, they made so much sense. Stop believing in this nonsense. Suyu smiled and flicked her forehead gently. Even if there is a curse, I'll bear it for you. Chu Xianin rubbed her forehead, her long-standing doubts beginning to clear. Just as she was about to ask about the fates of those close to her clan, Suyu cut her off. Stop blaming yourself all the time. We humans have a saying. Vengeance knows no bounds, even after 10 generations. Your tragedy lies in the fact that, despite having power, you don't seek revenge. Instead, you wallow in self-blame. His voice grew stern. Think about it. If your clan had hunted down and eliminated all those who wronged you, making them tremble in fear, would you have ended up like this? Even as a human, the moment I heard there were heavenly foxes here, I wanted to take a chance and find you. That just shows how little respect the world has for your kind. Everyone wants to possess you, let alone the stronger races. Chu Xianin, come with me. Suye's eyes burned with determination. Let's track down those who owe your clan a blood debt and make them pay, one by one. If you can't do it, then stay here, surrounded by plants and flowers, and keep lamenting fate forever. The Heavenly Fox clan had always been known for their gentle nature, avoiding conflict at all costs. But today, this last descendant of the Heavenly Foxes had her Pandora's box of vengeance pried open by a human. Nearby, Alia and Kong Huanyuan watched in stunned silence. They could already foresee that their master's words had struck a chord in the heart of this final Heavenly Fox. Unlike others, the master always keeps his word. Chu Xianin blinked her delicate eyes, hesitating. Can this really be true? Suyu nodded gently. Of course it can. Life is given only once to all beings as the world's ultimate fairness, and revenge is the right of every living soul. Take their lives, trample on their pride, and make them tremble in hell for their actions. You mentioned that you might be the last of the Tianhu Heavenly Fox clan in this world. But how can you be so sure without searching? Perhaps your kin are suffering somewhere, waiting for you to rescue them. Chu Xianyin's beautiful eyes blinked softly. She covered her mouth lightly, glancing at Alia and then at Kong Huanyuan. She believed she had not encountered the wrong people today. The other two godly era beings surely had sharper vision and minds than hers. For the first time, she felt that the cursed fate of her fox clan was so hypocritical. Snow feathers drifted down, and one by one, her tails gently wrapped around Suyu's hand, lifting it slightly. Then please take me with you, master. You are right. Perhaps there are still others of my kind waiting for me. I cannot have the unwavering resolve that you possess, master. So, let me dedicate everything I have to serve you. Please fulfill my wish. Suyu held his breath and focused. All right, leave it to me. Boom. At the moment the contract was sealed, A golden pillar of light pierced through the eternal forbidden barrier, shooting straight into the heavens. On this day, the creatures and humans in the Thousand Lakes demon cavern witnessed the sky being torn apart by golden light. This extraordinary phenomenon was observed across the entire sacred domain and even in hundreds of its bordering lands. This world is not devoid of godly era beasts, nor is it lacking in dual godly era tamers. But when the power of the godly era converges into three, what it signifies is known only to those ancient beings who have lived for countless ages. Ning Han when looked up at the sky, his gaze dismissive of his enemies even amidst the battlefield. True to form, Qi Mu Yin, sitting in a carriage, furrowed her brows. Could it be that your trip to Wong Xian Forest was because the Beast Pavilion Master, seated atop a Songlong Azure Dragon, raised his wine cup to the moon and laughed heartily? Ha ha ha. I truly did not misjudge. It is not those chosen by fate who are the children of destiny, but those who dare to step out of fate's circle and break free from it who are the true children of destiny. The fate of the Tianhu, though embellished, is not entirely false. Can you bear it? No. Rather, can this world bear the challenge of those who come next? This sacred domain, dormant for 1,000 years, needs you to stir up the winds and clouds. This world needs the epics of heroes, yet it will never permit the birth of heroes so easily. You will inevitably come to my wind and cloud pavilion, for we are kindred spirits. In Su Yu's mind, a contract shrouded in misty immortal radiance took form in the void. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the third pet beast, Snowfeather Heavenly Fox. A new talent has been unlocked. Strength talent, Destiny Marker I am the tide. Destiny Marker I am the Tidino being can see through your depths. You will possess a unique magical vessel capable of accommodating the magic circuits of all godly era sequences. I alone am the tide of all the myriad races across the heavens. Note: upon advancing to the Nirvana realm, this talent will evolve into S rank. Please increase your spiritual power realm and capture new pet beasts to unlock additional talents. New beasts, new talents. Simultaneously, the contract's misty immortal radiance revealed Chu Xian Yin's information. Name: Chu Xian Yin. Species: Tail Fox Clan. Sequence: Number 008, Snowfeather Heavenly Fox. Rank: 3rd tier, Transformation Realm. Spiritual power: Lingxi Realm. Talent: Snow Feather Soul Purification SSS. Abilities: Fox Tail Soul Cage SSS. Falling Melody of Azure Serenity S. Affection level: Admiration. Alia gazed at the dazzling golden light, her face glowing with a radiant smile. Her eyes were filled with a deep sense of contentment. Once just an ordinary boy who crossed paths with her, Su Yu had now grown into a prodigy capable of stirring the forces of heaven and earth. This transformation left her deeply moved. Every moment spent with Su Yu brought her an indescribable sense of peace and reassurance. She thought of Chu Xian Yin's changes. Su Yu was like a key, effortlessly unlocking the age-old knot that had plagued the Phoenix clan for centuries. While the solutions he provided might not have been entirely correct, they were far better than remaining lost in confusion. Most importantly, he had sparked in Chu Xian Yin, for the first time, a yearning to step out of her sanctuary and embrace the outside world. Meanwhile, Su Yu was fully immersed in sensing the changes within himself. The newly acquired strength talent, Destiny Beacon, had taken root in his heart, like a seed constantly absorbing the magical energy of the heavens and earth. The energy coursed through his body, and his physique, now elevated to the jade-white realm, was nearly indestructible, capable of withstanding even a direct cannon blast without injury. What excited him even more was the potential of the 9 Extremes Nether Spring to propel him to the Star Realm. The thought of his teacher, Shangguan, a demigod-level powerhouse, whose physical body was merely at the Star Realm, left Su Yu in awe. It was no wonder Qi Mu Yin could hold her own against 3 opponents, while he himself had easily defeated 6, including Natsum Shaoxi. Indeed, the Nirvana stage marked a critical threshold in the strength of Beastmasters. Alia leaned closer and asked, "How are you feeling, little one?" "Never better." Su Yu nodded with satisfaction. "I'll explain everything in detail once we're back." Seeing the evident transformation in Su Yu, both Alia and Kong Huan Yuan couldn't hide their intense curiosity. "Xianin, how do we leave this place?" Su Yu asked. "I was knocked down during a fierce battle earlier, but things outside should be safe now. Judging by the Beast Pavilion Master's final actions, it seems they won't be hostile for the time being." Chu Xian Yin pointed to the sky. "We'll leave through the cold pool. If we want to enter the Thousand Lakes directly, would have to break the barrier, but doing so would render it irreparable." "Got it. Then let's leave it intact for now." Su Yu nodded thoughtfully. "Let's get out of here first. I'll take you to see the world outside." "Okay." Chu Xian Yin's bright eyes widened with excitement as she darted into the bamboo lodge to pack her belongings. Her light footsteps were filled with anticipation for the world beyond. Watching this scene, Alia chuckled softly and remarked, "Ah, It's lucky she met you, little one. If it had been someone else, she'd still be happily clueless, even if she were being sold off. Kong Huanyuan leaned closer to Suyu, teasing in a low voice, hee hee, same goes for you, sister. Master, when you were asked who you loved the most earlier, sister here tensed up completely. She was so nervous. Alia's face instantly turned bright red as she stammered in defense. Two would never. Hee hee. Really? Then why did your heart rate shoot up to 150 at that moment? Kong Huanyuan continued to tease. Seriously? Suyu asked in surprise. Alia immediately lunged at Kong Huanyuan. You shut up. Suyu quickly wrapped his arms around Alia's waist from behind, whispering in her ear, little troublemaker, you don't trust me, huh? Looks like I didn't handle you properly the last time I replenished your energy. My physical body has already broken through to the Bayou realm. Just wait until we're back. I'll make sure you're completely obedient. Alia's cheeks turned a deeper shade of red, while Kong Huanyuan couldn't help but giggle at the scene. Suyu then turned to Kong Huanyuan. And you're not getting away either, little witch. My spiritual power has already reached the Linghu realm. You've got no excuses now. Kong Huanyuan lowered her head shyly, nodding silently. Once Chu Xianin finished her preparations, she gathered the three of them and soared into the sky. They passed through a kaleidoscopic passageway and arrived at the bottom of the cold pool. Meanwhile, in Wangxian Forest, Bai Ruhui, covered in severe burns, lay weakly on Shangguan Ling's lap, barely clinging to life. Shangguan Ling comforted him softly. Hang in there, old man. If my calculations are correct, the rescue mission should happen tomorrow. Sigh, I wonder how Suyu is doing. A whole day has passed, and there's been no sign of him. If he doesn't return before dawn tomorrow, I'll take you back first. Bai Ruhui tried to speak, but his voice failed him, his mouth barely opening. Shangguan Ling continued, that student of mine is truly extraordinary. His first time entering the demon lair, and he's already achieved great feats for the Grand Xiat dynasty. Even the Beast Pavilion's master showed him mercy. Too bad some things can't be made public otherwise. Su Ye's name would spread far and wide across Blue Star. He's like a rising tide. As his elders, we can only hope to protect him as he grows stronger. Before she could finish, a vortex suddenly formed in the cold pool. Shangguan Ling's eyes narrowed in excitement. Could it be? With a loud splash, water erupted dozens of meters into the air as four figures simultaneously broke through the surface. Suyu, Alia, Kong Huanyuan, and Chu Xianin emerged unscathed, thanks to Alia's undying protection. Standing on the water's surface, droplets slid down Su Ye's hair, giving him an ethereal presence. Shangguan Ling was astonished to find that she could no longer gauge Su Ye's strength, as if he had undergone a profound transformation. Teacher, I'm back. The four of them stepped ashore and approached Shangguan Ling. Chu Xianin hid behind Suyu, curiously observing the two humans. Shangguan Ling looked relieved. Good, as long as you're back. By the way, this young lady is... Suyu smiled and explained. An unexpected blessing, you could say. Seeing the closeness between the two, Shangguan Ling immediately understood. A new contracted beast. This meant Su Ye's spiritual power had indeed broken through to the Linghu realm, and he had even subdued another peerless enchantress. In terms of allure, she might even surpass Alia and Kong Huanyuan. Su Ye's gaze shifted to Bai Ruhui. Teacher Bai, are you? Bai Ruhui could no longer speak, but his eyes were filled with gratitude as he looked at Suyu. Suyu had created an opportunity for vengeance. If Feng had still been surrounded by countless ghost-faced foxes, Bai Ruhui would never have had a fair, unknown chance. Even if he won, the other city lords would have rescued Feng. Though Bai Ruhui had temporarily gained strength by severing his ascension heavenly stairs, the damage was irreversible. This wasn't an ordinary injury, it was the inevitable exhaustion of life itself. Alia's undying ability could heal wounds, but couldn't restore lost vitality. Alia, you said I might have a way to save Teacher Bai? Shangguan Ling suddenly looked up, her heart racing with hope. She had already prepared herself for a final farewell to her husband, but now, amidst despair, she saw a glimmer of hope. Suyu, is this true? Under Shangguan Ling's expectant gaze, Alia nodded gently. The items you obtained from the Demoness might be useful. The 9 Extremes Nether Spring, and the Holy Demonic Duality Fruit, one restores the body, the other the mind. I'll give it a try. Alia continued. We'll start with the Life Essence Liquid. If it works, then we'll use the 9 Extremes Nether Spring. As for the Holy Demonic Duality Fruit, try using your technique on it first. Chi Mayan took out 2 Holy Demonic Duality Fruits. One was consumed by Suyu, while the other was kept as a reserve. Suyu nodded in agreement with this arrangement. If the replication process proved effective, it was better to save the original for activating the peculiar replica. Shangguan Ling, however, was utterly confused. She had heard of the Life Essence Liquid before, but the other 2 treasures were completely foreign to her. This made sense, as the abyssal demons rarely ventured into the Calamity Demon Cavern, and as a demon spirit instructor, she wouldn't be familiar with such rare items. As Shangguanling watched in astonishment, Suyu retrieved a massive barrel from his storage tool, filled with life essence liquid that shimmered like starlight, at least 100 liters of it. When did this stuff become so abundant? Are you here to heal injuries, or take a bath? Shangguanling couldn't help exclaiming. Suyu cleared his throat and explained, I had a bit of luck in Qingyan City, so don't be alarmed, teacher. In truth, life essence liquid was no longer a rarity for him. With the 9 Extremes nether spring in his possession, this liquid was essentially outdated. Instead of consuming life essence liquid, he'd rather concoct a pseudo 9 Extremes nether spring himself. Both were dragon grade, but the latter could also nourish magical circuits. Without hesitation, Suyu got to work. He pried open Bai Ruhui's mouth and poured the life essence liquid straight in. Bai Ruhui nearly choked unconscious, but the immense amount of liquid quickly coursed through his body. What would normally be consumed drop by drop, Suyu poured in 4 or 5 liters in one go, more than the amount of blood in his body. Hey, it's working. Suyu's eyes lit up as he immediately retrieved a small vial containing the dark purple 9 Extremes nether spring. This liquid, which Shangguanling had never seen before, was poured into Bai Ruhui's throat, instantly causing an intense burning sensation. It's effective! Suyu exclaimed excitedly. Teacher, look, Bai Teacher's burns have completely healed, and his vitality is recovering. Shangguanling was utterly dumbfounded. This treatment method was practically throwing rare treasures at the problem. Even someone on the brink of death could likely be saved with such extravagance. Finally, Suyu took out a fruit shaped like a yin-yang symbol. Its surface shimmered with black and white patterns, forming a flowing 8 trigrams diagram, exuding an aura of both holiness and darkness. This was a replica of the peculiar artifact. While it lacked the original's miraculous ability to elevate one's entire level, it was still enough to awaken Bai Ruhui's consciousness and possibly even enhance his cultivation. Amid a thunderous roar, Bai Ruhui's body underwent continuous fracturing and reformation. His face contorted in pain, but his vitality was rapidly returning. It's working. It's really working. Shangguanling exclaimed, covering her mouth in excitement. Hang in there, my love. Through this lavish and almost absurd treatment, Bai Ruhui was finally fully healed. Stroking his white beard, he felt an unprecedented lightness in his body. How do you feel, Teacher Bai? Suyu asked. I feel quite good. Actually a little strange, Bai Ruhui replied, a hint of wonder in his voice. The life force within Bai Ruhui far surpassed his own vitality. Despite shattering the ascension steps, he faintly sensed the existence of another path. Good boy. It was worth risking my life to save you, Bai Ruhui said with relief. Suyu responded with a smile. It's good to see you're all right, teacher. Then, with a cunning glint in his eyes, he added, but let's settle the score. I avenged the Lord of Qingyan City for you, and rescued your daughter. That makes us even. However, teacher, you still owe me 5 liters of life essence, 100 drops of demonic-grade spirit essence, and 1 demonic-grade magic fruit. We'll keep track of this debt for now. Bai Ruhui's face darkened instantly. He thought to himself that dying might have been an easier escape. Where would he even find that much to repay? He glanced at Shangguanling for help. Shangguanling covered her mouth, chuckling softly. Ex-husband, we're divorced now. Don't think you can pass your debts on to me. Bai Ruhui felt utterly aggrieved. Just moments ago, her attitude wasn't like this at all. While the vengeance brought him satisfaction, the thought of going bankrupt was truly unbearable. Enough, this isn't a place to linger. We should head back, Shangguanling said as she summoned the Qinghuan. The group boarded the Qinghuan and soared into the sky. Midair, Chu Xianying cleverly used her 3 tails to form a comfortable reclining chair. Suyu was delighted, lying back on the soft tails of the snow-feathered celestial fox, enjoying an unparalleled comfort and silently praising the thoughtfulness of the fox girl. As they made their way back to the Qingshi Gorge frontline, Chu Xianying, upon Alia's suggestion, donned the pseudo-thousand faces mask for a slight disguise. After all, her identity as a snow-feathered celestial fox couldn't be revealed just yet. However, the atmosphere at the camp was unusually heavy. Every warrior's face was clouded with gloom, and even the soldiers from the 1st Battalion avoided making eye contact with Suyu. This strange behavior left him puzzled. Sensing something amiss, Shangguanling whispered, Suyu, we'll take you to see Governor Xia. This matter is significant, so don't act rashly for now. Just as they were preparing to head toward the command post, Li Zhongwan suddenly appeared with his men, surrounding them. Stop! Li Zhongwan barked coldly, exuding a murderous aura. Shangguanling frowned in confusion. Li Zhongwan, what's the meaning of this? The meaning? Li Zhongwan's voice was icy. During the operation to rescue the captives of Qingyan City, we were ambushed and suffered heavy losses. Suyu, you're suspected of colluding with the enemy? According to frontline military regulations, you are to cease all resistance and submit to investigation immediately. His words struck like a bolt of lightning, exploding in Su Yu and Shang Wanling's ears. Attacked? The news hit them like a bolt of lightning, echoing in their ears. Shang Wanling and Bai Ruhui's faces turned deathly pale in an instant. Their daughter was part of that group. Su Yu's whole body trembled as a chill ran down his spine. The golden opportunity he had fought for with his life. How could something like this happen? The first name that flashed through his mind was Chi Mayan, but he quickly dismissed the thought. With her status, Chi Mayan would never risk her life for humans. If Su Yu ever exposed that secret, it would spell her doom. So then, who could it be? A terrifying possibility sent shivers down Su Yu's spine. Oomph! Li Zhongwan's sharp voice interrupted his thoughts. What's this? Su Yu, are you trying to claim you had nothing to do with this? It was your intel, your proposal for this operation? And what was the result? The rescue team was surrounded by bloodthirsty ants from the very start. The elite forces of the 3 major demon cities were mobilized, and the losses were catastrophic. Over 1,000 beast tamers died on the battlefield. If we hadn't fought desperately to rescue half the hostages, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Li Zhongwan pressed on relentlessly. This was clearly a trap you set in collusion with the enemy. How do you plan to atone for the lives of these thousands of people? Su Yu's throat tightened. Instead of gratitude for what he nearly died to accomplish, he was met with accusations of betrayal. What angered him even more was that some vile individuals dared to be so utterly unscrupulous, sacrificing thousands of lives for their own gain. While he couldn't yet untangle the web of conspiracy, one thing was certain: the Li family was deeply involved. Shang Wanling, on the verge of collapsing, still mustered her strength to stand protectively in front of Su Yu. Impossible. Su Yu has been relentlessly hunted down and barely escaped with his life last night. How could he have colluded with the enemy? Bai Ruhui fixed Li Zhongwan with a cold stare. Having witnessed Bai Ruhui's power when he had slain Hu Feng, Li Zhongwan faltered slightly, his tone softening. Bai Ruhui, your daughter has indeed been rescued. But that doesn't absolve Su Yu of suspicion. For all we know, this could just be part of their elaborate act. Hearing that their daughter was safe brought Shang Wanling and Bai Ruhui some relief, but they remained steadfast in defending Su Yu. I will never allow you to arrest my student without cause. He has risked his life for Xia and would never betray us. Li Zhongchuan interjected coldly. How could one man escape Qingyan City unscathed? And there are hostages who claim to have seen the demon prince himself appear. What's your connection to him? Escaping twice from both the demon prince and the demon sovereign's guardian, it's impossible. Tell us, have you secretly allied with the demons? What secret do you share with the demon prince? Dragon hawk guards, beast tamers, and soldiers formed a tight circle around them. Though many couldn't believe Su Yu would betray them, the accusations from the Li family were not without weight. Everyone waited in tense silence for Su Yu's explanation. Su Yu felt his heart sink. He knew all too well that once he fell into the trap of proving his innocence, it would be impossible to clear his name. Faced with Li Zhongchuan's interrogation, Su Yu chose silence. His gaze turned icy, and a mocking smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. Are you all a bunch of fools? Su Yu said coldly. I delivered the target right to your doorstep, and yet you couldn't even handle it. Now you're accusing me of treason? Ridiculous. Before he finished speaking, Su Yu swiftly retrieved a barrel of life essence from his storage tool and slammed it onto the ground. Along with it, the main trunk and vines of the mythical crystal mist pine tumbled out. Under the sunlight, hundreds of liters of life essence shimmered with a crystalline glow, the countless droplets leaving everyone present holding their breath. The Dragonhawk riders, beast tamers, and soldiers around couldn't help but crane their necks and stare in disbelief. They murmured among themselves, my God, that's so much life essence. That must be the main trunk of a mythical plant. If he were truly a traitor, who would be foolish enough to come back like this? You can go to Qingyan City to verify for yourselves whether the mythical crystal mist pine is still intact. Su Yu's voice was filled with anger. Accuse me of treason? While I was risking my life on the front lines, what are you doing? When I was delivering intelligence while being hunted by a mythical plant, you couldn't even manage a basic retrieval. And now you have the audacity to blame me? Li Zhongwan, sensing the tide turning against him, interrupted with a dark expression. Stop trying to change the subject. Su Yu, answer Muhat, is your connection to the demon clan? I refuse, Su Yu declared firmly. My biggest mistake was not warning Lu Xian to seal off the information, allowing a fool like you to learn the details, which led to the deaths of our comrades. From now on, don't expect any answers from me. Li Zhongwan's face contorted with rage, though his greedy eyes never left the barrel of life essence. He barked, as the frontline commander. I order you to confess your crimes and surrender all personal possessions. Otherwise, you and your family will face arrest. Su Yu sneered. Huh? I'd rather pour out every drop of this life essence than give you a single one. We'll wait for Principal Ning and Governor Xia to arrive before we settle this. Just as Li Zhongwan was about to act, and as Shang Wanling and Bai Ruhui prepared to intervene, A commanding voice rang out from behind them. I'd like to see who dares. Vice Principal Gu Yi arrived just in time, leading a group of faculty from the Academy of Demon Spirits, elite juniors and seniors, and star emblem mentors from the Nine School Alliance. He fixed Li Zhongwan with a cold glare. This matter is unresolved. Who gave you the authority to detain a student of our academy in public, threatening a student and even their family? If this isn't addressed properly, I'll report it directly to the chief instructor. Shang Guanling gently patted Su Yu's shoulder in reassurance. Don't worry. With us here, you'll be fine. Upon hearing the news that Su Yu had returned only to be surrounded by Li Zhongwan and his men, Gui immediately called upon the Star Emblem mentors of the Nine Schools Alliance for support. The mentors arrived at the scene, their expressions grim though they had no deep connection with Su Yu. The Li family's audacious act of openly attempting to capture a member of the Nine Schools Alliance was a blatant display of contempt. Standing at the center of the crowd, Li Zhongwan exuded an air of authority. Gui, you can't frame it like this. As the frontline supervisor, I have every right to investigate anyone. Is it really a threat to merely investigate Su Yu and his familial connections? If he has a clear conscience, why resist the investigation? He swept his gaze across the crowd. Everything I've done is lawful and justified. On the contrary, Su Yu defied orders in the military camp and tried to shift the Blamido ascent that seemed far more suspicious. Turning to Su Yu, his tone sharpened. If you have nothing to do with this matter, why refuse the investigation? Do you think you're the only one being scrutinized? Even members of the Li family have undergone questioning without such defiance. If you're truly innocent, we won't falsely accuse you. The Dragonhawk guards around them exchanged uneasy glances. While the situation seemed unusual, Li Zhongwan's reasoning had some merit after all, so he wasn't the only one being investigated. Other Dragonhawk guard captains involved in the operation, as well as beast tamers from some of the Nine Pillar families, were also under scrutiny. Gu Yi, unwavering, locked eyes with Li Zhongwan. Do you have any evidence to accuse Su Yu? The intelligence he provided has been verified as entirely accurate, and we've successfully rescued thousands of comrades. Moreover, when the battle broke out, Su Yu was engaged in fierce combat with the enemy in Wangxian Forest, hundreds of kilometers away. How could he collude with the enemy? As a student of Moling Academy, any investigation should fall under our jurisdiction. What gives you the right to overstep your authority? Li Zhongwan stood with his hands behind his back. He is also a member of the Dragonhawk Guards. As the supervisor, I naturally have the authority to intervene. This is merely a routine investigation, not a formal indictment. You are welcome to send representatives to observe. Behind the scenes, the real contention had already shifted far beyond the issue of Su Yu's custody. Li Zhongwan's initial aim was to publicly tarnish Su Yu's reputation as a prelude to his subsequent plans. Someone had discreetly recorded the entire confrontation, intending to edit and release it in Modu to align with Li Zhongwan's maneuvers in the Demon Abyss. However, upon seeing the barrel of life essence Su Yu brought, greed flared in Li Zhongwan's heart. Such a strategic resource should be allocated by the Grand Xia dynasty. As a key member of the Nine Pillar families, the Li family naturally deserves a larger share, he calculated silently. Additionally, Su Yu's actions in dismantling the Wong family had belatedly revealed their ties to an important plan involving the Li family and Sichuan. Gui let out a cold laugh. I think you're just after the life essence in Su Yu's possession. If an investigation is necessary, our academy can safeguard his personal belongings while you observe our internal review. Li Zhongwan's expression darkened. Su Yu is one of yours, and your bias will compromise the investigation. His personal belongings must be examined. Evidence is just as critical as his testimony. Standing beside Su Yu, Alia's eyes burned with fury at the pointed accusations, her emotions like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Sensing her agitation, Su Yu quickly stepped in front of her, signaling for her and the others to remain silent. He needed a moment to clear his thoughts and determine if there was any crucial clue he might have overlooked. Just as the tension between the two sides reached a breaking point, a beam of golden light streaked across the horizon. Xia Tingjin descended steadily in front of the command post, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd with an unspoken authority that compelled everyone present to lower their heads instinctively. Governor Xia. The crowd greeted him in unison with a respectful bow. Xia Tingjin's expression remained cold as he spoke, his voice calm yet commanding. What kind of decorum is this, arguing in front of the command post? Li Zhongwan, Gu Yi, silence yourselves immediately. Although his tone was measured, it was enough to make the Li family members and the Star Emblem mentors restrain their magical energy at once. Xia Tingjin's piercing gaze then fell on Li Zhongwan. Zhongwan, this matter has yet to be resolved. Your unilateral declaration to make an arrest was excessive. You're fined 6 months' salary. Li Zhongwan opened his mouth to protest but, upon meeting Xia Tingjin's sharp eyes, could only reply in a low voice, understood. Xia Tingjin's gaze softened slightly as he turned to Su Yu. Su Yu, according to protocol, you'll need to undergo an investigation. However, Rest assured, I've assigned Lingya to oversee your custody. Aside from me, you can refuse to answer anyone's questions. Your personal belongings will remain under your own care. Rules must be followed, but I assure you, I won't let you suffer any unjust accusations. Is that acceptable? Suyu glanced at Gu Yi, who gave him a subtle nod of reassurance. You can trust Governor Xia, Gu Yi said. Understood. They'll comply, Suyu replied. Xia Tinjin immediately instructed Battalion Commander Li Lingya to take Suyu into custody, a move that clearly demonstrated his goodwill. He then addressed the crowd. What are you all standing around here for? There are injured people waiting for treatment, and the crisis at the front line hasn't been resolved. Do you all have nothing better to do? His words dispersed the crowd in an instant. On the way to the 1st Battalion's base, Li Lingya reassured Suyu. Suyu, and the rest of you, come with me. Don't worry, we won't make things difficult for you. Shang Guanling also offered words of comfort. Suyu, don't worry. Your mentors won't let you be falsely accused. In the room prepared for them, Alia and Kong Huanyuan were visibly anxious, while Chu Xianyin looked utterly bewildered. Suyu, lying on the bed, appeared surprisingly calm. Don't look so worried. Let me think for a moment. When Kong Huanyuan mentioned the possibility of that demoness being involved, Suyu immediately dismissed the idea. No, I don't think so. Alia, Huanyuan, from your perspective, would humans ever be important enough to sacrifice your own lives for? Kong Huanyuan shook her head but added, except for you. Suyu gently rubbed her earlobe. I need to clarify some things. Let's wait. They'll ask Governor Xia later. If my guess is correct, that little demoness is probably more anxious than I am right now. Also, I've realized something. Alia Wang Yu and Hua Yingren might not be the real masterminds behind all this. What? Alia and Kong Huanyuan stared at him in shock. Suyu's eyes burned with determination. The true conspiracy, the real mastermind, may not have revealed themselves yet. Meanwhile, in the city lord's mansion of Zishuan City's demon fortress, Qi Mayan was furious. She roared at Shirgu. Shirgu, who gave you permission to secretly contact other city lords and set up an ambush? Who authorized you to start a war without consulting me? Ninth Highness, this information came from within the human race. The opportunity was fleeting and are you teaching me how to do my job? Qi Mayan cut him off, her anger barely contained. A mere 10,000 humans. If Suyu wanted them, they could be handed over. The proud demons never stooped to breaking their promises. What worried her more was the possibility that Suyu might think this was all her doing. When Shirgu and Tang Qian excitedly reported their achievement to Qi Mayan, it felt like a thunderclap exploded beside her ears. Her legs went weak, and she could barely stand. She had repeatedly warned them not to act on their own initiative and to wait for her next orders. Yet here they were, their reckless actions leaving her trembling uncontrollably. If Suyu found out about this and suspected her involvement, no amount of explanation would clear her name. What made matters worse was the absurd truth behind their actions. Shirgu had acted on intelligence from within the human ranks. The entire operation had been requested and paid for by the Xia dynasty humans themselves. How on earth was she supposed to explain this to Suyu? To convince him that humans had willingly orchestrated an attack on their own people? But then, a thought struck her. That infuriating man, Suyu, was exceptionally sharp. If she could prove her innocence, he wouldn't turn against her so easily. After all, their relationship was one of mutual entanglement. Suyu might be capable of flipping the table, but doing so would expose his collaboration with the demon race. While that might align with human strategic interests, it would betray human sentiment. That fool wouldn't be so reckless. Having reasoned this out, Qi Mayan immediately hardened her expression and sternly reprimanded them. Idiots! Your foolish, unauthorized actions have completely disrupted my carefully crafted plans. And now you have the audacity to come here seeking credit. Shirgu and the other demons immediately shrank back, trembling in fear and shock. But Shirgu, quick-witted as ever, stammered, Your Highness, please spare me. I was foolish. But could it be that the humans paid us to act for some ulterior motive? Qi Mayan's mind raced, and she quickly followed his lead. Only now do you realize? Planting a few trusted agents within such a large force to carry out covert missions at the origin grounds is hardly difficult. Those hypocritical humans didn't dare make a move openly, so they pretended to hire you as mercenaries. And yet you... The bird sovereign and the insect sovereign exchanged a glance. Though skeptical, they couldn't entirely dismiss the possibility. After all, the ninth prince had disappeared for a period, likely to make secret arrangements. Furthermore, taking this opportunity to weaken or even annihilate fringe races aligned with the demons was consistent with the demon race's hidden objectives. Convinced, they nodded solemnly, as if the explanation was irrefutably true. Qi Mayan, her anger still blazing, demanded, Tell me, how should I reward you for this brilliant achievement? Shirgu's face darkened even further though, as a bloodthirsty ant demon, His face was naturally dark to begin with. About 2 hours later, Xia Tinjin entered the room. The three women were gathered around a brazier, roasting sweet potatoes, tactfully refraining from interrupting Su Yu and Xia Tinjin's meeting. This was Su Ye's first private discussion with a key figure of the Xia dynasty. Xia Tinjin wasted no time, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. There's no need for an investigation. I already know you haven't betrayed the Xia dynasty, nor have you betrayed the Dragon Eagle Guard. But something has transpired between you and the ninth prince of the demon race, hasn't it? His sharp gaze seemed to pierce through every layer of pretense, as if he already knew the entire truth. Su Yu did not deny it. How did you know? He asked. Xia Tinjin remained calm, his gaze sharp. Analysis. Moreover, just now, news arrived from Zishuan City. The city lord Shirgu had his arm severed, and the disaster demons in the abyssal cavern have completely retreated from Qingshi Gorge. For now, this battle has come to an end. He paused briefly, then added meaningfully, I believe this is the ninth prince extending an olive branch to you. You must hold some kind of secret about him. Otherwise, he wouldn't go out of his way to convey his goodwill to you. Su Yu's eyes lit up. These high-ranking humans were truly astute, capable of deducing so much from just bits of information. The ambush was definitely not his doing. Of that I'm certain, Su Yu said with a slight nod. Xia Tinjin was silent for a moment. Seeing that Su Yu had no intention of revealing the ninth prince's secret, he simply said, I understand. You used this secret to secure his protection for tens of thousands of hostages, but you must tell no one about it. Su Yu marveled inwardly at how this man, with just a few words, seemed to recreate the entire situation vividly. If not for the humans being significantly weaker than the demons of the abyssal cavern, these shrewd individuals might have already had the demons dancing in the palm of their hands. Xia Tinjin's eyes glimmered. From a procedural standpoint, their accusations of you colluding with the enemy are not baseless. But as the sages of old said, actions speak louder than intentions. The fact is, your actions saved tens of thousands of hostages and their families. You are a hero of Great Xia, a hero of the Dragonhawk Guards. For that, I salute you. He handed Su Yu a document. Su Yu skimmed through it quickly, his expression darkening. But even heroes can't fight against authority, can they? Su Yu remarked. Xia Tinjin did not refute this. The document detailed the investigation and handling of the Wong and Ishikawa families. The Wong family had been uprooted entirely, with members like Wang Yu and Wang Feng all apprehended, though the family head Wang Changlin and battalion commander Wang Ziyuan remained at large. As for the Ishikawa family, all members within Great Xia's borders had been arrested. Even before Great Xia could demand accountability, Hana's coronation had already severed ties, handing over their Ishikawa family members to Great Xia and expressing willingness to pay reparations. That's it. Su Yu sneered. What about the traitor in the Blood Spirit Squad? The Li family is clearly involved. Why is there no follow-up? Xia Tinjin nodded silently. The document also mentioned that in the rescue mission, half of the demigod-level fighters were from the Li family. Why involve the Li family in the rescue? Couldn't they have been kept in the dark? Su Yu pressed. Unfortunately, Xia Tinjin replied, this is the military. It's the Great Xia's 9 guards, not a private militia. Everything must be done by the book. I don't get it, Su Yu said with a bitter laugh. What's the point of all this? Just to target me? Xia Tinjin's expression remained unchanged. Yes and no. The tragic loss of thousands of lives is just a pawn in their game of power. The target isn't just you, it's the entire 9-school alliance, perhaps even the Academy Alliance and the Great Xia's 9 guards. When something this big happens, someone has to take the blame. You, me, and everyone involved won't escape unscathed. He sighed. It was my oversight to involve you in this mess so early. You should understand, the rise of the Beast Taming University and the Great Xia's 9 guards is a phenomenon of just the past 20 years. In contrast, the Abyssal Cavern has a far longer history. Why is the Li family called one of the 9 pillar families? Because they truly were once the pillars of Great Xia. It's only in recent years that their influence has been waning. He added with a meaningful look, the taste of power, once you've had it, you can never let it go. Originally, they were the main force resisting the demonic abyss. These children from the beast taming families were naturally gifted to become beast tamers, supporting 80 of the Great Xia Empire's strength. However, 20 years ago, a brilliant Grand Chancellor emerged and established the Beast Taming University system, completely changing everything. The awakening ceremony that Xia Tinjin mentioned costs an enormous amount every year, but it has given countless ordinary people the opportunity to become beast tamers. With 9 prestigious schools and over 60 regular beast taming academies, the rate of talent cultivation has far surpassed the pace at which the noble families can produce offspring. In just 20 years, these beast tamers of humble origins have already occupied many critical positions. The power and resources of the 9 pillar families are undergoing an irreversible decline. What makes it even harder for them to accept is that, in the past 3 years, the title of the most promising talent in Great Xia has, without exception, gone to individuals from common backgrounds. At this point, Xia Tingjin cast a meaningful glance at Su Yu. Su Yu listened quietly, and clarity dawned upon him. As the most promising talent in Great Xia today, he had a deep-seated grudge against the Wong family, a subordinate of the Li family, and his attitude toward the Li family was extremely hostile. This was the fundamental reason why they could not tolerate him. What about the Lu family? Could it be that Lu Xian and the others? Before Su Yu could finish his sentence, Xia Tingjin shook his head and interrupted. The 9 pillar families are divided into 2 factions. Commander Lu and the Yin family belong to the cooperative faction, advocating for adapting to the current trends and jointly resisting the demonic abyss. In contrast, the Li family and the Pei family are part of the noble faction. Su Yu took a deep breath. I understand now. The military and the Academy alliance might protect me, but they won't investigate the truth, let alone act against the Li family. Because neither the deceased nor I are as important as the Li family, is that correct? Xia Tingjin remained silent. This was the harsh reality. These matters would be documented and only brought up again when Great Xia no longer needed the Li family. It was an unavoidable compromise because the safety of the demonic abyss defense line took precedence over everything else. If the defense line were to fall, it would result in catastrophic casualties, just like the volcanic demonic abyss in Sakura Nation, which caused tens of millions of deaths. No one dared to take that risk. In just one battle, the Li family sent out 3 mythical level tamers, 16 demigods, and countless elites. This was the weight they carried in Great Xia. Su Yu bit his lip lightly, but eventually said calmly, I understand. Xia Tingjin offered some comfort, saying, but you don't need to worry too much. They wouldn't dare to deal with you openly, as it would provoke everyone. At most, they aim to use this incident to push you out of the Dragonhawk Guard, stripping you of the support from the military and the 9 guards of Great Xia. While the final outcome remains uncertain, considering your significant contributions, I can promise you a slightly unconventional favor. Although the Li family spread rumors accusing Su Yu of potential betrayal, the Dragonhawk Guard, the governor's office in the Demon City, and the Academy Alliance's mentors were still deeply grateful to him. Even after suffering an ambush and heavy losses, he managed to save many lives. Su Yu remained silent for a long time before fixing his determined gaze on Xia Tingjin. I remember the teacher once said that Sklash trainees have the privilege to form a beast squad. If bending the rules slightly is allowed, then I want to form a beast corps. Xia Tingyin's face froze instantly, and his fingers unconsciously tapped the table. Bending the rules slightly? This is outright breaking them. A beast squad is no more than 50 members, while a beast corps is on the scale of 500. Such a force falls under the dual jurisdiction of the Grand Xia military and the Pet Beast Association. While it carries some private elements, being authorized to form one is an exceedingly rare privilege. The corners of Su Yu's mouth lifted slightly. I don't want anyone else. I just want the 5,000 people we rescued. 5,000? Xia Tingyin's voice rose sharply, his lips twitching violently. An overstaffed beast corps 10 times the size? That's equivalent to 1/4 of the Dragonhawk Guard's Beastmaster force. This is absolutely impossible. The military will never approve it. Su Yu's eyes grew deep and resolute. He had come to understand the root of the Li family's unchecked arrogance. Their immense power and influence, a weight that tipped the scales in the Grand Xia. Their very foundation was violence. No matter how strong one individual might be, it was nearly impossible to shake such a colossal entity. Many would choose compromise, but Su Yu refused. What you can't do, what you're afraid to do will. Su Yu's voice was icy. For Alia, for my family, for the innocent souls who died unjustly, I must dare, and I must succeed. His expression was calm, like an emotionless mask. Xia Tingjin suddenly realized that the young man before him had undergone a profound transformation in an instant. He was no longer the impassioned boy he had known, but a strategist with unfathomable depths. Don't worry, Governor Xia, Su Yu said calmly. I won't put you in a difficult position. I have something to offer the Grand Xia military in exchange for their approval on this matter. What is it? Xia Tingyin's eyes narrowed slightly. Su Yu raised a single finger. A Passagia route connecting the Calamity Abyss to the Thousand Lakes Abyss. As the commander of the Dragonhawk Guard, you should understand its value. Xia Tingyin's breathing quickened. This seasoned commander, accustomed to life-or-death situations, was visibly shaken. Such a passage could allow the Grand Xia to potentially eradicate 2 major abysses or at least secure a decisive advantage, as they had with the Eternal Abyss. After a lengthy discussion, Xia Tingjin ultimately agreed to Su Yu's request but capped the number at 3,000, subtly hinting that Su Yu could quietly expand the corps after its formation. As Su Yu was about to leave, Xia Tingjin remarked meaningfully, You're far more mature than I imagined. No, I should say, the person you are now is no longer a hero. In a way, the Li family succeeded. They managed to kill the heroic Su Yu and left behind a devil. At the same time, in Qingshi Gorge, at the Li family camp, Li Zhongwan sat inside the tent, his expression displeased as he looked at Li Zongsheng. Brother Shang, I followed your instructions. Didn't you assure me that Xia Tingyin and Ning Hanwen wouldn't make it back? He rubbed his temples and explained. Our original plan was to take advantage of Xia Tingyin's absence to stir up internal conflict. Using Su Yu's disobedience as an excuse, we intended to provoke Gu Yi and the others, escalating the situation into a full-blown camp infighting. Combined with the mishap during the hostage rescue operation, we could have pinned 2 charges on them and eliminated both Su Yu and Xia Tingyin in one fell swoop. Li Zongxing shook his head helplessly. Who could have predicted that the lords of the 6 demon cities would suddenly withdraw their troops? With no pressure on the front lines, he could come and go as he pleased. He sighed. What a pity, leaving so much life essence in Su Yu's hands. After all, isn't this struggle ultimately about power and resources? He then added, still, expelling Su Yu from the Dragonhawk Guard shouldn't be too difficult. Someone has to take responsibility for the failed operation. Since it was his plan and required the cooperation of the entire Calamity Zone, even if he's innocent, he can't completely escape accountability. Li Zongwan leaned wearily against the reclining chair. Brother Shang, I'm not at the mythic realm, so I don't quite understand why go to such lengths to deal with a junior. It was only yesterday that I learned the family had the Hanakura people commission the Wong family to capture that Shindai vampire. Was all this really necessary? Li Zongxing immediately became alert. He waved his hand to isolate the space within the tent and lowered his voice. Keep your voice down. He spoke sternly. Zongwan, imagine if, in the future, your children were stripped of their priority for awakening talents, denied their share of steer talent serums, excluded from the allocation of upper-tier beast resources, and forced to start on the front lines as cannon fodder, unable to hold their heads high even before a mere captain. Would you accept that? Absolutely not. Why should we accept that? Li Zongwan shot up angrily. Li Zongxing shrugged. Exactly. The resources of Daxia are limited. Every additional share taken by the Academic Alliance, or the Daxia military, is one less share for us. Not to mention that the 9 Pillars Council includes traitorous families like the Liu and Yen families. He lowered his voice further. The family's position isn't what it once was. There's only one way to reverse this decline reaching beyond the sacred domain. And to achieve that, Shindai is an indispensable key. He continued, suppressing Su Yu and Xia Tingyin is about power that's something they can tolerate. But capturing Shindai is our ultimate goal, and that's far less acceptable. Countless eyes are watching us, so we have to act indirectly. Also, having you openly challenge them serves as a display for other families. When the Wong family fell, we, the Li family, didn't sit idly by. In fact, we responded fiercely. There must be consequences. Otherwise, where is the prestige of the great families? If anyone can uproot a noble family without paying a price, then the family system is truly doomed. We have no choice but to stand our ground. Hearing this, Li Zongwan felt a chill run down his spine as he finally understood the deeper implications. After Xia Tingyin left, Su Yu walked over to the fireplace. Alia handed him a roasted sweet potato, her lips pouting slightly. Su Yu smiled and activated his taste link ability. Meanwhile, Chu Xianin sat quietly, looking troubled and lost in thought. Chu Xuanin's face was clouded with worry, her brows tightly furrowed. Su Yu noticed and lightly tapped her smooth forehead. What are you overthinking, little fox? Su Yu said gently. Didn't I already tell you? That so-called curse on your clan is nothing but a complete hoax. He continued. Think about it. Humans may be at the bottom of the hierarchy lacking strong physical bodies or magical circuits, yet they can still contend with all the races across the heavens. Do you know why? Because humans possess something that can evolve infinitely, an endless capacity for malice. Recalling recent events, Su Yu's tone turned cold. I made a grave mistake overestimating the moral baseline of these people. Looking back now, I was too naive. Alia softly held Su Yu's hand. Little one, what do you plan to do? No matter what our master decides, we will stand by you, Kong Huanyuan said firmly. Meanwhile, Chu Xianin, munching on a sweet potato, wagged her tail in agreement. Though she couldn't fully grasp the details, she understood that those humans had done something very wrong. Su Yu spoke in a cold voice. From what Governor Xia said, it looks like I can no longer stay in the Dragonhawk Guard. I'm going to form my own Beastmaster Corps. With my abilities, I can arm anyone. The 9 extreme nether spring and the sacred demon duality fruit were originally intended for the military, but now, he paused, from now on, they'll only be used to arm my own people. We need to surpass the Li family and even the 9 pillar clans. This blood debt will be repaid with the heads of every member of the Li family. And unless they're dealt with, none of you 3 will ever be safe in Daxia. Chu Xianin sighed softly. I feel like I shouldn't have come out. The outside world isn't fun at all. Su Yu gently stroked her hair. Don't say that. It's just bad timing. When this is all over, it'll take you to properly explore the human world. There's so much you haven't seen yet. Hearing this, Chu Zuanyan's eyes lit up again, and she nodded lightly. All right, We've covered everything we needed to discuss, Suyu said, standing up. Let's go check on the people we rescued. After stepping out of the tent, Suyu turned to Captain Li, who was stationed outside. Captain Li, could you do me a favor? The governor told me to keep an eye on you and make sure you don't wander off. Li Lingya said helplessly. Can't you just stay put for a while? I'm just going to see the rescued people. I won't leave the camp, so it's not against the rules, Suyu said with a reassuring smile. Li Lingya looked skeptical. Really? Absolutely. Where could I even run off to? Finally, Li Lingya relented. Fine, but put on night gear so no one recognizes you. The group followed Li Lingya as they quietly left the first camp space. In a secluded spot, Li Lingya suddenly lowered his voice. Suyu, I heard you're planning to form a Beast Master Corps? Suyu's heart skipped a beat. How could Xia Tinjin have shared such information with a mere captain? Li Lingya gave a sly smile and put on a mask. Relax, just kidding. We have our own sources. The pavilion master said someone like you wouldn't be content to submit or sacrifice yourself as a hero. That's why we now have a basis for a conversation. He adjusted his posture and added, let me reintroduce myself. I'm a member of the Beast Division of the Windcloud Pavilion, codename Beast 11. Suyu was taken aback. This was something he had never anticipated. The trusted commander of the 1st Battalion of the Dragonhawk Guards, the seasoned soldier who once warned him to be wary of the Fengyun Pavilion, the illustrious Beast Master Li Lingya, turned out to be a member of the Fengyun Pavilion. Commander Li, aren't you afraid that I might expose your identity? Suyu stared directly at him. Li Lingya slowly removed his mask, a faint smile playing on his lips. You would have before, but now you won't. Because it wouldn't benefit you. On the contrary, I believe our cooperation will go very smoothly from now on. Even now, I have no intention of betraying Xia, Suyu said, his expression darkening. You misunderstand. Li Lingya clicked his tongue. I'm not asking you to betray Xia. Let me put it this way, though. You think Governor Xia is unaware of my actions? He needs someone to handle the unsavory tasks as well. Of course, I won't tell him about my dealings with you. Suyu's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. This guy had impeccable timing. Then pass my thanks to the Beast Pavilion Master. For a moment, I thought I was doomed. If it weren't for the Beast Pavilion Master striking him into the icy pool, he wouldn't have discovered that special passage without Chu Zuanyan's help. No need for that. Li Lingya nodded slightly and pulled something from his sleeve. The Pavilion Master anticipated that you'd want to thank him, so he asked me to give this to you. It was a mask engraved with a lion emblem, marked Beast 99 at the center of the forehead. There's no need to swear an unbreakable oath to the Fengyun list. If you believe you're a member of the Fengyun Pavilion, then you are. If you don't, then you're not. Is that even possible? Don't look at me, I don't understand it either. Li Lingya shrugged. That's all I have to say. In the future, if you need our help with anything, as long as you can afford it, nothing is off the table. Anything? Yes. What if I wanted to wipe out a family like the Li clan? Li Lingya frowned and quickly pulled out a piece of beast hide parchment to check. It's possible. Let me see. 20 divine demon seeds, plus. He abruptly put the parchment away. Never mind. Although Suyu had no idea what divine demon seeds were, he was certain he couldn't afford them. Then how about delivering a letter for me? To whom? The 9th prince of the demon clan. Of course, esteemed customer. 100 drops of life essence, Li Lingya replied cheerfully. That's expensive. The delivery itself isn't costly, but the recipient is a bit dangerous. Suyu sneered. Ha, do you really think I would trust you? Haha. Li Lingya's expression grew serious. You don't have to trust the Fengyun Pavilion's stance, but you can't deny its transactional integrity. If we can't deliver, we won't accept the job. But once we take it, we'll swear an unbreakable oath. Don't keep harping on about stances with the Fengyun Pavilion. Tell me, which drop of life essence bit from humans or demons is noble? Which is vile? Suyu nodded silently. The oath sworn to the Fengyun list gave him a measure of reassurance. He quickly pinned a letter, and Li Lingya swore an oath to the Fengyun list in front of him. A faint golden light gathered at his heart. Any violation of the oath would result in the destruction of his soul. Li Lingya placed a finger to his lips. The deal is sealed. As Suyu prepared to hand over the 100 drops of life essence, he hesitated for a moment. Wait, can we send it cash on delivery? As soon as Li Lingya finished speaking, Suyu raised an eyebrow. Having a big family and business doesn't mean you can squander money like this. Chi Mayan, that rich lady, is far wealthier than you. Li Lingya's expression turned peculiar, but he eventually nodded in agreement. All right, fine. Cash on delivery it is. He paused, then pulled out a small bottle from his pocket. Better send this along too, just to avoid her throwing a fit. After handing over the items, Li Lingya patted Suyu on the shoulder. Apart from me wearing a mask to meet you, we're still comrades. Take care. Suyu shook his head with a wry smile. The schemes of the Fengyan Pavilion were precise and calculated. They knew Suyu wouldn't sacrifice himself easily, treating him as a potential bargaining chip or even a future ally. Behind him, the three women exchanged glances. Alia couldn't help but imagine the expression of that little demoness upon receiving the letter, only to find out she had to pay the shipping fee. A small smile crept onto her face. The group soon arrived at the refugee camp. Over 5,000 survivors were gathered there, and they were far from ordinary vacant expressions, mutilated bodies, all bearing the scars of captivity. Even more heartbreaking was the state of their minds, utterly broken. It was no surprise, as just when hope seemed within reach, a sudden ambush had taken the lives of half their companions. Kong Huanyuan frowned and asked, "Master, will this work?" The physical wounds might be healed by Sister's undying power, but their mental state. That's precisely why I chose them, Suyu replied firmly. Do you know what burns the brightest in the hearts of people who have suffered so much? Hatred, Alia interjected. Suyu nodded in agreement. Exactly. Whoever can ignite the flames of hatred in their hearts will turn them into fearless warriors. Among them, there may be some who surrendered, but I only need 3,000 enough to select from. More importantly, there's no influence from noble families here. Those people have already been taken away. Kong Huanyuan nodded slightly. This group indeed had a pure stance. Suyu walked to the center of the training grounds, and his presence immediately caught everyone's attention. Some craned their necks, hoping to see relatives coming to their rescue, only to shrink back in disappointment. Ahem. Suyu cleared his throat. Everyone, perhaps you've heard my name. I am Suyu. The name was like a bolt of lightning, causing everyone present to look up in unison. Even those missing limbs struggled to stand, for they all knew it was this man who had risked his life to rescue them from Qingyan City. You are really? Someone stammered, trembling. Suyu gave a slight nod. Yes, I know you're confused why, after barely escaping the enemy's clutches, did you almost lose your lives in Qingshe Gorge? I deeply regret not doing better, allowing some heartless individuals to take advantage of the situation and only managing to save half of you. To those people, your lives and my efforts are nothing more than pawns in their power struggles. Even while trapped in the enemy camp, I believe none of you betrayed Daxia. Neither did I. Yet what we received in return was a field of corpses and tarnished honor. Many advised me to endure, saying those people are as important as mountains to Daxia, and that I should prioritize the bigger picture. Suyu's voice grew stronger. But I refuse to swallow this humiliation. I am weak and alone. I can't settle this blood debt or this pain on my own. That's why I'm forming a Beastmaster Corps. Using the blood and flesh of our enemies, the lives and souls of those hypocritical, self-righteous tyrants who see themselves as chess masters, we will commemorate our revenge and triumph the Night Banquet Beastmaster Corps. Countless vacant stares began to refocus. The glimmer of hope that had just been ignited was mercilessly extinguished, leaving hearts filled with fear of both humanity and the beasts. Yet beneath that fear lay a deeper, uncontainable fury and resentment. Suyu's voice broke through the silence. The purpose of the night banquet is revenge, to roar against those despicable humans and the ghost-faced fox still roaming freely in Qingyan City. He scanned the crowd. Now, will you choose to become warriors reclaiming your dignity, or cowards clinging to a hollow survival? He paused briefly before continuing. Some of you might say, Suyu, I just want to live. I'm too tired to fight anymore. Yes, life is precious. But for us of the Grand Xia, there is something even more valuable than life, our dignity. Suyu's voice grew sharper and more resolute. As long as Qingyan City stands, your enslaved dignity will never be restored. Those who tower above us will continue to dictate your lives as they please, and your so-called dignity will remain an illusion. If you cannot personally take vengeance on your enemies, then your dignity has never truly existed. Pleading and running away won't earn you dignity, nor will it protect your lives. Empty slogans and expressions of outrage are the actions of cowards. We must pierce their throats with the blades in our hands and trample upon everything they hold dear. He raised his voice. Tell me, will you follow me? Let's stake everything, our hatred and our dignity, and savor this feast of vengeance before our lives come to an end. Among the once apathetic crowd, it was as if sparks had ignited in every heart. While many had considered fleeing or hiding, who could truly forget the humiliation of those years? As Suyu had said, so long as the ghost-faced fox tribe existed, their dignity could never be reclaimed, and their lives would remain under someone else's control. At that moment, a one-armed man stepped forward, his voice choked with emotion. Suyu, my name is Zhou. I was the captain of the 7th Company, 8th Battalion of the Dragonhawk Guard. 90% of my unit perished in battle. Those of us who survived are like metropolis, with no companion beasts left. He let out a bitter laugh, tears streaming down his face. Of course, I want to fight back like you said, but in my condition. Indeed, The majority were like Zhozheng, disabled and broken. The ghost-faced foxes would often maim them to force them into labor before killing their companion beasts. No matter how rousing the speech, what use was it without the strength to back it up? Suyu nodded gently, his tone warm. Of course you can, my friend. Alia raised her hand gently, and crimson light began to gather at the severed stump of Zhou Zheng's arm. Thousands of eyes fixated on the scene, watching in awe as Zhou Zheng's missing limb gradually regenerated and came back to life under the power of the undying force. Flesh, blood, and bone regrew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhou Zheng stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open. The moment his right arm was fully restored, he swung it forcefully, feeling the long-lost sensation coursing through it. His voice trembled, and tears streamed down his face. It's back. It's all back. My magic circuits have returned too. Wiping away his tears, he turned to Suyu and solemnly declared, Suyu, words cannot express my gratitude. I, Zhou Zheng, swear under the witness of the Fengyun rankings that I will pledge an unbreakable oath. From this day forward, I will follow you, Suyu, through fire and brimstone without so much as a frown. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The miraculous power of limb regeneration had unfolded before their very eyes. Suyu smiled and said, Good. Rest assured, anyone willing to join me, no matter how severe your injuries, I can heal you. He paused briefly before adding, Don't let my modest cultivation level fool you. I may not be at the top, but I do have some resources to spare. I can provide each of you with 100 drops of life essence as starting capital. With that, he brought out a large barrel of life essence. A collective gasp swept through the crowd of thousands. Life essence, a strategic resource capable of strengthening the body, was scarce even in the reserves of the great Xian'an guards. Yet Suyu had casually presented nearly 100 liters, roughly 1,000,000 drops. This was not merely some resources. It made Suyu the wealthiest individual in all of Great Xia when it came to life essence reserves. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the crowd surged forward like a tidal wave. Commander Su, my life is yours, shouted Lu Chong. Commander Su, Wei Shi, once ranked 102 on the 1,000 Ghost rankings. Just give me a companion beast, and I'll fight my way back to the top. Commander Su, Ming Qian, with inscribed talent in the Shadow Curtain formation. I can be the spearhead of the assault team. Even demigods won't be able to see through my disguise. Life, dignity, wealth, and status, everything they had lost now seemed within reach, illuminated by a newfound hope. Among the 5,223 present, the vast majority clamored to join, willing to swear an unbreakable oath. Around 700 stated they needed to consult their families first, but promised to secure their agreement. Fewer than 300 elderly or frail individuals, though eager to contribute, were forced to withdraw due to their severely diminished vitality. Even so, Suyu had Alia heal as many of their injuries as possible. At the back, Li Lingya sighed. These warriors, who had fought tooth and nail on the battlefield, were no cowards. The truly spineless had surrendered before even stepping onto the battlefield, or betrayed their comrades upon capture. Only the steadfast had endured to this moment. Suyu seemed to possess an innate charisma, compelling others to trust him. No wonder Governor Xia and the Beast Pavilion Master had placed their faith in him. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Suyu reassured the crowd. Calm down, everyone. Don't worry, I only have 3,000 spots available right now, so some of you will have to wait. But rest assured, from the day the Night Banquet Beast Taming Corps is established, no one will be left behind. Those with sufficient cultivation and talent will join the team first. For the rest, they'll distribute life essence to help you acquire resources and train. Once you reach the transformation realm, you can join us. After a detailed count, the 4,000 plus individuals willing to join included over 100 Nirvana realm experts, with the majority of the others in the transformation realm. More than 40 were Scrayed Beast Tamers. Among them, Zhou Zheng, Lu Chong, Wei Shi, and Ming Qian had accumulated enough magical energy over the years to reach the wheel-turning realm. This force far surpassed the strength of any single battalion within the Dragonhawk Guard. Typically, a battalion would have fewer than 10 Nirvana Realm Beast Tamers, and the Dragonhawk Guard as a whole only boasted a little over 300 Nirvana Realm experts. It was no wonder that Xia Tingyan had initially called it impossible to approve. Had it not been for the unparalleled value of that passageway, negotiation might not have even been an option. Standing tall with unwavering determination, Suyu proclaimed, Today, November 7th, marks the founding of the Night Banquet Beast Taming Corps. From this day forward, in Qingyan City, the Cataclysm Caverns, and Great Xia's 9 demon caverns, there will come a time when these beasts will wake in terror from nightmares in hell itself. Any enemy will become nothing more than a feast on our table. Li Lingya left the settlement camp silently. This was an unspoken understanding between him and Su Yuan's. The Beastmaster Corps was established. No outsiders were to interfere. Suyu distributed 100 drops of life essence to each person, along with a unique Itema pseudo-changing fox mask. These fox skin masks, created with the Scrade talent, strange forgeries, had greatly diminished power but remained highly practical. These masks were obtained from the ghost-faced fox, Suyu said, holding up a changing fox mask as his gaze swept across the puzzled faces of the group. By wearing them, you can alter your appearance. This leads to my first command. Everyone must wear a mask. Once we leave the Calamity Abyss, disperse and infiltrate immediately. His voice turned stern. A gathering of thousands is too conspicuous and risks repeating the tragedy of Qingshi Gorge. Act independently most of the time, and follow my orders only when necessary. As for how you choose to strengthen yourselves, I won't impose restrictions. Whether it's assassination or kidnapping, as long as it targets the forces of the Abyss, you may act at your discretion. For certain influential families that we can't confront openly, feel free to resort to covert measures. I'll provide specific targets to the designated leaders. Suyu paused, his tone growing heavier. Remember, never suffer a loss, and never get caught. I am heading to the Eternal Calamity Abyss in the Imperial capital. We will regroup there. After donning the masks, the group was thrilled to find that these abyssal weapons were unusually special. They had no side effects, and even prolonged use caused no discomfort. This trait significantly expanded their operational flexibility. Understood. Rest assured, Commander Su. A unified shout resounded across the camp. The 5,000 members had already come to see Suyu as their true Beast Master Commander. While his individual strength might still have room for growth, the fact that he healed their disabilities and promised to restore their dignity was enough to make him their spiritual pillar. Suyu swiftly began organizing the structure of the group. He divided the first 3,000 members into 3 units, each led by Zhou Zhang, Lu Chong, and Wei Shi. The remaining 1,000+ individuals were assigned to Meng Qian. Didn't you mention having a talent for group camouflage? Suyu said to Meng Qian. These people may not have official ranks, but under my command, you will be the elite vanguard of the Night Banquet Beastmaster Corps. I'll find a way to secure funding. Meng Qian clasped his fists in salute. Rest assured, Commander. 5 years ago, fewer than 300 of us dared to raid over 10,000 ghost-faced foxes, fighting for an entire day and night. If we have to do it again, I won't even flinch. That won't do, Suyu replied, patting Meng Qian on the shoulder. Sacrifices are inevitable on the battlefield, but it must never be one of our Night Banquet members. If you follow me, you only win. Only feast. You may be a battle hero, but our corps doesn't need heroes, we need devils. Meng Qian's eyes lit up as he pressed his right fist to his chest. Understood. Suyu used bonds of gratitude and loyalty to make each member swear unbreakable oaths. Within the operational command structure, he delegated authority to the 4-wheel stage unit leaders and selected 15 captains and 55 lieutenants as lower-tier commanders. In this way, a powerful force was firmly under Suyu's control in just one day. Inside the high-level conference room of Xia, a heated debate was unfolding. Old Xia, this is ridiculous. Lu Shengyuan slammed the table, his voice filled with disbelief. Letting a freshman lead a 3,000 strong beast taming corps? And with a structure 6 times over the standard size? Absolutely impossible. The room was filled with Xia's top officials. Commander-in-Chief Li Ming sat upright with a composed demeanor, Chief Instructor Qin Yuan wore a grave expression, and the commanders of the Demon Suppression Guard and Longjiang Guard were also present. Such a proposal, if leaked, would undoubtedly stir a storm among various factions. Xia Tinjin remained calm, raising his hand to signal Lu Shengyuan to settle down. Commander Lu, please hear me out. What I'm about to say is of utmost importance. It's the condition proposed by Suyu. But before that, I must insist on one thing. What we discuss here must not leave this room. He swept his gaze across the attendees, his expression heavy. There are no walls so thick that they cannot leak. Even within the Li family, one of the 9 pillars, there are many attending the Academy Alliance. The web of influence runs deep, especially. His eyes briefly lingered on Li Ming, Qin Yuan, and the others. These individuals were the hardest for him to read, particularly Li Ming, though from a distant branch of the Li family, he was estranged from them, even exiled from the family. Let's follow protocol, Li Ming said in a calm tone. The group raised their hands to take an oath immediately. Once the formalities were complete, Xia Tinjin revealed the bombshell. Suyu has discovered a secret tunnel connecting the Calamity Abyss to the Thousand Lakes Abyss. If not for the Qingshi Gorge incident, he had planned to offer this intelligence for free. As his words landed, the room plunged into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes gleamed with a mix of shock and calculation. This discovery meant Xia could concentrate its forces on any one abyss, launching surprise offensives to obliterate multiple demon cities in one fell swoop. This would not only alleviate the pressure of defending against 9 abysses, but also bring a massive influx of resources under their control. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Li Ming broke the silence. Zhangbai, What's the Longjiang Guard's stance? Without hesitation, Jiangbai responded, we must strike. The situation in Jianghe province is more dire than in the imperial capital or magic city. At this rate, even if the entire Longjiang Guard perishes, we won't be able to hold the Thousand Lakes Abyss within 5 years. Li Ming exchanged a glance with Qin Yuan before making the final decision. All right, I agree. Xia Tingjin, inform Suyu that he can allocate personnel as he sees fit, and the quota is approved. However, funding must be self-raised. Understood. Xia Tingjin nodded. Li Ming then turned to Lu Shengyuan. Warn the Li family know their limits. Patience has its bounds. Sensing the cold aura emanating from Li Ming, Lu Shengyuan responded firmly. Understood. Now, Li Ming said, scanning the room, let's move on to the next matter. Once the tunnel opens, which abyss should we target first? In stark contrast to the brutal battles in the demon abyss, the interior of Daxiao remained serene and peaceful. The streets were still bustling with traffic, shops operated as usual, but everyone's gaze occasionally shifted to the large screens along the street, awaiting the latest updates from the front lines. Public attention on the war had reached unprecedented levels. Official reports, rumors, and even fragments of speech from frontline soldiers could spark a storm online. Just the other day, a scandal broke out when the logistics company at the Qianhu Demon Abyss was found hoarding fresh fruit donated by citizens until it rotted, while frontline soldiers were left to survive on dry rations. In mere hours, this news went viral across the internet. The devastating aftermath of the Huaying Nation's volcano Demon Abyss was still fresh in memory, and nations like Milica were secretly plotting in the shadows, adding even more unease to the already tense social atmosphere. At this moment, a sensational video began circulating wildly online. In the video, frontline commander Li Zhongwan was seen sternly accusing Suyu of treason. The footage had been meticulously edited, leaving only Suyu's shocked and bewildered expression, accompanied by subtitles reading, secretly arrested by the Dragon Eagle Guard. This news acted as a spark, and the topic, Suyu a traitor, shot to the top of trending lists on major platforms in just 12 minutes. His awakening ceremony clearly failed. How could he possibly become Daxia's top genius without support from the Demon Abyss forces? Even Adam from Licca Nation couldn't surpass him. Something's definitely off here. He must be severely punished. This is a waste of our tax money. Stirred up by certain influencers, the flood of insults drowned out all rational voices. Inside the Li family residence, Li Zhongwan leisurely scrolled through the forum comments. Brother Shang, this tactic might be a bit underhanded, but it's undeniably effective, he said with a smirk. I didn't expect it to coincide perfectly with Suyu's application to form a beast taming corps. But just the previous night, a military announcement had created a massive stir among the 9 pillar clans. Suyu's formation of the Night Banquet Beast Taming Corps had been approved, granting it official status. However, all necessary resources would need to be self-funded. Li Zongxing sneered, just a mere upstart. Does he think he can do as he pleases with the backing of the Xia court? Feeding and training thousands of people will cost him billions. The expense for exotic beast meat alone will be enough to crush him. Without resources, how does he plan to sustain all these people? Me, he said, turning to someone nearby, send someone to keep a close eye on him. The moment Suyu's people leave the Demon Abyss, I want them tracked every step of the way. Li Zhongwan chuckled in agreement, of course. The champagne bottle was barely half open when Li Zongxing received a message from Lu Shengyuan. He listened to it slowly, his expression growing darker with each word. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, understood. Li Zhongwan immediately sensed something was wrong. What happened? Li Zongxing slammed his fist onto the table with a loud thud, causing the dishes and glasses to rattle. That bastard Li Ming. Does he even consider himself part of the Li family anymore? At that moment, the online uproar, which had lasted less than 30 minutes, was abruptly erased by a mysterious force. While the public was left in confusion, the Grand Command of Daxia made a rare official statement to clear Suyu's name. The statement not only exposed clear evidence of video editing and voice distortion in the circulated footage, but also revealed critical updates from the front lines. Suyu, a member of the Dragon Eagle Guard of Daxia's 9 guards, had infiltrated enemy lines, risking his life to deliver vital intelligence that saved thousands of trapped comrades in Qingyan City. The statement emphasized, heroes must not be defamed. Those who deliberately distort the truth will face severe punishment. More importantly, it highlighted Suyu's extraordinary achievements on the Abyss battleground, where he ranked 3rd on the Abyss Beast rankings, first among humans, surpassed only by the Abyssal 9th Prince and the Spirit of the Lake. This unprecedented official announcement sent shockwaves across the internet. Netizens quickly shifted their stance. Oh my god, it was all a lie. Where are those trolls now? Silent. Huh. Soon after, the Daxia 9 guards, in collaboration with regional governor offices, launched operations to arrest over 100 individuals responsible for spreading malicious rumors. These perpetrators confessed to being paid to stir public opinion, and their disgraceful actions were exposed to the public, drawing widespread condemnation online. The sudden shift caught the Li family off guard. Several media outlets under their control were shut down, and Lu Shengyuan issued a stern warning to Li Zongxing to stop stirring trouble. On the surface, the command agreed to handle the matter according to protocol, acknowledging that some of Su Yu's actions were unconventional and temporarily suspending him from the Dragon Eagle Guard. However, Li Zongxing soon realized he had fallen into a trap. After the Nine Schools Alliance tournament, Su Yu had already been granted dual roles in both the Dragon Eagle Guard and the capital's Demon Suppression Guard. The Li family's attempt to strip him of protection from the Nine Guards had backfired, as Su Yu had another safeguard in place. Rumors spread that chaos erupted at the Li family residence that night, and by the next morning, a nearby hill had been flattened to the ground. As for Su Yu, he merely smiled faintly. The opinions of the outside world meant nothing to him, and his beast-taming squad did not rely on industrial support to survive. Turning to Chu Xianin, he said meaningfully, "Do you see now, Xianin? Just moments ago, I was a traitor despised by millions. But the moment you prove your worth, everything changes. I'm a hero again. So let your clan's fate be discarded into the trash heap of history. All slander stems from a lack of strength." Chu Xianin gazed at Su Yu with her bright eyes, admiration and trust shimmering within them. Su Yu proved through his actions that strength is the foundation to defy fate. While he endured the scorn of countless people, Chu Xianin was deeply anxious, her eyes brimming with tears. In contrast, Alia and Kong Huanyuan remained calm and composed. Though equally furious, they firmly believed Su Yu could turn the situation around. And indeed, he did. Within just half an hour, all the hateful slander was completely wiped away. 2 days later, Su Yu finally received a notification from Li Linjiad restriction order had been lifted. Along with it came 2 official documents, one temporarily removing him from the Dragon Eagle Guard's combat ranks due to significant losses caused by a failed plan, and another approving the formal establishment of the Night Banquet Beast Tamer Corps. Who would have thought? After nearly a decade with the Dragon Eagle Guard, I'd be overtaken by a newcomer like you. Li Lingya chuckled as he spoke. Su Yu accepted the approval document, feeling a surge of excitement. This document signified his official entry into Dxia's power structure with his own faction. "I've taken care of your matter. Here's the reply." Li Lingya handed over an unopened letter bearing a unique seal before leaving with a faint smile. Over the past few days, Su Yu had discreetly inquired about the Fengyan Pavilion. While their methods were audacious, their credibility in transactions had always been a benchmark in the underworld. Su Yu touched the Beast Pavilion mask in his pocket, puzzled. What are they really up to? 2 days prior, in Zishuan City, Qi Mayan had just returned to the city lord's mansion to rest when an unexpected intruder appeared in her room. A shadow with the strength of the Samsara realm had somehow slipped past the notice of 2 demon lords. "Who's there?" Qi Mayan asked warily. The shadow dissipated, revealing a figure wearing a beast-shaped mask. "Honorable Abyss 9th Prince, I was entrusted to deliver this letter to you." Just as Qi Mayan reached out, the masked figure took a step back. "Apologies. The sender requires payment upon delivery 100 drops of life essence, or an equivalent treasure." Qi Mayan's lips twitched in irritation, the familiar annoyance reminding her of a certain infuriating individual. Resigned, she tossed a drop of the 9 Extremes Nether Spring. "Received. Hey, erase your letter. If you'd like to reply, just leave the letter on the table, and he'll retrieve it. Oh, by the way, the sender doesn't accept payment upon delivery." The masked figure handed her a small vial. The sender also said, "If you wish to silence anyone, this is for you. I am Beast 11. Farewell." Qi Mayan entered her own sanctuary, the Demon Cinder Netherflower, and reclined on one of its petals. She first opened the small vial, which emitted an alluringly rich scent of blood. That scoundrel," she muttered. She then opened the letter, only to be met with a barrage of scolding words that left her feeling utterly stifled. "Little Demoness, has your brain been assimilated by your pig-like subordinates?" Su Yu's letter was blunt and filled with anger. "If not for my sharp eyes recognizing pigs, I would have already exposed your little schemes to everyone in the demon lair." He continued, "I don't care how your demon clan views humans, but this blood debt must be settled. We are Anemius. There's no place for empathy. Your stupidity has already ruined our deal. Now, you must show sincerity. I need answers to 2 questions. Who among the humans tipped off the bloodthirsty ants? And why is your war so unusual, as if you're forcing the lower and middle ranks to die?" At the end of the letter, his tone became sharper. "I don't negotiate with foolish demons. You've already come close to breaking our agreement. Whether or not you respond is up to you, but you'll bear the consequences." Qi Mayan felt a wave of grievance after reading the letter. Before the Qingshi Gorge incident, her 7th prince brother had suddenly descended upon the land of calamity, leaving her unable to manage everything, which gave the bloodthirsty ants their opportunity to act. She couldn't quite pinpoint her feelings towards Su Yu. Perhaps it was the stirring she felt when he promised to help her seize the throne. a vow considered sacred among the demon clan. Or perhaps she simply didn't want to be misunderstood by him. She picked up her pen to reply, deciding to reveal the truth and even some secrets. If your side falls, the great demon will descend upon your planet. If your side wins, using humans to eliminate certain groups is also part of our plan. She paused, then continued writing. Idiot, I've just handed you this leverage. You should believe that I neither lied nor intentionally harmed anyone. The land of calamity has ceased its battles, but the land of eternity is different. The factions there unanimously advocate for an offensive. All I can tell you is that the seventh prince will take command of the eternal demon lair. You have 5 days to prepare. After finishing the letter, Chi Mayan sighed softly. Are we really just in a relationship of mutual interest? Otherwise, why does he keep calling me little demoness? Suyu quietly read the letter. Using others to do the dirty work? Chi Mayan would likely never disclose the full reason behind it. The fact that she had revealed this much already showed her defenses were weakening. Suyu chuckled. This little demoness had blurred the lines with her enemies, but he reminded himself. Until she became his pet beast, she could only be considered his adversary. He burned the letter and turned to the group. Ladies, pack your things. We're heading north to the imperial capital. We need to reach the eternal demon lair as soon as possible. The situation there isn't looking good. Alia suddenly remembered something. Wait, there's still a female attendant here. We need to check on her transformation progress. Oh, and little one, you should start preparing to break through to the Nirvana stage. She elaborated. Nirvana is the first major milestone for beast tamers, and the strength gap at this stage is incredibly significant. Suyu, knowing that even the pre-Nirvana Chi Mayan could easily defeat 20 Natsum Shoji, nodded. All right, I'll consult teacher Shangwan before we leave. The group returned to the camp, where, in Suyu's room, the twin-tailed Yinlinger was busy sweeping up the dust. The recent battles, especially the day Suyu had told them to leave while he stayed behind to hold off the enemy, had left a deep impression on her. War had changed everyone's mindset. Alia snuck up behind her and hugged her from behind. Ah! A shriek echoed through the camp. Linger, this king is here to check on your transformation progress. Oh my. Seems like you've grown quite a bit. The sensation this time felt much fuller than before. Yinlinger broke free from Alia in surprise, staring at her own transformation with a complex expression. As sequence number 19, the Moonlight Envoy, her body had undergone a drastic change. Over 280 light magic circuits coursed through her being, and the overwhelming magic energy left her with a profound sense of disbelief, even questioning whether she was still human. Most astonishing of all, she had acquired the Moonlight Envoy's exclusive S-grade talent, Moonlit Night Dance. Alia seemed to notice her unease and spoke with a sly smile. What's wrong? Still holding a grudge against me? Or are you thinking about your ex-boyfriend? Unwilling to serve me and the little one? What do you mean ex-boyfriend? Long ago and I haven't even, Yinlinger retorted angrily, only to have her mouth gently covered by Alia. TSK. Are you trying to say you two haven't broken up yet? Don't be silly, Alia said bluntly. You're already my maid now, so naturally, you follow my orders. Besides, doesn't your family seem quite pleased to see you with the little one? Yinlinger fell silent, unable to refute. It was true. As a child of an influential family, she had grown up with wealth and privilege, but that also meant her life was far from free. And compared to the once promising but now fallen genius Shi Xiaolong, the Yin family clearly favored Suyu, who had shown incredible potential. Come with me. We're heading to the imperial capital, Alia said with a smile. Last time, I let you retreat because your bloodline hadn't fully transformed. Now, you're a capable combatant, able to wield power close to that of the divine era. She added with a meaningful glance. By the way, were you really thinking about your ex? Then why are you still personally cleaning the little one's room? Caught off guard, Yinlinger turned away and began silently packing her belongings to leave. Meanwhile, in another camp, Shangguanling was cheerfully introducing someone to Suyu. Yaqing, come here. This is the benefactor who saved you. Suyu looked up to see a young woman about 1.7 meters tall, around 26 years old, with long hair cascading over her shoulders. She had an oval face and delicate features. Bai Yaqing wore a simple outfit, but her right sleeve hung empty. Thank you, Suyu, she said sincerely, bowing deeply in gratitude. Suyu quickly helped her up. No need to thank me. Shangguan teacher Alia. Summoned by Suyu, Alia raised her hand, conjuring crimson light that instantly regenerated by Yaqing's right arm, seamlessly reconnecting even her magical circuits. Shangguanling, who had finally enjoyed a good night's sleep after days of turmoil, felt her family begin to heal with her daughter's rescue. Bai Yaqing touched her newly restored arm with emotion. I never thought I'd wake up from this nightmare. Thank you so much. No need for thanks, senior sister. We're all on the same side, Suyu replied with a grin, then turned teasingly to Bai Ruhui. Of course, your father owes me so much that even, same side, won't get him off the hook. Bai Ruhua's expression instantly darkened. The dog's life was saved, but he was left with an astronomical debt. 5 liters, about 100,000 drops of life essence, along with an unidentified magical fruit and 100 drops of a high-grade mystical treasure. The amount was so staggering that even selling him wouldn't cover it. Shangguanling smiled faintly. Don't worry. I heard you're forming a Beastmaster Corps. Suyu nodded in confirmation. Then let him work for you to pay it off, Shangguanling said, pointing at Bai Ruhue. Otherwise, your ex-husband would never be able to repay this debt in his lifetime. Bai Ruhue froze in place, clearly not expecting his wife to sell him off with just a few words. Suyu furrowed his brow and pulled out a small notebook to calculate carefully. Let me see. Based on a Beastmaster at the reincarnation realm earning 100 drops of life essence per month, Professor Bai would have to work for me for exactly 66,880 days to pay it off. Rather than being disheartened, Bai Ruhue seemed to have an epiphany. Since Suyu had saved his life, he had already planned to repay him. Why not just become a free helper? Whenever you have a fight to pick, just call on me. Besides, there's no way I can pay it all off in this lifetime. You have so many good resources, and you'll definitely encounter numerous demigod-level enemies in the future. Why not give me more magical fruits and special life essence? I'll have your back. Get lost. Not a single drop more, Suyu said, his eye twitching. I'm here to discuss something serious. Professor Shangguan, they say the transition between transformation and nirvana is a significant milestone. What preparations should I make for advancing to nirvana? Strength, you lack strength. Shangguanling chuckled. Trying to break through to nirvana after just a month of enrollment? That would be shocking if it got out. But for you, it's probably worth considering. She raised her hand and sketched out 2 paths in the air. As I mentioned before, there are 2 methods to advance to nirvana. The first is refining the physical body to nurture magical circuits. When the body reaches the crimson gold realm, advancing your beast companion can pull you into nirvana, and the strength of the body determines the number of magical circuits generated. The crimson gold realm can generate 80 circuits, while the white jade realm can generate 160 circuits. The number of circuits determines the foundation of magical power after advancement. The second method is the ascension fusion path, which involves transplanting magical circuits from other races. This method comes at a great cost, with a success rate of less than 10, but it has a higher potential ceiling. The 2 methods can also be combined. According to research from the Kingdom of Laika, lower-tier magical circuits can advance to no more than 100 circuits. Mid-tier circuits range from 100 to 200, and upper-tier circuits exceed 200. Currently, the publicly known human limit is 360 circuits, achieved by combining a white jade realm body with upper-tier circuit transplants. Of course, many strategic-level beastmasters have never disclosed their exact data, so the actual numbers likely far exceed this. Suyu's expression grew serious. Only now did he fully grasp the terrifying potential of his newly awakened strength talent, Destiny Beacon. I am the tide. If upper-tier circuits could generate 200 circuits, what about circuits from an era of gods? More importantly, the Destiny Beacon could create unique magical containers capable of holding all the circuits from a divine era. Just the contributions from Alia, Kongwanyuan, and Chu Xianin could provide at least 700 or 800 circuits. Adding the 9 extremes nether spring from the little enchantress, which could elevate his body from the white jade realm to the star realm, Suyu's breathing quickened. If he could truly bring to life everything he envisioned, his magical power would far surpass that of any human. Magical power was everything. Just as Chi Mayan's overwhelming magical power allowed her demon cinder underworld flower to suppress Kongwanyuan's witch's night, Suyu couldn't begin to imagine what would be possible if his vision became reality. Shangguanling glanced at the girls standing behind Suyu, a subtle, meaningful smile appearing on her lips. It seems you've been prepared for this all along. She then elaborated in detail. There are 3 methods for transplantation. The first is becoming a retainer directly, like Yenlinger. The second involves biological dissection, but the fatality rate is extremely high. The third requires a specialized ritual performed by a beastmaster and their contracted beast. However, this last method demands a high level of trust. Without it, the ritual could backfire on the master. Plus, there are certain unspeakable complexities, so most beastmasters avoid this option. As soon as she finished speaking, Suyu noticed that Alia, Kong Huanyuan, and Chu Zuanyan's cheeks had turned rosy, their expressions slightly shy. Judging by their reactions, he quickly realized that the third method might not be all that proper. Got it, Professor. Suyu nodded in acknowledgement, then shifted gears. Although the battle at the Calamity Abyss has temporarily subsided, the threats from other abysses still remain. As discussed earlier, I need to report to the Imperial Capital's Demon Suppression Guard first. This was also a fitting opportunity after all. It was through joining the Demon Suppression Guard that Kong Huan Yuan's previous issue was resolved. Now, with his Dragon Eagle Guard status revoked by the Li family, this step seemed inevitable. Shangguanling nodded approvingly. Her gaze softened with a trace of reluctance as she turned toward Yiqing. Suyu, may I ask a favor of you? What is it? Yiqing wants to join your beast tamer corps. As her parents, were naturally hesitant, but she's been very persistent. Bai Yaqing spoke up immediately, her tone resolute. Suyu, avenging the harm caused by those ghost-faced fox beasts is my life's mission. I won't be a burden, nor will I ask for special treatment. I just want to be a part of your beast tamer corps. Without hesitation, Suyu agreed. The Night Banquet Beast Tamer Corps was in dire need of capable members, and with her Nirvana-level strength and impending breakthrough to the revolving wheel stage, Bai Yaqing was undeniably a valuable addition. All right, I have no objections. Senior sister, here is a welcome gift for you. As he spoke, he tossed her a small vial containing 100 drops of life essence. Seeing his daughter receive such a generous gift, Bai Ruhua's spirits lifted. Hey, Suboy, if my daughter gets a gift, what about this old man? Suyu glanced at him and pulled out a small notebook, teasing. Got it? They'll deduct 100 drops from your debt. You still owe me 99,900 drop. Bai Ruhue was left momentarily speechless. Professors, they'll take my leave now, Suyu said, turning to depart. Bai Yaqing nodded to her parents before following closely behind him. Shang Guanling and Bai Ruhue exchanged a sigh. Ah, they've grown up, Shang Guanling remarked. Then she added, by the way, now that Suyu is heading to the imperial capital, he'll likely encounter the international delegation. You should go, too, not just for your daughter, but also for Suyu. Bai Ruhue nodded in agreement. Yes, they'll follow along discreetly, as usual. There are too many people out there who want to harm Suyu. He's done so much for our family. I can't let anything happen to him. Although Suyu intended to keep a low profile for this journey, he still brought along Lu Xian and a few others. On one hand, it was because he trusted them. On the other, he wanted to express his gratitude to the Lu family for sending revolving wheel-level beast masters to assist in the Battle of Wangxian Forstan Act that had evened the odds against the Hua Ingrian and Wong families. Lu Xian waved it off with a smile. It's nothing, really. Just don't forget our agreement, and we're even. So you said generously, haha, this is no big deal. Forget 5,000 drops, even 100,000 drops would be fine. Lu Xian's eyes lit up, and she immediately responded, deal. Suyu was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting her to agree so readily. Seeing his reaction, Lu Xian's lips curved into a sly smile. What's wrong? Feeling reluctant now? Commander Su, your beast taming corps can't be too shabby. I can pay in cash, real estate, or other assets. That way, you'll be able to afford salaries for your team members. After pondering for a moment, Suyu realized her proposal made sense. In the end, he decided to convert part of the payment into urban assets and exchange the rest for spiritual fruits and leaves with Lu Xian. For the Lu family, this deal provided them with a wealth of strategic resources, compensating for their disadvantages compared to the Li family in this area. On the flight to the imperial capital, Chu Xianyin was like a curious child, constantly looking around. Suyu, this thing clearly has no magic, so how is it flying? The human world is so different from the borderlands. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had already forgotten the darker sides of human society she had witnessed earlier. Suyu affectionately ruffled her hair. This is human technology. See? The human world isn't all bad, is it? He then turned to look at Alia. Alia, what exactly is the method the teacher mentioned? Alia exchanged a glance with Kong Huanyuan, both showing a hint of hesitation. Finally, Alia lowered her voice and explained. Little one, magic, spirit, and the physical body are inherently one. Something we call the spirit-body unity. When spiritual energy reaches the spirit stream realm, one can briefly achieve soul detachment. The method involves true soul fusion, sharing our magical circuits with you through our souls. The sensation is even more intense than replenishing blood, but any misstep could result in severe soul damage. Suyu clasped Alia's hand, his expression resolute. No, it's not just for Xianin. After reaching the spirit lake realm, I gained its level talent. Now I can merge with all of your divine era magical circuits. Alia, Huanyuan, I need both of you to help me. The two women were momentarily stunned before realizing the implications of his words. Their eyes gleamed with excitement. Suyu then took Kong Huanyuan's hand. Huanyuan, you promised me before that once my spiritual energy broke through, you'd help me. This time, it's your turn to go first. Kong Huanyuan's ears turned red, and she murmured softly, all right, let's go to my place in the Imperial Spirit City. I'd prefer to do it there. Suyu leaned in and kissed her neck gently. All right, as you wish. Zhang Huiran and the star implementer of Emperor Spirit University had already returned to the campus and agreed to Suyu and his group's request to stay temporarily. Before long, a photo of Suyu and his companions at the university gate spread across the campus, causing quite a stir. Coincidentally, The demon suppression guards were engaged in fierce battles with the 5 major demon cities of the Eternal Abyss. Some injured students had temporarily returned to the rear to recover. Upon hearing the news, they immediately sought out Yang Shijia, a freshman who had participated in the 9 Universities Alliance exchange competition. Xiao Yang, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Is it really Junior Huan Yuan and that Suyu? Several injured students surrounded Yang Shijia, pressing him for confirmation. Absolutely. Yang Shijia nodded repeatedly. I saw it with my own eyes. Although injured, these students were all elite members of Emperor Spirit University. Among them, Guocheng, ranked 44th on the 10,000 Beast list, and Xikong Qi, ranked 108th on the 1,000 Ghost list, stood out the most. Both were exceptionally talented sophomores and juniors with extraordinary strength. That bastard dares to show up here. Guocheng growled through gritted teeth, rubbing his injured right leg. And he's staying in Junior Huan Yuan's house? Shameless. You freshmen are so useless, letting someone like him take Junior Huan Yuan away. Xikong Qi sneered in agreement. Everyone outside is hyping him up as some kind of prodigy, but I don't buy it. Sure, the wind and cloud rankings are full of outstanding talents, but there are always flukes. Everyone saw it only escaped the demon clan's 9th prince through trickery. His actual skills aren't much to speak of. This group often discussed Suyu. They believed his only noteworthy achievement on the 10,000 Beasts list was killing a Nirvana-level ghost-faced fox, something any of them could easily accomplish. The rest of his so-called feats, they claimed, were just survival tactics. Xiao Yang, go deliver a challenge. Guocheng suddenly proposed. Tonight, we'll confront him ourselves. Make sure to prepare live streaming equipment. Today, we at Emperor Spirit will expose the truth about this so-called genius. Meanwhile, inside Kong Huan Yuan's villa, Suyu was marveling at the heritage of these aristocratic families. The villa was located in a secluded corner of Emperor Spirit University, backed by a forest with a serene environment. While Lu Xian and the others lacked life essence liquid, the abundance of spiritual leaves and fruits was remarkable. Suyu had already traded enough resources to help Kong Huan Yuan break through to the Nirvana realm, or even the Samsara realm. It's not surprising, Alia explained. Rumor has it that these families are so powerful because they control a demon cave completely cleared of exotic beasts. Of course, it's just a rumor and has never been confirmed. Suyu pondered this. The rumor was likely true. Otherwise, battlefield spoils alone couldn't possibly sustain so many family members. Reflecting on his own gains from the Demon Cave expedition, he realized that while the harvest was substantial, it still seemed insufficient to support the consumption of an entire beast-taming regiment. After finishing her meal, Alia left with Chu Xianin and Yin Linger. Before departing, she gently said to Kong Huanyuan, I'll let you two have some time together tonight. Then, she gave Suyu a meaningful glance. Although Chu Xianin seemed a bit uneasy, she still followed along. After they left, Kong Huanyuan nestled into Suyu's arms and softly said, Alia may appear indifferent, but deep down, she cares a lot. So do I. Suyu gently stroked her hair. Huanyuan, you are who you are. Both you and Alia are unique to me. I'm so grateful to have met you, Kong Huanyuan said with a smile. I've never regretted choosing to stay by your side as you grow, and I'm so fortunate to have you with me, Suyu said tenderly. I love you. Kong Huanyuan leaned into his embrace and whispered, I love you too. Tears welled up in her eyes. Suyu chuckled softly, little witch, I like you. The moonlight was as gentle as water, the stars sparse in the sky, and a cool breeze rustled through the forest. A group of male students from Emperor Spirit Academy hurriedly made their way from the clock tower towards the secluded mansion of Kong Huanyuan. Can you believe that shameless Suyu is actually living there? Do you think he might not be home? Impossible. Rumors like this don't just come out of nowhere. Xiao Yang, are you scared? If you're too afraid, just stay back with the camera. Don't embarrass us Emperor Spirit guys. Guocheng, a second-year student, looked at the group of first-years with disdain. To him, they were utterly useless. Letting their academy's campus queen be snatched away on their own turf was a humiliation beyond measure. As for Suyu's abilities, he dismissed them completely. Many experienced beast tamers shared the same opinion. Suyu's third-place ranking on the Beastmaster leaderboard was highly overrated. How could someone who had just advanced to the metamorphosis realm and lacked magical circuits possibly compare to those already at or nearing the Nirvana realm? Guocheng felt smug. He had implanted 200 magical circuits from a height-year sequence, and combined with his white jade physique, he was on track to achieve the theoretical maximum of 360 magical circuits upon breaking through. Even now, his strength rivaled that of a humanoid beast, capable of tearing apart moderately strong monsters with his bare hands. Xikong Qi chimed in. Exactly. Emperor Spirit suffered heavy losses resisting the beast tide from the abyss of eternal catastrophe, all because you couldn't secure the exchange competition victory. This time, we must bring Huanyuan back. I can't even imagine how much Huanyuan must be suffering. Living with that jerk? Damn it. We can't let her endure this any longer. We're all men here. How long could anyone keep their composure in that situation? The group stormed towards the villa with righteous fury. Since Emperor Spirit was located in the heart of Xia, it had always been a safe haven. Su Yu and his companions hadn't bothered with security measures, and Kong Huanyuan, who valued peace and quiet, had chosen a location with no nearby neighbors. As a result, the entire villa stood exposed under the night sky. Guocheng volunteered boldly. I'll go first. All right, we're counting on you, old Gua. We have to rescue Huanyuan and teach that bastard a lesson. Show him Emperor's spirit is not to be trifled with. Suddenly, an unusual noise caught their attention. They turned towards the source and saw the silhouette of a familiar female figure cast on the curtains of a third-floor room, illuminated by soft light. Everyone gasped in shock. Could Suyu be taking advantage of Huanyuan? Is this really happening? No, stop. Outside the villa, the group of boys stood frozen, their jaws practically hitting the ground. The goddess they had idolized as pure, aloof, and untouchable, the one they were convinced would despise and resist Su Yu, was now behaving in a way that completely shattered their expectations. The night breeze brushed past, leaving them in utter disarray. Sikong Chi, in particular, was dumbstruck. He had just slain a dual-headed griffin at the revolving wheel realm and earned considerable merit, intending to use the opportunity to impress Huanyuan. Yet here he was, facing a scene he could never have anticipated. Breakthrough! An enraged shout echoed outside the villa. A group of young men from Emperor Spirit Academy stood there, helplessly watching the girl they idolized interact intimately with Suyu, without a trace of reluctance on her part. This reality shattered their fantasies into pieces. You've got to be kidding me! Someone roared angrily, their frustration boiling over, as if they were a bunch of clowns being mocked. Unable to endure any longer, they decided to storm in and confront Suyu. Just then, a blood-red barrier suddenly rose, completely enclosing the villa. Above the villa's main entrance, a woman dressed in a gothic crimson outfit elegantly sat on a throne formed of coagulated blood. Her jet-black wings unfurled behind her as she gazed down at the group with an air of superiority. I thought Emperor Spirit's security was nothing to worry about, Alia remarked disdainfully. Sorry, but this path is closed. As her words fell, the blood-red curtain sealed off the entire villa, leaving no sound or shadow to escape. Suyu, if you've got guts, come out and fight me. Guocheng shouted furiously. Sikongchi frowned and said, Miss, I don't care what your relationship with Suyu is. Please step aside. This is a matter between Emperor Spirit and him. Alia looked at them mockingly. Oh, a bunch of mongrels daring to yell at me. The king? You're here for Huanyuan, aren't you? Too bad, already that little guy's woman. And everything that belongs to him belongs to me. This has nothing to do with you. They're in the middle of something important and cannot be disturbed. Yang Shijia suddenly recognized Alia. Brother Guocheng. She's that vampire pet Suyu subdued last year. Guocheng and Sikongchi gritted their teeth, deciding they could no longer hold back. If you want move, don't blame us for being rough. We can't just stand by and let that demonic bastard take our academy's beauty. Attack. Inside the villa, Kong Huanyuan spoke softly to Suyu. Husband, we need to merge our souls to break through to the spirit lake realm. Suyu nodded gently. All right. The heart of the void began to form within him, and he felt the astonishing mental energy in his mind on the verge of breaking past the spirit lake boundary. The spirit lake, filled to the brim with pale blue water droplets of mental energy, overflowed its banks. Whirlpools churned on the lake surface, and wave after wave of surging tides erupted from the center of the vast marsh, breaking through the boundaries of the spirit lake and spreading outward in all directions. The intangible lake expanded relentlessly until it transformed into a boundless sea of spiritual energy. This was the spirit sea realm of mental energy. It was precisely why Kong Huanyuan had instructed Suyu to save the ethereal heart for this moment. At this stage, Suyu could clearly perceive all auras within a radius of several dozen miles. With the enhancement of the ethereal heart, his ability to sense malevolence became even sharper. Any attempt to conceal hostility would be exposed without exception. Moreover, his mental energy had grown strong enough to manipulate physical objects directly at tables, chairs, plants, or trees. He could move them effortlessly at will. Most importantly, this breakthrough also unlocked a new contract slot for a companion beast. Such mastery of mental energy was a feat that even many beast masters in the wheel or reincarnation realms could scarcely achieve. After all, methods to enhance mental energy were exceedingly rare in this world. Kong Huanyuan then proposed sharing her magical circuits with Suyu. Under her guidance, their spiritual forms slowly left their physical bodies. This was an extremely perilous process. Spiritual forms outside the body were exceptionally fragile, and the slightest mistake could result in irreversible damage. This was why very few dared to attempt such a technique. What's more, most Beastmaster's companion beasts, even in humanoid forms, were peculiar creatures, who wouldn't find the fusion of their soul with a lion, pig, or dog spirit awkward. Yet, at this moment, in the purest trust between the two, Suyu could clearly see the magical circuits within Kong Huan Yuan's body, glittering with starlight. These circuits extended from her heart, encircling her entire body through her meridians before returning to the heart, a total of 720 circuits. Humans were born without magical circuits, which was why they were often viewed as the lowest in the hierarchy. Possessing magical circuits, however, was the key to breaking through to the Nirvana realm. During the transfer of magical circuits, Suyu gained 360 of them. Kong Huanyuan quickly pushed him away, knowing that prolonged separation of the soul from the body would inevitably cause damage. Back in reality, their eyes met. How do you feel? Kong Huanyuan asked softly. I feel like my magic has increased significantly, Suyu replied gently. Can we do it again? Kong Huanyuan shook her head immediately. No, we can't. Soul fusion lasting more than 5 minutes will cause irreversible harm. Suyu had no choice but to drop the idea, taking a deep breath. At that moment, the sound of Guocheng giving an order to attack came from outside the villa. Suddenly, a bone-chilling wind swept through, scattering snow-white feathers in the air as the temperature plummeted to freezing. Wherever this cold energy passed, plants toppled, cracks formed in buildings and the ground, and even the moon and stars in the night sky were obscured by a blinding flurry of snow feathers. The group, who had been ready to act, instinctively halted. What's going on? Guocheng turned to Yang Shijia. You've seen this vampire before, right? Is this her ability? Yang Shijia froze, shaking his head hastily. No, I've never seen power like this before. Sikongqi, at the Nirvana realm, immediately sensed that something was amiss. His pupils contracted sharply. This is bad. Though this isn't a bounded field, it might as well be one. Whatever you do, don't touch those white feathers. But his warning came too late. The countless snow-white feathers, though drifting down slowly, soon filled the entire space. What was even more terrifying was their elusive nature, flickering in and out of sight, making them impossible to track with the naked eye. Before the 6 young men could evade, the feathers had already settled silently on their heads. In an instant, they lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. A pure white arc of energy was extracted from the fallen individuals, threading together like strands of silk and converging behind Alia. There, a foxwoman sat serenely. Chu Xianin. She perched gracefully on her fluffy tail, holding a crystal orb that absorbed the pure energy flowing toward her. This was the SS level ability of the Snowfeather Celestial Fox, Snowfeather Soul Purification Heaven. It could alter the surrounding climate and terrain, using the purest snow feathers to cleanse souls and draw out their power. Any living being that came into contact with the feathers would fall into an ethereal state of purity, while their extracted energy would strengthen the celestial fox. Alia's lips curled into a faint smile as she observed the crystalline energy swirling within the orb. Sister, share some with me, she said. Chu Xianin, recalling a prior disagreement, pouted and turned her head away. No way. I'm going to tell Suyu that you bullied me earlier. How could that count as bullying? Alia chuckled softly. As the two women exchanged light-hearted banter, chaos erupted among the male students of Emperor Spirit Academy outside the door. You witches! What kind of sorcery did you use? Guocheng roared. They've killed someone. The demon spirit students have killed people at Emperor Spirit. Another shouted in terror, staring at their unconscious companions whose appearances had withered alarmingly. That's not true. Chu Xianin retorted indignantly. I don't kill people if they're just unconscious. Despite her overwhelming power, the celestial fox never took lives. Guocheng and Sikongqi exchanged a glance, then simultaneously leaped into the air. Rather than dodging the falling feathers, they decided to strike directly at their enemies. Guocheng's two-headed griffin carried its master skyward, gathering holy flames in its maw. Sikongqi's three-eyed golden qilin followed closely, its trio of golden pupils emitting blinding beams of light. The holy flames and golden beams intertwined in the air, merging into a devastating surge of energy that hurtled downward. Alia raised her hands, and a crimson barrier instantly materialized, absorbing the incoming attack entirely. The blood-red brilliance illuminated the pitch-black night sky. Chu Xianin frowned slightly, baffled by humanity's penchant for violence. With a graceful motion, she stroked the strings of her guqin. The melody transformed into rippling waves, as though summoning a celestial river to cascade downward, swallowing the holy flames and golden light entirely. This was the S-level ability of the Snowfeather Celestial Fox, falling melody of the azure abyss, which called upon the power of the heavens through the sound of the guqin. The explosive clash of magical forces reverberated through the air, alarming the Star Emblem instructors of Emperor Spirit Academy. From afar, a commanding voice bellowed, "Stop this at once." Mentor Lin Li never expected to witness a fight breaking out among students in the non-combat arena at the imperial capital's Yuling University. A resounding blast shattered the tranquility of the night, igniting the fury of this semi-divine powerhouse. How could the premier institution for beast taming and Disya tolerate such reckless behavior? He darted from the clock tower and arrived swiftly at the scene, only to be met with an astonishing sight. 20 to 30 male students were ganging up on two young women. What shocked Lin Li even more was that the men were clearly at a disadvantage. Stop this at once. No fighting is allowed within the Imperial Spirit grounds. Lin Li's voice thundered as his semi-divine aura enveloped the entire area. With a casual wave of his hand, he effortlessly dispelled the snow feathers lingering in the air. However, to his surprise, these feathers seemed capable of purifying his magic, which unsettled him. Scanning the battlefield, his gaze landed on one familiar face, Alia. The other girl, however, was a stranger, and the peculiar abilities she displayed were nowhere to be found in the Imperial Spirit's records. Clearing his throat, Lin Li descended slowly to the ground. What's going on here? Fighting on campus at this hour, how do you expect this to reflect on the Imperial Spirit University? Guocheng and Sikong Chi looked embarrassed. Despite their numbers, they had been thoroughly humiliated by the two girls. Guocheng quickly explained, Professor Lin, we came to discuss something about junior student Huan Yuan with Suyu. But before we even got inside, this girl attacked us. Yes, look at the injuries we've suffered. Sikong Chi chimed in, gesturing to several of the wounded boys around him. Narrowing his eyes, Lin Li felt there was more to the story. He turned to Alia. Is that true? Alia crossed her legs and scoffed dismissively. The kid has important matters to handle. These trash aren't even qualified to meet him. Guocheng and the others immediately erupted in protest, demanding Suyu come out and apologize. Their anger only grew as they thought of what had happened to the campus belle. But Alia couldn't be bothered to deal with the noisy crowd. She casually tossed a letter to Lin Li. The kid said if any Imperial Spirit mentor shows up, pass this to Jiang Huiren or the Demon Suppression Guard. Lin Li frowned and quickly tore open the letter. The moment he read its contents, his expression changed drastically. 4 days from now, a massive beast tide will attack? Lin Li exclaimed in shock. Why wasn't something this important mentioned earlier? At least send a message to inform us. Alia shrugged helplessly. I was just about to find you, but your school students stopped me. Besides, hasn't the fallout from the leaked news about the Calamity Abyss been bad enough already? Lin Li took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He turned to face the students, shouting angrily, You bunch of idiots! Bullying 2 young girls and delaying critical military matters, is that something you can take responsibility for? All of you, go to the combat arena and reflect on your actions. Each of you is fined 500 merit points. Guocheng, Sikong Chi, and the others froze in disbelief. Teacher, why are you taking their side? That's 500 merit points. Most students can't even earn that much in a year. Lin Li turned to Chu Xianin, his tone suddenly softening. Miss, about those injured students. Chu Xianin nodded slightly and then released a pure energy, forming arcs of white light that flowed into the injured. They quickly regained vitality, as if they had been reborn. Thank you, Lin Li said with a smile. If you need anything, just let me know. Then, his expression hardened again as he scolded the students. What are you all still standing here for? Get out. The male students of the Imperial Spirit Academy left with their heads hanging in dejection. Alia couldn't resist adding, Should I go in and take a look? She spread a blood-red barrier, enveloping the entire residence. Despite her words, she didn't actually enter. Today, she didn't want anyone disturbing Suyu. She could feel the constant flow of magic within him, a sign that he had already formed his magic circuits. Little one, I'm waiting for you to fulfill my people's wish, she murmured softly. The next day, Suyu approached Alia. Thank you for last night, my wife. Alia's face turned bright red. What did you just call me? Suyu gently stroked her wine-red hair and whispered in her ear, Yesterday, Huan Yuan kept calling me husband. I thought the first wife should be reserved for you. Alia gave him a light push. You flirt. Good thing I'm not human. Or I'd never tolerate you being with someone else. She glanced at Huan Yuan, her tone tinged with jealousy. Sister, you're bolder than I thought. I didn't realize you were such a sly one. Even I haven't called him husband yet. Husband. So you said seriously, I need your magic circuits. Without them, my soul will never be at peace. Just then, the sound of a bell came from outside, followed by Lin Li's urgent voice. Suyu, it's Lin Li, the star emblementer of Imperial Spirit Academy. I need to discuss something with you. Suyu quickly changed into a fresh set of clothes and instructed the recently awakened Kong Huan Yuan to clean up the battlefield. Once everything was in order, he walked to the door and said, Come in. Lin Li stepped into the room, his sharp gaze scanning the young man before him. The urgency of yesterday's events had left no time for closer observation, and this was his first opportunity to study Suyu up close. To his surprise, Suyu was shrouded in an enigmatic aura that even his demigod-level abilities couldn't fully penetrate. A student who hasn't undergone nirvana yet. How could someone like this possess such capabilities? Lin Li pondered silently. If he hadn't personally seen Alia and the others still at the metamorphosis stage, he might have mistaken Suyu for a genuine demigod. Once they were seated, Lin Li got straight to the point. Suyu, is what you mentioned last night truly accurate? Excluding yesterday, we only have 3 days left, Suyu replied with a slight nod. The battle in the Calamity Abyss has eased for now, and Daxia's elite forces are currently being dispatched to support various locations. Based on the sequence, the Eternal Abyss's Beast Tide will likely be the next target for eradication. If we can determine their exact attack timing, we can prepare our defenses in advance and seize the upper hand. Lin Li didn't question the authenticity of this intelligence. He had already heard about the events in the Calamity Abyss. If not for an internal leak, Suyu's plan could have saved tens of thousands of beast tamers and would have been a monumental military achievement. Though the incident was still under investigation, the complexity of the matter suggested it might ultimately be swept under the rug. I understand, Lin Li said, taking a deep breath. I've only shared this information with Principal Jiang, a few Starshin-level instructors, and the Demon Suppression Guard's garrison commander. Rest assured, the Eternal Abyss is nothing like the Calamity Abyss. This is our home turf. His voice carried confidence. The Demon Suppression Guard defends 3 cities here, with 80 battalions and over 80,000 beast tamers. This is the core strength of Daxia's 9 guards. Here, we have no reason to lose. Impressive, Suyu thought to himself, astonished. No wonder people said humanity held the advantage in the Imperial capital's abyss. Such a formidable force was indeed enviable. There's actually another matter I wanted to discuss with you today, Lin Li said, pulling out a document. Although we're still at war, Daxia has passed the most dangerous phase for the moment. According to international conventions, after the exchange competition, an international delegation will visit. This group, composed of renowned young talents from global potential rankings, claims they aim to foster greater collaboration among beast tamers worldwide. They've even expressed willingness to participate as ordinary combat units under the Demon Suppression Guard. Suyu's expression darkened slightly. Wasn't this just adding to the chaos? While Daxia was in the midst of a critical campaign, they now had to divert attention to hosting an international delegation. He deliberately withheld the intelligence about the Demon Prince taking command, as revealing that it came from Chi Mayan could create unnecessary complications. This also meant that, even with the Demon Suppression Guard's advantage in the Eternal Abyss, the difficulty of this war was not to be underestimated. There's no helping it, Lin Li said with a bitter smile. Daxia's enemies aren't limited to the Abyss. Expecting humanity to truly unite is a pipe dream. It's already a blessing if they don't stab us in the back. This international delegation is likely here to gauge Daxia's strength. He continued, you're well aware of this year's exchange competition? You're undeniably the top contender among the 9 schools. The delegation's activities will involve sparring, and the hosting site just so happens to be our Empire Spirit Academy. For the sake of Daxia's dignity and our school's reputation, Lin Li hesitated slightly before adding, I'd like to ask you to shoulder this responsibility. A mentor from the Imperial Spirit faction asking a student from the Demonic Spirit faction to fight on their behalf, it's a bit embarrassing, isn't it? Lin Li stood in the classroom, his tone tinged with helplessness. However, the thought that Kong Huan Yuan was also part of the Imperial Spirit faction made him subconsciously straighten his posture. Suyu, Huan Yuan was originally from our school. When you took her away, we didn't put up much resistance. For this minor matter, surely you'd be willing to help. Suyu blinked, the corners of his lips curling into a faint smile. Compared to the underhanded dealings in Qingshi Gorge, the confrontation during the exchange competition when he took Kong Huan Yuan away was trivial. Besides, as of yesterday, Kong Huan Yuan was now his woman. Let's talk terms then, Suyu said, raising an eyebrow. The international delegation's lineup isn't weak. Adam from Lika, Arthur from Plantagenet, Christina from Fleur-de-Lys, and Alexandra from the Bear Kingdom. None of them are easy to deal with. Lin Li sighed, rubbing his forehead. Cut it out. Where's that innocent look in your eyes gone? But he knew the truth. Ever since their strongest player, Kong Huan Yuan, left, the first-year students lacked anyone capable of taking on such a challenge. All right, what are your terms? It's just a small favor for you, Suyu said earnestly. Mr. Lin, which exotic beasts in the Eternal Abyss have materials best suited for forging abyssal armaments? Lin Li pondered for a moment. The golden eye of the 3-eyed golden Kylan and the fire python heart of the Crimson Python clan are the most suitable. Materials dropped by Nirvana-level beasts are ghost-tier treasures, while those from Samsara-level beasts are dragon-tier. You're not at Nirvana yet, so you should only be able to use ghost-tier materials. Suyu's eyes lit up. No, Mr. Lin, I need you to capture a live, 3-eyed golden Kylan and a Crimson Python at the Samsara level. If you can do that, I'll take the job. He remembered clearly that his thousand-form mask was crafted using the blood crown to force an exotic beast into a state of loyalty before it self-destructed. This type of magical weapon not only had no side effects but was also incredibly powerful. It was what had allowed him to escape from Chi Mayan multiple times. If he could forge 2 Dragoneer armaments, he could then use peculiar replicas to craft ghost-tier weapons. Once he reached Nirvana, the Dragoneer armaments would be directly usable. Linley found this strange. Dragoneer weapons are fine, but why capture them alive? That's much harder than killing them. Can't I just bring back the materials after killing them? No, they must be alive, Suyu insisted firmly. Though puzzled, Linley didn't press further. Fine, I agree. Suyu immediately responded. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, serving the Great Xia is my unquestionable duty. I won't let the Imperial Spirit faction lose face in front of the international delegation. Linley sighed to himself. War truly changes everyone. Students nowadays are far too pragmatic. All right, just make sure you're prepared. The international delegation arrives tomorrow, so it won't delay your trip to the Eternal Abyss. Understood. Meanwhile, on an international flight, Adam Smith, I heard you're coming just for Suyu of the Great Xia, teased Arthur, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man. I think he's a bit overrated. Adam, a brown-haired man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, replied in a deep voice, Arthur, I'd advise you not to underestimate him. Anyone who can escape from the Abyssal Ninth Prince is no ordinary individual. Arthur crossed his legs, unconcerned. Heh, so what? At best, he's just good at running away. You and I, after all, have both surpassed the theoretical limit of 360 magic circuits as beast tamers. Arthur Marindale of the Plantagenet Kingdom's eyes glimmered with disdain. Compared to Dacia's foolish idea of pursuing nationwide awakening, wasting an enormous amount of resources and slowing their growth in the process, we made the smarter choice. We implemented a system of selection a year earlier, ensuring that us noble gentlemen awaken our powers. It's far better than squandering resources on commoners. He sneered and continued, Dacia is truly baffling. Beast-taming resources are already limited, yet instead of focusing them on true prodigies, they spread them out to everyone. The result? Their awakening ceremonies alone take an entire year to prepare, leaving their young talents a full year behind the international elites. That gap could be fatal for many beast tamers. Adam shook his head slightly, his expression calm. Perhaps. But with 9 demonic layers within their borders, Dacia has held its ground until now. You can't entirely say their approach is wrong. Their method has indeed bolstered their numbers significantly. Just a crude strategy of overwhelming numbers. Arthur snorted, then shifted the topic. Adam, what's your take on that matter? At the mention of this sensitive subject, Adam frowned slightly. I'm here for one purpose on Lido see with my own eyes whether Suyu is truly as extraordinary as the rumors on the beast rankings suggest. I'm not interested in anything else. Arthur chuckled softly. Heh. Still the same as ever indifferent to anything that doesn't pique your interest. His tone suddenly grew more suggestive. But Dacia is indeed peculiar. That Li Mu actually asked us to eliminate Suyu for them, and even promised we could take at least one of Suyu's beasts as our reward. At the mention of Suyu's beasts, a flash of malice appeared in Arthur's eyes. That vampire beast of his, it's connected to your Liquor Kingdom's Capisi family, isn't it? Your family's head specifically instructed you to find a way to reclaim it. With Dacia's upcoming demonic lair battle, we're bound to be grouped with their promising talents. That's the perfect chance to make a move. After a moment of silence, Adam replied flatly, that's your business. Seeing Adam's continued indifference, Arthur shook his head with a sigh and decided to consult with Christina of the Iris Kingdom and Amaterasu Miko from the Sakura Kingdom instead. Just then, Adam spoke again. As for your claim that Dacia is strange, I don't quite agree. My teacher once said that Dacia has both the hardest and softest people in the world. The more dire the situation, the more likely heroes will emerge. I'd advise you not to bare your fangs unless you're absolutely certain of victory. Arthur sneered, thinking to himself that this guy must be scared stiff by Suyu's reputation on the beast rankings. Turning to the other visiting talents, he said, Friends, let's not forget the purpose of our trip. A group of individuals with diverse appearances nodded slowly. The emergence of the demonic lairs had indeed plunged nations into turmoil. Some countries were forced to allocate 20 to 30 of their budgets to combat the crisis, resorting to loans and teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Others had begun abandoning efforts to conquer the lairs altogether, designating restricted zones near the lair entrances instead. While this allowed some beasts to escape, it significantly reduced costs. However, this approach also led to a sharp decline in the production of beast-taming resources. In contrast, the Great Xia maintained a tenacious stance against the threat of the 9 demon lairs. Every year, they organized large-scale campaigns, consistently capturing demon cities. This led to a continuous increase in both the number and strength of beast tamers across the nation. This phenomenon began to alarm other nations. If Great Xia is allowed to develop like this, Once the threat of the demon layers subsides, they will become an unstoppable force. Arthur said gravely. We must deliver a warning to them. We cannot let them succeed too easily in the war against the demon layers. Suyu was reviewing the visiting delegation's information and couldn't help but exclaim, all these people became beast tamers a year earlier than me. He turned to teacher Lin and asked, why did the kingdom of Lika only send Adam, ranked second in potential, instead of their top-ranked individual? Adam is, after all, the former 13th on the beast rankings and the highest-ranked human, Linley explained with a smile. It's said that their top-ranked individual isn't skilled in combat. That person has the vision eye, which can instantly discern someone's true gender. So, just consider Adam as their number one. Suyu thought to himself, that person would certainly be Qi Mu Yan's nemesis, though their value would be maximized in the kingdom of Lika. Alright, I'll go through this information slowly. For now, could you help me catch some exotic beasts? Linley sighed and immediately set off. Luckily, there's a war going on now, so encountering reincarnation-level exotic beasts is still manageable. After Linley left, Suyu lay on Alia's lap and said smugly, see, my dear wives, I wasn't lying. I've fused both of your magic circuits. Alia and Kong Huan Yuan carefully sensed the changes within Suyu's body. The blood-red and transparent magic circuits intertwined, with the energies of ferocity and tranquility perfectly fused, leaving Suyu's aura unaffected. At his heart, a magical container skillfully converged 720 magic circuits into one point. Such a level of magical power was comparable to that of the ancient divine generation. Alia said in astonishment, I thought you wouldn't be able to withstand my volatile magic circuit, which is why I suggested you transplant Chu Xianyin's heavenly fox circuit instead. It's the most suitable for fusion. Suyu gently pinched her ear and said, I must be able to handle my wife's magic circuit. As for Xianyin's, we'll deal with that later. Although my spiritual power has reached the spirit sea realm, it's still a bit taxing and he'll need to rest for a few days. However, a glint of anticipation appeared in his eyes. While my spirit rests, my physical body can break through. He took out the 9 Extremes nether spring and began calculating. It took 200 drops to break through from the mithril realm to the white jade realm, and 50 drops to save by Ruhue. That leaves 750 drops. I wonder how much it'll take to reach the star realm? With that, he unhesitatingly opened a bottle and drank it down. The spicy liquid burned his throat, and his whole body felt like it was on fire. 100 drops, 200 drops finally. His body emitted muffled sounds as fresh blood gushed out. His originally jade-like body began to shimmer with faint starlight. Magic elevates one to transcendence, while the physical body anchors one to the world. Suyu gazed at the shimmering stars above, the faint starlight weaving into a star-blue crown atop his head. At this moment, his physical body had ascended from the white jade realm to the stellar realm. Though he was unsure how many magical circuits would form upon breaking through nirvana, there was one thing he knew for certain was no longer an ordinary human. His tempered body was extraordinarily resilient. Even a direct missile strike would leave only a faint white mark on his skin. Ordinary weapons posed no threat to him whatsoever. Congratulations, my husband. Kong Huanyuan clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling with joy. At this moment, she was even more convinced that her choice had been the right one. Crossing the forbidden sea within 3 years was no longer an unattainable dream. Alia reached out and pinched Suyu's skin, nodding in satisfaction. Feels good. Our little one here has already reached the level of the divine era. While he still lacks the offensive and domain-related talents that come with bloodline inheritance, purely in terms of physical strength and magical circuits, he's comparable to a walking divine era being. She paused. Although the lack of offensive talents limits his combat power, taking down a mid-air entity like a ghost-faced fox is no longer an issue. Chu Xianying quietly observed everything. Over the past few days, she had encountered all kinds of humans, but Suyu was the only one who left her with such a unique impression. Nearby, Linger wore a complicated expression. As Alia's blood servant, she had to admit that her boyfriend's talent far surpassed that of this generation's youth in Xia. Though she had gained significant resources with Suyu's help and her body had reached the White Jade realm, the cost was that Alia drained 100 liters of her blood daily. Her thoughts drifted to Shershayalongsh wondered if he could still fulfill his promise to win her back. Stretching lazily, Suyu turned to his 2 wives. This 9 Extremes nether spring is certainly not for ordinary people. Do either of you need it to enhance your physical strength? Both women shook their heads. Kong Huanyuan explained with a wry smile. The divine era is both a gift and a limitation. We can only use specific secret treasures. That nether spring doesn't align with us. This made Suyu realize that while humans were at the bottom of the sequence, they possessed the greatest adaptability, capable of absorbing any form of secret treasure. Like a blank canvas that could accommodate any stroke, whereas a perfect painting could not withstand even a single additional line. I'm ready to break through nirvana, Suyu declared. Alia, Huanyuan, You should also pick up the pace. As for Chu Xuanin's magical circuits, there was no rush for now. He was mentally exhausted and couldn't endure another soul fusion. Besides, the bond between the two of them wasn't deep enough yet, and fusing recklessly would be too risky. The only reason he had easily gained Alia and Kong Huanyuan's magic was due to their deep love and acceptance of him. Alia sighed softly. This queen requires 10,000 liters of high-quality blood. Relying on just you and Linger isn't nearly enough. While their vitality far exceeded that of ordinary people, their blood regeneration rate still had its limits if their health was to remain unaffected. Suyu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Looks like we'll need to find new blood servants. Alia chuckled and said, well, little one, this queen doesn't drink stinky blood. I only drink the fragrant kind, like yours and Linger's. That's not easy to find, so I can only try my luck. Currently, Suyu and Linger had significantly increased the speed at which they provided fresh blood for Alia. On the blood contract, Alia's progression was now at 800100000. The two of them could supply 200 liters of blood daily, meaning it would take more than 40 days to meet the requirement at this pace. However, this relied on their vitality being abundant. If their energy weakened, they wouldn't be able to withstand Alia's Blood Queen's unlimited blood-producing ability. Suyu turned his gaze toward Kong Huanyuan and was about to speak when she immediately raised her hands and stepped back repeatedly. No forced feeding, she exclaimed. Clearly, she still remembered being force-fed spirit fruits and leaves by Suyu and Alia before heading to the demon cave. Although there were plenty of resources like spirit fruits and leaves exchanged from Lucian, a person's appetite was ultimately limited. With a playful glint in her eyes, Alia asked, hold on. Why are you so against being force-fed spirit fruits and leaves? Kong Huanyuan's face turned beet red at her words, and she glared at Alia indignantly. Last night's wild experience had left even her, usually so headstrong, with no choice but to yield. Suyu chuckled and said, all right, take your time eating. Rest up today. Tomorrow, we'll meet that so-called international delegation. At the mention of the delegation, Alia's expression suddenly changed. Little one, there's something I need to tell you. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Capital Airport, a group of over 100 members of the delegation disembarked from the plane one after another. Linley and personnel from the Lee family, who were in charge of external affairs, were there to welcome them. Leading the group was a tall, burly blond man named Brian. He extended his hand warmly and said, and I how? Thank you both for taking the time to receive us. I'm Brian from Lika Nation, leading this delegation. Li Weisheng, the Lee family's representative, responded politely, Mr. Brian, you're too kind. Exchanging beast taming experiences with talents from other nations is a shared goal. If you have any requests, please let us know. We will arrange for you to stay at Imperial Spirit University. Of course, if you'd like to participate in the Demon Cave War and contribute to Disya, you are most welcome. Brian nodded in satisfaction. Thank you very much. Linley, having been busy assisting Suyu with capturing exotic beasts the previous day, hadn't had the chance to thoroughly review the delegation's information. All he knew was that Brian was a demigod from Lika Nation, which faced the same challenge of defending 8 demon caves as Disya did. The fact that they had sent a demigod to lead the group demonstrated their seriousness. This delegation of over 100 people was composed of top-tier talents from various countries. Any mishap involving them would be a significant liability for Disya. Even within the demon caves, they couldn't assign tasks that were too dangerous, or they would face criticism from other nations. It was indeed a tricky situation. Following closely behind Brian was Adam Smith, who scanned the students behind Linley with a hint of curiosity. Hello, I am Adam from Lika Nation. I've heard that your country's Suyu is in the Imperial capital. May I ask if, in preparation for the delegation's visit, the Imperial capital had summoned the top 10 talents from Disya's potential rankings. Among them were Shi Xiaolong and Li Mu, who were also there to greet the visitors. However, this former #1 beastmaster on the human rankings seemed to have little interest in them. His focus was solely on meeting the renowned Suyu. Linley hadn't had a chance to respond when Li Mu's expression darkened. This classmate, Suyu, is currently making amends for his past mistakes and cannot attend such an event. Besides, rushing in and demanding to see him right away is rather rude, don't you think? Adam paused, seemingly caught off guard by the unexpected resistance. He hesitated for a moment, then drew a triangle in the air with a puzzled look. Sensing the tension, Linley quickly stepped in to mediate. This classmate, Suyu, indeed isn't here at the airport. However, he is currently a guest at Dilling University. If you'd like to meet him, I can take you there. Thank you, Adam replied curtly. His detached tone irritated both Li Mu and Shi Xiaolong. As 2 of the top 3 geniuses on the potential rankings, they were unaccustomed to being so blatantly disregarded. Yet this renowned beast tamer from the kingdom of Lika couldn't even spare them basic pleasantries. In contrast, Arthur from the kingdom of Broomflower stepped forward with an outstretched hand. Ah, You must be the second son of the Lee family, correct? Hello, I am Arthur Merlin, the eldest son of the Merlin family. His gesture reflected the proper etiquette expected of nobles, making Adam's behavior seem even more out of place. Li Mu's expression softened slightly as he reached out to shake hands, only to feel an overwhelming force crushing his palm. The pressure was so intense it felt as if his bones might shatter. Alarmed, he immediately activated his mithril realm energy to protect himself, but Arthur had already reached the white jade realm, a clear disparity in strength. Although Brian rebuked him with a stern, "Arthur, that's inappropriate," he made no move to intervene. Instead, he observed Li Mu and Linley with a contemplative gaze. Arthur finally released his grip, smirking as he said mockingly, "Apologies, apologies. I got a little carried away seeing a genius from another country. I couldn't resist testing your strength. It's just that when I greet Adam and the others, we usually start like this." I didn't expect. The blatant disdain in his tone made the beast tamers from Daxia visibly uncomfortable. While it was true that other countries generally began training in beast taming a year earlier than Daxia, the stark difference in strength was still hard to swallow. Seeing Li Mu suffer, Shi Xiaolong immediately stepped forward. Having advanced rapidly in strength thanks to the Li family support, he felt it was his duty to defend his benefactor. More importantly, defeating these arrogant foreign prodigies might help him regain some face in front of Yanlinger. "Your statement is incorrect," Shi Xiaolong said firmly. "True strength is proven in battle. Li Mu has trained for 6 months less than you, so naturally, his physical strength can't compare. If you're so eager to test your skills, why not settle it in the arena?" Before meeting Suyu, he had never faced defeat as a genius in his own right. Who's afraid of who? Linley was about to intervene, but Shi Xiaolong's provocation had already burst out. Across from him, Arthur gracefully pinched his chin, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "All right, coming to Daxia, I had this in mind anyway. After sitting on a plane for hours, I could use a good stretch. A friendly sparring match sounds perfect." The male and female members of the visiting delegation began whispering among themselves with interest. "Christina, do you think this impulsive young man from Daxia stands a chance against Arthur?" "Hannah, isn't that a rhetorical question?" Another woman chuckled. "According to the global rankings that our families refer to, this impulsive young man barely makes it into the top 100. How could he possibly compare to Arthur? What a shame. If he were a bit more handsome, I might have rooted for him." With the challenge set, the group immediately headed to the Emperor's Spirit Arena. Meanwhile, Suyu was walking along the street, puzzled. Why is it so empty here? Huan Yuan, is it usually this quiet in Emperor Spirit City? Huan Yuan seemed equally confused. Maybe it's wartime, and everyone's gone to the demon cavern? Suyu pulled out his phone to call Linley, but no one answered. Wasn't the international delegation supposed to arrive today? I was planning to go check it out. After asking a passerby, they learned that the delegation had indeed arrived, and Zhanghe University's Shi Xiaolong was currently facing Arthur from the Kingdom of Plantagenet in a duel at the arena. Everyone had rushed there to watch. Upon hearing Shi Xiaolong's name, Yanlinger felt her heart sink and looked at Suyu with a pleading expression. "All right, let's go take a look too," Suyu said with a smile. "Linley is probably there, and I need to get the artifact from him anyway." By the time they arrived at the arena, the battle was already in full swing. Shi Xiaolong's destiny mystic turtle shell was shattering under Arthur's relentless attacks. Although Shi Xiaolong tried to counter with powerful throws using his spear of penetration, Arthur effortlessly deflected them with his golden sword. Every strike of Arthur's sword gleamed with dazzling light, imbued with immense magical power. With a thunderous crack, the turtle's shell finally shattered, and the destiny mystic turtle let out a pained wail. Behind Arthur, countless illusory sword spirits solidified, raining down like a storm alongside the golden sword's radiance. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions echoed as Shi Xiaolong spat out blood and was sent flying out of the arena. The outcome was clear. The entire audience fell into a heavy silence, their faces filled with frustration. Shi Xiaolong had been on the defensive the entire time, unable to mount any effective counterattack. Suyu keenly noticed that Arthur's companion beast appeared to belong to the Artifact Spirit Clan, ranked number 23 in the sequence. While its raw power wasn't necessarily superior to the Mystic Turtles, Arthur had mastered the use of magical circuits, making him far beyond Shi Xiaolong's reach. Arthur brushed back his golden hair with an air of elegance and sneered. "Sai, I thought you might be, well, something more. So this is the second most promising freshman in Daxia? Your freshmen this year are really underwhelming." Arthur raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone dripping with mockery. Shi Xiaolong's attacks felt like nothing more than a light breeze to him. Each casual strike from Arthur could peel away layers of Shi's defenses with ease. When Arthur unleashed his full strength, Shi was as fragile as a feather in a storm, and soon the ground of the arena was stained red with his blood. At that moment, Yanlinger arrived at the scene. Her body trembled as she took in the sight before her. Since she had become Alia's blood donor, This was the first time she had seen Shi Xiaolong in person. Previously, they had only communicated via phone, where Shi always swore he would train hard, earn the Yin family's approval, and win her back. She had encouraged him, explaining that she was merely being used for her blood and had not been violated by Su Yu. But this reunion was nothing short of tragic. Shi Xiaolong lay on the ground, coughing up blood, as several beast-taming medics rushed to assist him. In the final moments before he lost consciousness, he caught a glimpse of Yin Linger's expression, equal parts disappointment and heartbreak. The pain in her eyes cut deeper than his physical injuries. What stung even more was the mocking look in Su Yu's eyes as he stood beside Yin Linger, as if Shi was nothing more than a clown in a farcical performance. The audience buzzed with chatter, but there was no sympathy for Shi Xiaolong's crushing defeat. Instead, his humiliating loss only sparked widespread disdain. Is this the level of talent from Daxia's new generation? The gap between them and international prodigies is shocking. I've always said if this so-called 9 schools exchange tournament is just self-congratulatory nonsense. Compared to real international elites, it's a joke. I heard he's ranked second in the country, but internationally, he barely makes the top 100. That's because other countries start training a year earlier than us. Earlier? More like you're just falling behind. What about Su Yu? Where's he ranked? Last I checked, he was barely in the top 50. The rankings haven't been updated yet, so who knows? Arthur Merlin looked exceedingly smug, relishing the thrill of crushing a foreign talent beneath his feet. While he admitted he was no match for Adam, he certainly didn't see himself losing to someone like Su Yu, who was known more for running away than fighting. Lin Li's face was dark with frustration, and he couldn't help but blame Shi Xiaolong and the others. They knew the opponents had a head start and superior strength, yet they insisted on challenging them. Now, how could he clean up this mess? Just then, he noticed Su Yu arriving and felt a glimmer of hope. Rushing over, he exclaimed, "Thank goodness you're here, Su Yu. If you hadn't shown up, I wouldn't know what to do." This Arthur from the Plantagenet Kingdom is ridiculously strong, practically at a sophomore level. I was just about to arrange for someone else to... Su Yu interrupted with a shake of his head. No need. A promise is a promise, and I'll see it through. Lin, did you get what I asked for? Lin Li hesitated, looking at Su Yu's confident expression, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Could it be that Su Yu had truly become worthy of his third place, ranking on the Beastmaster list after his trials in the Abyss? It's already been captured and locked in the Beast Garden. I just haven't had the chance to show you yet, Lin Li replied. Su Yu nodded lightly. Good. Back in the arena, Arthur Merlin asked casually, so? Anyone else want to give it a shot? I haven't even used much energy yet. By the way, I heard Daxia's top-ranked prodigy, Su Yu, is here at Emperor's Spirit Academy. Why hasn't he shown up to put on a display? The Emperor's Spirit students in the crowd wore expressions of frustration and helplessness. The crowd was filled with mixed emotions. On one hand, they hoped Su Yu would step forward and put this arrogant blonde in his place. On the other hand, they worried that if the opposing side, led by the magic spirits, emerged victorious, it would lead to an awkward situation. What was even more concerning was the possibility that Su Yu might choose to avoid the fight or suffer defeat, which would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the entire Daxia Academy. As the crowd wrestled with their thoughts, a familiar, teasing voice suddenly rang out. Just woke up and thought I'd catch some excitement. Who knew I was this famous even overseas? Arthur Merlin looked up, and his gaze landed on a man clad in sleek black attire, walking toward them with measured steps. The man, standing over 1.8 meters tall, wore a casual smile, but his deep, piercing eyes carried an invisible pressure, as though one were facing a towering, icy mountain. Su Yu. The crowd erupted in a chorus of gasps. The international delegation stirred in response. Titans of their generation like Adam, Christina, and Hannah rose to their feet, scrutinizing the renowned genius who had made his name in the demon abyss. Arthur quickly composed himself, offering a warm smile. Of course, your reputation precedes you. Who wouldn't know of the legend of the demon abyss? Among the reasons we came to Daxia, meeting you was at the top of the list. He extended a hand, his golden sword hovering beside him. So, what do you say? Interested in a little exchange? Arthur's eyes flicked to the 3 striking figures standing behind Su Yu, 3 upper echelon pet beasts, each with spiritual power at least at the Spirit Lake level. Impressive, he mused internally. But in the end, the key to victory lies in magical circuits. Without magical circuits to support those pets, no matter how humanoid they are, they can't beat me. Su Yu gave a faint nod. Sure, guests are always treated with respect here in Daxia. Please, after you. Inside the arena, the audience held their collective breath. Many silently prayed, Su Yu, for Daxia and for Emperor spirits, you must not lose. As Lin Li announced the start of the match, Arthur observed Su Yu carefully for a moment before launching his attack. His Western-style golden sword split into streaks of golden light, shooting toward the 3 women behind Su Yu. Simultaneously, a cyclone erupted beneath his feet as he opted for a direct frontal assault. Boom. Though his spiritual power and the number of pet beasts couldn't compare to Su Yes, Arthur was confident in his magical energy and physical strength. Golden streaks flashed, and in an instant, he was right before Su Yu, a smirk tugging at his lips. So this is Dacia's number 1 and 3rd on the beast rankings? Seems a bit overrated. However, Arthur's triumph was short-lived. His golden sword was effortlessly blocked by a blood barrier conjured by Alia. What shocked him even more was that as he closed the gap to within 5 meters of Su Yu, the latter's foot shifted slightly. His arms shimmered with the starlit glow of blue, and 720 magical circuits lit up simultaneously. A single punch was unleashed. Amid the swirling dust, Arthur's right arm was left drenched in blood, his fist torn open to reveal white bone. The members of the international delegation stared in stunned silence. Arthur, who prided himself on his physical strength and mastery of magical circuits, had been utterly defeated. Su Yes' words made the humiliation even harder to bear. Sorry about that. I didn't realize you were so fragile. Arthur gritted his teeth, suppressing a pained cry. The impact left him utterly stunned. Su Yu hadn't even relied on his beast companion. With sheer physical strength alone, he had shattered Arthur's defenses. The sensation was akin to punching an indestructible piece of black crystal. What shocked him even more were the star-like patterns glowing on Su Yes' body. The star realm? This defied all his understanding. The physical limit for a lower-ranked beastmaster should be the white jade realm. Breaking through to the star realm was characteristic of the wheel realm. Yet Su Yu had achieved this seemingly impossible feat. The force of the blow sent Arthur flying back over 50 meters, carving a deep crack into the ground as blood spurted from his wounds. Everything he had once prided himself on, all the self-respect he had carried before coming to the Great Ziono, transformed into a crushing shadow looming over him. The audience erupted into deafening cheers. Holy crap! What was that? Did I see that right? Isn't that the star body only achievable in the wheel realm? He's only in the transformation realm. How is that even possible? Where's that guy who was bragging earlier? Who says Great Xia's geniuses are inferior? That so-called international genius ranking is a total joke. Arthur quickly donned a ghost-grade gauntlet, and his severe wounds began to heal slowly. Since he was at a disadvantage in physical strength, it was time to unleash his magical circuits. Gripping a golden sword in one hand, he summoned his pet Beasta creature with snow-white fur, the body of a lion, and the face of a unicorn. Sequence number 68, the Snow Lion Unicorn. Frost immediately formed beneath the unicorn's feet, and hundreds, if not thousands, of ice spikes burst from the ground, creating a storm of icy blades in tandem with the golden sword. The battlefield was enveloped in a layer of frost, drastically reducing visibility and buying time for Arthur's golden sword to charge its power. Yet Su Yu merely uttered 2 words. Xian-yin. Chu Xian-yin, holding her guqin, began to play the Azure Serenity melody. The elegant, flowing notes summoned a torrent of azure waves from the heavens, sweeping away the frost and instantly dispelling the golden sword's magic. This was the Shrank, falling serenity melody. In that moment, Su Yu couldn't help but chuckle to him. Dealing with ordinary humans was laughably easy compared to the true prodigies of the abyss. The azure waves surged downward, and before Arthur's golden sword could gather power, its magic had already dissipated. Although Xian-yin's gentle demeanor meant she didn't strike harshly, Arthur was left utterly disheveled, soaked from head to toe, standing dazed like a drowned rat. The magic duel had ended in complete defeat for Arthur. His offensive was effortlessly neutralized, while Su Yes' onslaught was relentless and unstoppable. This wasn't simply the power of a beast companion. Without the Beastmaster providing magical support, a beast companion alone couldn't overpower others of its kind. Since becoming a Beastmaster, Arthur had maintained an undefeated record in his homeland. Internationally, he ranked just behind Adam, Russia's Alexandra, and France's Christina, and could at least hold his own against them. But against Su Yu, he was utterly powerless, like a mouse cornered by a cat. Spreading his hands with a hint of mockery, Su Yu said, "Heh, I feel like a onion is just too unfair for you, especially if the rest of your delegation is around your level. At least 7 of you need to come up." 7. Su Yu's voice echoed across the arena, causing an uproar. His bold declaration of a Ani against 7 challenge ignited the crowd, their cheers drowning out murmurs of doubt. In stark contrast to the underwhelming performances of Shi Xiaolong and Li Mu, Su Yu, ranked first on the Great Xia potential list, exuded an overwhelming aura of confidence. Even if he were to lose, what of it? The very act of the visiting team accepting this challenge would already be a testament to his strength. Brian squinted, caught in a dilemma. It was clear that Arthur was no match for Su Yu. The gap was simply too vast. A 7-0 assault, even if victorious, would tarnish their international reputation. Yet refusing the challenge would make them appear cowardly and unwilling to fight. Before they could deliberate further, Suyu spoke again, cutting in decisively. Aren't you here for an exchange? It's just sparring, not a fight to the death. Why not give it a try? Linley, the star emblem mentor of Emperor Spirit Academy, and the others beamed with satisfaction. Sending Suyu to the field had proven to be a wise decision. His reputation, forged in the eternal abyss, was far from mere exaggeration. Adam Smith turned to the team leader with a suggestion. Why not give it a shot? But instead of 7 attacking at once, we could use a rotation system, or send them in pairs. Brian nodded in agreement and began assigning roles. Adam, Hannah, Christina, Alexandra, Otto, Waldenstein. You'll assist Arthur. Christina and Hannah, you'll start with him. As the 6 stepped into the arena, the audience erupted in boos. Linley had to step forward to remind the students of Emperor Spirit Academy to show some courtesy to their opponents. Suyu raised an eyebrow slightly, speaking telepathically. Planning to come at me 3 at a time? I suggest all 7 at once. Otherwise, the defeat will be too embarrassing. Christina and Hannah exchanged uneasy glances. It was said that Suyu was mild-mannered in daily life, but utterly arrogant in battle. Judging by his demeanor now, the rumors seemed true. Hannah chuckled softly. Handsome, I must admit, you're quite charming like this. But you'd better not underestimate us. After all, we are. Before she could finish her sentence, a sudden cold sensation spread across her left abdomen. Arthur Merlin, as if possessed, had plunged his golden sword into her side, causing blood to gush forth. It turned out that his reckless close-range clash with Suyu had resulted in a drop of blood being injected into him. The king's command is absolute, Arthur cried out, withdrawing the blood-stained sword as tears welled in his eyes. Raising his right hand, he proclaimed, Yes, all glory belongs to my king. Christina hurried to support Hannah. Hannah, quickly, Otto, bandage her up. Everyone else, stop standing around. As blood stained the arena, the Ani against 7 battle escalated irreversibly into a heated and chaotic confrontation. Christina never expected Suyu to strike so decisively. Although the sword deliberately avoided vital areas, Hannah still clutched her wound in pain and collapsed to the ground. As one of the higher-ranked members of the Artifact Spirit clan, their most fearsome ability lay in their capacity to trigger chain reactions from even minor injuries, instantly destroying their opponent's magic circuits. For this reason, weapons forged by the Artifact Spirit clan were universally acknowledged as the finest of their kind. Arthur Merlin, leveraging his rare Artifact Spirit lineage combined with his unique talents, had managed to secure a spot among the international top 5. Yet at this moment, Suyu displayed an even more enigmatic ability. His blood manipulation, while powerful, came with its own limitations. Each drop of blood could only be controlled for a limited time, and injecting too much would risk detection. Arthur finally broke free from the influence of the blood crown, a look of guilt flashing across his face. I'm sorry, Hannah, he said, silently vowing to avenge this humiliation. Adam and his companions quickly stepped forward, speaking to Arthur in hushed tones. Let's tend to the injuries first. I warned you not to underestimate Suyu. Suyu's eyes fell on Adam, taking note of the former top-ranked human on the Beastmaster list. Dressed in the garb of an ascetic disciple, Adam now exuded an air of mystery. Oh, finally planning to take me on together? Suyu extended his hand and spoke in the common tongue of the abyss, his tone laced with disdain. Show me if your abilities surpass that of the Demon Clan's 9th prince. Adam immediately cautioned the group. Don't let his words provoke you. This is his usual trick. And you've all seen his blood manipulation. Stay vigilant. With Hannah injured, Otto was forced to heal both her and Arthur simultaneously. This left only 4 combatants ready to fight. Among them, Alexandrovna from the Bear Kingdom was distant from the others and might even lean toward Dacia, making it unlikely she would fight at full strength. Christina exchanged a glance with Wallenstein, and the two acted in unison. Since Adam had the best chance of defeating Suyu, they needed to create an opportunity for him. Christina leapt into the air, landing atop the sequence number 71 Crystal Soul Wyvern, a massive beast covered in indigo crystal, an evolved form of the Screeching Wyvern. At the same time, Wallenstein pressed his hands to the ground, summoning the sequence number 49 Rock Demon. A third immaterial stone giant rose from the earth, continuously drawing in rocks to reinforce its body. The Crystal Soul Wyvern soared high, scattering crystal cores in a probing attack. Each core triggered a small explosion upon impact, testing Suyu's defenses. Probing? Suyu sneered. You're underestimating me. In battle, life and death are decided in an instant. There's no room for testing. Chu Xian's 9 foxtails stood tall as she clasped her hands together, chanting an incantation. In an instant, the sky was shrouded in a white mist, and countless snow feathers descended. Wherever they fell, the crystal cores were drained of their energy, turning into mere stones. Under her command, the Crystal Soul Wyvern's maneuvering space grew increasingly restricted. Christina frowned, clearly not expecting the situation to turn against them so quickly. Snow feathers descended from the sky like lethal blades, slow yet relentless in their density. Each snow feather carried a terrifying power, capable of delivering a fatal threat with just a single touch. The crystalline soul wyvern was struck by one of the snow feathers, and its magic drained away like a breached dam, transforming into white beams of light that were absorbed by Chu Xian Yin. Such was the deadly prowess of the SS-level skill, Snowfeather Purification Heaven. Sensing the unfavorable turn of events, Christina was forced to have her pet beast constantly maneuver and evade. Though Wallenstein's rock golem could draw strength from the earth to reform its body, it crumbled repeatedly under the barrage of snow feathers. The relentless drain on its magic left Wallenstein visibly struggling. "Is this all you've got?" Su Yu's casual remark cut like a blade, wounding the pride of the two prodigies. The records didn't mention anything about Su Yu's third pet beast, Christina thought anxiously. But Su Yu gave them no time for contemplation. The phantom kite had already raised its right hand, activating ethereal phantom mirage. Through careful observation, the phantom kite had pinpointed the rock golem's weakness. Destroying its core would lead to its complete collapse. The force of spatial distortion struck swiftly. Though Wallenstein managed to recall the rock golem in time, his own right arm was hit, erupting in a mist of blood. "I told you, all 7 of you should attack together. This isn't a battle of attrition. This is just lining up to lose," Su Yu mocked, picking up a crystal core from the ground. Turning to Christina with a smirk, he added, "Little girl, your attacks feel more like pouting than fighting." That remark completely enraged Christina. At last, Arthur and Hannah joined the fray, along with the healer Otto, gradually bolstering their numbers. After a moment's consideration, Alexandra also decided to step in. "Well, since I'm here, I might as well see what this is all about. I'll handle the snow feathers." The 7 finally rallied together, with Adam taking the rear guard. Alexandra summoned a pristine snow beast while chanting an ancient spell. In an instant, a blizzard swept across the battlefield. Though not as deadly as the snow feathers, it was enough to counteract them. Despite the magic energy being absorbed by Chu Xian, they had at least found a way to neutralize the threat. The remaining 5 seized the opportunity to launch their attacks. The phantom kite completed its incantation, unleashing the SS-level skill Knight of the Witch. A pitch-black barrier enveloped the skies and earth, aiming to trap Adam and his allies within a battlefield under her control. Adam, fully aware of the barrier's terrifying potential, had long prepared himself. As the former top human prodigy, he calmly sat cross-legged like a monk, drawing a triangle in front of him. He summoned a massive, radiant cross glowing with holy light. Years ago, the Milica people stumbled upon remnants of cells from sequence number 002, the phantom god species within the demon abyss. This discovery immediately triggered a covert operation known as the Blasphemy Project, an experiment to create an artificial deity. After years of intensive research, scientists found that the cell transplantation could only be conducted on ordinary humans. Even the lowest-ranking beast tamers, those merely at the first awakening stage, though lacking fully formed magic circuits, exhibited rejection responses to the cells. After all, these cells were not a deliberate gift from the divine era sequences. The Milica people divided the precious cell remnants into 88 portions for experimentation. In the end, only 6 individuals survived the cellular assimilation, with the most exceptional being Adam Smith. This seemingly ordinary human awakened an astonishing ability through the fragment of the phantom god species, Cells SS, level Void Cross. At this moment, Adam raised his hands, devoutly invoking the sacred cross. In response to his summons, the surrounding spatial attributes were replaced by nothingness, forming an absolute barrier capable of withstanding all forces. Even the celestial destiny tortoise, renowned for its ultimate defense, paled in comparison to the sanctity of the cross. The Witch's Knight, unleashed by Konghuan Yuan, attempted to erode the space but was blocked by the cross, preventing the full manifestation of her inherent domain. Yet this clash revealed the witch-like tableau to everyone, presented depiction of eternal night, where the witch's chants reverberated and dancing figures intertwined with cryptic texts, as if narrating a long-forgotten history. Adam was drenched in sweat, the strain of a mortal body resisting divine pressure all too evident. Su Yu furrowed his brows in thought, recalling in Jishui's words, "Talent is a reflection of the soul." Could this ascetic's pure faith be the very source of such extraordinary power? The audience erupted into commotion, many witnessing the bizarre scene within the domain for the first time. Some attempted to record it with modern devices, only to find all equipment rendered useless. The incomplete domain disrupted the surrounding space. Though Konghuan Yuan sought to suppress the cross, she could only confine it within a specific range. "No matter, Konghuan. Just keep it suppressed," Su Yu murmured softly. On the other side, Christina exclaimed excitedly, "Well done, Adam. Can you push back?" "No." Adam gritted his teeth. I can barely hold on. She's a true divine era entity. This statement confirmed the crowd's suspicions about Su Yu's identity, sending a chill through everyone present. Arthur Merlin, recovering from his shock, gripped his golden sword tightly and declared, "The five of us will attack together. Both of his summoned beasts are tied up. I refuse to believe we can't take him down." Agreed. Wallenstein, let's move. Everyone. No holding back. If we lose a 7-0. We'll be a laughingstock for life. Wallenstein's rock golem reassembled. Its surface now hardened to several times the strength of steel under the power of his strength talent. The golem advanced steadily, directly facing the weapons hurled by the witch's knight. Meanwhile, Hannah's phoenix and Christina's wyvern took to the skies from opposite sides. With Alexandereva holding off the snowfeather pure soul sky, they finally had room to soar. Arthur leapt onto the shoulder of the rock demon, raising his golden sword high above his head. His innate ability required charging, and he had already begun preparing during the earlier healing session, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Behind the four, Otto formed a formation, controlling a crown-like plant entity to spread its tendrils, firmly binding the phoenix and wyvern, stabilizing the overall formation. This makeshift team displayed an astonishing level of coordination. Among the humans under Nirvana, almost no one could withstand such an assault except for Suyu. Xianin, transfer your magic power to Alia, Suyu commanded. Chu Xianin, though reluctant to share the magic power she had painstakingly accumulated, complied nonetheless. She secretly vowed to settle yesterday's score with Suyu once this was all over. With the infusion of magic power from both Suyu and Chu Xianin, Alia's strength surged to an unprecedented peak. Suyu gently plucked the stray hair from atop her head and began chanting the complete hymn of the eternal sanctuary. Heaven holds the absolute sea. Earth harbors the netherworld. The land shall bind the sea to the heavens. Slumbering spirits of the netherworld, heed the true ancestors' sacred hymn and shatter the witch's night. The spirits of the netherworld transformed in accordance with the will of Alia and Suyu. This time, they summoned not the usual black knights, but a terrifying creature that had once driven them to the brink of despair, a bone dragon forged of blood and skeleton, its form imbued with an eternal crimson glow. Roar! The bone dragon spiraled above the eternal sanctuary, unleashing the dreadful might of Sequence 005, Dragonkind. Its roar, spanning over 10 meters wide, poured forth an overwhelming torrent of accumulated magic power. Their 7 opponents were struck with terror. Arthur! Christina cried out urgently. Arthur Merlin dared not hold back. He unleashed the magic power he had accumulated over years as a member of the Artifact Spirit Clan. Golden threads of energy surged upward to meet the Crimson Dragon's roar. Boom! Golden sword energy clashed with the Crimson Dragon's roar. Even the magic power accumulated by the Artifact Spirit Clan crumbled inch by inch before this force. The eternal miracle fueled by the combined magic power of 3 individuals was not something any one of the 7 could withstand. The golden light shattered, and the dragon's roar continued its advance. Forced into action, Christina activated her ability, Falling Star Shards. Starlight flickered, and the 6 were teleported back into the protective range of the cross, leaving only remnants of starlight in their original positions. The rock demon of Warrenstein, Otto's crown plant, and Hannah's 18 ghost-grade magical energy shields were all obliterated by the dragon's roar. Boom! The explosion sent dust and debris soaring into the air. The sacred light of the cross gradually dimmed. The crimson bone dragon remained poised, ready to unleash another devastating roar at any moment. As the dust settled, the 7 opponents, though alive under Adam's protection, were battered and bruised. Without the protection of the cross, they would likely have perished. Adam glanced at the other 6 and spoke with difficulty. "We surrender." The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. At that moment, no one dared to question Suyu's place on the beast rankings. The true number 1 human of the beast rankings had single-handedly defeated 7 prodigies, demonstrating utterly overwhelming strength. With Adam Smith's surrender, the exhibition match came to an end. Suyu's extraordinary feat of defeating 7 opponents in succession not only trampled on the so-called international potential rankings, but also completely shattered the pride of this group of prodigies. "Adam, don't you still have?" Arthur began to speak unwillingly, but Adam simply shook his head slowly. He knew all too well that he had already revealed enough. Without the power of the divine era, the idea of opposing Suyu was nothing more than a fool's dream. What shocked Adam even more was the realization that Suyu's magic circuits were no weaker than his own. As someone who had fused with part of the cells of a mythical god species, Adam possessed 540 magic circuits. Combined with his alabaster-like physique, he even had the potential to surpass 700 magic circuits. Yet during the battle, his void cross was consistently confined to a 10-meter radius, and merely resisting the spatial forces had exhausted all his strength. What did this signify? It meant that not only was Suyu wielding the divine era magic of Kung Huan Yuan, but he also had an additional magical power from his master that was no weaker than Adam's own. Together, they suppressed him so completely that any hope of victory seemed hopeless. Suyu, you truly live up to your reputation, Adam admitted sincerely. The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. Suyu had dominated the strongest contemporary newcomers in the arena of Emperor's spirit, restoring pride to Daxia. The audience burst into excited discussions. Incredible. It was a total one-sided domination. Arthur and Adam, who were hyped up so much, couldn't even leave a scratch on Suyu. Reality marbles, mythical creatures, recreations of the divine era, is this even something a human can achieve? His magical power is extraordinary. How could an ordinary human possibly sustain that? The international delegation's crushing defeat slightly eased the tense atmosphere of the ongoing Demon Lair war. Looking at the dejected young prodigies, Brian offered a few words of comfort before transmitting a message. Don't lose heart. At the very least, we've uncovered Suyu's trump cards this time. It'll save us from being caught off guard in future confrontations. The objective has been achieved, though it's not a great look for us. As the situation on site and an increasing number of recorded clips spread, international discourse surged like a tidal wave. Suyu's name finally cemented its place in the spotlight of the entire world. The undisputed contemporary champion emerging from ordinary people, overshadowing all geniuses of this generation. This comment on the Xialangyo forum sparked a heated debate. This is the Empire's destructive dragon. Adam couldn't even stand a chance. Even our Amaterasu divine child might find it hard to compete. Adam actually lost. What's the fundamental difference between our education system and that of Daxia? The forum discussions grew increasingly fervent. Some mentioned Daxia's policy of universal awakening. I heard that in Daxia, even a dishwashing worker earning only 3,000 yuan a month has a chance to awaken and can even obtain life essence. That's true. I'm washing dishes in Daxia myself, someone chimed in. But here, if you don't have 10 million, you can't even think about awakening. As Suyu's reputation spread far and wide, his deeds also became known across the globe, venturing alone into enemy territory to rescue compatriots, battling the ninth prince of the demon clan to a stalemate, and becoming a symbol of the people's hero. Naturally, controversy followed. Milika's media criticized Suyu for never addressing minority gender issues and pointed out that his contracted beast's transformed appearance was always fair-skinned and beautiful, hinting at a form of bias. However, all this noise was irrelevant to Suyu, who was currently discussing crucial matters with Alia. Alia, do we have suitable candidates? Suyu asked softly. Alia's gaze swept over Christina and Alexandra, a sly smile playing on her lips. Those two young ladies are excellent choices. Their blood purity is no less than Yenlinger's. Suyu pondered for a moment. This matter concerned Daxia's foreign relations and even greater pressure than the Nine Schools Alliance exchange tournament. The best solution still lay in the demon abyss. He approached his opponents, his usual amiable demeanor returning, and extended his hand. Apologies if I was too heavy-handed. Alexandra took his hand willingly. You live up to your reputation. I am Alexandra of Maoxiong Nation. May the friendship between our countries endure. Your strong few can withstand the power of Xianin, Suyu complimented, wiping the blood from his face. Adam smiled bitterly. I was no match for you. You still have some tricks up your sleeve, don't you? Suyu inquired. Even if I used them, I could only hold out a little longer, Adam admitted. If possible, I'd like to visit you privately tomorrow. Learning that the night banquet team would take another 2 days to fully enter the demon abyss, Suyu nodded in agreement. The expressions of others were far less composed, especially Arthur Merlin, who had initiated the conflict but suffered a crushing defeat. Now, he had become the target of ridicule across the internet. His performance had been abysmal. Not only was he overpowered in an unknown fight, but he was also mind-controlled into stabbing Hannah in the back. In the audience, Shi Xiaolong was in utter despair. Witnessing Suyu take on 7 opponents single-handedly, the sheer gap in their abilities felt like an insurmountable chasm. What tormented him even more was the gleam in Yenlinger's eyes as she watched Suyu intently throughout the match. If even she turns her heart, Shi Xiaolong thought of Li Mu's proposition and clenched his fists. Unless Suyu was eliminated, this nightmare would haunt them forever. Despite the unimaginable cost, he resolved to cooperate with the plan to take Suyu down. Suyu didn't have a good impression of these people. Ever since his soul had merged with Kong Huan Yuan and he acquired the ethereal heart, his sensitivity to malice had become extraordinarily sharp. At this moment, the malicious intent emanating from the members of the visiting delegation felt like countless needles pricking his mental world, making him uncomfortable. Only Alexandrovna from the Bear Nation harbored no ill will, and Adam's malice was significantly less intense compared to the others. Harboring such malice toward a stranger must have a reason, Suyu thought to himself. Recalling what Alia had mentioned about the past of the Tsipisi family from the Milika Nation, he decided to have a private conversation with Adam first. After their discussion, Adam drew a triangle in front of himself with satisfaction and said sincerely, "Thank you. May the Lord bless you." He then followed the delegation as they left, leaving the others with grim expressions. Linley excitedly ran up to him. "Well done, Suyu. That was amazing. Commander Wu of the Demon Suppression Guard asked me to pass along his thanks. Many of the soldiers were watching this match, and your performance was truly inspiring." He explained that due to the nationwide awakening plan, Daxia's prodigies often started later than those from other nations, leading to repeated defeats in international exchange competitions. Su Ye's sudden rise to prominence had finally restored some dignity. "It was nothing. Just fulfilling my duty as entrusted," Suyu replied with a smile. "Teacher Lin, shouldn't you take me to see the Beast Garden now?" Linley nodded and led the way. He was well aware of Su Ye's personality and had preemptively declined all requests from leaders and media who wanted to meet him. The Beast Garden of Imperial Spirit University spanned tens of thousands of acres. In the land-scarce imperial capital, such a scale was a testament to extraordinary strength. For over 2 decades, the Demon Suppression Guard, relying on Imperial Spirit University, had been the backbone of the fight against the abyssal caves. Within the Beast Garden, the roars of tigers and cries of apes echoed continuously. Linley pointed ahead and explained. Capturing these 2 reincarnated exotic beasts took quite some effort. Thankfully, they were particularly active during wartime. Otherwise, they would have been hard to track down. Deep within the garden, the 3-eyed golden chelan and the scarlet python became unusually agitated upon hearing Linley's voice. "Damn humans, how dare they launch a sneak attack at night? A demigod targeting beings below their level, how shameless!" They roared in fury. By an unspoken rule, demigods typically refrained from targeting weaker beings. It was unnecessary and could provoke endless cycles of retaliation. Linley rubbed his temples. "All right, all the living creatures you requested are here. If you're only taking the golden eye and the fire python's hearts, they likely won't survive. Do you need to capture them alive?" Suyu pondered for a moment. "Can I trust you?" Linley was momentarily taken aback, but then raised his hand solemnly. "Though we're not in the abyssal caves right now, under the witness of the wind and cloud rankings, as long as you're not part of the 9 clans, I'm willing to swear an oath." Suyu nodded and bit his fingertip. "Help me subdue these 2 exotic beasts." "All right." Linley unleashed his demigod aura, and the 2 roaring beasts immediately froze, unable to move. Suyu injected his blood into their bodies. The 3-eyed golden chelan and the scarlet python's eyes turned blood red, and a fundamental transformation began to take place. Suyu extended his hand, issuing a commanding order with authority. "The king decrees end your lives. Crown of blood." The 2 beasts immediately switched to the human language of the Great Xia, their pronunciation clumsy yet filled with reverence. "Yes, all glory to our king." Before the words had fully left their mouths, they ended their own lives. Suyu strode forward quickly and extracted the 3-eyed golden lion and the fire python hearts from the beast's corpses. "When I was in the catastrophe abyss, I discovered that using this method to obtain treasures for crafting abyssal armaments produces unique effects. Most importantly, there are no side effects." "What? No side effects?" Linley's eyes widened in shock. He explained urgently, "The side effects of abyssal armaments have always been the biggest issue. The side effects of ghost-tier armaments are manageable, but for dragoneer and above, the side effects are practically unbearable. Take this golden eye, for example. While it can be used to craft glasses that unleash divine light to dispel evil, the wearer is highly susceptible to the beast's lingering resentment, which can drive them insane and turn them into monsters." Suyu lowered his voice and said, "I'm only telling you this because of Huan Yuan and because we're both part of the academy. Lin, you understand what I mean, right?" Linley took a deep breath and solemnly promised, "Leave it to me. I will personally ask Principal Jiang to forge these 2 dragoneer abyssal armaments, and I swear to keep it confidential. As long as you're in the Imperial Spirit or the Eternal Abyss, I, Linley, will protect you with all my power." Back at Huan Yuan's home, Chu Xianin immediately grabbed Suyu, pouting and complaining, Suyu, Alia bullied me last night. Didn't you say you'd protect me?" "Huh?" Suyu froze, turning to Alia. "Alia, my dear, what did you do?" Alia gave a sly smile, her eyes glinting mischievously. Chu Xianin leaned close to Suyu's ear, whispering softly. Her fragrance was light and elegant, completely different from the seductive allure typical of fox clans. After hearing her out, Suyu's ears flushed red. Just as Suyu was about to respond, there was a knock at the door. "You 2, go inside first." He gestured for the 2 women to retreat. Opening the door, he was surprised to find Adam Smith, the very man he had recently defeated. "This might not be the best time," Suyu said awkwardly. Adam Smith traced a triangle over his chest and spoke seriously. "Apologies for the intrusion, but I have urgent matters to discuss. It's about the vampire named Alia Sepisi, and I've come regarding the Sepisi family. Suyu's expression turned serious as he gave a slight nod. Come in. Alia, along with her two female companions, retreated to the inner chamber, using her spiritual powers to silently listen to the conversation outside. Suyu, unhurriedly, prepared a pot of tea. As the fragrance of the tea wafted through the air, he spoke. I don't believe you'd be kind enough to help a complete stranger. You're either a representative of the Kaipisi family or here for your own agenda. Adam lifted the teacup in both hands, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile. You're as sharp as I thought. You're right. Which is it, representative or personal matters? Suyu asked, his brows slightly furrowed. Perhaps both, Adam replied softly. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Suyu's mouth. Then go ahead, let's hear if your story matches what I already know. Adam carefully chose his words. You should be aware that not all bloodlines originate from the abyss. The vampire clan has long been rooted on Blue Star, with the Kaipisi family being the most renowned. They believe Alia Kaipisi shares their bloodline and hope you will return to the kingdom of Lika, rather than staying in Dacia. Suyu was momentarily stunned before breaking into laughter. Do you think such a simple statement will convince me to join them? Elven Kaipisi, the head of the family, believes you'll gladly accept. They've promised you freedom, Adam said with a wry smile. As a student of one of the kingdom of Lika's foremost scholars on Dacia, he had avoided the arrogance often inherent to his kind. Suyu felt his intelligence had been insulted. Leaving Dacia to join the Kaipisi family? Not only was there no benefit, but with his strength and tamed beasts, he would essentially be walking into a trap. Such schemes were hardly new to them. There's no need to say more. You already know my answer. Tell the Kaipisi family that Alia is my wife, and from now on, she has no ties to them. If they dare to come for her, they'll pay a heavy price. In the inner chamber, Alia's heart raced. Though she was originally an exchange student, she had no connection to the so-called vampire clan before her rise to fame. It was only after her success that the Kaipisi family sought to claim her. She had no desire to return to them, nor did she wish to leave Suyu. Fortunately, Suyu's stance aligned perfectly with her own feelings. Adam drew a triangle in the air before him. Understood. But that's just the surface of the matter. I have another important issue to discuss, also related to the Kaipisi family. Due to the constraints of an oath, I can't speak plainly, but their ambitions extend far beyond this. Suyu frowned deeply as he pondered, then suddenly realized the truth. As expected, their real target was him. Although the secrets of the Divine Era sequence had not been fully uncovered, its potential value was enough to drive all beast masters to madness. Adam's subtle hostility likely stemmed from the constraints of his oath. What do you want? Suyu asked. A flash of light appeared in Adam's eyes. As expected of someone who had survived countless life-or-death encounters in the abyss, Suyu's mind was exceptionally sharp. As one of the top-ranked experts on the Beastmaster list, Suyu understood the standards of the wind and cloud rankings better than anyone. Suyu understood. That is also a vow, Adam said with a hint of relief in his voice. But we must thank that agent from Dacia. After he obtained this classified information, we were no longer bound by the oath. He then revealed the details of the number 002 Phantom God Fusion Project and the blasphemy plan to Suyu. Adam's voice trembled slightly. We have been treated as humanoid weapons our entire lives. During the experiments, they implanted lethal toxins in us. If we ever disobey orders, the team leader, Brian, can detonate the poison. Adam looked directly at Suyu. If my guess is correct, Alia Zapisi is the true progenitor of the vampire clan in the Divine Era sequence, wielding the immortal authority of the third progenitor. She is my only hope now. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes. I am willing to give up everything for even the slightest chance of survival. Even if it means offering my soul, I will not hesitate. Suyu silently activated his spiritual perception, carefully sensing the truth in Adam's words. Standing beside him, Chu Xianyin transmitted her thoughts, confirming, at least part of what he says is true. Selling your soul? Suyu asked softly. Wouldn't your lord condemn you for that? I can sense that your power comes from faith. Adam traced a triangle over his chest and smiled. The merciful Lord would never hinder a believer's attempt to save themselves. Suyu chuckled lightly. He understood that reputation earned through strength was ultimately genuine. Skepticism would always exist, but true skill could not be faked. In that case, he said, raising his head, I grant you permission to live. Adam stepped back a few paces in excitement before kneeling and bowing deeply. Under the witness of the wind and cloud ranking, I swear an unbreakable vow. You have saved my life, just as my lord has. I will serve you as I serve him. Golden light swirled around him. After Adam left, Suyu entered the inner chamber and rested his head on Alia's lap. What do you think? It's your decision, Alia replied softly. The blasphemy plan involves fusing with the phantom god, Suyu murmured. It's astonishing. This is the first time I've heard of an existence ranked so highly. Regretting something? Alia asked. Meeting me will bring you many enemies, Suyu said quietly. He pulled her into his arms with a swift motion. Don't say such foolish things. The ones who should regret are those arrogant fools. Alia, let's teach those who dare to target us a lesson they won't forget. If we don't shatter their kneecaps, they'll never kneel. Alia raised her delicate brows and turned to Chu Xian with a slight smile. Did you hear that, sister? Instead of exhausting yourself, why not direct the blame where it belongs? Chu Xian nodded thoughtfully, as if she had just grasped the unique quality that set Suyu apart. At night, Linley visited again, carrying a delicate box in his hand. When he opened it, two magical weapons crafted personally by Principal Jiang Huiran lay quietly inside, their exquisite craftsmanship truly astonishing. Absolutely no side effects. Linley exclaimed excitedly. This is because the beasts voluntarily gave their lives under mental control and absolute loyalty. This not only avoids the contamination of resentment, but also resolves the exclusivity issue for human users. He carefully handed the two magical weapons to Suyu and introduced them in detail. These are the piercing golden eye and the crimson flame banner. Although the three-eyed golden Shielan and the crimson python clans are not highly ranked, making these weapons not top tier among dragon-level magical weapons, as you said, the absence of side effects means they can be used without limitations, which significantly increases their value. As Linley demonstrated, he explained further. The piercing golden eye is a monocle crafted from the golden eye of the three-eyed golden Shielan, known for its destructive power. It can emit a piercing divine light, which is the nemesis of curses and resentment, and it activates instantly. The crimson flame banner, on the other hand, is made from the fire python heart of the crimson python. When planted into the ground, it gradually controls the earth's veins, converting their magical energy for the wielder's use. Its most unique feature is its infinite proliferation ability so long as the main banner remains upright. Its control range expands and spreads across the land, unleashing devastating crimson flames. Originally, these two magical weapons had severe side effects. The golden eye could cause mental instability in its user, while the crimson flame banner would burn out the magical circuits of the Beastmaster. But now, with these issues resolved, their status among dragon-level magical weapons will undoubtedly rise significantly. Although Suyu, with his current Transcendence Realm strength, could not directly wield dragon-level magical weapons, he could downgrade their usage with peculiar replicas. He gladly accepted the two treasures. Linley spoke solemnly. This matter must remain confidential for now. It's best to keep it a secret until you reach the demigod level. This could potentially alter the strategies of the 9 guards of Daxia and the Academy Alliance, placing greater emphasis on capturing beasts alive in the future. Suyu understood and reassured him. Don't worry. You provide the beasts, and I'll handle the rest. Just 5 out of every 100 as my reward will suffice. After all, I still have a Beastmaster troop to support, and funds are tight. Deal. Linley readily agreed. Although the share seemed small, considering the massive demand from the 80,000 Beastmasters of the Demon Suppression Guard and the Empire Spirit's annual production of tens of thousands of items, the condition was more than fair. More importantly, this mutually beneficial arrangement meant that if Suyu ever encountered trouble in the future, both the Empire Spirit and the Demon Suppression Guard would stand by his side. The two agreed to exchange every 6 months. Linley then brought up another significant piece of news. The strategy for the Eternal Abyss has been finalized. This is Daxia's home turf, and we intend to take the initiative and capture another demon city. Considering your unique status, Garrison Commander Wu Ma Ming has already approved your independent operational authority. The international delegation made a special request. They hoped to fight alongside the young talents of Daxia. This meant Suyu would likely have to join them in action. Whose terrible idea was this? Suyu took a deep breath, his brows furrowed. He had already anticipated that this group would target him. Initially, he had planned to deal with them quietly in the demon lair, but fighting alongside them would draw too much attention. Linley shrugged helplessly. I'm just following orders. I don't know who made the decision. Suyu's eyes flickered as he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Suddenly, a subtle, meaningful smile appeared on his face. It's not entirely impossible. Suyu, don't do anything reckless. Linley said urgently. If the delegation suffers casualties on the battlefield, it's one thing, but if, you mean, as long as they die on the battlefield, it's fine? Suyu interrupted, his face adorned with an earnest smile. Don't worry, old Lin. This time, I promise to handle everything cleanly without leaving a trace. Linley looked bewildered. Oh? He consoled himself inwardly. So you wouldn't actually kill them all, would he? After all, he's someone who understands the bigger picture. Anyway, as long as you know what you're doing, I'll pick you up tomorrow to head into the demon lair. Got it. After Linley left, Suyu's amiable smile faded instantly. According to the intelligence, the delegation had only one demigod. However, the incident in Wangxian Forest had made him wary. Someone outside the borders seemed to know how to tear open a passage to the demon lair. With this in mind, Suyu picked up the phone. Hello, connect me to the Calamity Demon Lair, the commander of Longyear Guard 1st Battalion. Commander Lee, this is Suyu. I'd like to discuss a potential deal with you. Meanwhile, although the delegation's residence was brightly lit, it was completely empty. Inside a secret space activated by Brian, faint glimmers of light illuminated everyone's faces. Adam, what's Suyu's stance? Brian asked. He refuses to return and warned us not to provoke him, Adam replied calmly. Brian let out a cold snort. So it's true what they say in Dacia. Refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Why didn't we realize this vampire was one of the divine generation back in Laika? Since he's forsaken his only chance at survival, well, carry out the will of the Lord. He turned to Alexandrovna. Stick to the plan. You're responsible for leaking our intel to Suyu. Does he really think we don't know there's a hollow clan member by his side? Alexandrovna smiled. Don't worry. At least on the surface, Suyu's impression of me shouldn't be too bad. In this concealed space, an intricate web was quietly taking shape. Yet, as the hunters lust for their prey, the beast also yearns for blood. At this moment, Chimayan in Zishuan City received a letter from Suyu. It contained only one sentence. Little Demonis, do you want to kill the 7th prince of the demon clan? The moment Chimayan received the letter, a ripple stirred in her heart. She stared at the brief contents on the page, her brows furrowing slightly. Whenever it came to Suyu, she always felt her thoughts slow, needing more time to sort through her emotions. Reflecting on Suyu's experiences among the humans, Chimayan gradually began to understand his intentions. But to kill 7th brother? She shook her head. 7th brother was always accompanied by 2 demon lords as his protectors, just as she had her own. Unless a powerful saint-level human descended personally, 7th brother could always retreat unscathed. The key was to create an opportunity for an unknown duel. Following this train of thought, Chimayan seemed to glimpse the outline of Suyu's plan. The Eternal Abyss was different from the Land of Calamity. It was the human's domain, and creating such an opportunity there wouldn't be too difficult. She picked up her pen and wrote, You fool, the Eternal Abyss isn't just a battlefield. There's a special ruin there. It's said to be the site of a fallen deity from antiquity. The restrictions within the depths of the ruins gradually suppress one's strength, and only those at the Nirvana level can ultimately reach the core. 7th brother is precisely at the Nirvana level. A faint smile tugged at her lips. If you can truly pull this off, I wouldn't mind giving you a little reward. The location is at the Desert Ridge, 500 miles east of the demon city of the Three-Eyed Golden Lion clan. This time, she wanted Suyu to taste what it felt like to anticipate. Meanwhile, in a research facility belonging to the Li family. Brother, have you made up your mind? Li Mu fixed his gaze on Shi Xiaolong. Absolutely. Shi Xiaolong's eyes were resolute. As long as I can eliminate Suyu and take Linger back, no price is too high. He thought back to his humiliation in front of the visiting delegation, while Suyu had dominated the scene effortlessly. The gap between them felt like an insurmountable chasm. What stung even more was that Yin Linger was paying increasing attention to Suyu. Li Mu nodded. Follow me. He led Shi Xiaolong to a door. You might not know this, but the reason the 9 pillar clans are so unique is because the Great Xia dynasty originally had 10 demon caverns. One of them has already been cleared by us. What? Shi Xiaolong exclaimed in shock. What's even more astonishing lies beyond this door. Li Mu patted his shoulder. It leads to the cleared demon cavern. There, we captured a pure descendant from the age of the gods. Not someone with partial bloodline like Kong Huan Yuan, but a being who has surpassed the demigod level. Research shows that drinking divine blood might awaken their innate abilities, but the cost is severe. Surviving even with half a life left would be considered fortunate. Most haven't made it. However, the higher one's innate talent, the greater the chance of success. Previously, we didn't dare let an class beast tamer attempt it. I'm willing to try, Shi Xiaolong said, taking a deep breath. An elder emerged from the shadows. Good. Worthy of being a friend of Xiao Mu. The elder sneered. The Lu and Yin families aligning themselves with ordinary humans isn't some noble gesture. They're just jealous of the resources we control. Since Suyu planned to venture into the Eternal Abyss, he couldn't resist the temptation to explore the unique ruins hidden within. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in the old man's eyes as he said to Shi Xiaolong, When the time comes, it will be your chance. As long as you make it out alive, the Li family will lend you a helping hand. Although Shi Xiaolong couldn't fully grasp the deeper meaning behind the old man's words, he knew this was his only opportunity. He walked slowly toward the door and pushed open the heavy gate. What lay beyond was a breathtaking sight: a colossal angel, 100 meters tall, imprisoned within. Its entire body radiated a dazzling golden light, with 18 pairs of pristine, snow-white wings neatly spread behind it. Its eyes were obscured by a golden blindfold, and its body was tightly bound by countless unique chains. This was sequence number 003, the celestial wing kind 18 wings of the 6th wing, Nomia. Outside the door, Limu asked the old man, "Grandfather, do you really think he can succeed?" The old man replied calmly, "Besides talent, those with deeper obsessions are more likely to prevail. Once he accepts the divine blood, part of his humanity will be erased. When he kills Suyu and is fully consumed by divinity, he will become your third beast companion. By then, you two will wield the divine sequence. By the way, how is the plan progressing?" The old man inquired again. Limu answered, "According to father, both the delegation and the Kaipisi family have agreed. They only want the vampire's return. The rest is left to us." "Good. The feather severance plan must not fail." The old man's expression turned grave. "If I'm not mistaken, the fox by his side is likely part of the divine era as well. If he grows stronger, it could cause catastrophic damage to the existing order of the 9 families. The foolish Yagyu Jin thinks he can use Suyu to counter the Li family, but he's only bringing disaster upon himself." At this moment, Linli was leading Suyu and the others toward the Eternal Abyss, accompanied by Suyu's team and the international delegation. Jiang Huiran had specifically instructed Linli to keep an eye on Brian from the delegation to ensure Suyu's safety. Suyu's value had now grown to a point where no one could afford to ignore it. Suyu received a letter in reply from Chimayan. True to the efficiency of the Fengyun Pavilion, the shipping costs were naturally covered by Chimayan. After reading the letter, Suyu frowned slightly and turned to Linli, asking, "Old Lin, are the ruins in the Eternal Abyss famous?" Linli had long grown accustomed to Suyu addressing him this way. Though not yet 40 and in his prime, being called teacher often made him feel unnecessarily old. "I was planning to explain once we got there, but since you're asking, they'll tell you on the way." He pulled out a map and handed it to Suyu. The reason why Daxia focuses its offensive efforts on the Eternal Abyss rather than on the Catastrophe or Thousand Lakes Abysses is not just because of the Empire Spirit's performance in the exchange competition. In fact, even if the demonic spirit had taken first place, our actions in the Catastrophe Abyss would have remained defensive. The 8 major demon cities and 4 great calamities of the Eternal Abyss all originate from ancient ruins. This place was once the battlefield of myriad races, where more powerful beings fell than anywhere else, leaving behind countless ruins. Some of these ruins are larger than Daxia's major cities. If you find a special ruin, you might even uncover its treasures. Of course, many of the geniuses on the Fengyun rankings are also here. Suyu suddenly understood. The Eternal Abyss, aside from its forbidden zones, was truly a gathering place for geniuses from all races. No wonder Daxia placed such importance on it, even at the expense of enormous efforts that had yet to conquer it. It was not only a hub for Daxia's most powerful forces, but also home to equally formidable sequences of other races. At this moment, Chimayan had also included detailed intelligence on the Demon Clan's 7th prince. Information about Chi Muhuai gradually surfaced in Suyu's mind. A 4th-tier Nirvana Realm magic circuit, a base of 720 Shindai points, combined with 320 Stellar Realm physical strength, plus 60 points of innate talent nurtured by the 9 extremes Nether Spring. He also possessed 2 unique abilities. One was an inherent barrier type yet to be revealed, which was undoubtedly different from Suyu's Nether Flower. The other ability remained unknown. Moreover, he had mastered 2 powerful skills, the S-grade 10,000 Wraith Curse and the S-grade Blood Demon Red Lotus. Suyu calmly analyzed the situation. Chimayan would undoubtedly betray her brother without hesitation, giving him a clearer understanding of the abyssal demon's objectives. With over 1,000 magic circuits, the power of an inherent barrier, and the protection of 2 demon lords, killing Chi Muhuai seemed like an impossible task. However, if Suyu could advance to the Nirvana realm and find a way to divert the 2 demon lords, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Within the Eternal Abyss Cavern, fierce winds and blizzards raged, their bone-chilling cold cutting through everyone. Linli explained the terrain in detail. The entrance to the cavern is guarded by Emperor Spirit. The closest city is Haiyun City. To the southeast lies Lingbai City, and to the northeast is Shirquan City. These are the 3 stronghold cities of Ardaxia. The nearest enemy base is Golden Beast City, home to the 3-eyed Golden Ye. Suyu gazed eastward at the vast expanse of the Eternal Abyss Cavern. For now, he set aside concerns about external invasions and turned his focus to the ruins of the forgotten city mentioned in Chimayan's letter. These ruins, located near the desolate sand ridge, were precisely Chi Muhuai's target. As the newly appointed Beastmaster Regiment Commander, Suyu had the authority to review battle plans. Linli relayed Commander Wu Maming's strategy via sound transmission. Prepare a trap at Lingbai City to lure the enemy beast's main forces into an attack. Station the main army at Shirquan City, and once the enemy army fully mobilized, launch a surprise attack on Golden Beast City to force their retreat and finally ambush them. Biting his finger in thought, Suyu identified a critical flaw in the plan. "Old Lin, I must meet Commander Wu in person." Seeing Lin Li's hesitant expression, Suyu solemnly added, "This is a matter of great importance. A single misstep could cost the lives of tens of thousands of beastmasters." As someone receiving the demon guard's provisions, I can't just stand by and do nothing. Noticing Su Yu's grave demeanor, Lin Li immediately placed a firm hand on his shoulder and took to the skies. If it was truly this critical, they had to act without delay. There's no time to waste. At the command, Lao Yu immediately began organizing the remaining personnel to head to Haiyun City. Su Yu stored the three women into his beast space and vanished together with Lao Yu. Inside the Demon Suppression Guard's command headquarters in Haiyun City, the atmosphere was heavy. Demigod-level experts from all sides had gathered, with the entire battle being personally directed by Wu Ma Ming and overseen by Lu Shengyuan. This was the most concentrated gathering of the Demon Suppression Guard's strength, with little interference from the 9 great families. Lin Li arrived at the entrance of the camp, but was stopped by the guards. Halt! I have urgent business with Commander Wu. It's a matter of life and death. Lin Li exclaimed anxiously. As the guards hesitated, a calm and steady voice came from inside the camp. Let him in. Stepping into the command headquarters, Su Yu felt for the first time the oppressive atmosphere of a high-level decision-making meeting in Xia. At the far end of the room sat a man with heavy dark circles under his eyes, Wu Ma Ming, who had clearly been awake all night. What is it? Wu Ma Ming asked wearily, a slight hint of surprise flickering across his face when he saw Su Yu. He had already learned from Xia Tingyin about Su Yu's exploits in the Calamity Demon Cavern, including the speculation that Su Yu might have controlled the demon clan's 9 princes. Commander Wu, I need to speak with you privately, just 2 sentences, Su Yu said directly. This statement immediately drew dissatisfaction. Pei Rusong of the Pei family questioned sharply. Su Yu, are you trying to interfere with military affairs? Wu Ma Ming raised a hand slightly to signal for calm. Rusong, don't get worked up. Turning to Su Yu, he said, all right, let me hear what you have to say. Before his words had fully settled, the two were transported to another part of the camp. A thin mist surrounded them, isolating them from the outside world. So you couldn't help but marvel at the commander's abilities. Commander Wu, I have some differing opinions regarding the deployment of the Demon Suppression Guard, Su Yu said directly, cutting to the chase. First, the Demon Clan doesn't seem to care about the survival of these races. Even if they take down the Golden Beast City, the Beast Tide may not retreat to aid them. Second, if you trust me, allow me to go to the desert ridge 500 miles east of Golden Beast City. Once you see my signal, the main force can bypass Golden Beast City and head straight for Desert Ridge. This will force the Calamity Demon Cavern's entire army to retreat. Wu Ma Ming's deep gaze seemed to probe into Su Yu's soul, but was blocked by the hazy power of Su Yu's destiny marker. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Ma Ming connected the location to the rumored ruins of the Forgotten City, which the Demon Clan's 7th prince coveted. I approve, Wu Ma Ming finally decided. If you find his trail, the entire Demon Suppression Guard will be your backup. Since you've made this suggestion, I'll stake the fate of the Calamity Demon Cavern on you. Xia can no longer afford to delay. My views differ from old Xia's, so rest assured no one in the Demon Suppression Guard will hold you back. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.